Chapter 119, Ares Roar, piercing fruit towers, laid out with ease. Chen Quanti cast a sidelong glance on Lu Baoqiu, narrowing his eyes. What do you mean, bethought? Nothing much, I just feel that even you might not be able to do it, right? The force employed is implied too immense, and that speed is excessive lie repeat 3 times should be the limit. Chen Quanti noted that thoughtfully. Then, all of them raised their heads in unison. From over 100 meters above, they could clearly see Qin Hao striking opposite launch, seemingly awaiting something. Then, vroom! Also meeting unpermitted the air, signaling the javelin tremendous speed as it ran through space. In the next moment, they beheld a fleeting silver struck against the dark sky. Boom! As if a ninja explosion resonated as they glanced again. Qin Hao stood triumphantly atop the javelin, now embedded deep within the facade of another building. I suspect that Director Li Heiran might be in tears. Chen Quankai remarked with an unusually peculiar expression. Lu Bak nodded in agreement, for indeed, this was no trivial matter. The impact that surely devastated the building surface, and if the javelin was larger to deploy, well, repairs would be considerable hassle. Then, a scene unfolded that was both comical and heart-wrenching. The inspectors, who had just reached the rooftop, gasped at the sight of Qin Hao another building and immediately dashed downstairs. They sprinted toward the another structure. Boom! Boom! Sounds of javelins piercing through buildings echoed like cannon fire. Amid the cacophony, over-injured inspectors were left panting behind, their breaths labored, tongues lolling out. How is it possible that, in such a tense moment, I feel the urge to laugh? Me too. These inspectors were pent up with their frustrations, pouring all their energy into touching Brother Hao, only to expend it in frantic running instead. I be there run the top sting soon. Ha ha ha. Reminds me of my nighttime walks with the dog. The audience, witnessing this exhilarating yet moral spectacle, erupted in joyful laughter. Oh, why must you all bother with this? Qin Hao perched casually on the javelin, oblivious to the 100-meter drop beneath her magazine with penetrating eyes as the inspectors were head from the emerged from the adjacent building, shaking each to the side. A thought moment, 300-plus inspectors were drenched in sweat, much like as they had just stepped into a shower. Truth be told, even retired inspectors should not be so physically depleted. Built after night without food, having finally consumed Marcel Tate was subsequently expelled, how could they not feel drained after such a frantic dash? Qin Hao, if I'll hate his skills, why not just stop running? Exactly, I can go. I feel like coming inside Sarah Blaze. Same here. Each inspector gazed hopelessly at Qin Hao, who sat high above, their expressions rife with exasperation. So frustrating. Yet utterly unreachable. He he, since you should not pursue me any longer, it bid you farewell. With a smile, Qin Hao executed the backflip, effortlessly dislodging the javelin from the building and landing on the rooftop, before nonchalantly shouldering the javelin, had vanished from sight. It's our turn to act. Chen Quanqi squinted, fully aware that wherever Qin Hao went, he would inevitably descend from this building. This was their opportunity. All they needed to do was surround the entire structure and wait Qin Hao's appearance as out to expel his doom. Let's hide. With Chen Quanqi's command, the inspectors, deflated by a salute, hurried forward. The twisted clever move given Qin Hao's character has indeed grown rather arrogant. Chen Quanqi remarked, turning to Lu Baoqiu with a smile. That's to be expected, with a flamboyant personality. Qin Hao delights in making gas of his exploits like walking the dog with the inspectors in tow, do include take pride in that. Lu Baoqiu said with unwavering confidence, even you would feel a sense of pride, for this is my prowess. Built arrogance invites error and complacency. As long as she intends to escape, he will inevitably come down from the building, assuming the inspectors are too exhausted to pursue him, little do Ashek know, it's merely our use. Just then, mocked to their surprise, the inspectors, who had previously struggled for breath, broke into gleeful smiles, fatigue seemingly dissipating instantly. The audience was left bewildered. What's happening here? Excuse me, could Samuel elucidate this for us? What is going on? Did Brother He just toy with them? What does it seem like things serious now? This is a clever trap. Think about it, will the inspectors assume it they were swimming in air? Wouldn't ordinary folks react impulsively? Under such fury, they might resort to rash actions. Naturally, those rash actions equate to attempting to apprehend Brother Hao if their friend had drawn suspicious and worry, prompting the inspectors to snare him precisely as planned. However, even were to calculate the time the inspectors took to ascend, it would be evident they moved slowly walking rather than running significantly conserving their energy. It misled Qin Hao to believing they were incensed and utterly drained. Wow! Among the audience were several keen analysts who, upon hearing these observations, collectively gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! What a marvel indeed! In such a short interval, the inspector had somehow suppressed their fury while concocting an ingenious deceptive strategy. but they had been scrutinizing the inspectors the entire time. When did this plan materialize and commence? They hadn't tackled. With this realization, many in the audience felt tackle running down their spines. Is this truly the essence of an inspector? Simply terrifying. Thought of not played by Brother Hao, professionalism truly distinguishes the skilled. Truth be told, I said to think these inspectors were utterly incompetent, but now I see that it's not the inspectors that lack ability, it implied had Brother Hao's extraordinarily formidable. So, going forward, refrain from engaging in crime, if I must, at least ensure you surpass Brother Hao. While the audience buzzed with chatter, the inspector shed his great weight proceeding to the greenery of the base of the building, poised to await Qin Hao's emergence. As long as they did not fear a thunderous crash, it signified Qin Hao had yet to depart. He would inevitably descend from the structure. Yet, they waited for over half an hour, yet Qin Hao remained elusive. However, the inspector's patience so soon faltering half an hour was miraculous compared to the days he often spent on vigilant watch during real missions. As night deepened, the surroundings were silent, punctuated only by the distant chirps of insects. The inspectors remained poised, as if eager to unleash a thunderous strike upon Qin Hao at his first appearance. Even the audience gradually settled in silence, holding their breaths in anticipation.
Chapter 120. A portal to a new world every 5 seconds. While the inspectors waited in silence, the audience had no need to bide their time. With the ability to access 2 live streams simultaneously, they were starkly different from the inspectors, as they could constantly monitor Qin Hao's every move. After disappearing from their view atop the rooftop, Qin Hao had not truly left. Instead, he ventured towards a secluded area, a blind spot that typically went unnoticed. However, when the audience witnessed his subsequent actions, they were left utterly astonished. System: exchange for the advanced gecko wall climbing technique. Qin Hao stood at the edge of the blind spot, gazing down into the darkness, his eyes narrowing slightly, emanating an aura of danger. Everyone, do you think I can single-handedly eliminate all the inspectors? Suddenly, Qin Hao exclaimed. The audience was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the hell, is this even human language? Did he just say he would kill all the inspectors? If you can talk, why not say a little more?" Brother Hao, as expected, is fearless. When others say such things, I think they are boasting, but when Brother Hao says it, I find myself believing him. Am I losing my mind? I believe it too. So, Brother Hao, are you really going to eliminate all the inspectors? The audience was both amused and bewildered, though most remained skeptical. It is important to note that times had changed. Previously, inspectors wielded only electric batons, and as long as one avoided getting hit, they were safe. However, handguns were a different matter. No matter how formidable one's martial prowess, one was invincible only within a 50-meter radius. Moreover, if they recalled correctly, Qin Hao no longer possessed a handgun. Hee, just kidding. Indeed, Qin Hao chuckled and then leaned against the wall. What unfolded next left all viewers dumbfounded. Qin Hao, resembling an agile gecko, swiftly traversed the side of the building, a shadow unnoticed in the darkness. After all, who would imagine a human could scale walls? What the hell? What on earth is this? Am I still asleep? How could I possibly witness such a spectacle? The audience was flabbergasted and astonished. Not only the viewers but even the production crew was left in shock. They felt as if Qin Hao had unveiled a new realm to them in just one evening. First, there was the celestial grappling, nearly convincing them he was a deity. Then came the spear flight. Now, he was showcasing feats that could only belong to extraterrestrial beings. If memory served, Qin Hao had no equipment on him, implying he accomplished all this solely with his physical prowess. At this realization, all crew members simultaneously turned their gazes toward Li Chaoran. Director, I am quite curious, where exactly did you find Brother Hao? Swish, swish, swish. The entire crew turned to him, each face reflecting profound curiosity. Upon hearing this, Li Haoran fell silent for a moment before shaking his head and replying, "That is a matter of personal privacy, I cannot disclose it." At this, disappointment washed over the crowd. However, unbeknownst to them, even Li Haoran was not entirely privy to Qin Hao's background. This was due to the nation's random selection for the Red Hacker Alliance, meaning even the director had no authority over it. As a director, his situation was rather pitiable. He possessed only basic information about Qin Hao, while the majority of details remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Qin Hao clung to the building's wall, fingers wedged in the crevices, peering down below. As he neared the ground, a profound sense of crisis enveloped him. It felt as though the moment he descended, a torrent of attacks would rain down upon him. It seems the inspectors have laid a trap. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hao shook his head in resignation. Originally, he had intended to leave unnoticed, but it was now evidently impossible. If he was not mistaken, the inspectors must have surrounded the entire building. With that, Qin Hao retreated and employed the same tactic once more. "Let me see whether you are quicker, or if I am faster." He grasped his spear, gazing at the adjacent building, a smirk playing on his lips. The next moment, he hurled the spear with tremendous force, exhibiting the same speed and impeccable form. The velocity was astonishing. To the audience, it appeared merely as a fleeting silver flash. With focused determination, Qin Hao lightly stepped onto the edge of the rooftop. In an instant, he propelled himself onto the airborne spear, allowing it to carry him to the edge of another building. Boom! The spear embedded itself forcefully into the wall of the building. Utilizing the vibration of the spear, Qin Hao leaped gracefully, landing securely on top, and performed a backflip, retracting the spear as he landed effortlessly on the rooftop. Ah, he has gone. Below, Chen Quanzi and his comrades, lying in ambush, heard the thunderous sound, their expressions tightening as they quickly looked up. However, just as they did, another resounding boom echoed from afar before they could react. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of explosive sounds rang out, overwhelming them. In a mere 30 seconds, 6 such sounds erupted. This meant an average of 1 every 5 seconds. The realization sent shockwaves through everyone present. It was crucial to comprehend that each launch of the spear required immense strength and stamina, especially with the technique of spear flight. The energy expended was no trifling matter, yet, for Qin Hao, it appeared effortless, as if he were expending no energy at all. The audience, in particular, was left agape in astonishment. In the production crew, Li Haoran watched as Qin Hao seamlessly moved from one building to another, spears piercing through each structure, his face involuntarily twitching. His heart ached. Those buildings were not insignificant. Many were quite tall. This meant that any repairs would incur substantial financial costs. At this moment, no one could fathom the complexity of his emotions. The inspectors stood frozen in place, the relentless sounds echoing in their ears, utterly stunned. The noise grew fainter. Most critically, they could barely discern where the sounds originated. The cacophony was so dense and rapid that it left them bewildered, rendering them unable to distinguish direction. Chapter 121 of the Labyrinth of Buildings. Flying in the sky is exhausting. Gradually, the deafening roar receded into the distance, and moments later, it vanished entirely. All the inspectors stood frozen in place, awkwardly exchanging glances. Initially, they had intended to ambush Qin Hao beneath the building, but he simply did not descend, opting instead to depart using a method that was nothing short of ghostly. Indeed, it was a ghostly maneuver. No ordinary person would engage in such antics. It was utterly supernatural. Theoretically speaking, they had already lost track of him, as they were unable to match Qin Hao's speed. To add to their embarrassment, while they were running on the ground, Qin Hao soared above them, and they still could not keep up with his pace. Or rather, it wasn't a matter of not keeping up. It was that they had not even registered it. "Captain, what should we do now?" All the inspectors turned to the 3 captains, awaiting a response. Miss N Shi shrugged her shoulders, looking utterly helpless. Chen Quanzi furrowed his brow in contemplation, then remarked, "To the northeast, but I cannot specify which building." With an answer in hand, the group sprang into action. Each of them wielded a powerful flashlight, illuminating the buildings. What sent chills down their spines was the sight of small holes at the top of each of these structures. This indicated that every building had been penetrated by Qin Hao's javelin. My heavens, such destructive power! It could rival that of a handgun. "Ha, you're overestimating it. It must have been a sniper rifle. There's no way a handgun could achieve this." "Does that mean that Qin Hao's javelin-throwing strength could potentially be lethal to us?" Many inspectors whispered among themselves as they searched. The more they observed, the colder they felt. If, and only if, Qin Hao were to conceal himself and assassinate them with a javelin, could they evade it? At this thought, everyone instinctively shook their heads. At the speed of that javelin, not only would they fail to dodge, but they might not even have time to react. The sole comfort was that Qin Hao possessed only one javelin. While the inspectors were engaged in their search, they failed to notice a small head peeking out from the rooftop of a building behind them. To challenge me, they're still so young." This head shook inside, then casually tossed the javelin to the ground and descended the building's wall. Observant spectators, however, noticed the javelin. It was no longer appropriate to call it a javelin, as the sharp tip had vanished. It was more fitting to describe it as a stick. In fact, even the stick had developed fine cracks. No one doubted that if it were thrown again, it would disintegrate into wood shavings mid-air. "This is a javelin that can only be used in international competitions. It is of the highest quality, trust me. Even national athletes cannot break this thing, and turning the tip into this state is utterly impossible. It's clear to see how immense Hao Ji's strength is." "Ha, what nonsense. No matter how impressive Hao Gu is, it wouldn't matter. If you were to fight me, within 5 seconds, you'd be on your knees, clutching my vital point, begging me not to let you die. Damn, the knife is already drawn. Let's give our fallen comrades a grand burial." The audience erupted in jubilation, while Qin Hao had already descended to the ground. "Ah, the feeling of having my feet firmly on the ground is much better. Flying in the sky is simply too exhausting." Qin Hao sighed deeply. The audience? "Are we not allowed to speak unless we are in the realm of surrealism? Can we not utter something in the language of humanity?" Chapter 122 The Super Ghost, Lost Target, and Upgraded Technology Inspection. What they were oblivious to was that each time Qin Hao launched his javelin, it appeared effortless and leisurely. In reality, it was anything but. His strength had transcended the limits of humanity, making the act of throwing the javelin seem trivial. However, landing on the javelin was an entirely different challenge. The speed akin to a flash of light required him to seize the precise moment. A single miscalculation could result in utter annihilation. Qin Hao turned to glance at the now vanished inspectors, a smile playing on his lips, before he swiftly melded into the shadows. Meanwhile, the inspectors were in torment. They realized, to their chagrin, that they seemed to be going in circles. Indeed, following the trail of holes in the building, they ultimately discovered they had retraced their steps, as if they had wandered into a labyrinth. The most critical aspect was that Qin Hao had already vanished from sight. "Ah, stop searching. Qin Hao has likely escaped." Lu Buochao sighed, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He had not anticipated that even when cornered to this extent, Qin Hao would still manage to elude capture. One could only conclude that this individual possessed an overwhelming array of skills. Upon hearing this, all the inspectors ceased their pursuit. Although they were reluctant to admit it, deep down, they understood that Qin Hao had slipped away. Once they entered this maze-like building, they had completely lost track of him. The atmosphere grew stiflingly tense as they reflected on a night spent in a futile battle of wits, only to face a disheartening defeat. Leader Xiao He, is it possible to track down Qin Hao's whereabouts through surveillance? Lu Buqiao cast a glance at the disheartened group. He, too, felt a sense of disappointment, yet, as their captain, he had to maintain composure. If he and Chen Quanzi succumbed to despair, they would have lost entirely. I cannot locate him. He has vanished. Should he reappear, I will inform you immediately. Upon hearing these words, the group could only manage a bitter smile. Who among them was unaware that Qin Hao possessed a disguise mask? The most perplexing factor was that none could ascertain his true appearance. How could they ever hope to find Qin Hao? I have some good news to share. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to locate Qin Hao by tomorrow, or rather, someone who closely resembles him. At that moment, Xiao Hei's voice resonated once more. The group was taken aback, incredulous. Hadn't he initially stated that it would require 3 days? Why such haste? Initially, I intended to conduct a nationwide sweep, but after further consideration, it became evident that examining only Liuzhou City and its transient population would suffice. With this approach, the speed of our investigation has significantly increased. Moreover, the most crucial point is that we only need to conduct a single sweep. This renders Qin Hao's disguise mask utterly ineffective. Any individual lacking identity verification in the surveillance footage is likely to be Qin Hao. At this revelation, the group was utterly elated. Having recently undergone a census, virtually everyone now possessed an identity card. Ensuring identity verification was commonplace. Thus, the appearance of anyone without an identity verification would stand out like a firefly in the dark. With this thought, all were invigorated, their earlier defeat forgotten. Then, let us conclude for the night and return to rest. Tomorrow, we shall await the results, ensuring that Qin Hao has nowhere to flee, be it in the heavens or the earth. Lu Buqiao said with a slight smile, raising his hand decisively. Yes. The inspectors responded in unison before departing. It's over. Brother Hao is done for. Indeed, this is the might of the state. One may be audacious for a time, but one cannot remain so indefinitely. Once identity verification is enforced, those without identification will be glaringly obvious. Unless one hides in the remote mountains, there is no escape. Brother Hao is in grave danger. Without his disguise mask, he is likely to be hunted like a rabbit, and worse yet, he is a target of nationwide manhunt. Chapter 123. DNA fingerprints and iris, no escape. It is an undeniable fact that Qin Hao possesses formidable strength and extraordinary prowess. He has even toyed with and vanquished inspectors on multiple occasions, boasting a record that is nothing short of terrifying. However, what of it? Once the matter of identity verification arises, in a city teeming with surveillance, there exists no sanctuary for concealment. Even with a disguise or a mask, how can one escape the glaring reality of lacking identification? Not sufficient. At that moment, within the inspection team, Zhou Jun frowned and spoke in a deep tone. What? Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback. Xiao He glanced over in confusion. In this world, there exist numerous pairs of twin brothers, some of whom may be indistinguishable or strikingly similar. Suppose, Qin Hao were to impersonate one of a pair of identical twins, capturing the other. Would the system still be able to identify him? As these words fell, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Even Xiao He fell into contemplation. Identical or strikingly similar twins? There indeed lies a considerable chance of evading detection. The rationale is straightforward. There have been instances in the past where twins substituted for their brothers to procure identification. Moreover, such cases are far from rare. Thus, can we achieve matching with the database, DNA matching, as well as iris and fingerprint matching? Zhou Jun articulated slowly, because the DNA of twins can be somewhat imprecise, with some twins sharing identical DNA while others do not. Even DNA matching can be unreliable. We must resort to iris and fingerprint verification. The audience was left aghast. They were utterly stunned. To apprehend Qin Hao, what immense effort had been exerted. It is essential to recognize that DNA matching, fingerprint matching, and iris matching are not trivial pursuits. They necessitate extensive procedures and a plethora of relevant approval documents. The number of individuals to be investigated is simply overwhelming. It became evident to all that team leader Zhou Jun had been thoroughly provoked. In an effort to thwart Qin Hao from further wreaking havoc with his disguises, every conceivable tactic was being employed. Is it feasible? Zhou Jun gazed earnestly at Xiao He. It is indeed possible, but, Xiao He hesitated, nodding slowly. Zhou Gu, while the operation itself is not overly complex, acquiring the necessary documents poses significant challenges. Without the requisite paperwork, it would be illegal, and the consequences would be severe. The reasoning is clear. The scale of manpower and resources required is immense, and while investigating Qin Hao, they may inadvertently uncover other individuals as well. Bang! At that moment, Li Haoren pushed the door open and entered. The higher authorities have granted approval. Just a single sentence left everyone in astonishment. This could be permitted. It is crucial to acknowledge that this encroaches upon the personal privacy of many individuals. However, there are conditions. DNA matching, fingerprint matching, and iris matching can only be conducted on the twins of Liuzhou City. No overreach. Li Chaoran swiftly added, providing a collective sigh of relief. Without limitations, it would have been excessively intrusive. Additionally, we will reach out to these twins in advance to seek their consent and offer compensation. Ah! At this, the group felt entirely reassured. They had surmised that the state would not disregard all ethical considerations merely to apprehend Qin Hao. Tonight, the criminal Qin Hao has caused the destruction of 13 buildings, along with a sports arena. While the financial damage may not rival that of the Imperial Jade Seal, the societal repercussions are profoundly severe. I need not elaborate further, do I? Li Haoran observed the 3 team leaders present, speaking in a measured tone. The trio fell silent. In light of Qin Hao's use of disguises, the production team will not only provide technological support but will also take action in the real world. Li Haoran stated gravely, I have submitted a request, and tomorrow, over 100 specialized police dogs will arrive to aid in the apprehension of Qin Hao. Even with a disguise, even if he alters his appearance, I refuse to believe he can change his scent. With that, a cruel smile graced Li Haoran's face. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the audience collectively gasped, contributing a slight breath of fresh air to the ongoing concerns of global warming. They were genuinely astounded. Surveillance, DNA testing, fingerprint analysis, iris recognition, all manifestations of technological power, and in reality, the addition of police dogs for matching, good heavens, any one of these elements alone would suffice to ensnare Qin Hao. Particularly the police dogs, should they ascertain Qin Hao's proximity, following the dogs in search would undoubtedly yield results, making it nearly impossible to lose track of him. This time, I fear for Brother Hao. His situation appears dire. Chapter 124, Telepathy, a lucrative organization. There's no escaping. To the person in front, while I share your sentiments, I cannot fathom why the mere sight of your 4-character phrase brings a smile to my face. It feels as though this has been the refrain since the inception of the show. The audience expressed their concern for Qin Hao's impending life, yet, Zhou Jun and his companions were thoroughly invigorated. With such an array of resources at their disposal, if they were unable to apprehend Qin Hao, they might as well abandon their endeavors altogether. By the way, let me share some delightful news. Li Haoran lifted his gaze, grinning at the large screen. Numerous foreign nations have applied to our production team for the rights to our show, granting them permission to film the Heavenly Eye program abroad. Naturally, this has also resulted in a substantial licensing fee for us. Has it commenced abroad as well? Haha, it appears that the licensing fee is indeed quite generous. Just look at Director Li's smile. He can hardly contain his excitement. Congratulations, congratulations. The live chat was filled with jubilant comments. After all, having several foreign nations actively seeking rights was a modest achievement in itself. Oh, there's one more thing. Just as Li Haoran was about to depart, he seemed to recall something, continuing, tomorrow, the 2 group leaders will be present. Allow me to give you a heads up, these 2 are exceptional, and one of them possesses skills that are not in the least inferior to Qin Hao's. In fact, in certain respects, they may even surpass him, akin to telepathy. The audience Zhou Jun and others, is it possible that one Qin Hao has attracted such a plethora of extraordinary beings? Telepathy has entered the fray. Is this still the mundane and monotonous world they once knew? Many viewers desperately realized that since they began watching the Heavenly Eye program, they felt increasingly like ineffectual beings. Telepathy? Zhou Jun's expression was rife with skepticism. Could this truly be serious? Such a phenomenon was only heard of in legends. Does it truly exist in reality? Once that group leader arrives, you shall see for yourselves. Li Haoran smiled mysteriously before turning to leave. For reasons unbeknownst to them, all the viewers sensed that the inspection team might soon undergo a seismic transformation, a significant upgrade. Director Li, we have a situation. Upon returning to the production team, Li Haoran was approached by a monitoring staff member, his expression grave. What is it? Li Haoran paused, perplexed. Was the situation not favorable? Where could there be a problem? Compared to the funds Qin Hao had squandered, the fees from various countries applying for rights were merely trivial. We just received a distress call. Several young women have been abducted into the Quanshao organization, the monitoring staff member reported, his face etched with concern. Have we located the leader of this Quanshao organization? Upon hearing this, Li Haoran's previously buoyant demeanor shifted dramatically to one of disbelief. The staff member shook his head, his expression peculiar. How could that be possible? Organizations like Quanshao operate in layers. Locating the leader is exceedingly difficult. The most critical issue is that those who enter Quanshao do not perceive themselves as criminals. They are under the impression that they are merely a lucrative organization. Everyone, awkward, utterly awkward. For Zhou Jun and Chen Yalan, their understanding of the Quanshao organization was profound, particularly for Zhou Jun. As a criminal investigator, he was acutely aware that the true menace lay in its brainwashing capabilities. Some might question, are these individuals fools? How could they not grasp such a straightforward matter? In reality, most people think along those lines, yet when deception truly descends, one is rendered entirely unresponsive, and those who harbor such thoughts may very well be members of Quanshao themselves. Meanwhile, Qin Hao was meandering along the street, utterly exhausted from the events of the evening. However, the outcome was exceedingly favorable, a national treasure worth 2.2 billion, an ordinary individual would never amass such wealth in a lifetime. Yet, he had not carried it with him, rather, he had sent it back to Dongqing district, as its considerable size would have proven cumbersome. Dear viewers, what do you think I should indulge in this evening to reward myself for such a monumental achievement? Qin Hao mused, gazing at the culinary delights lining the street. He had no particular cravings, as long as he could eat. Of course, barbecue, enjoying a feast of barbecue at this hour is simply divine. Barbecue and a little beer, perfection. By the way, is it truly appropriate to enjoy barbecue while in possession of a national treasure? The live audience was engaged in lively debate. At that moment, Qin Hao happened upon a barbecue stall and paused. Though many might have grown weary of barbecue, it possessed a remarkable quality. Even if one had had their fill, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air would still provoke an insatiable hunger. Ah, what the heck, let us savor some barbecue tonight. Qin Hao settled at the stall. Such roadside barbecue vendors were ubiquitous, though many had disappeared in the wake of urban cleanliness initiatives. Fortunately, Liuzhou City was not yet a major metropolis, so they remained. After ordering a selection of barbecue, Qin Hao observed the other patrons at the stall. The place was bustling with a diverse crowd, both men and women, creating a lively atmosphere. Haha, my friends, I must share with you that I have recently stumbled upon a most profitable venture, absolutely foolproof. Suddenly, a rather boisterous voice rang out. Chapter 125 of the Novice's Invitation. Can you take me along? Qin Hao turned his gaze and discovered that the majority of those seated at the table were women. The woman who spoke had a commendable figure and appearance, yet a surefire business opportunity? Qin Hao chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Surely, even the most eminent tycoons would hesitate to make such a claim. However, he chose to regard it as mere storytelling, for he had nothing but time on his hands. Moreover, he was confident that the inspection team would be utterly incapable of locating him this evening. Xiaomei, you've been absent from home these past few days. Where have you been to amass your fortune? It seems Xiaomei has discovered the path to wealth. Do enlighten us. Although Qin Hao remained indifferent, the others were not as unconcerned, and a spark of curiosity ignited among the group of men and women. This brings me back to my recent travels. Xiaomei declared with an air of pride. As you know, I went on a trip, and along the way, I encountered a prominent businessman. You cannot fathom the entourage that surrounded him, can you? That businessman, even when flying, was flanked by numerous bodyguards. At this juncture, Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with admiration. The others listened with rapt attention, for the tale of a prince and a Cinderella was precisely the kind of narrative many yearned to hear. Then, by a stroke of serendipity, I became acquainted with that illustrious businessman. I heard he owns a tech company that requires a substantial workforce. Moreover, let me tell you, it is a newly established firm in dire need of fresh talent. For every product sold within the company, a reward of 1,000 yuan is granted. After all, a fledgling company seeks customers more than it seeks capital. As Xiaomei recounted this, she noticed her friends gazing at her with peculiar expressions. You can't be serious, can you? Just by selling a single product, one receives a reward of 1,000 yuan? A man frowned and remarked, this sounds suspiciously like a scam. The crowd nodded in agreement. Am I capable of deceiving you? I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Xiaomei retorted as she produced 10,000 yuan in cash, placing it upon the table. See this, the reason I have been away for a month is to earn money. Besides, we are good friends, how could I possibly mislead you? Please, do elaborate. The group, captivated by the sight of the 10,000 yuan and Xiaomei's words, felt their interest piqued. Selling a single product for a reward of 1,000 yuan, a new company indeed seeks customers over cash. Though it felt as if something was amiss, there was a kernel of truth in her words. Without customers, a business would inevitably falter. Furthermore, Xiaomei had been a longtime friend. Could she truly deceive them? Goodness, I doubt even Xuanma would dare to engage in such antics. Qin Hao listened, utterly astonished, though he did not neglect to enjoy his meat skewers. Ha, I can't believe it. This must be a scam. The model sounds strikingly familiar, and at first, it is merely acquaintances drawing in acquaintances, gradually ensnaring themselves. The viewers in the livestream remained acutely aware, or rather, this rudimentary form of brainwashing was insufficient to shake their composure. Qin Hao, too, was at a loss for words. It was evident that the young lady involved in this venture was merely a novice. Yet, I must admit, it is rather intriguing. A subtle smile graced Qin Hao's lips, reminiscent of a Dragon King's smirk. My friends, what do you think? Should I partake in this? Alright, no need to voice your opinions, I can see your interest. With the audience's astonished gazes upon him, Qin Hao approached the nearby table. Miss, if there is a chance to earn money, might you consider taking me along? Chapter 126. Entering the inner circle, identifying the organization. When it comes to flamboyance, you truly take the cake, Brother Hao. Goodness, an opportunity to make money, and you're bringing me along? Pray tell, what should one do if Brother Hao, a criminal in the show, encounters a genuine criminal? In the live stream, the audience observed Qin Hao's actions, finding themselves both amused and bewildered. Bringing you along? The young lady, Xiaomei, seemed utterly taken aback by the unexpected invitation, but after a moment of surprise, she nodded with a smile. You seem so honest and straightforward. I suppose I could bring you along. At this moment, Qin Hao was still donning a disguise. Ah, I relish your candidness. Qin Hao's complexion flushed slightly as he shyly took a seat and proceeded to indulge heartily in a feast. Perhaps fearing that the night would stretch on too long, Xiaomei promptly settled the bill once they finished dining. Come, I shall escort you all to the company's temporary residence. Rest assured, if you follow me, I guarantee you'll live in luxury. Xiaomei strode confidently ahead, bringing along a group of 5 or 6 individuals. Qin Hao and his companions followed closely in the throng, observing that these were all youthful souls, each in their 20s, none exceeding 30. It was reasonable to consider that those over 30 were typically more grounded. Who would believe in falling fortunes? Only a segment of the youth, ever so ambitious yet ultimately lacking substance, would entertain such notions. As the night deepened, after a 20-minute trek, they arrived before an apartment. This boss seems quite formidable, providing accommodations for temporary staff in an apartment. Someone in the crowd muttered under their breath. Qin Hao merely chuckled. Naturally, the fayade must be somewhat opulent. Would you still come if it were a shabby den? In truth, this is my personal residence, not merely a temporary staff apartment. Upon entering, Xiaomei turned on the lights while explaining, were it anyone else, I certainly wouldn't have brought them here, but since you're my dear friends, how could I refuse? Upon hearing this, smiles broke out among the group. So that was the case. Handsome, you shall rest here tonight, the company will send someone tomorrow. After speaking, Xiaomei turned her attention to her other friends. Qin Hao surveyed the apartment's interior, and he had to admit, it was splendid. Both the decor and the space could only be described as luxurious. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. I never anticipated encountering such a scenario mid-journey. Qin Hao shook his head in amusement, having all but confirmed that this was indeed the Quanchao organization. Selling a product yields a reward of 1,000 yuan, and according to Xiaomei, these products were neither grandiose nor expensive, making them quite easy to sell. Furthermore, a company providing its employees with such lavish accommodations, did they think the boss was a philanthropist? Lastly, if it were truly a tech company or any reputable organization, a mere advertisement would suffice to attract attention from across the globe. This has all but confirmed that it is the Quanchao organization. Qin Hao sat on the bed, and after ensuring there were no surveillance devices around, he spoke in a low voice. Is it truly the Quanchao organization? Shouldn't we report this? Do you think the inspection team is oblivious? Something so brazenly discussed in public would have certainly drawn their attention long ago, yet they have yet to take action. What do you think that implies? The Quanchao organization is quite unique. Unless the source is directly located, it will continue to thrive unabated. Evidently, many in the livestream were well versed in these matters. Of course, Qin Hao was unaware of all this, but one thing he understood clearly was that the inspection team would not act lightly. I dare say, the inspection team could never have imagined I would appear here, could they? With this thought, a smile graced Qin Hao's face. Chapter 127 of the leader of the Quanchao organization, Lessons of Life. Just at that moment, he recalled a crucial point. With so many individuals present in his livestream, could it be that there were members of the Quanchao organization among them? Otherwise, wouldn't this be tantamount to direct exposure? Consequently, he voiced this concern. You need not worry about this, brother Hao. In fact, the Quanchao organization has long been under surveillance by authorities in reality. The only uncertainty remains regarding the whereabouts of their ultimate leader. However, we have already identified certain suspicious individuals, and thus we have effectively screened them out. The voice of Li Haoren resonated from within the nanodrone. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction. This arrangement was indeed flawless. Meanwhile, the online community was in an uproar. Shockingly, what sparks will fly when a fake criminal encounters a real one? Why is the Quanchao organization so rampant? Are they abducting people in broad daylight? How can we guard against them? Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, chaos reigned in the digital realm. A night passed in silence. The following morning, he keenly discerned the presence of an individual in the apartment. Knock, knock. At that moment, a sound echoed from the door. Qin Hao stepped outside and discovered it was Xiaomei from the previous night, and he also noticed a robust man seated in the living room. Qin Feng, sensing Qin Hao's gaze, instinctively furrowed his brow. Inexplicably, he felt a sense of threat in that fleeting moment. However, upon observing Qin Hao's physique and appearance, he merely shook his head. Is everyone here? After a brief pause, Qin Feng turned to Xiaomei and inquired. Yes, brother Feng. Xiaomei quickly nodded in affirmation. Excellent. For the foreseeable future, you shall all be employees of our company. Qin Feng rose to his feet, urging everyone to gather as he commenced his address. This is an era rife with material desires, a time when money reigns supreme. While money may not be omnipotent, lacking it is utterly unacceptable. With a solemn tone, Qin Feng declared, thus, I am fully aware that each of you has ventured forth in pursuit of wealth. As long as you diligently apply yourselves, no one shall find themselves wanting. Do you understand? The group exchanged glances, momentarily unaccustomed to this atmosphere. Observing their expressions, Qin Feng's frown deepened. He sensed that these newcomers were rather unresponsive. Could it be that his words lacked clarity? Understood. At that moment, Qin Hao stepped forward, responding loudly. The others hesitantly echoed him, but it was evidently too late. Qin Feng cast a look of appreciation toward Qin Hao. You have performed admirably, and I am a person who values those who demonstrate initiative. A lack of ambition suggests a complete absence of drive. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the others. But you are different, you possess ambition, therefore, I have decided to appoint you as the leader of this team. Will you be able to fulfill this role? Absolutely. Qin Hao replied, his voice resonating with conviction. Do you have confidence? It is imperative. In an instant, the others regarded Qin Hao with envy. To be appointed as a leader right from the outset was indeed enviable. Ah, good fellow, brother Hao is aiming to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. To be made a team leader right away, brother Hao, I believe you are truly remarkable. Brother Hao, strive to surpass the boss. Within the livestream, the audience erupted in laughter at Chen Feng's actions. Now, follow me. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction, then turned and exited the apartment, stepping onto the street. Outside, a somewhat dilapidated van awaited them. The group stared in astonishment at the worn vehicle, utterly taken aback that such an ostensibly impressive company would utilize such transport. Qin Hao wore a smile, as though he comprehended the situation entirely. Are you all perplexed? Chen Feng turned, observing the expressions of the group with a slight smile, just as he was about to elaborate. Brother, I understand why. Qin Hao stepped forward once more, speaking in a serious tone. Oh. Team leader, please share your thoughts. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This is a lesson in life's principles being imparted by the elder brother. As the saying goes, one must endure hardship before tasting sweetness. Without suffering, one cannot truly appreciate the joy of success. Qin Hao continued, as the adage wisely states, it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to revert from extravagance to frugality. Only by struggling through the sea of hardship can one ultimately achieve success and savor the fruits of victory, cherishing it all the more. Not only those present but also the audience were left astounded. Goodness, why does what you say resonate so profoundly? Chapter 128, Sleep on the floor today, become the boss tomorrow. Goodness, if Brother Hao doesn't become the leader of Quanshao, I shall be the first to object. Brother Hao, cease your pretense of being a criminal. Go ahead and take the helm at Quanshao, you are undoubtedly a big shot. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the livestream, the scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone gazed at Qin Hao in a daze, including Chen Feng. What he was about to articulate was nearly identical to Qin Hao's sentiments, albeit lacking the same eloquence. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You are exceptionally astute. I have faith in your potential, so continue to persevere and strive forward. After a brief pause, Chen Feng regained his composure, his admiration for Qin Hao intensifying. Thank you for the praise, brother. Do not call me brother. We are not part of a gang here, simply refer to me as leader. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. Very well, leader. V-room. The antiquated van roared to life, departing into the distance. Indeed, you did not misread it. A single van accommodated a staggering 8 or 9 individuals. Perhaps due to Qin Hao's remarkable performance, he was directly assigned to the front passenger seat by Brother Feng. As for Xiao Mei, she did not accompany them, likely seeking to develop her own network. What do you think this company is like? Uncertain, but could you perhaps shift a bit? I feel like I'm being crushed. I'm being squeezed too, damn it, who just touched my backside? From the rear of the van, not only was the air stale, but muffled exclamations of anger occasionally erupted. Yet, Qin Hao remained unfazed, leisurely seated in the passenger seat. As for the destination, he was entirely indifferent. Approximately half an hour later, the van arrived at a rather concealed and dilapidated 2-story building. Leader, what is this? The group stood before the shabby structure, utterly bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to be a tech company? This hardly resembled a top-tier enterprise. You all, Chen Feng opened his mouth to speak, but he was promptly interrupted by the man he held in high regard. Training, of course. Is that not obvious? Qin Hao shrugged, casting a dubious glance at the others. You all haven't actually worked before, have you? You can't genuinely believe you can just start working without any preparation. While they do not require your educational background, a brief training period is essential. Chen Feng was left speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Qin Hao. This individual was truly a talent. For these were precisely the words he had intended to convey. Indeed, you are quite correct. What your group leader stated is absolutely accurate. This is a specialized training program, after which you may commence your duties. Chen Feng nodded slowly, continuing, thus, for the next month, you will reside here, with all your meals and necessities provided. You may even have the chance to meet the big boss. If you can garner the big boss's favor, that will be your true launchpad to success. What do we call this? This is bait, no educational requirements, a month of simple training, all meals and necessities covered, and perhaps even the chance to win the big boss's approval. Simply perfect, especially since Qin Hao had observed a few women in the crowd instinctively grooming themselves. And what is the fastest way to gain favor? While many might suggest various methods, they can be distilled into just a few categories of gifts, skills, beauty, and physique. Often, gifts do not impress the true big boss, while skills take time to demonstrate. Therefore, beauty and physique are the quickest routes. However, these women, Qin Hao scrutinized the ladies, and he couldn't shake the feeling that they carried a distinct air of worldly experience. He had merely overlooked it until now. Of course, if any of you are unwilling, you may leave at this very moment. Chen Feng's tone shifted, delivering this statement with conviction, yet, for many, the prospect of free lodging and meals, even if merely for training, was already exceedingly appealing. Not to mention the enticing future that lay ahead. At this juncture, who would choose to depart? Even those who had harbored doubts before were silenced by his words. The reasoning was straightforward. This statement implied that whether they stayed or left made no difference. They were free to go if they wished. Goodness, this entire setup is nothing but rhetoric. Qin Hao chuckled as he entered the small 2-story building alongside Chen Feng, with the others naturally trailing behind. However, upon their entry, they discovered that the interior of the building was even more dilapidated than they had anticipated. There was even a distinct lack of bedding. When someone voiced this concern, Chen Feng merely shot the individual a sidelong glance. Only by enduring hardship can one rise above others. Sleep on the floor today, become the boss tomorrow. As these words echoed, an uncanny silence enveloped the room. How profoundly true. Ha ha ha, I finally comprehend what it means to be brainwashed. It's all about gradual psychological suggestion while simultaneously dropping enticing bait, yet in reality, it's merely an elaborate illusion. Indeed, much of Qin Hao operates in this manner, otherwise, do you truly believe they would offer you genuine benefits? In the live stream, viewers erupted in laughter. What a brilliant phrase, only by enduring hardship can one rise above others. What a splendid sentiment, sleep on the floor today, become the boss tomorrow. I remember when I was just like you, an ambitious youth yearning to earn money. This is the aspiration of many, yet, it was only later that I realized there are various ways to generate income. Chen Feng sat in a chair, speaking slowly, and that is through opportunity. My opportunity came from encountering the big boss, and now your opportunity lies in meeting me. Yesterday, I was just like you, but tomorrow, you shall be just like me. Chapter 129. A grateful heart, thankful for your presence, striving forward. Goodness gracious, this is remarkable. I've come to realize that this fellow speaks in rehearsed lines. Could it be that he has prepared these lines in advance? When you repeat something 100 times, it becomes a catchy phrase. In the live broadcast room, the audience listened to Chen Feng's series of phrases, leaving them utterly bewildered. Here, the men will occupy one room, and the women another. The group leader will have a room of his own. Now, go and tidy it up. Having said this, Chen Feng paid no further attention to the crowd. At this moment, within the inspection bureau, a large screen displayed the proceedings in the conference room, where all the inspectors sat in rapt silence, absorbed in the spectacle. As they witnessed Qin Hao effortlessly mingling with Chen Feng and even ascending to the role of the so-called group leader, they exchanged glances, astonished. Indeed, Qin Hao seems to possess the makings of a true criminal. Director Zhang Jun could not help but exclaim. The others responded with expressions of incredulity, their eyes filled with curiosity regarding their leader's peculiar compliment. What does it mean to have the makings of a criminal? Is that a compliment? Ahem, I was merely praising him. Seeing the strange looks directed at him, Zhang Jun quickly cleared his throat. The current situation is thus. We have acquired substantial intelligence regarding the upper echelons of the organization, yet the elusive mastermind has yet to reveal themselves. Although we have identified several suspects, we cannot act rashly until we can confirm their identities, lest we alert the enemy. However, this was our previous plan, and now with Qin Hao in the mix, the dynamics have changed. Therefore, I have decided to alter the plan. Zhang Jun paused before continuing, let Qin Hao infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Given his performance, he should soon gain access to the so-called mastermind. At that point, we shall capture them all. The inspectors nodded in unison, their faith in Qin Hao's abilities unwavering. After all, it was hard not to trust someone who had so swiftly ascended to the role of group leader upon first encountering Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Qin Hao remained oblivious to the discussions within the inspection bureau and was instead exploring the various rooms alongside the others. To his dismay, the air was thick with an unpleasant odor, the stench was overwhelming, even the so-called women's room was not in any better condition, littered with takeout boxes and garbage. It was evident that they were not the only group to have been accommodated here, many others must have passed through before them. Qin Hao glanced at his so-called group leader's room, finding it clean and tidy, suggesting that no one had previously held the position of group leader. Does this mean I stand out too much? Qin Hao mused, sitting on the bed, feeling somewhat melancholic. It was unavoidable, exceptional individuals tend to shine brightly wherever they go. Even with a disguise, he found it impossible to conceal his brilliance. Brother Hao, we've just received word that we want you to go undercover. At that moment, Li Haoren's voice rang out. That is certainly feasible, but what about the program? Qin Hao nodded, not surprised by the request. The program will continue as planned. The inspections in the real world are merely part of the show. However, they remain unaware of your true identity. Qin Hao nodded in understanding. This meant that no matter where he was, it would not disrupt the program's continuity. Thus, in the following days, the external inspections paused the program. Though they were unaware of the rationale, they complied with the production team, for there was money to be earned. Meanwhile, Qin Hao settled into his new role, relishing the comfort that came with being group leader. Of course, the others faced considerable discomfort, as sleeping on the floor in cramped quarters was far from pleasant. Throughout this time, Qin Hao noticed that their meals consisted entirely of takeout. The most egregious aspect was the lack of meat. Even someone like Qin Hao, who was typically indifferent to such matters, found it increasingly intolerable. During this period, Chen Feng consistently played the role of the brainwasher. Initially, the newcomers would voice their complaints, but over time, he observed a remarkable shift. These individuals began to exhibit a surprising level of obedience. Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and after retrieving the food, Chen Feng clapped his hands. Qin Hao opened the door to find the male and female dormitory doors flung wide open, with two orderly lines of individuals emerging. If one disregarded the disarray of their rooms and focused solely on their retiring demeanor, one might easily mistake them for elite professionals. Only by enduring hardship can one rise above. Today, we sleep on the floor. Tomorrow, we shall be the bosses. A grateful heart, thankful for your presence, the two groups stood in unison, chanting slogans before performing a heartfelt song. Qin Hao had grown accustomed to this ritual, as it had been established from the very beginning that such a performance would precede their daily meals. Chapter 130 of the Significance of Teaching Qin Hao's Story. Ah, oh my goodness, I'm absolutely losing it. I can't take it anymore, even though I've seen it countless times, I still can't help myself. Oh my, it's simply astonishing. We are witnessing how the Qin Hao organization brainwashes people. The audience erupted in laughter. Bravo! Chen Feng clapped his hands with great satisfaction, exclaiming, "You all performed remarkably well, I am proud of you. We are proud of ourselves too." A group of 7 or 8 stood tall, their chests out and voices loud. Today, you take pride in the company. Tomorrow, the company will take pride in you. Chen Feng's eyes and face radiated with warmth and encouragement. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. Bang, bang, bang. The group of men and women stomped their feet in unison, creating a thunderous sound that echoed through the air, their fists raised in fervor. Strive, strive, strive. The viewers in the live stream were left in a state of disbelief. While the regular audience had grown accustomed to such displays, the newcomers found it somewhat difficult to accept. All right, let us break for dinner. Chen Feng waved his hand. Subsequently, everyone retrieved their respective takeout and returned to their rooms, closing the doors behind them. However, Qin Hao did not leave. He yearned for some meat. After days of consuming nothing but vegetables, he found it rather overwhelming, despite the health benefits. Moreover, he desperately needed to ascend and engage with the so-called higher-ups. Brother Feng, I feel like there is something amiss here. Qin Hao said, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng shot him a questioning glare, perplexed by his insinuation. Did he have an issue with being appointed as the team leader? It's not that the approach is flawed, but rather it lacks depth and allure. Brother Feng, do you understand? You need to share stories with them. For instance, highlight the remarkable business achievements of our esteemed boss, or present successful case studies. These can all be showcased. This way, we can navigate our futures with fewer detours. At first, Chen Feng was somewhat reluctant, for his methodology had been tested in the marketplace. Yet, upon reflecting on Qin Hao's words, a spark ignited in his eyes. Indeed, it is only through storytelling that one can immerse others fully. Is Brother Hao attempting to sway Chen Feng? What kind of sparks will fly when the Qin Hao's junior leader encounters Brother Hao? The viewers in the livestream were thoroughly entertained. Then, Qin Hao uttered 3 words. Have you heard of the success philosophy? Chen Feng's expression turned bewildered as he instinctively scratched his head. I offer $1 million to those who betray me. What rewards await those who remain loyal? As soon as these words left his mouth, Chen Feng's body trembled. He sensed profound wisdom. Brother, how about this? Tonight, I will discuss this with the boss. What do you think? At that moment, even the form of address had shifted. Of course, that is perfectly fine. Qin Hao nodded with a smile, watching as the other hurriedly entered the room, knowing that success was imminent. Boss, I must tell you, I have encountered a talent, no, a genius. Once the door was locked, Chen Feng took out his phone and called the big boss. What genius? Came the voice of a middle-aged man from the other end. He is naturally suited for this line of work. Chen Feng's tone was resolute as he continued, Boss, can you fathom my astonishment? He makes a compelling argument. Storytelling is the key to success. Did I not hear that a certain business magnate built his empire on storytelling? I can offer $1 million to those who betray me. Then how much will I provide to those who are loyal in the future? That was merely a passing remark, yet I sense immense wisdom within it. On the other end, the middle-aged man fell into silence. Is this person reliable? Absolutely. Though he has only been here a short while, his intellect in this domain is unparalleled. Despite having worked under you for a considerable time, I still find myself feeling inadequate in his presence. Chen Feng spoke with great enthusiasm. Let us have the technical department assess him tomorrow. It is better to be cautious. If he truly is a genius in this field, perhaps we can cultivate his talents. Chapter 131 The Study of Success. Human Resources Manager, a talented individual. Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, he had unwittingly become a person who thrived in this realm. After a simple meal of takeout, he lay down to rest. Here, he was devoid of any danger, primarily because he possessed the confidence that no one could harm him. On the following morning, Qin Hao discovered a stranger in the second-floor lounge. The woman, clad in an OL outfit and sporting striking red glasses, exuded an alluring charm. This is the technical department's director, Wang Li. Director, this is Qin Tian, the individual I mentioned to you. Chen Feng performed the introductions. Qin Tian? Upon hearing the name, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Wang Li's mouth. Hello? Qin Hao smiled and nodded. Qin Tian was merely a name he had casually concocted. Let us get straight to the point. Share your insights on the study of success. Wang Li casually seated herself on a chair, her demeanor indicating her discontent with the surroundings. The study of success, in essence, pertains to the wisdom of accomplished individuals. One must learn to tell a story, and this narrative should neither be overly lengthy lest it bore the audience, nor too brief, as it would lack depth. Qin Hao pondered briefly and spoke slowly. For example? Wang Li raised an eyebrow. For instance, I once heard a tale recounted by a prominent entrepreneur. He shared that he visited a quaint eatery to immerse himself in the local experience, only to discover that the food was exceedingly unpalatable. Qin Hao began narrating. What do you suppose the entrepreneur's reaction was? At this, both Chen Feng and Wang Li paused, deep in contemplation. If I were the entrepreneur, I would be infuriated, they replied almost in unison. Incorrect, fundamentally mistaken. Anger resolves nothing. Qin Hao raised a finger, gently shaking it as he continued. In fact, the entrepreneur displayed no anger whatsoever. Despite the meal costing a mere 100 yuan, he generously paid 500. Upon hearing this, not only were Qin Feng and Wang Li taken aback, but the audience also appeared dumbfounded, as if they were listening to an unintelligible scripture. Could it be that this businessman was a fool? In the following days, the entrepreneur returned to the same eatery, each time leaving several hundred yuan extra, and the food grew progressively more delectable. Qin Hao concluded, gazing at the two with a smile. Do you know why? Both of them shook their heads in confusion. Because, if one is capable of running a restaurant, it indicates a certain level of competence. The reason for the poor food quality lies in a lack of seriousness. However, once the entrepreneur began to provide substantial monetary rewards, the restaurant had no choice but to take their craft seriously, for no one wishes to lose a patron of such worth. Thus, even if the entrepreneur were to cease his visits, the restaurant's offerings would maintain their high standard, as a habit had already been established. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had struck. Indeed, this brief anecdote was nothing short of a revelation for all present, especially for Qin Feng and Wang Li, their expressions dazed and their eyes wide with astonishment. They could hardly fathom the implications. Ah! So this is the essence of the study of success. Wang Li's eyes sparkled with enlightenment as she regarded Qin Hao, perceiving him as a genius, or rather, a prodigy, someone whom fortune seemed to favor unerringly. Bravo, brother Hao. Truly deserving of admiration. Ha ha ha, what a profound insight into success. I find it remarkably sensible. The moment you deem it sensible, you've already lost. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Would you consider joining us? After a moment, Wang Li spoke slowly. If you are inclined to join, I can request the boss to appoint you as the human resources manager. What do you think? Am I not already part of your team? Qin Hao smiled slightly, appearing quite nonchalant. Indeed, then await some good news. Wang Li nodded with a smile, although he was somewhat older, talent shines wherever it may be found. She then hastily departed. Congratulations, young brother, no, team manager. Qin Feng regarded Qin Hao, astonished that he had swiftly ascended to the position of human resources manager, yet, it must be said, promoting this young man was undoubtedly justified, as he was a perfect fit. Ha, I owe my rise to brother Feng's guidance. Otherwise, how could I have achieved this today? Qin Hao laughed heartily but then added, however, the situation is not yet confirmed, it would be wise to reserve our congratulations until then. Steady, not arrogant or hasty. Truly a remarkable individual. Qin Feng gave him a thumbs up. Qin Hao's eyelids twitched slightly. For a moment, he found it difficult to discern whether he was being praised or criticized. Chapter 132, understanding the applause, the mastermind emerges, and is captured. Within an opulent villa, Wang Li stood before a middle-aged man, her face alight with excitement as she reported, Boss, that individual is truly a talent. I believe if he joins us, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Is it truly that extravagant? Upon hearing this, Wang Hui's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Despite his title as the director of the technical department, Wang Li was essentially nothing more than a member of the Quanshao gang. However, to present themselves to the outside world, one must adopt a more illustrious facade. He had sent Wang Li to assess the situation because he feared Qin Feng might be easily swayed, given the latter's limited educational background. Indeed. Wang Li produced a voice recorder and switched it on. Have you ever heard of the philosophy of success? For those who betray me, I offer 100,000. What then, do I bestow upon those who remain loyal? Understand the applause. As those words resonated, Wang Hu felt a surge of adrenaline. He perceived this individual as a true achiever, not confined to minor accomplishments, but possessing a grand vision. Yes, from these anecdotes, Wang Hu discerned a broader perspective. Truly a talent. After a considerable pause, Wang Hu regained his composure and nodded in satisfaction. Then let us pay a visit together tomorrow. Certainly, Mr. Wang. Is it about time? Qin Hao murmured softly to himself as he sat in the room. Brother Hao, can anyone genuinely believe such absurdities? Li Haoran's incredulous voice echoed from within the nano-aircraft. He felt either the world had gone mad or he had, as the situation seemed utterly ludicrous. Ha, you fail to understand. Qin Hao chuckled softly, replying, when coerced to play among a gaggle of fools, do you choose to be the rational one or the fool? At this, not only did Li Haoran appear taken aback, but the audience was also momentarily stunned. A rational person remains rational. How could one possibly become a fool? Indeed, this pertains to a matter of thought, doesn't it? A clever individual could never descend into foolishness. The viewers in the live stream began to discuss. Interestingly, Li Haoran harbored similar thoughts, though he refrained from voicing them. When compelled to mingle with a crowd of fools, the choice is rendered moot, as failure to conform could lead to being overpowered by them. Trust me, fools are what they are precisely because they differ from the rational. Qin Hao's voice resonated softly. Everyone pondered upon reflection. It indeed made profound sense. Those engaged in Quanshao were merely individuals whose thought processes diverged from the norm. Otherwise, how could they brainwash others? To brainwash others, one must first brainwash oneself. So, do you believe that the big boss will truly show up? After a lengthy silence, Li Haoren finally posed this question. Let us await the spectacle. Qin Hao simply smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. The following morning, Qin Feng arrived early to share good news with Qin Hao. He had successfully ascended from a team leader to the general manager of the Human Resources Department. Everyone should learn from Qin Ritian. In just a few short days since joining our collective, his position has transformed remarkably. Qin Feng addressed the crowd solemnly. Do you know why this is? The people shook their heads in unison, their gazes toward Qin Hao filled with envy. This is because our boss values talent, intellect, and vision. By the time your month of training concludes, while you remain newcomers, he, Qin Ritian, will have already become the general manager of human resources. Do you know what his salary is? Once again, the crowd shook their heads, only to see Qin Feng slowly extend 5 fingers. 5,000, someone ventured hesitantly. 50,000. Qin Feng declared emphatically. Hiss. The collective intake of breath signaled their realization of the gravity of the situation. If envy had previously been the sentiment, now it was a blend of envy and resentment. As long as you possess the capability, talent, and intellect, you too can rise swiftly. Now, I have an important announcement. The big boss is coming. Whether you can seize this opportunity rests solely upon you. Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly invigorated. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of feet pounding the floor echoed. Go, go, go. Strive, strive, strive. All hurried to tidy their surroundings and prepare themselves. To think the big boss will indeed appear. Ha, what does this signify? It signifies that Brother Hao is truly impressive. The audience in the livestream was astonished, yet recalling Brother Hao's words from the previous night, they felt a sense of understanding. Meanwhile, in the distance, numerous individuals began to gather around the small 2-story building. These were all prepped inspectors. To think he truly succeeded. Zhang Jun within the inspection bureau smiled wryly. While he held great hopes for Qin Hao, he had not anticipated such rapid progress. Are we ready? He inquired, gripping his equipment. Director, we are fully prepared and can strike at any moment. Wait until we confirm the identity of the target. Approximately an hour later, a luxury car appeared before the gathering. It was a vehicle worth several $100,000. As the concealed inspectors observed Wang Li alight from the car alongside a brawny man, their eyes sharpened, all attention fixated on the man. They then watched as he entered the small 2-story building. Suspect has emerged. However, moments later, the inspectors were astonished to see several vans materialize nearby, within which sat numerous burly men. He has subordinates in proximity. Quite clever, yet regrettably, they are destined to be mere fodder. One inspector scoffed derisively. They had set a trap, and no matter how many came, they were merely delivering themselves. When Qin Hao finally laid eyes on the so-called big boss, he was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated encountering such a robust individual. Are you Qin Ritian? Wang Hu regarded Qin Hao, his gaze brimming with admiration. Indeed, Mr. Boss. Qin Hao nodded. To many, coaxing such a behind-the-scenes mastermind out seemed deceptively simple, but in truth, it was far from easy. As the saying goes, one must tailor their approach to the ailment. He understood precisely what the other party desired, and he would deliver it, ensuring they could not resist. What does a person aiming to deceive many wish for? The art of manipulation. Clearly, the philosophy of success aligned perfectly with this objective. Are you the big boss? Qin Hao posed the pivotal question, though it was evident without needing to inquire. Of course. Wang Hu affirmed with a nod and a smile. I have finally met you. Qin Hao exhaled a long sigh of relief. Then, amidst the bewildered gazes of all present, he approached the door. Bang! With a resounding crash, he firmly shut the door. What are you doing? Wang Hu stared at Qin Hao in confusion, momentarily dumbfounded. Even those who had already been duped and were preparing a welcoming ceremony stood frozen in place. Why, I am here to apprehend you. Qin Hao chuckled mischievously, opting for direct action. Since the target had appeared, there was no need for further pretense. Chapter 133, The Dark Eat the Dark. He seems more like a criminal. Arrest me? Wang Hu laughed in anger, feeling that while this fellow might be clever in deceiving others, he was utterly foolish when it came to dealing with people in matters. Surrounded by his own men, how could he dare to say such a thing to me? Qin Ritian, what are you talking about? Qin Feng furrowed his brows and shouted loudly, clenching his fists. He was prepared to give this guy a lesson. To act up just as the big boss arrived was nothing short of self-sabotage. It must be noted that Qin Hao was introduced by him to the big boss, yet, the outcome was so unreliable. Wang Hu crossed his arms, appearing as though he were watching a spectacle. Although he appreciated talent, he preferred those who were more obedient. A rebellious spirit could still be molded with proper guidance. TSK, impressive indeed, daring to confront Brother Hao. I shall gladly dub you the strongest. Is Brother Hao about to lay down the law? To be honest, I haven't seen enough. I am even more curious to witness how Brother Hao deceives them. There's no need for that. Now that the mastermind has appeared, we might as well just strike. The audience in the live broadcast room watched Chen Feng's movements with a mix of regret and excitement. Bang! Just as the crowd gathered at the scene prepared to witness the unfolding drama, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Everyone then beheld the once robust Qin Hao, now lying stiffly on the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Hu was taken aback, never having anticipated that this seemingly less than robust man possessed such formidable combat prowess. You wish to engage in a dark scheme? Ha ha ha. At this remark, Qin Hao could not help but burst into laughter. What valuable possession do you possess that would warrant such a scheme? Now, I offer you a chance. Cover your head and crouch down. Qin Hao's smile faded as he spoke, his tone turning frigid from the moment he arrived, particularly with the familiarity of the unfolding events. He sensed that there were likely numerous victims, indicating that this case was of significant magnitude. In an instant, the previously concealed aura of a violent thug erupted forth, though Qin Hao appeared unchanged, an oppressive force made it difficult for others to breathe. You are no ordinary individual. Who exactly are you? Wang Hu's expression transformed entirely, darkening like ink. Could it be that you are an inspector? However, after uttering this, he shook his head, scrutinizing Qin Hao from head to toe. I would believe you to be a criminal, but to claim you are an inspector? That is utterly inconceivable. He had yet to voice his final thought. How could an inspector possibly be more adept at deception than I am? That would be too disheartening, wouldn't it? Ha, I could believe you are a criminal, but that assertion is downright hurtful. Indeed, Brother Hao, regardless of his actions, he is material for crime. I seriously suspect that Brother Hao is not a good person in reality. Viewing the show is one thing, but do not resort to insults. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted in laughter at Wang Hu's words. Yet, Qin Hao's expression darkened, he fixed his gaze upon Wang Hu, then, bang! With a swift kick, Wang Hu's towering figure collapsed to the ground. Enough with the nonsense! Qin Hao rolled his eyes, casting a piercing glare at the others. Brother, do not act impulsively. We understand. The group hurriedly covered their heads and crouched down. Moments later, Qin Hao heard footsteps approaching from downstairs. He stood up, made his way to the door, and opened it. There, he beheld two inspectors crouched at the threshold, fingers held up in threes, seemingly counting, yet now staring blankly at him. All done? One of the inspectors instinctively inquired. Yes, it's all wrapped up. Let us pack it up. Qin Hao nodded, wearing a cheerful expression. Impressive. The lead inspector gave a thumbs up, then waved to signal that someone was to be brought out. Are you truly an inspector? As the silver bracelets were placed on him, Wang Hu was left in a state of shock, casting an odd look at Qin Hao. Apologies, I am an undercover agent. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu fell silent for a moment, then suddenly turned to the two inspectors beside him, sincerely declaring, Comrades, I suspect he is unclean. Truly, he deceives better than I do. Chapter 134. The Director of the Inspection Bureau's Recruitment and His Hidden Identity. Ha, what a fool. My goodness, a mere underling dares to claim that Brother Hao is less professional than he is. What a joke that will have me laughing for an entire year. Amidst the sounds of laughter and merriment, a nest of underlings was successfully dismantled. Qin Hao stepped out of the small two-story building he had inhabited for a few days. Young brother Qin Hao, might I inquire if you have any interest in joining our inspection bureau? Just as he exited the building, an unfamiliar voice abruptly interrupted him. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Jun, the director of the Liuzhou City Inspection Bureau. The audience was momentarily bewildered, further perplexed by his unexpected declaration. Good heavens, the Provincial Inspection Bureau director personally extending an invitation? What an honor. Even Qin Hao was taken aback for a moment, slightly astonished, before responding with a smile. I apologize, but I am merely a man of the mundane. Compared to working in inspection, I find greater pleasure in accumulating wealth. Put. The flawless image of Brother Hao in my mind has shattered in an instant. Truth be told, Brother Hao's choice is not without merit. When pitted against a reward of 100 billion, what allure does working in inspection hold? Although I believe that being an inspector is an honor, a noble endeavor to combat all evil rather than merely a profession, if given the choice, I too would opt for the 100 billion. Brother Hao currently earns 500,000 daily. Tell me, what job can surpass that in profitability? Upon hearing Qin Hao's response, the audience was left in a state of amused exasperation, yet, upon further reflection, it made perfect sense. After all, while the role of an inspector is undoubtedly admirable and lofty, wealth holds its own significance. Zhang Jun shook his head with a wry smile and continued, what I propose is that after your program concludes, you take on a consultant position with our inspection bureau, offering a monthly salary of 8,000, with full coverage of your 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. The workload is minimal, requiring your involvement only in significant matters. What do you think? In a bid to recruit this prodigious talent, the director was willing to invest substantially. Absolutely. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hao nodded in agreement. This opportunity presented nothing but advantages, particularly within a specialized department, ensuring a worry-free existence post-program. Why not seize it? Satisfied with Qin Hao's response, Zhang Jun concluded the conversation. He had been monitoring this prodigy for some time, yet had not found the opportunity to engage until now, following Qin Hao's significant case resolution. Even if he were to employ some special privileges, the higher-ups would likely express their pleasure rather than disapproval. Indeed, Qin Hao's prowess was formidable, evolving into a gradually destabilizing factor. While his daily life posed no issues, should he go rogue, no one would be capable of containing him. Such a scenario could lead to immense societal upheaval. Inclusion in relevant departments would not only assure the higher authorities but also bring them considerable joy. However, Qin Hao was not preoccupied with such considerations. For him, joining a relevant department merely represented a means of securing a comfortable and stable future. Qin Retian is the true criminal. You are shirking your responsibilities. I demand to speak with a lawyer. While I admit to being an underling, I have harmed no one. The Qin Retian is undoubtedly the most heinous of criminals. What? You claim he is an undercover agent? That cannot be. That is merely a ruse to conceal his identity. Qin Hao gazed at the raucous Wang Hu downstairs, wishing he could deliver a resounding slap to silence him. You are the true criminal. Your entire family embodies crime. How audacious of you, an underling, to seek legal counsel. Have you overstepped your bounds? Yet, as these thoughts swirled, Qin Hao suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Logically speaking, even if he sought to incriminate me, would he truly divulge his identity as an underling so brazenly? What distinguishes this from an outright admission of guilt? Qin Hao murmured under his breath, instinctively doubting that this was an act of voluntary confession. Chapter 135 The transmission of shell equates to subordinates, quite justifiable. Brother Hao is truly remarkable. This is the basic information for your perusal. However, the live stream, at that moment, an inspector approached. Qin Hao nodded, and the live broadcast screen immediately went dark, though the audio remained audible. The audience, well aware of the gravity of the situation, refrained from excessive commentary. As Qin Hao examined the documents, he discovered that the transmission organization had amassed several thousand subordinates, each one indoctrinated to varying degrees. This fellow is also involved in smuggling? Qin Hao murmured internally, gesturing towards the word smuggling to the inspector. The inspector nodded. It is merely a suspicion, yet we have not uncovered any concrete evidence. We surmise that his reluctance to deny being the leader of transmission stems from this. Because the charge of smuggling is far more severe. A smile spread across Qin Hao's face. As long as transmission had not resulted in fatalities, it typically did not warrant the death penalty. However, smuggling was an entirely different matter, contingent upon the nature of the contraband involved. So, this fellow has some substantial backing. Qin Hao mused silently, returning the documents to the inspector, as the remaining details were no longer pertinent to him, and he turned to leave. However, as he walked, a significant thought suddenly struck him, causing him to halt abruptly. Wait, Director Li, since I have subdued the members of transmission, does that not imply that under certain circumstances, they could be considered my subordinates? The moment these words escaped his lips, everyone was taken aback, some displaying expressions of utter bewilderment. What did this mean? Pardon? Li Haoran also failed to grasp the implications of this statement. In simple terms, I am a criminal, correct, and the members of transmission are also criminals. They have invited me to join their organization, and given our encounter, could we not be seen as allies in a certain context? Qin Hao inquired, brow furrowed, deep in thought. The audience, upon closer reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. After all, had circumstances proceeded as usual, Qin Hao and Wang Hu would undoubtedly be pivotal figures within the transmission organization. Thus, in a certain sense, they were indeed allies in reality. So, Brother Hao, are you implying? Li Haoran asked, his brow knitted in contemplation. Quite simply, the rules of the program dictate a complete restoration of my situation. If I am a genuine criminal and I have subdued these members of transmission, they shall naturally become my subordinates. Everyone was astounded by Qin Hao's unconventional reasoning. So, the production team might indeed owe him a dozen or so members of transmission? Therefore, you wish to acquire a dozen subordinates? Li Haoran cautiously probed, now understanding Qin Hao's intent. Precisely, and this is something that rightfully belongs to me, is it not? Qin Hao's retort left everyone in silence. Indeed, this was something that should rightfully be his. Had he been a real criminal, after subduing these members of transmission, it was only natural that they would become his subordinates. That is entirely reasonable. I will promptly arrange for 15 staff members to be assigned as your subordinates, matching them to their real-life identities, statuses, and assets. After a moment of contemplation, Li Haoran nodded and continued, however, should you wish to proceed in this manner, I will need to deliver the information about the members of transmission to the inspection team, for in reality, they are also subjects of pursuit. Not a problem. Qin Hao assented without hesitation. Initially, he had contemplated a prison break to recruit some allies, but it now seemed unnecessary. Having these members of transmission as staff would suffice. Ah, this venture has turned out well. Not only have I struck a blow against evil, but I have also acquired a dozen subordinates. How delightful. Qin Hao mused, chuckling to himself. My word, if Brother Hao acquires subordinates, what will become of us? A dozen subordinates should suffice for Brother Hao's arrangements. Although the inspection team is poised for an upgrade, Brother Hao's side will not lag behind. The audience gasped upon hearing Li Haoran's agreement. Qin Hao was already formidable on his own, yet now he would have subordinates to bolster his strength. Chapter 136 The Origin of Telepathy. Narrator Zhao Kuo. Meanwhile, within the inspection bureau of the production team, all the team leaders had assembled. Today marked the arrival of the new team leaders, whose presence would unlock the privileges enjoyed by the two existing leaders. This meant that the 100 inspectors, Wang Bin and Wang Zhangguo, would finally make their reappearance. Not only that, but the advancements in the tracking technology under team leader Xiao He would yield results today, accompanied by updates to the inspection equipment. It could be said that the inspection team was poised for a significant upgrade, an upgrade that was both comprehensive and extensive. What do you think? Is telepathy real or merely a myth? Chen Yalan inquired with an expression of curiosity, genuinely intrigued by the possibility of such a wondrous phenomenon existing in the world. Upon hearing her question, even the audience found themselves captivated. While Qin Hao possessed an array of remarkable abilities, they were all within the realm of comprehension. Telepathy, however, seemed far too fantastical, almost like something from a myth. Team leader Chen is exaggerating. I believe that what is referred to as telepathy is not the mythical kind we often imagine, Lu Boqiao replied with a slight smile, gradually elucidating, what Director Li refers to as telepathy likely pertains to behavioral analysis, micro-expression analysis, and so forth. Some may grasp these concepts, but many may not fully understand them, so allow me to clarify, he continued. Behavioral analysis, in simpler terms, involves analyzing actions and gestures. By observing a person's movements and habits, one can deduce their intentions. Micro-expression analysis delves even deeper, enabling one to decipher what another is thinking through subtle expressions. Even the minutest nuances can reveal insights. Thus, while the effectiveness may not be as extraordinary as the legendary telepathy, it is still remarkably accurate. Gasp! Upon hearing Lu Boqiao's words, everyone collectively inhaled sharply, utterly astonished. The idea that actions and micro-expressions could unveil a person's thoughts was truly chilling. Even more unsettling was the notion of those capable of such analyses. Captain Lu, the reigning champion of the strongest intellect, truly lives up to the title. At that moment, the doors of the inspection team swung open, everyone instinctively turned their heads, and they beheld three individuals entering. One was Director Li Chaoran, a familiar face to all, while the other two were strangers. Upon recognizing one of the newcomers, Zhou Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing him to exclaim, Director Zhao? The utterance sent shockwaves through those acquainted with him. All eyes turned towards the individual in question, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with a square face and an upright posture that radiated authority. The audience, however, was left bewildered. Who was Zhao Kuo? They had no prior knowledge of him. Did this imply that Zhao Kuo was one of the team leaders? Hello everyone, I am Zhao Kuo. I presume the audience may not recognize me, however, if you do, it likely indicates that you have a significant connection to the inspection. The man, referred to as Zhao Kuo, offered a faint smile and continued, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Dean of the Inspection Academy, though I am not the type of team leader you might envision. Zhao Kuo waved his hand towards the big screen, his expression amiable as he spoke. The audience responded with puzzled expressions. Not only was the audience taken aback, but even the team leaders and captains present were momentarily stunned. He was indeed a figure of considerable stature, one might even say a luminary in the field. As the Dean of the Academy, his influence was undoubtedly far-reaching, with legions of prodigies under his guidance. Most notably, all his disciples were involved in inspections. One could hardly remain indifferent to such a revelation. No need for speculation, Zhao Kuo is the commentator I invited. At that moment, Li Haoren interjected with a smile, the inspectors cannot see Qin Hao, and Qin Hao cannot perceive the inspectors, leading to a disparity in information. Some viewers may find it challenging to comprehend certain aspects, hence the necessity for a commentator. Due to Dean Zhao Kuo's numerous commitments, he can only serve as a commentator. I trust everyone will understand. No one expressed any objections to Zhao Kuo's role as commentator. Indeed, there were times when the audience struggled to grasp the intricacies, and having a commentator would undoubtedly enhance their understanding of Qin Hao's actions and the objectives of the inspections. Yet, one might argue that employing such a distinguished figure for this role seems somewhat excessive. Chapter 137, the distinguished new leader, an esteemed figure. This esteemed individual is the one I mentioned to you, the remarkable person with the ability to read minds. After introducing Zhao Kuo, Li Haoren gestured towards another elderly gentleman with white hair beside him. Yun Tian. 76 years old, a national treasure. Such a brief introduction, yet it sent a tremor through everyone present, their eyes widening in astonishment. They had heard of him, or rather, he was far too famous. He typically made an appearance on the 1st of October, under the fluttering red flag, being one of 4 individuals who were carried onto the stage seated in chairs. In an instant, all present stood in unison, adjusting their garments and slightly bowing to express their reverence. Elder Yun. The live broadcast room of the inspection team erupted with synchronized comments. Elder Yun. Elder Yun. This continued for a full minute before gradually subsiding. Everyone was utterly astounded. They could scarcely believe that the production team had invited such a luminary. This individual had contributed even more than the venerable Wang Jiangwo, truly a figure of elder statesmanship. Yun Tian has participated in numerous battles, achieving victory over enemies with minimal losses. Some speculate that he possesses some form of sorcery, as he has repeatedly triumphed despite being outnumbered. After the war, during China's economic crisis, he ventured abroad to develop business, earning foreign currency for the nation. It is noteworthy that during that era, foreigners were extremely averse to Chinese nationals, yet Elder Yun thrived abroad. Subsequently, Elder Yun has ardently supported the advancement of China's technological development. He is, without a doubt, a living legend. In the live broadcast room, news about Yun Tian swiftly circulated. Even those who had merely heard of him felt a surge of respect upon reading this information. He was a man deserving of reverence. At the very least, they owed their current peaceful and stable lives in no small part to his contributions. However, despite Elder Yun's immense strength and capabilities, is he truly suited for the position of leader at his age? Soon enough, differing opinions began to emerge. Indeed, the role of a leader diverged from that of a captain. The captain merely invites elite personnel, while the leader must oversee the inspection bureau, requiring late nights and mental exertion. After all, Elder Yun was already in his 70s. Hello, everyone, I am Yun Tian. Perhaps you see this old man is too aged for the task, but I can assure you, while I may not possess the physical stamina of the youth, in terms of endurance and analytical ability, very few in all of China can rival me. After Li Haoren finished his introduction, Yun Tian waved his hand and smiled, saying, I have had to accomplish too many tasks, sleeping only 6 hours a day, and I have grown accustomed to it. The crowd was momentarily speechless. Let us consider this. Although Elder Yun has made significant contributions to our nation, if anyone feels he is unfit for the leader position, we can discuss it later. This is something we previously agreed upon with Elder Yun, Li Haoren said with a smile. Unlike Wang Jiangwo, who had ample time to rest as a supporting figure, Yun Tian's role as a leader demanded much of him. Agreed. Zhou Jun and others exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Their hesitance was not due to any disdain for Elder Yun, but rather concern for his advanced age, compounded by the demands of sleepless nights and the need to analyze Qin Hao. Such tasks, while not physically taxing, can be mentally exhausting, sometimes even more so than physical labor. If anything were to go awry, who would bear the responsibility? Furthermore, the leader's role was of paramount importance, a critical position within the inspection team dedicated to capturing Qin Hao. What about the other leader? Zhou Jun glanced behind Li Haoren but noticed the absence of any additional figures. The other leader is occupied and will only be available tomorrow. Li Haoren chuckled wryly, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Subsequently, amidst the puzzled expressions of Zhou Jun and others, he produced a document. While you are apprehending criminals, you must also pursue these individuals. They are all related to the transcendence offenders, at least as far as the program is concerned. With that, Li Haoren turned and departed, paying no heed to the bewildered expressions of the leaders and captains. What on earth, just transcendence offenders? Can people even join the program midway? I recall that in the last episode, no one else was introduced until the very end, right? Zhou Jun questioned, furrowing his brow in confusion as he held the document. Indeed, there are a total of 15 individuals, and with Qin Hao, that makes 16. Is there a connection among them? Lu Bochao nodded instinctively, beginning to speculate, for this was too sudden and entirely illogical. The Sky Eye program was not an ordinary show, inserting unrelated individuals midway was simply impossible. Li Haoren said nothing, for in reality, neither the inspections in the real world nor those of the production team could be aware of Qin Hao's dealings with the transcendence offenders at this juncture. Thus, the leaders could only speculate, yet Zhao Kuo revealed a mysterious smile, turning to exit the inspection team. He had his own commentary room. Chapter 138 Anchi withdraws, the inspection team is prepared. Li Haoren's maneuver indeed left the entire inspection team in a state of bewilderment. After all, the sudden delivery of over a dozen notorious criminals was enough to raise eyebrows. Old Yun, welcome to our program team. Zhou Jun remarked, glancing at Yun Tian with a smile. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause erupted. Please don't do that. While I possess confidence, I had already discussed with the team beforehand that if everyone feels I am unsuitable or unable to adapt to the program, I would willingly withdraw. Yun Tian responded with hearty laughter, waving his hand. After all, one must acknowledge their age. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but chuckle. Despite Yun Tian's significant contributions to Huaxia, it was evident he remained humble about his stature, which made everyone feel at ease. At that moment, the timid voice of Miss Anchi broke through, catching everyone's attention. They turned in surprise to see Anchi hesitating, as if she had something to express. What's the matter? Zhou Jun, as the elder of the program team, asked with genuine concern. I wish to withdraw from the program. Anchi gently parted her lips, her gaze resolute as she spoke. What? The room erupted in astonishment. Why? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, perplexed. I believe my presence in the program has not been particularly beneficial to you all. Furthermore, with team leader Xiao Hei's imminent unveiling of iris, fingerprint, and identity recognition technology, my role here has become increasingly negligible. Anchi pondered briefly before articulating her thoughts. Her words, silence enveloped the group. Indeed, the reason Miss Anchi is here is due to her makeup artistry. However, if team leader Xiao Hei successfully implements the big data recognition, her contributions will diminish significantly. It's a pity, it cannot be said that Miss Anchi lacks strength, rather, it is that Brother Hao's prowess overshadows her abilities, rendering her role somewhat diminished as she has merely been keeping pace. To be fair, one could argue that old Wang Jiangwo's contributions are also minimal, yet he remains indispensable, creating an awkward situation. Upon hearing Anchi's analysis, the audience began to engage in murmurs. Everyone understood the rationale behind Anchi's decision to withdraw, the first reason being Qin Hao's overwhelming capabilities in disguise, which starkly contrasted with her makeup skills. The second reason was straightforward, as Xiao Hei's various recognition technologies were set to be revealed today, further minimizing her role in the program. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Miss Anchi to contemplate her exit. Nevertheless, all members of the inspection team wore furrowed brows, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of Anchi's thoughts. If they were in her position, they might have arrived at the same conclusion. Alas, do you not realize that once a team leader is selected, it cannot be altered? Zhou Jun sighed, his expression complex. This means that if you are chosen and later withdraw, that slot will be lost to us. It is well known that the position of team leader is immensely valuable. Although it may appear that there are many slots available, with each leader having 4 spots, the reality is that Qin Hao possesses an abundance of skills. They need to suppress Qin Hao, which necessitates choosing the elite inspectors, specifically those in leadership roles. I understand, but my significance here is minimal. However, should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to connect with me remotely. How does that sound? Angie contemplated and took a step back. Very well, if that is your decision, then so be it. Jo Jun nodded reluctantly, having discerned that the young woman had resolved her stance, rendering any attempts at persuasion futile. As the group watched Angie's determined departure, a wave of complex emotions washed over them. Perhaps one day, they too would face elimination and be forced to leave. At that moment, Chen Yalan timidly spoke up. Please do not tell me you intend to leave as well? Jo Jun swiftly turned, astonished at her words. Cough, I originally had that intention, as I feel my role here is also not very significant. Chen Yalan's face flushed, her expression awkward. That is different. You are the team leader, your position cannot be replaced unless it is a matter of life and death, as it was established before the program commenced. Jo Jun shook his head and continued, moreover, even with the introduction of iris recognition, your role remains substantial, for you have the ability to identify Qin Hao. Previously, Chen Yalan had discerned Qin Hao at a glance through an analysis of skeletal structure, a fact well known to all. Well, alright then. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Yalan relinquished her thoughts of withdrawal. Clap. Meanwhile, Xiao He had not paused his work during their conversation. Done. After a brief moment, Xiao He exhaled deeply. I have developed the scanning program. As long as it is within the confines of Liuzhou City and under surveillance, should Qin Hao appear, an alarm will be triggered immediately even if he is wearing a disguise. We can analyze whether he possesses an ID, fingerprints, iris recognition, and so on. As for DNA, it can only be confirmed if we capture him or have a strong suspicion. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a surge of renewed energy. Chapter 139 in the unsealing of Wang Bing and the distinction beyond 100 dimensions. As for the origins of fingerprints, irises, and identification cards, the answer is quite straightforward. Essentially, if you have ever visited a hospital or applied for an ID card, these details would undoubtedly have been recorded, albeit unbeknownst to you. Now, let us await in silence. Moreover, let the inspection team leader spring into action. Although Qin Hao has yet to make an appearance, we can deploy the police dogs for a search. Jo Jun clapped his hands, sensing a wave of despondency among the crowd that needed to be dispelled. All right. The group nodded in unison, particularly Chen Quan-ci, who was filled with anticipation, leading the inspection team out of the unit. Just as they stepped outside, they were met by a throng of people. You've emerged? Chen Quan-ci exclaimed upon seeing Wang Bing, his surprise quickly morphing into a wry smile as he shook his head. Of course, with the arrival of Elder Yun, you have been unsealed, haven't you? Indeed, let us proceed to examine the police dogs. This time, I am determined to exact my revenge. Wang Bing beamed with a radiant smile, yet it was evident to all that he was seething with anger since his last encounter with Qin Hao, which ended in defeat. He had been sealed away, suffering greatly. However, this time, not only had the entire inspection team undergone an upgrade, but their equipment had also been enhanced, including the addition of police dogs. He could hardly believe that Qin Hao would continue to toy with them, employing his disguise techniques. The entire inspection team was eager and ready, prepared to deliver a lesson to Qin Hao that he would never forget. System, check personal information. Host, Qin Hao. Strength, 91. Stamina, 90. Speed, 90. IQ, 104. Notice. The host's physical attributes have far surpassed the limits achievable by humans. Exercise caution to avoid irreparable damage. Notice, with the surpassing of human limits, the host's control over their body is now more comprehensive, enabling perfect command over every ounce of strength. Notice. The host's body has experienced significant enhancement, allowing for more fluid execution of each skill, as if an extension of one's own limbs. Skills, intermediate lockpicking, intermediate combat awareness, intermediate sprinting, advanced counter-espionage, advanced disguise, advanced deception, divine insight, advanced rock climbing, advanced makeup, advanced ventriloquism, advanced assassination, advanced mechanisms, advanced firearm modification, advanced marksmanship, advanced acting, advanced flexibility, advanced acrobatics, advanced throwing, divine magic. Special status. Suit-clad fiend, enhancing 63-dimensional attributes. Emotion value, 380,000. Qin Hao surveyed his dramatically heightened emotion value with a subtle smile. Following the previous upgrade, he had been left with merely 80,000 emotion points, but after the recent maneuvers by the Transcendence Organization, his emotion value had surged once more. System, allocate 10 points to strength. Qin Hao pondered for a moment before articulating his request inwardly. He had long harbored the notion that, according to the system's assertions, achieving over 80 was a feat difficult for humans, and surpassing 90 was beyond human limits. Therefore, what if he were to exceed 100? Ding! Allocation failed. Should the host seek to augment strength by 10 points again, it will surpass 100. 100 represents the apex of human capability and requires the expenditure of 1 million emotion points to unlock further enhancements. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Taken aback and somewhat astonished, Qin Hao was pleasantly surprised to discover that further enhancements were indeed possible. However, unlocking such potential demanded 1 million emotion points. What is the distinction between a dimensional value of 100 and that beyond it? Qin Hao mused thoughtfully before inquiring. There is a significant difference. If 100 can still be considered human, then exceeding 100 resembles a genetic evolution, a transformation of monumental proportions. The system promptly provided clarification, Chapter 140, Ascending to the Pinnacle, 3 dimensions at 100. Hiss. At this moment, even Qin Hao could not help but draw a sharp breath. Astonishment, surpassing 100 is actually an evolution of genes, no wonder 90 is considered the ultimate limit of humanity. It is evident that these are two entirely different beings. How intriguing, I wonder if I will ultimately become a superhuman. Qin Hao's lips curled into a slight smile as he murmured softly. Ding. The host's assumption is entirely erroneous. In the world where the host resides, a superhuman is merely a form of supernatural evolution, or more accurately, a mutation. However, the probability of such an occurrence is virtually non-existent. Unless influenced by extraterrestrial factors, it is impossible. Nevertheless, surpassing human limitations is indeed plausible. For instance, in the host's world, there was once an elderly woman who, in order to save her grandson, lifted a car with her frail body. This was the activation of the genetic lock within her, yet due to her inability to control it, she met her demise shortly thereafter. The system began to explain slowly. It dawned on Qin Hao that indeed, there had been such an incident, which had even caused quite a stir at the time. According to the system, upon reaching the final stage of the genetic lock, one would be indistinguishable from a deity, and moreover, an omnipotent one. Of course, this journey is a long one, and perhaps he may not even achieve it by the time of his demise. Even if he surpasses 100, theoretically, he would still possess nothing more than human attributes, he would merely become stronger, nothing more. How truly exhilarating. Qin Hao chuckled softly, acknowledging that contemplating such matters now was far too distant and impractical. Let us elevate all dimensions to 100. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao spoke again. Ding. To enhance a total of 29 points across 3 dimensions requires the expenditure of 290,000 emotional points. Shall we proceed with the enhancement? Yes. As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Hao closed his eyes. He could distinctly sense an earth-shattering transformation occurring within his muscles and his very being. While it was true that his strength had been formidable before, he had lacked the precise control over every ounce of his power. Now, however, he could accurately gauge the magnitude of his strength, from the strength of an ant to the might of lifting a tripod. Impressive. Qin Hao slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Upon checking his dimensions once more, it was evident that they had indeed reached their maximum levels. Host, Qin Hao. Strength, 100. Stamina, 100. Speed, 100. IQ, 104. What does it mean to reach the pinnacle? This is the pinnacle. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps resonated from a short distance away. Qin Hao turned to look, and saw a group of individuals approaching her. Upon closer inspection, their attire bore a striking resemblance to that of Wang Hu and the other prisoners from Chuanshao. In fact, one could argue that they were nearly identical. Brothers, I must say the production team is quite earnest, they even have identical clothing. Upon seeing the group, Qin Hao could not help but break into a grin. How goo! How goo! A dozen or so individuals stood before Qin Hao, their expressions filled with respect as they called out. Each gaze directed at Qin Hao was imbued with admiration, though they were staff members of the production team, who was unaware of the legend surrounding Qin Hao. Indeed, Qin Hao was a living legend. A person who single-handedly upheld the production team until now. Had it been the previous episode, it would have ended long ago. Hauge, the Chuanshao prisoners are in place, and as per your assessment, given your formidable combat prowess and the leverage you possess over them, you can effortlessly manage them without any risk of betrayal. They are now entirely under your command. The voice of Li Haoran echoed from within the nanoflying device. Good. Qin Hao nodded, inhaling deeply. The real spectacle was only just beginning. You inspection team may have the ability to infinitely upgrade and recruit members, but I can do so as well. A dozen subordinates are more than sufficient for my needs. I have a task for you. Qin Hao gazed at the individuals before him, speaking in a serious tone, that is to gather materials for disguise, collect as much as you can, understood? Understood. The group exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Hauge, I believe gathering materials in Liaozhou may be too perilous. At that moment, the staff member portraying Wang Hu hesitated before speaking slowly. The inspection team has surely sealed off the materials for disguise, so any place selling such materials is bound to be monitored. Our attempts to purchase them would inevitably expose us. And what do you propose? Qin Hao narrowed his eyes. I can procure materials from abroad. As you know, acquiring firearms might be challenging, but materials for disguise are not particularly specialized, so it should not pose any significant problem. Wang Hu responded slowly. At his words, the entire group fell into stunned silence. Chapter 141. A Wang Hu's channel, heed uncle's advice. What does that mean? This staff member, no, what does Wang Hu signify? Can we actually procure materials from abroad? My goodness, is such a maneuver even possible? The audience was utterly astonished upon hearing Wang Hu's words. They could scarcely believe that such an operation was feasible. Not only the spectators, but even Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, is that truly an option? Of course, what Wang Hu possesses, we can acquire as well. While Wang Hu's business requires foreign channels, although we may lack such connections, we possess the authority to obtain items equivalent to those of Wang Hu. The individual portraying Wang Hu nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao immediately raised his thumb in admiration. How impressive! He had not anticipated that this group could offer such advantages. Then please expedite the process. Once obtained, bring it directly back to Dongqing District. If the inspection team comes knocking, retreat into the mountains. Qin Hao casually instructed before turning to exit the modest dwelling. Regrettably, Brother Hao remains oblivious. The inspection team has already devised impeccable measures against his disguise masks. Indeed, even if Brother Hao possessed countless disguise masks, they would be of no avail now. The audience understood well that while disguise masks were formidable, the emergence of advanced technologies capable of identifying identification cards, irises, fingerprints, and the like rendered them nearly useless. After acquiring a few items, Qin Hao returned to Dongqing District, fully aware that the area was likely under scrutiny from the inspection team, posing a significant risk. Yet, as the saying goes, the most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety. Regardless, he had to venture forth. He had many valuables there, including the Imperial Jade Seal. Although that item was counterfeit and exquisitely crafted replica, it still held considerable value. He felt uneasy leaving it behind. Naturally, he did not embark on this journey empty-handed. He had prepared both close-range and long-range weapons, ready for both offense and defense. Speaking of which, I should probably acquire a residence. A stable and discreet sanctuary would be ideal. As Qin Hao pondered, he surveyed his surroundings. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi, directing the driver toward Dongqing District. "Brother, are you heading to Dongqing District as well?" Upon hearing this, Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the driver. "Ah, what's the matter?" "Hey, heed Uncle's advice, don't go, it's futile." The driver, evidently a gregarious individual, continued, "Listen to Uncle's counsel, my child, you cannot grasp this situation. This uncle is quite amusing. Perfectly normal. If you frequently take taxis, you'll discover that many drivers possess intriguing personalities." In the live stream, the audience listened to these familiar words, chuckling and shaking their heads in disbelief. "How so?" Qin Hao inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Isn't it that Qin Hao fellow? Many have sought to venture to Dongqing District these past few days, only to return empty-handed. Not a single trace of Qin Hao could be found, not even a hair." The driver shook his head with a sigh, stating slowly, "Thus, one must remain grounded. One cannot expect fortunes to fall from the sky, or else one is doomed to achieve nothing. Youth must particularly maintain composure and not act rashly." At this, Qin Hao nodded thoughtfully. "With such a high bounty, it's worth a shot. It won't waste much time." The driver cast a sidelong glance at Qin Hao, gently shaking his head. "No offense, young man, but who is Brother Hao? A master of disguise and bone compression techniques. He has the entire inspection team spinning in circles. To this day, they have yet to locate him, let alone us ordinary citizens." Upon hearing the term Brother Hao, Qin Hao's features twitched slightly as he regarded the driver with a quizzical expression. If he wasn't mistaken, the man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Goodness, at that age, addressing someone as Brother Hao, was that truly appropriate? Chapter 142 A Brush with Fate, Technological Identification, Target Confirmation. Previously, someone contemplated the idea of an individual signing up for a bounty event while another watched the livestream to cheat by revealing their location. However, the surroundings of Brother Hao's livestream were all pixelated, rendering it impossible to discern his actual whereabouts. Add to that a disguise mask. I must say, even if he were to pass right by us, we wouldn't recognize him. The driver, appearing quite contemplative, seemed to have encountered such passengers frequently in recent days. It is only natural to consider one's luck. Who wouldn't wish to strike it lucky? Once fortune smiles upon you and you locate Qin Hao, it could mean millions, or even tens of millions. In Liao City, possessing a few million is not an exaggeration. Without extravagance, one could essentially live a life free from financial worry. This uncle likely has no idea that he just brushed shoulders with Brother Hao. One wonders if, upon discovering the truth, he might shed tears, bidding a heartfelt farewell to wealth and prosperity. Within the live stream, the audience buzzed with chatter, some even criticizing the driver for lacking ambition. How could he endure such a situation? "Uncle, don't you wish to claim that bounty?" Qin Hao inquired with curiosity. "Of course, who wouldn't want that? I dream of it." The driver stated emphatically, continuing, "Yet, I know life must go on. There isn't enough time to search for it." "Indeed. Here it is." Suddenly, Xiaohe from the inspection team exclaimed. Upon this declaration, all attention was instantly drawn to him. There, displayed on the monitor, was a surveillance camera marked with the number 1 from the East District, capturing an unremarkable individual just as he boarded a taxi. Xiaohe swiftly gained access to the East District's surveillance footage and rewound it in the next moment. Everyone clearly saw the middle-aged man. He was exceedingly ordinary, so much so that he could easily blend into a crowd. His gaze appeared vacant, and his stature and physique bore no resemblance to Qin Hao. To be frank, had Xiaohe not asserted that this was Qin Hao, no one would have believed it. How could such a dashing and handsome figure transform into this? Is this really Qin Hao? Chen Yalan asked, her face a mask of astonishment. Though the others remained silent, their shock was unmistakable. The it was not that they doubted Qin Hao, even knowing he could morph between male and female forms, witnessing this transformation was still astonishing. Identity verification. Red. Fingerprint verification. Red. DNA verification. Red. Iris verification. Qin Hao. In no time, the screen displayed 4 pieces of information. The color red indicated a lack of records, meaning that this middle-aged individual before them had no identifiable documentation, or it could not be substantiated. Yet the iris verification was irrefutable. At that moment, all members of the inspection team became electrified upon viewing these 4 pieces of information, because, as long as they found him, they could take action. What had been their persistent dilemma, Qin Hao's formidable skills? No, they had numerous means to suppress that. What truly troubled them was Qin Hao's remarkable ability to disguise himself as if he were an entirely different person. Has technology advanced to such an extent? Identity recognition, iris recognition, and various other forms of identification? I have the impression that Brother Hao has truly been exposed. Even if he prepares numerous disguise masks thereafter, it would be of no avail. As the audience witnessed the information displayed on the inspection team's screen, they erupted in excitement. They were astonished, never anticipating that technology had progressed to such a level. Did this not imply that if they were in the same situation, under the full operational capacity of the state or inspection authorities, there would be no secrets left? In truth, this was indeed the case. In this era of advanced networking, many individuals unwittingly expose their personal information. After all, how else do those telemarketing calls come about? All inspection teams, mobilize. Chapter 143 of the precise analysis of Yuntian, the arrival of the police dog. Zhou Jun's face flushed crimson as he waved his hand decisively and spoke in a deep voice. This time, we will certainly demonstrate our inspection prowess to that fellow Qin Hao. Indeed. Whether through the walkie-talkie or among the inspection team present, everyone nodded in unison. Old Yun, shall we conduct an analysis? Zhou Jun inquired curiously, glancing at Yuntian. Despite Yuntian's advanced age, he believed that if the man possessed knowledge of behavioral analysis, he must have some insights to share. Ha, Qin Hao's return to this area surely indicates that he has something concealed within the eastern district. Yuntian replied with a slight smile, speaking slowly. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding in agreement. Their excitement momentarily clouded their judgment. Without waiting for further responses, Yuntian continued, have you all noticed that although this middle-aged man carries a handbag, it lacks the distinctive edges of a jade seal? Moreover, based on the sway of the bag, it does not appear to be particularly heavy, which suggests that the imperial jade seal is not in his possession. The weight of a bag can indeed be discerned, especially by those seasoned in such matters. However, given the immense value of such an item, he cannot simply find a random place to hide it. Hence, it must be concealed in a location he has previously visited, perhaps even a place he has resided, unless he has buried it underground. Thus, he is here to retrieve the imperial jade seal, and he will undoubtedly seek to dispose of it swiftly, regardless of where he hides it. Otherwise, this jade seal will become a cumbersome burden. After all, wearing it is far too conspicuous, there is no way to conceal it. As his words settled, everyone gazed at Yuntian in astonishment, admiration gleaming in their eyes. Initially, they had presumed that Yuntian, despite his age, might still possess remarkable acumen, given his esteemed reputation and the myriad legends surrounding him. However, they were utterly astonished to find his mind so remarkably sharp at such an advanced age, having deduced the reason for Qin Hao's return to the Eastern District in such a brief span. Upon further reflection, the analysis was strikingly accurate, for apart from this explanation, they could conceive of no other rationale. So, you mean to say that the Imperial Jade Seal, valued at 2.2 billion, has become an unnecessary encumbrance for him? Chen Yalan queried, her expression one of disbelief. Ha! To you, it may be worth 2.2 billion, but for Qin Hao, a fugitive and a criminal, possessing such an item would only serve to draw unwanted attention, making it a poor choice for someone of his ilk. Yuntian replied, casting a benevolent smile at Chen Yalan. It would not only attract the gaze of the public but also the scrutiny of the inspectors. Moreover, it is far too easy to misplace, presenting significant challenges in relocation in comparison to the reward of 100 billion. What does 2.2 billion truly signify? Old Yun truly lives up to his reputation. Zhou Jun exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. With merely these few statements, everyone was thoroughly convinced. The analysis was clear, incisive, and perfectly coherent. Old Yun speaks the truth. This is precisely the cleverness of Qin Hao, yet it is a pity he likely never anticipated that we would so swiftly unravel his disguise, effectively ensnaring him in a trap. The voice of Lu Buochao resonated through the walkie-talkie. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among all present. Previously, Qin Hao had exploited his disguise to toy with them, even donning female attire to brazenly bypass inspections and assassinate the inspection team leader. Such audacity, yet this time, they had preemptively dismantled his disguise, undoubtedly catching Qin Hao off guard. In that moment, every inspector wore a smile, eager to witness Qin Hao's bewildered expression when they finally apprehended him. It promised to be a most amusing spectacle. Chapter 144 of the excited crowd, arrival of the police dogs, and the unsung heroes indeed. Qin Hao was oblivious to the fact that just 6 or 7 minutes after his entry into Dongqing district, a convoy of 40 to 50 police cars quietly approached the vicinity. There were no flashing multicolored lights, nor any blaring sirens. It was eerily silent. Those who were searching for Qin Hao and the local residents, upon seeing the words Sky Eye Program Inspection Team, were momentarily taken aback. Is this the Sky Eye Program Team? Why are they here? Aren't they supposed to be capturing Brother Hao? Could it be that Brother Hao has returned? The Sky Eye program and Qin Hao were, at least in Liuzhou City, exceedingly well known. Thus, the sight of the inspection team's vehicle sparked a flurry of speculation among the onlookers. Some individuals displayed palpable excitement. The presence of the inspection team signified one thing: Qin Hao was also in the area, at the very least, nearby. Ladies and gentlemen, I must take my leave. Although I am a fan of Brother Hao, I am also a youth dedicated to combating all evil. To put it simply, I am not in it for the money. I simply cannot bear to see Brother Hao continue down the path of crime. Upon finishing, everyone exchanged knowing glances, shared a smile, and hurriedly departed. Damn, why am I not there? Good grief, a reward of 10 million. If we happen to encounter Brother Hao, wouldn't we strike it rich? Stop dreaming. Participants in the viewing audience are currently prohibited from joining the nationwide capture operation, as we already know what Brother Hao looks like. In the inspection team's live broadcast room, witnessing the smug expressions of those individuals made them grit their teeth in frustration. However, there was nothing to be done. The program had long mandated that upon signing the agreement, they could no longer watch the program, at least, not the episodes featuring Qin Hao, but only the broadcasts from the inspection team. Moreover, given that Qin Hao's livestream featured many pixelated locations, even if one attempted to search by area, they would be at a loss. Click, click, click. Before the onlookers could disperse, a large vehicle made its entrance, revealing a truck filled with imposing black and tan German shepherds. Remarkably, these dogs remained utterly silent, lying within the truck's compartment without uttering a sound. Everyone here is a retired inspector and should be quite familiar with police dogs, correct? Chen Quan and Wang Bing addressed the 200 inspectors before them with solemnity. Yes, came the unified response from the crowd. Get acquainted with your new partners, and then, Chen Quan paused, his eyes gleaming with determination as he clenched his fist tightly. Then, we will apprehend Qin Hao and catch him like a fish in a barrel. Yes, echoed the inspectors in enthusiastic agreement. With a resounding clatter, the truck's gate descended, and one by one, the majestic police dogs rose to their feet. Unlike the previous batch of police dogs, which had been limited by the inspection team's constraints, this time was entirely different, no restrictions on numbers. Instantly, an atmosphere of grim resolve enveloped the area. Goodness, we have an old saying here: the barking dog doesn't bite. These police dogs are exceptionally well trained, aren't they? With so many of them together, not a single one has barked. Indeed, such dogs are the strongest. When they do bark, it signifies that their target is in serious trouble. The spectators gazed at the sleek, gleaming police dogs, their eyes shining with admiration, particularly for dog lovers. The excitement was nearly overwhelming. Who wouldn't be enamored by such a formidable and well-trained pack of police dogs? Allow me to introduce these police dogs. Each one has its own handler, temporarily loaned to our program. Do not underestimate them. Within the inspection team, Zhou Jun explained with a smile, they are not merely dogs, they are friends and partners of every inspector. If you regard them as just dogs, you will surely fail to earn their trust. Every inspector, or narcotics officer, during the familiarization stage with their partner, shares every meal and sleep with them, fostering a bond. These are not ordinary police dogs. Each veteran has previously solved one or multiple significant cases. Their contributions are no less impressive than those of humans. Hiss. Upon hearing Zhou Jun's explanation, all present gasped in astonishment, their expressions shifting from playful to respectful as they regarded the police dogs. For they too were heroes deserving of reverence. Moreover, their fates often proved to be harsher and more tragic than those of humans. In many instances, they were the first to charge into danger, the first to confront peril. Chapter 145: The Police Dog Patrols, the Embarrassing Imperial Seal. Damn it, I'm in tears. Hey, although I am unaware of what police dogs are like in reality, I know from television dramas that they are often the bravest. Indeed, at the command of their master, they charge forward without hesitation, even into the flames and mountains of knives. It is no exaggeration to assert that police dogs are the steadfast allies behind the inspection teams, the unsung heroes. Their presence can significantly mitigate the risks faced by the inspectors. It's just that, in the past, few have spoken of it. On site, all inspectors received their new companions, stroking their fur as they engaged in familiarization. Police dogs are also creatures of emotion. When they sense kindness from humans, they naturally reciprocate with unwavering loyalty. Their sentiments are remarkably straightforward. Moments later, all inspectors gazed at the police dogs by their sides, their faces brightening with smiles. Are you ready? Chen Quanzi observed the pairing of man and dog before him, nodding with satisfaction as he inquired in a solemn tone. We are ready, the inspectors responded in unison, their spirits soaring. What is our target this time? To eliminate Qin Hao. Excellent, let us move. Chen Quanzi and Wang Bing exchanged a glance, and with a grand gesture, all inspectors proceeded into the Eastern District. It is worth noting that this comprised over 200 individuals, now joined by more than 200 police dogs. Merely witnessing such a spectacle from a distance would send shivers down one's spine. The most astonishing aspect was that they made not a single sound, not even the dogs at their feet. Awe-inspiring, this was a form of silent and wordless awe. Whether it was those originally gathered to spectate or those clinging to a glimmer of hope in search of Qin Hao, they all stood in utter astonishment at the sight. Many instinctively stepped aside. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for any inconvenience, but we kindly ask for your cooperation. Chen Quanzi glanced at them, offering a slight smile as he spoke gently. No worries, you continue with your work. We'll mind our own. Exactly, it's no big deal. Cooperating with the inspectors to combat crime is our rightful duty, isn't it? Everyone promptly waved their hands in a gesture of dismissal, chuckling at the absurdity. They were indeed fans of the program, and even if they were to be a distraction, it hardly mattered, for both the inspectors and the police dogs maintained an impressive silence. "Thank you for your cooperation," Chen Quanzi replied with a smile, then led the inspectors officially into the Eastern District. They were set to conduct a thorough search. "Brothers, what do you think I should do with this thing?" Qin Hao gazed at the so-called imperial seal in his hands, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have opted for something smaller. This imperial seal was simply too large, impossible to be concealed in one hand, and burdensome in weight, making it an undeniable focal point no matter where he attempted to hide it. However, to suggest he simply discard it would be utterly unthinkable. After all, it was worth a staggering 2 billion. Could he really just throw it away? That would be preposterous. Never would I have imagined that such a valuable item would become a burden for Brother Hao. Quite normal, if you think about it. Brother Hao can change his voice, physique, and appearance at will. He is elusive and intangible, but with the imperial seal on him, that all changes. He becomes instantly recognizable. "Brother Hao, if you don't want it, just give it to me." The viewers in the live stream chuckled at the sight of Qin Hao fretting over the imperial seal, though their laughter was tinged with tears. Is there no justice in the world? Here they were, struggling to get by, and yet Brother Hao was lamenting that the imperial seal was too much of a hassle. This was truly the epitome of Versailles. Perhaps I should just bury it somewhere? Qin Hao pondered, stroking his chin. At least until the end of the program, he had no intention of revealing it. While anything obtained during the program belonged to him, if he were caught or the seal discovered, it would no longer concern him. The rules were akin to those of reality. Just as Qin Hao was deep in thought, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching, though still some distance away. His heightened senses could discern them. Chaotic, yet somehow orderly, and coming from all directions. Qin Hao squinted as he listened to the footsteps. Have the inspectors found this place? He glanced down at the imperial seal in his hand. It had indeed become a liability. However, it is impossible for me to relinquish it. Qin Hao swiftly tore away the yellow cloth that had been wrapping the seal, hastily digging a pit outside the door to bury it, before quickly retreating to the rooftops, distancing himself from the area. Brothers, it's evident that the inspection team has located this place. I must swiftly relocate. Qin Hao darted across the rooftops, this area being advantageous due to its abundance of low-rise buildings and narrow alleys, ideal for guerrilla tactics and evasion. In other regions, he would indeed find it far more challenging to conceal himself. It would be best to capture a couple of hostages to gain the upper hand. Chapter 146. The weaker among the inspections, search, opinions. The inspectors have arrived. There are more than 200 inspectors and over 200 police dogs. I believe Brother Hao is doomed. Never doubt Brother Hao. Initially, I shared your sentiments, but time and again, I have been proven wrong. My faith in Brother Hao's capabilities is now unwavering. In the live broadcast room, the audience reveled in schadenfreude. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had already appeared in a rather concealed corner, observing the distant inspectors, particularly the police dogs they were leading, which caused his expression to harden. Is that a police dog? I don't recall leaving any trace of scent outside. Even a police dog shouldn't be able to track me. Wait. Qin Hao instinctively uttered a phrase, but halfway through, he suddenly recalled something, that is, the high-pressure air gun and the spear he had used both bore his scent. At this moment, Qin Hao's countenance darkened considerably. To be precise, at least for the time being, the inspectors were relatively easy to deal with, but the police dogs posed a different challenge. They were agile and could track their adversaries by scent. However, I can utilize a tactic. Qin Hao thought of the yellow cloth he had buried outside a door earlier and exhaled a sigh of relief. The reason he hadn't brought that item along was due to its slippery nature, but now it seemed to be the perfect opportunity for his escape. At the very least, by the time the police dogs discovered it, they might waste some precious time. With that, his figure swiftly darted through various alleys. However, Qin Hao's expression soon soured again. Damn it, these inspectors are quite adept. They managed to disperse the crowd so silently in such a short time. Qin Hao noticed that the nearby residents, or rather, even the innocent bystanders who had come searching for him, had already been driven away by the inspection team. Thus, attempting to abduct a hostage is evidently impossible now. I can only look for it. Qin Hao's mind raced as he contemplated which of the captains would be the easiest to abduct, or rather, who would make a better hostage. There were several candidates, but only Wang Bing and Chen Xuanqi were notably difficult to handle, at least not instantly subdued. Anyone else, well, whoever I encounter will have to do. Qin Hao glanced at the dilapidated buildings in the distance, deciding to search there first. Simultaneously, he needed to prepare some items. That high-pressure air gun had long since become unusable and had been discarded, as it was not of substantial quality. After modification and subsequent rough usage, it would be miraculous if it could withstand anymore. With swift strides, Qin Hao headed towards the distance. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanqi and Wang Bing had already begun their rapid search with their respective teams. To ensure no information was overlooked, they meticulously checked every room, peering through small windows to glean what they could without intruding. Naturally, each household had granted permission for inspection, or it sufficed for the homeowner to respond affirmatively, and nonetheless, this still intruded upon people's lives, and the production team would later offer some form of compensation. Leader Xiaohei, have we obtained the surveillance permissions for the Eastern District? Chen Xuanqi inquired over the walkie-talkie as he walked. We have, but the surveillance in the Eastern District is relatively sparse. I have no means for internal monitoring, but I can assure you that the moment Qin Hao exits the Eastern District, I will be alerted instantly, came Xiao Hei's voice over the radio. Alright, in such a vast area, we have plenty of time. Chen Xuanqi nodded and continued his search. Behind him, dozens of inspectors were also meticulously examining the surroundings. I believe the progress of this search is rather inadequate. Just then, Lu Buochao suddenly interjected. As soon as he spoke, everyone turned in astonishment to look at him. Chapter 147 Lu Buochao's Thoughts, Discovery. Do you wish to part ways? Zhou Jun said in a low voice through the intercom. Qin Hao possesses formidable combat prowess. On site, aside from Chen Xuanqi and Wang Bing, there are virtually no adversaries capable of matching him. Even if 10 inspectors were to unite, there remains a possibility of peril. Thus, while Chen Xuanqi and Wang Bing may lead separate teams, the others cannot. It was a sentiment echoed by many in the audience, who felt that the inspectors, when facing Brother Hao, seemed as fragile as a mere sheet of paper easily pierced. However, the East District, though not vast, harbors numerous blind spots, and with surveillance being sparse, it is improbable that he will reveal himself without a proper provocation. Lu Buochao remarked softly. A profound silence enveloped the group. Indeed, the scant surveillance and intricate roadways rendered the task of locating Qin Hao exceedingly challenging. Yet, we cannot afford to take risks. Zhou Jun's statement remained unfinished as Elder Yuntian smiled slightly. I presume Lu Buochao has been well prepared? Haha, the old master understands me well. Lu Buochao replied with a grin, then added, trust me, even if we fail to capture Qin Hao this time, we shall ensure mutual destruction. His unwavering confidence stirred a hint of doubt among the inspectors. Could it be that he indeed possessed a feasible plan? It must be noted that while Lu Buochao's personal combat abilities were lacking, his intellect was exceptionally keen. Wang. Just as the group pondered, their police dog suddenly barked, its sharp gaze fixed upon a particular direction. Instantly, all inspectors snapped to attention and hastened forward. In a brief moment, they arrived before a dilapidated house. We have searched this place before. Qin Hao lingered here for an extended duration. Wang Bing's words trailed off as they observed a police dog digging at the ground. Could it be? The notion of the jade seal flashed through everyone's minds. Does this imply that Qin Hao did not take the jade seal with him? It makes sense, such a sizable object would be quite inconvenient to carry, and hiding it here is entirely reasonable. The group quickly moved closer. Futile, he would never conceal the jade seal here. Lu Buochao shook his head, gesturing towards the soil, and slowly remarked, this is freshly turned earth, still bearing some moisture. It has been disturbed no longer than 3 hours ago. As his words resonated, the soil was already unearthed, revealing merely a piece of yellow cloth. They discerned that this cloth was identical to that which had initially enveloped the jade seal. At once, the gaze of the group towards Lu Buochao shifted. He was a man adept at noticing the finer details. They were acutely aware that oftentimes, it is the details that determine success or failure. 666, Lu Buochao indeed possesses exceptional skills. What do you expect? Of course, he does, otherwise, would the production team have invited him? Truth be told, I am more curious about what he intended to do earlier, why the urgency to disperse. In the live stream chat, viewers engaged in lively discussion. Meanwhile, the inspectors found themselves in a stalemate on site, for they had suddenly realized, for reasons unbeknownst to them, that the police dog's efficacy in this area seemed rather limited. From time to time, the dog would lead them in erratic directions. Perhaps this is an area where Qin Hao spent considerable time, thus causing the dog to behave erratically? Chen Yalan inquired with curiosity within the inspector group. Not quite. Elder Yuntian chuckled, shaking his head, and elaborated, the police dog does not track enemies based solely on scent. They can discern which odors are the most recent and which are unnecessary to pursue. Otherwise, my dear girl, why do you think the police dog leads the inspectors astray? Chapter 148. Walking the dog, strategies, and the clash of the clever. Upon hearing this, Chen Yalan was momentarily taken aback. Old Yun, are you suggesting that Qin Hao has been lingering in this vicinity all along, but his speed is so remarkable that the police dogs cannot keep up with him, rendering them incapable of detecting his presence? Astute observation. Yun Tian nodded in agreement. Otherwise, if the police dogs were to track the criminal's lair, which would be saturated with the scent of the offenders, would not their noses become ineffective? Some of the less informed spectators suddenly grasped the situation. Initially, their thoughts mirrored Chen Yalan's, believing the police dogs had completely lost their bearings, possibly due to a failure in their olfactory abilities. However, it now appeared they had underestimated the scenario. It was not a failure of the dog's sense of smell, rather, Qin Hao was simply leading the police dogs on a wild chase. Most astonishingly, despite this, the inspectors still had yet to catch sight of Qin Hao. What do you think? Are you beginning to believe my words now? Lu Buochao exclaimed, throwing up his hands in exasperation. Given Qin Hao's extraordinary speed and agility, it is exceedingly difficult for the police dogs to track his movements. Thus, we find ourselves in this chaotic pursuit. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing and Shen Xuanqi exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. This was, indeed, a true game of walking the dog. Are you certain your plan will work? After a prolonged silence, Shen Xuanqi inquired slowly. Fear not, regardless of the outcome, I should at least be able to take him down with me. Lu Buochao spoke with a nonchalant bravado, as if the prospect of mutual demise held no weight for him. Very well, but let us strive to survive to the fullest extent. Chen Quan-ci nodded. Given Qin Hao's numerous transgressions, eliminating him would necessitate a degree of risk. Farewell. Lu Buochao, accompanied by 4 inspectors, hastily made his way into the distance. This guy plays dirty, he is clearly signaling to Brother Hao, hurry, a fresh target awaits you here. Haha, what more can one expect? The heart that plays tricks is indeed tainted. In the live broadcast room, viewers looked on in bemusement at Lu Buochao's carefree demeanor. Meanwhile, Wang Bing continued his search with his team. Good luck. Chen Quan-ci squinted at Lu Buochao, softly murmuring a wish. Within the inspector team. What do you think? What confidence does Lu Buochao possess? Xiao He found it difficult to comprehend this individual's maneuvers. Although he was intelligent, his expertise lay solely in computers and technology. When it came to cunning strategies, he resembled a mere child. Hee, it's quite simple, explosives. Zhou Jun exchanged knowing glances with old Yun, chuckling as he spoke. His words are clear, even if he cannot apprehend Qin Hao, he can still perish alongside him, which suggests he is carrying explosives. The group suddenly understood, though Qin Hao's fans grew anxious. These were explosives, albeit fake. Nonetheless, should they detonate, death would be unequivocal, leaving no room for doubt. Strange, is this fellow truly that exceptional? On a relatively concealed rooftop, Qin Hao surveyed the unfolding events below through binoculars, observing every detail with clarity. Is he intentionally trying to lure me in? In his other hand, Qin Hao held a bow and arrow, testing the distance. Too far, indeed. Then I shall take the bait for you to see. He recognized that this individual was notably intelligent. Having dared to separate and search with 4 inspectors, he must possess some form of advantage. Yet, Qin Hao remained undaunted. This was the essence of a strong man's confidence. In the next moment, Qin Hao descended the stairs with resolve. He was eager to witness just how formidable this so-called clever individual truly was. Chapter 149. Bewildered audience. Such a pig teammate. Captain, are we certain this is the right course of action? One of the inspectors, engaged in the search, looked at Lu Buochao, his face etched with uncertainty. We are not afraid of death, but rather of a death that serves no purpose. Rest assured. Lu Buochao chuckled lightly, unaware that after searching through several houses, he suddenly observed the police dog he was leading transitioning into a prone position. It's here. At this sight, the expressions of all the inspectors sharpened. Meanwhile, those observing through the recording device, including Zhou Jun, instinctively straightened in their seats, fully aware that the crucial moment had arrived. It would now be revealed whether Qin Hao's strength surpassed Lu Buochao's cunning strategy. The 4 inspectors instinctively glanced at Lu Buochao, their eyes conveying a silent message of the latter, maintaining an air of composure, nodded subtly, as if oblivious to the peculiar behavior of both the police dog and the inspectors, and promptly pushed open the door. I am quite curious, what exactly do you rely on? As soon as the door swung open, they were met with the sight of Qin Hao seated within the room, surprisingly wielding a bow and arrow. Notably, the arrow's tip was safeguarded by a special material that ensured it would not inflict harm while maintaining its velocity. Do not make any sudden movements, otherwise, I cannot guarantee that this bow will not find its mark upon you. Qin Hao smiled, his gaze appraising the intruders from head to toe, and moments later, his eyes lit up with realization. You have a bomb on you? Upon hearing this, Lu Buochao let out a resigned sigh. I never imagined you would see through it so easily. Very well, I admit it, I do have a bomb on me. As this confession escaped his lips, everyone stared at him in disbelief. 2 words involuntarily surfaced in their minds. Is this it? This so-called encyclopedia of knowledge, is this all it amounts to? Goodness, did Brother Hao's casual remark compel you to admit it so readily? Are you foolish or simply naive? Then, before the astonished gazes of the crowd, he slowly unbuttoned his police uniform, revealing a belt of explosives encircling his torso, which he discarded to the side, gradually raising his hands in surrender. This series of actions even took Qin Hao by surprise, who regarded him with an enigmatic expression. Excellent, I relish engaging with intelligent individuals. You grasped the situation immediately. After a moment, a smile crept onto his face as he waved his hand. Who claimed Lu Buochao was exceptionally clever? Is this truly the best he can muster? To be honest, my second uncle's nephew's son is far more astute than he. Goodness, I am on the verge of dying from laughter. This is all he has? In the live broadcast room, as they watched Lu Buochao raise his hands and obediently approach Qin Hao, the audience was left in a state of bemusement. It seemed that every individual in this production team was more capable than this fellow. One cannot deny that Lu Buochao's titles were rather intimidating, leading them to believe that while his combat prowess may be lacking, his intelligence would be formidable. Yet now, they were left thoroughly disappointed. Even the inspectors, including Zhou Jun, found themselves unconsciously furrowing their brows. Only old Master Yun's eyes flickered momentarily, yet he remained silent. Tap, tap, tap. Shortly thereafter, within a span of less than 5 minutes, a series of footsteps echoed outside. Chen Quan-ci and Wang Bing strode into the room, their expressions grim as they regarded Qin Hao and then glanced at Lu Buochao standing nearby. The corners of their eyes twitched involuntarily. This was what you deemed a situation where we would at least perish together. Good heavens, they had been captured outright. Do not make any rash movements. Qin Hao lifted his eyelids and continued, let the others remain outside. Too many people create too much noise. Qin Hao, you cannot escape. Wang Bing shook his head. We have already surrounded this place. Oh? Qin Hao gestured to Lu Buochao, who, with a servile demeanor, hurriedly bowed his head. Ha ha ha, you see, I have a hostage. Would you disregard your comrade's safety and eliminate me? That would contradict your inspection protocols. Chapter 150 of the incompetent Lu Buochao, a turn of events, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, as they came to the realization that Qin Hao's assertions were undeniably valid. Even in reality, it was inconceivable for the inspectors to disregard the lives of their comrades. In that fleeting moment, the gazes directed at Lu Buochao became distinctly peculiar. Could this fellow truly be an undercover agent? How utterly despicable. Although a gradual search would yield slower progress, it was inevitable that they would eventually locate Qin Hao, yet, due to his insistence on acting alone, under the guise of some grand plan, the situation had devolved into an excruciatingly awkward impasse. What do we call this round, brothers? For twos and two kings, let Lu Buochao play it out in fragments. Ha ha ha, spot on. In the live stream, viewers felt that Lu Buochao had reached a new low. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and step aside. Qin Hao, feigning deep sorrow, intoned, do you possess no sense of perception? Have you not observed the immense contributions made by your captain, Lu Buochao? The inspectors exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before Wang Bing and Chen Quan reluctantly inhaled deeply and waved their hands. Qin Hao, with Lu Buochao in tow, strode towards the exit under the scrutinizing eyes of the audience. Every gaze was fixed intently on Qin Hao. Brothers, rest assured, I will find a way to persuade Qin Hao to mend his ways. Crime is not the path to take. At that moment, Lu Buochao, who was leading the way, suddenly interjected. The crowd was left speechless, their expressions mirroring that of incredulity as they regarded Lu Buochao. To use oneself as bait for a tiger, even if I must sacrifice myself, I harbor no regrets. Lu Buochao continued his theatrical performance, thumping his chest with an air of magnanimity. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Is this what they call an encyclopedia? Ah, such disappointment. I initially believed him to be a figure of significance, yet he is merely this inept. In the live stream, viewers had nearly relegated Lu Buochao to the status of a jester. Meanwhile, Qin Hao, trailing behind, appeared nonchalant, yet he remained utterly vigilant. The reason was simple. While the possibility of incompetence existed in other shows, such a phenomenon was utterly inconceivable in this program. However, he was currently perplexed, unable to discern Lu Buochao's true intentions. Suddenly, Chen Quan and Wang Bing sprang into action, their movements executed with remarkable swiftness, as a specially crafted military knife was unsheathed from Chen Quan's waist. It glimmered ominously under the sunlight. Simultaneously, Wang Bing drew his firearm. Their actions were so rapid that they seemed to occur in an instant. This was something no one had anticipated. Moreover, what went unnoticed was the flicker in Lu Buochao's eyes as he halted abruptly, positioning himself directly in front of Qin Hao. Wang Bing and Chen Quan stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment as they gazed at him. To think he was inept was one thing, but to obstruct us while we acted, however, as the two remained momentarily dazed, they observed Lu Buochao wink at them, exchanging a perplexed glance. They hesitated briefly before slowly stepping aside. Why must you go to such lengths? Qin Hao shook his head in exasperation, striding away confidently under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Even without turning back, he could feel the searing stares directed at him. Brother Hao, how did I do? Was it not splendid? Lu Buochao grinned broadly as they walked. To be honest, I am utterly astounded. How can someone like him claim to be a champion of super intellect? I reckon a mere dog would prove more useful. Come now, let us not exaggerate, dogs are inherently more useful than he is. The audience in the livestream was momentarily at a loss for words, utterly befuddled by Lu Buochao's antics, who seemed to embody the essence of failure. Unbeknownst to the two, they had wandered into an increasingly desolate area, where the buildings appeared even more dilapidated, yet they were now perilously close to the main road. Alright, enough with the charade. Is this entertaining to you? At that moment, Qin Hao came to a halt, abruptly voicing his thoughts. What? Lu Buochao looked at Qin Hao in confusion, as though he were entirely oblivious to the implication. If I am not mistaken, you must still possess a bomb, correct? It should be strapped to your leg. Qin Hao smiled. When you thumped your chest earlier, did you truly believe I was oblivious? That must be the switch for the time detonation, no? Let me take a guess. Did you set it for 10 minutes, or 5? I presume it's set for 10 minutes, the extended duration likely serves to avoid collateral damage to the other inspectors. I must admit, your performance has been nothing short of impeccable, a perfect illustration of what it means to be utterly inept. At this revelation, everyone fell silent, even the inspectors, including Zhou Jun, were left stunned. Only Yun Tian wore a smile tinged with a hint of regret. What on earth, can someone enlighten me as to what transpired? Wait, does Brother Hao mean to say that Lu Buochao still has a bomb? Are we to assume that the one previously attached was merely a ruse, or that he had already anticipated Qin Hao's suspicions, that the bomb could be discarded at his discretion? I recall, Lu Buochao truly did thump his chest. The viewers in the livestream were thoroughly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Chapter 151 of the Manipulator of Intelligence, Terrifying Speed, and Schemes. What are you saying? Why can't I comprehend? Brother Hao, let us not jest, you must leave quickly, or the inspection team will undoubtedly catch up. Lu Buochao furrowed his brow, appearing utterly perplexed. There are still 30 seconds until your timer goes off. Qin Hao replied with a faint smile, continuing, so, will you press the direct detonation switch while I run, or will you follow me? I suspect you will press the switch, for you are well aware that you cannot outrun me. As the words fell, Lu Guochao's pupils dilated in shock, but the next moment, he burst into laughter. 20 seconds remaining. To sacrifice myself for your demise seems quite the bargain. Upon hearing this, the truth became glaringly evident. My goodness, indeed, one must never underestimate those who toy with intellect. Damn, I had always thought him a fool, only to realize that the true jester is none other than myself. Thus, everything he did previously was merely a performance? He even anticipated that Brother Hao would suspect he bore a bomb, yet who could have guessed there was actually one hidden on him? The audience in the live stream erupted, a veritable frenzy. What constitutes a miraculous twist? This is it, after all. Since Lu Guochao's introduction, he had scarcely taken action, or rather, had not acted at all, merely offering brief analyses. Consequently, many held a rather shallow impression of him, but now, this is the remote control, the genuine remote. Will you run now, or await the final moments? Lu Guochao revealed a remote control with a single button. His eyes were fixed on Qin Hao, a hint of mirth evident however. The smile that gradually crept onto his face soon froze. At that moment, Qin Hao moved suddenly. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he reached into one of his pockets. Lu Guochao had not even registered the action. By the time he came to his senses, it was far too late. Beep. Qin Hao extracted a remote control from Lu Guochao's pocket and gently pressed the green button. A mechanical voice resonated. It appears this is not the detonation button, rather, it must be the pause button? Qin Hao observed Lu Guochao's incredulous expression and shook his head slightly. Alas, at such close proximity, how could a clever person so brazenly produce the controller? But you fear I might seize it and, unable to outmatch me, you know I could easily subdue you in mere moments. Thus, you don't merely possess two bombs, but two remote controls. One is a decoy, while the other is genuine. The audience, they were utterly bewildered, suddenly realizing their minds were insufficient. They collectively thought that even with 8 heads, they could not fathom this twist. Two bombs, one is bait to be dismantled, the other the true explosive, two remote controls, one to divert attention if Qin Hao saw through the ruse, buying enough time until detonation. The necessity of carrying both remotes stemmed from the fact that, while a timer is advantageous, once exposed, complications arise. He could not outrun Qin Hao, nor could he overpower him, thus he needed to press the bomb's trigger before Qin Hao fled, yet, such a meticulous plan was unveiled by Qin Hao on the spot. Very well, you are indeed formidable. After a pause, Lu Guochao sighed, his expression complex. Screech. A taxi came to a halt before them. Let us depart. Having a brother like you by my side grants me greater security. Furthermore, since your inspection team has bestowed upon me such a grand gift, I must reciprocate in kind, mustn't I? Qin Hao guided him into the taxi, heading toward the city. It must be said, this bomb could indeed be put to good use, serving as a splendid means to repay the inspection team. Chapter 152, Can his girlfriend handle it? Behind the scenes, Chen Quanzi and others had already grasped the entirety of the situation, their expressions a tumultuous blend of emotions. I must admit, Lu Guochao is truly astute. Had he been an ordinary criminal, he would have perished 100 times over. Wang Bing exclaimed with a lengthy sigh. Alas, the unfortunate truth is that his opponent is Qin Hao. Captain Xiao He, can you ascertain the speed at which Qin Hao struck just now? Chen Quanzi's attention, however, was fixated on another matter, his gaze serious as he inquired in a low voice. I am currently calculating. Within the inspection team, Xiao He's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, the screen displaying an array of data. The team leaders on site fixated their attention on the display. Ha! After a moment, Xiao He exhaled deeply, a profound disbelief etched across his face. Wait, let me re-evaluate, something feels amiss. Leaning back in his chair, Xiao He pondered for a moment before sitting up straight again to continue his calculations. The crowd watched in silence. This was the first time they had witnessed Xiao He exhibit such uncertainty, indicating that the results he was deriving were beyond even his own confidence. How can this be possible? It is inconceivable, yet, my calculations remain accurate. Several minutes elapsed, and Xiao He furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, his expression rife with confusion. Captain Xiao He, perhaps your calculations are indeed correct. At that moment, Yun Tian spoke slowly, although I am not well versed in computer calculations, I possess a keen understanding of speed. The velocity Qin Hao demonstrated was undeniably swift, I estimate it exceeds 6 times. Upon hearing this, Xiao He's body jolted, slowly turning towards Yun Tian, nodding with difficulty, his eyes still reflecting shock. Indeed, my calculations indicate an extraordinary speed of 8 times. At that instant, Qin Hao's striking velocity reached 8 times that of an average human. To put this into perspective, when a video runs at 3 to 4 times speed, one can still discern the visuals, albeit the dialogue becomes inaudible, leaving only a vague semblance of the imagery. At 6 times, the sounds become muddled, and the visuals appear to stutter. When one reaches 8 times, it devolves into a frame-skipping display, rendering the audio entirely unintelligible, and at 12 times, can you imagine what transpires? Xiao He's expression grew grave as he surveyed the room. It should filter out most of the visuals, leaving only a series of still images, while the sound becomes merely a frequency, correct? Yun Tian pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. Precisely. Thus, I find it unfathomable that a single individual could attain such velocity. Even if he could, his body would not permit it. The incredulity in Xiao He's tone was palpable. The others remained silent, overwhelmed by the complexity of the discussion yet acutely aware of its significance. Good heavens, no wonder I merely perceived a fleeting shadow moments ago. Ahem, I have a rather audacious thought. Ah, I wonder if Brother Hao has a girlfriend. If he does, can she withstand such a pace? At this juncture, the audience had somewhat acclimated to the unfolding events. Their nerves had been thoroughly steeled by the training imparted by Qin Hao. What, you mentioned a speed of 6 times? What, you assert it's 8 times? Oh, you're referring to Brother Hao, surely, that's just a standard feat for him, he is no ordinary human. After all, being perpetually astonished would surely leave them utterly overwhelmed. Frankly, even if Qin Hao were to undertake the most outrageous of actions, they would find it entirely normal, as they had begun to adapt to his extraordinary capabilities. Chapter 153 Locking on Target, Assembling the Sniper Rifle in 12 Seconds. It has been locked on. Currently, Qin Hao and Lu Buqiao are within the same shopping mall. At this moment, Chen Quanzi and his team had returned to the city, yet they continued to trail closely behind Qin Hao. Good, prepare the sniper rifle. Chen Quanzi inhaled deeply and spoke in a grave tone. The inspection team had escalated their permissions to the maximum. All weapons at their disposal had been meticulously readied, including the sniper rifle. Striking an enemy from a distance of 1,000 meters was but a trivial task. This was a strategic reserve deliberately left by Chen Quanzi and Wang Bing. After all, Qin Hao possessed far too many extraordinary abilities. While others might hesitate to leap from heights, he did so without a second thought. What others deemed impossible in flight, he managed to accomplish, albeit through javelin-like propulsion, which was still quite remarkable. To put it somewhat hyperbolically, he could traverse both heaven and earth with ease. In anticipation of any unforeseen eventualities, they had made ample preparations. Sniper rifle? Indeed, at this juncture, the inspection team essentially has no weaponry they cannot utilize, save for those of exceedingly destructive capability. Can anyone withstand a shot from 1,000 meters away? Can Brother Hao possibly defend against it? Defend against it? Do you think Brother Hao is a deity? That's utterly absurd. How can you utter such nonsense without a shred of thought? Upon hearing the phrase sniper rifle, the audience in the livestream erupted into discussion. It inevitably reminded them of the incident just days prior when Qin Hao had single-handedly annihilated the entire inspection team in the woods using merely an air gun. To their astonishment, they were about to witness a real sniper rifle so soon. On the rooftop of a tall building, an inspector stood with a black briefcase, seemingly awaiting something. Bang! The rooftop door swung open, and Chen Quanzi strode in with the poise of a dragon and the might of a tiger, his gaze fixed intently on the briefcase. Leave it to me. Yes. The inspector handed over the sniper rifle, speaking solemnly. 99% modeled after a sniper rifle, every detail perfectly replicated. However, due to concerns over lethality, the bullets have been modified to achieve a maximum range of 1,000 meters. Understood. Chen Quanzi nodded, promptly opening the briefcase. Inside lay an array of components, each exuding a lustrous black metallic sheen. Even unassembled, the atmosphere exuded an aura of lethal intent. My goodness, this is the first time I've seen a sniper rifle so vividly. Me too. Well, to be precise, we cannot yet call it a sniper rifle, as it remains unassembled. As the audience beheld the stunning metallic components, their eyes widened in awe. Particularly the men, who harbored a peculiar fascination with firearms. The reason for the collection of parts was primarily due to the sniper rifle's considerable weight and size. Carrying it casually down the street would attract undue attention. This was why, in many films and dramas, assassins often carried briefcases to assemble their weapons on site. Click. Click. The crisp sounds of assembly resonated through the air. Chen Quanzi's gaze was resolute, his movements swift, as if honed through countless trials. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped a component, scarcely needing to inspect it closely before placing it precisely where it belonged. Click. The sound of the bullet chambering echoed. Observant viewers were astounded to realize that the transformation from a heap of semi-finished parts to a fully assembled rifle took a mere 13 seconds. Excluding the seconds spent chambering the bullet, it was accomplished in just 12 seconds. Chapter 154 Sniper ready, gunfire in the crowd. I can't believe it, I just checked, and it took a special police officer 20 seconds to assemble a sniper rifle from parts, which is already quite impressive. Yet, Captain Chen managed to do it in a mere 13 seconds, and this was an even more complex sniper rifle. Although it's quite terrifying, we must acknowledge that he is an instructor from the 1st Combat Team of Huaxia, so it's understandable that he possesses such formidable skills in this area. The spectators were left in awe at Chen Quan's rapid assembly of the weapon. Simultaneously, they came to realize a poignant truth: none of these squad leaders or captains were lacking in competence. Perhaps they may be deficient in some aspects, but in their areas of expertise, they were undoubtedly the strongest. It was just that Chen Quan had not been afforded the opportunity to showcase his talents until now. Wang Bing, report your position. With the assembly completed, Chen Quan took a deep breath and slowly approached the edge of the rooftop. Below, the road was bustling with an unending flow of vehicles. Southeast, 230 meters from the shopping mall, by the roadside. The voice of Wang Bing crackled through the walkie-talkie. Without hesitation, Chen Quan directed the sniper rifle scope towards the indicated location. Indeed, he did not immediately attach the scope. Every strong individual possesses an innate sense of impending danger, especially with a powerful weapon like a sniper rifle. The body often reacts before the mind can fully comprehend the threat. Thus, to ensure a 100% chance of eliminating Qin Hao, he refrained from using the sniper rifle to survey the area. Beneath the scope, the figures of Qin Hao and Lu Buqiao were unmistakably visible. At this moment, the two stood beneath a bus stop sign. Het, quite adept at concealment. Chen Quan remarked coldly, acknowledging the cleverness of Qin Hao's chosen position. At the bus stop, there were at least a dozen people waiting for their rides. They need not fear even if an inspection were to occur, as they were perfectly poised for both offense and defense. Subsequently, Chen Quan gradually lay prone on the rooftop, affixing the scope to the sniper rifle, the barrel beginning to shift slowly. Meanwhile, Qin Hao stood amidst the crowd with Lu Buochao, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. "Qin Hao, stop running, it's futile. This place has long been surrounded by the inspection team." Suddenly, Lu Buochao, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. At his words, Qin Hao's nail clipper edged closer. "I didn't ask for your input. Keep your mouth shut and play your role as a hostage peacefully." But even in reality, hostages can resist." Lu Buochao replied with a calm smile. "So you mean to say, you want to, Qin Hao began, but abruptly halted, a sudden wave of unease washing over him. It was as if some great terror had set its sights on him, an unsettling curiosity bubbling within him, compelling him to flee this place. "Yes, I want to resist you. Kill me, go on, kill me." At that moment, Lu Buochao's voice rang out, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he continued speaking, seemingly to distract Qin Hao. However, Qin Hao could no longer afford to pay him any mind, for that sense of dread was intensifying with each passing second. His heart began to race uncontrollably. "System, exchange for divine-level combat awareness," Qin Hao hastily instructed within his mind. "Beep, exchanging for divine-level combat awareness requires emotional points, 150,000. In the instant he received the divine-level combat awareness, Qin Hao had no time to fully appreciate its intricacies. He merely felt the hairs on his body stand on end, a shiver running down his spine. Suddenly, Qin Hao turned his head sharply, his gaze sharp and piercing. With his current physical prowess, he could vaguely discern a shadow crouched atop a nearby building. "Is that a sniper?" Qin Hao's pupils constricted. His brain had yet to process the information, but his body instinctively lunged forward. Simultaneously, the distinctive sound of a sniper rifle echoed through the air. Bang! The bullet left the chamber, slicing through the air at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Chapter 155 of The Fury of the Leaders, A Breach of Principles. "Have you lost your mind?" Wang Bing exclaimed, his face paling in shock at the sound of the sniper rifle echoing through the air. It is crucial to note that numerous ordinary citizens were present, especially as Qin Hao, hiding behind Lu Buochao, revealed only a minimal portion of his body. Firing a weapon in such circumstances could easily lead to collateral damage. Although the sniper rifle in the program lacked true lethality, being struck still constituted a form of death. In other words, what difference was there between Chen Quan's actions and the shooting of innocent civilians? "Do you doubt my marksmanship?" Chen Quan replied nonchalantly, yet when he peered through the scope again, he was momentarily taken aback. For, despite his precarious position, Qin Hao had managed to evade the bullet. "Is it truly possible for you to escape this?" Chen Quan raised an eyebrow, his focus sharpening once more. Today, he was resolute in his intent to bring Qin Hao to justice right then and there. No one could thwart his resolve. Unbeknownst to him, the expressions of all the team leaders from the inspection group had drastically altered. They were astounded that Chen Quan would dare to fire a weapon in such a public setting. It was sheer madness. "Stop, cease fire immediately." Seeing Chen Quan's intention to continue shooting, Zhou Jun abruptly rose to his feet, his voice booming with authority. "Chen Quan, you must understand that this is a simulation with a 99% fidelity to reality. Hitting a civilian equates to death. Do not tell me you are unaware of the implications." Elder Yun's countenance was grave as he spoke. "I have complete confidence." Chen Quan's words dripped with assurance, his tone remarkably flat. "This is not a matter of confidence, do you comprehend? Do not bring your experiences from the borders and foreign lands into this scenario. We are on home soil, where the safety of the citizens must take precedence. I do not wish to hear anything about your confidence." Elder Yun had now risen, delivering a stern rebuke. "Ah, I sense that Chen Quan is disregarding all caution. Of course, that's a given. After all, he is an instructor from the premier special forces of Huaxia. He is not an ordinary individual, yet he is going to such lengths to apprehend Brother Hao. I believe the primary reason is the frustration he felt earlier. It has ignited a true fire within him." The audience watched this unfolding drama, shaking their heads in dismay. To be honest, if they were once formidable figures abroad, returning home only to feel so stifled, it would indeed be vexing. Nevertheless, regardless of their frustrations, firing a weapon in a public space was undeniably wrong. It would not only incite chaos but also risk injury to innocents. Sigh. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Quan sighed, his expression a mixture of complexity. "Very well, I shall await my opportunity." Meanwhile, as everyone had surmised, even with a silencer, the sound of the sniper rifle remained deafening. The several individuals at the bus station momentarily froze, their faces draining of color. In this era, most citizens may not have encountered real firearms, but they have certainly seen them in dramas and shooting games. Is that gunfire? How could there be gunfire here? Do you still care about that? Hurry and run. In an instant, the entire scene descended into chaos. Qin Hao rolled on the ground repeatedly until the gunfire ceased, at which point he sprang to his feet. His expression was dark and brooding. Glancing down, he noticed a small white mark at the edge of his clothing. Had it been a real bullet, it would have pierced through his attire. Of course, this would not have caused him any real harm. Nevertheless, Qin Hao felt an unprecedented fury rising within him. This was the first time since joining the program that he had come so perilously close to death, mere centimeters away. Chapter 156. When Qin Hao raises his middle finger, "You're done for," the cold gaze of the deity turned towards the spot where Lu Buochao had been standing, indeed, in such a brief moment, that wily fellow had vanished without a trace. Having previously examined the explosives on Lu Buochao, it was apparent that extracting them from him would be quite a cumbersome task. Clearly, he had contemplated various possibilities during the operation. Initially, he had harbored thoughts of using the explosives on Lu Buochao to detonate a crowd, which now seemed somewhat regrettable. Qin Hao dismissed the chaos surrounding him, his gaze fixating upon the shadowy high-rise building. Then, amidst the astonished expressions of onlookers, he slowly raised his middle finger, his lips moved, uttering 4 words. I in the distance, Chen Xuanqi observed Qin Hao's actions and lip movements, his brows knitting into a frown. "I'm done for? Ha, amusing. Do you think I'm Wang Wei?" Chen Xuanqi couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, entirely unconcerned in a one-on-one confrontation. He was well aware that he was no match for Qin Hao's formidable strength. However, as an inspector, he was not a bandit or a thug. Did he need to engage in a solitary battle? Absolutely not. It seems Brother Hao was quite enraged. Of course, he nearly bid farewell to 100 billion. Would you not be furious in his position? Do you think Brother Hao might charge in and confront Captain Chen? Impossible, this area is crawling with inspectors. Brother Hao has no chance. The audience, witnessing Qin Hao's grim countenance, began to speculate. It was their first encounter with such an expression from him. However, what took everyone by surprise was that Qin Hao was charging straight towards the building. Seeing his actions, Chen Xuanqi felt a surge of excitement rather than shock, swiftly producing his walkie-talkie. "All inspectors, converge on the building opposite the mall. Wang Bing, hurry up and assist me. I cannot contend with Qin Hao alone. Whether we can eliminate him hinges on today." Upon hearing this, the inspectors nearby, maintaining order among the crowd, felt a jolt of adrenaline and quickly sprinted towards the building. I must say, while Chen Xuanqi's move is rather reckless, it is indeed quite effective. Zhou Jun remarked with a tone of admiration. Indeed, provoking Qin Hao and pushing him to lose his composure will result in him suffering in a direct confrontation with the inspectors. Chen Yalan nodded in agreement. Yet, upon hearing their comments, the old man Yun Tian shook his head. Have you considered that this is a 99% reflection of reality? Theoretically speaking, firing into a crowd is a fundamental violation of principles. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Jun nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, in a real-world scenario, following this mission, he would face a trial. Although it is to eliminate a criminal, firearms are not 100% accurate. Any slight miscalculation could result in fatalities. Under such circumstances, Chen Xuanqi is no longer fit for missions, nor should he return to the military. At these words, everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated the situation had escalated to such severity. However, upon reflection, the audience found it quite reasonable. After all, who would want an unstable factor wielding a sniper rifle aiming above them? This was merely a toy gun. What if it were a real firearm? Would Chen Xuanqi feel completely assured in shooting into a crowd? He is gambling, wagering that he can eliminate Qin Hao, or that this operation will definitively resolve the issue of Qin Hao. If he loses, he faces a military tribunal and is expelled from the program. If he wins, the show concludes. Lu Buochao's voice, tinged with resignation, echoed in the air. Chapter 157. Chen Quanxi's gamble, withdraw or kill Qin Hao. To lose is to be summoned before a military tribunal. To withdraw from the program is to concede defeat, but if one wins, the program concludes. To speak candidly, prior to taking action, we had contemplated a myriad of contingency plans. You see, when it comes to Qin Hao, meticulous preparation is hardly excessive, yet we never anticipated that he would resort to such an extreme measure. Lu Buochao's voice resonated with resignation. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the group. It was at this moment that they grasped the distinction between inspectors and elite special forces, or more precisely, the disparity between inspectors and top-tier commandos. What is an inspector? To safeguard a region, to protect the populace from harm, and to uphold the rights and properties of the citizens. What constitutes a special forces operative? To put it bluntly, someone of Chen Quanxi's caliber is undeniably formidable. At the very least, he could easily best a dozen ordinary inspectors, yet their missions diverge significantly, particularly for a powerhouse like Chen Quanxi, who frequently operates at the borders and abroad. His focus is solely on the completion of his task, often disregarding all else, even human lives. Of course, this also relates to individual temperament. What is Brother Hao doing? Suddenly, a comment appeared in the live stream's barrage. The crowd snapped back to attention, hastily directing their gaze towards Qin Hao's broadcast. In the footage, Qin Hao did not impulsively storm upstairs for a one-on-one showdown with Chen Quanxi. Instead, he ventured into a physical store. I recognize this establishment. There are only 2 in the entire city of Liuzhou. It specializes in sporting equipment for physical training, such as barbells. What is Brother Hao doing in there? Is he planning to smash Captain Chen with a barbell? Just as the audience's curiosity piqued, Qin Hao emerged, bow in hand, and without hesitation, sprinted into the distance. Witnessing this scene, everyone gaped in astonishment. A bold thought began to take shape in their minds. Could it be that Brother Hao intends to confront the inspectors with a longbow? After all, he had previously possessed a bow and arrow. Might he truly wield such a weapon? Indeed, their surmises proved accurate. As the inspectors converged on the building where Qin Hao was stationed, Qin Hao seized an opportunity and slipped into an adjacent structure. Due to road surveillance, even the inspection team and Qin Hao were privy to Qin Hao's actions. They furrowed their brows in unison.
A bow and arrow?
Zhou Jun frowned. This was an object largely unfamiliar to most, typically only witnessed at sporting events and seldom encountered elsewhere.
Is he truly attempting to engage in combat with a sniper rifle using a bow and arrow?
The absurdity of the thought almost made him chuckle. A bow and arrow, once the weapon of antiquity, had evolved into a sport or hobby over the years, with few choosing to wield it, yet now, Qin Hao dared to challenge a sniper rifle with a bow? Even if the weapon possessed considerable power, do not underestimate the bow and arrow. A heavy compound bow can swiftly fell large wild boars, even elephants. However, Qin Hao has opted for a longbow with a greater range. Yun Tian glanced at him, speaking in a grave tone. With light arrows, the effective range of a longbow is approximately 200 to 300 meters.
Pausing briefly, he continued, what do you think the effective range would be when considering Qin Hao's strength?
Initially, both Zhou Jun and Xiao He believed that ancient technology such as bows and arrows stood no chance against modern sniper rifles. However, after hearing Yun Tian's words, they began to reconsider, realizing that perhaps modern technology was not as invincible as they had assumed. Of course, the efficacy hinged significantly on the wielder. Merely imagining Qin Hao's terrifying strength combined with the effective range of 200 to 300 meters for the bow, one could surmise that, if the bowstring could withstand the tension, the range might indeed approach a staggering 1,000 meters.
Chapter 158 The Power of the Bow and Arrow, the God-Level Archer.
Hiss. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that Captain Chen seems to be in a bit of danger.
I don't care what you feel.
I want to express my own feelings, and I feel the same. The audience erupted in excitement. It is worth noting that Qin Hao can even throw a javelin with the effect of a flying sword. How terrifying must this bow and arrow be in his hands? At this moment, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Qin Hao swiftly made his way to the rooftop of the building. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the building situated 300 to 400 meters away, particularly the figure standing atop it.
Let us see who meets their demise first.
A glint of madness flashed in Qin Hao's eyes as he whispered softly, raising his hand to draw forth the longbow from his back. The longbow, a deep yellow hue reminiscent of a crescent moon, bore no embellishments and featured a remarkably simple design, yet, this unadorned construction possessed the capability to shoot an impressive distance of 200 to 300 meters. Indeed, it surpassed the range of all handguns. Whoosh! Qin Hao took a deep breath and internally mused, system, check my emotional value. Beep, the host's current emotional value stands at 787,000. The system promptly provided the answer. Upon hearing this figure, Qin Hao felt a sense of satisfaction. He had refrained from exchanging excess skills, all in anticipation of reaching 1 million emotional value, to unlock the third dimension and continue his ascent. However, he now found it necessary to alter his strategy. System, exchange for the God-Level Archer. Beep, exchange impossible, please specify, host. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, but after a moment of contemplation, he understood the concept of an archer was too broad. If he could exchange for an archer, then any long-range weapon would qualify him as god-level. Clearly, this was unattainable. The previous acrobatics, while encompassing a multitude of skills, appeared extensive but were merely half-baked. Understood, yet not mastered, resembling a basic starter pack. The only true mastery he had achieved was with the tightrope skill he had exchanged for. Evidently, god-level skills could not be exchanged in such a manner.
Then, I shall exchange for the god-level bowman.
After a moment's reflection, Qin Hao expressed this thought inwardly.
Beep, exchange successful. God-level bowman.
The bow and arrow are weapons that were invented long before recorded history, significantly enhancing the hunting techniques of prehistoric humans, allowing them to slay targets from a distance. Ultimately, the bow and arrow found their place on the battlefield.
God-level bowman.
With utmost precision, the moment you grasp the bow and arrow, you become the deity of archery, greatly enhancing your vision and arm strength, allowing for precise timing of release and awareness of wind direction. Special effect. As the holder of the god-level bowman, you have perfect mastery over all bow and arrow weaponry, longbows, compound bows, recurve bows, and so forth. As the system's voice faded, Qin Hao distinctly felt a transformation occurring within the bow and arrow he held. This sensation was ethereal, as if the bow and arrow had become an extension of his very arm, allowing him to wield them as he pleased. With his eyes closed, Qin Hao could keenly perceive the warm breeze brushing past his hands. The northeast wind blows at level 4, with a velocity of 6.5. At this moment, Qin Hao broke into a wild grin, his smile audacious and unrestrained. The fierce glint in his eyes flickered with fervor. Today, he would avenge the enmity of a single gunshot, no matter what.
Is Brother Hao truly going to engage in a duel with a sniper rifle using equipment meant for competition?
If it were anyone else, I would have jumped in to mock them, but when it comes to Brother Hao, I genuinely feel intimidated. Are we joking? Did we not hear old Master Yuntian say, a compound bow can fell an elephant? Can we still dare to say this is merely for competition? I had always believed that bows and arrows were relics of the ancient world, with no place in modern times beyond competitions. To my surprise, I still get to witness one today. The audience buzzed with excitement, primarily captivated by Qin Hao's striking demeanor. As the sun dipped low in the west, its afterglow bathed the rooftop in a warm light, where a handsome man clad in a white suit stood poised, a longbow in hand, his tousled hair dancing gently in the breeze. He resembled a dashing nobleman from antiquity, yet also bore the aura of a general who has carved a path through the battlefield. Chapter 159 Arrows versus Sniper Rifles, a thunderous sound in the sky, a dreamlike encounter. Captain, what should we do now? The inquiry from the inspection team crackled through the walkie-talkie, emanating from Wang Bing and Chen Quan-ci. Qin Hao has not approached our building. Instead, he has taken his bow and arrows to a building over 300 meters away. Should we proceed with the capture?
Upon hearing his subordinate's question, Wang Bing furrowed his brow and replied, "Wait for me. I will join you."
With that, he cast a deep glance at Chen Quan-ci.
"Can you manage alone?"
"Absolutely, I was just longing for a chance to engage Qin Hao in a one-on-one contest of my strengths."
Chen Quan-ci replied with a chuckle.
"Very well, but do take care of your safety."
Wang Bing nodded and dashed towards the door without looking back.
Suddenly, Chen Quan-ci froze momentarily. Through his scope, he observed Qin Hao seemingly communicating something to him, lip-reading. As a special forces soldier, he was naturally well-versed in such matters.
"Shall we have a comparison? Let's see whose aim is truer. I kill the inspectors, and how many can you save?"
Chen Quan-ci articulated, while attentively watching the movements of Qin Hao's lips. However, upon finishing his words, his expression darkened, turning an ominous shade of rage.
"Outrageous, utterly outrageous. Has Brother Hao become so brazen as to flout all decorum? My goodness, while it's certain that Brother Hao would excel with a bow and arrow, isn't this a tad too audacious? To compare arrows with a sniper rifle and openly provoke?" The audience fell into a stunned silence upon hearing Qin Hao's words. Just how much confidence did one possess to be so audacious? Seeking death. Chen Quan-ci narrowed his eyes slowly, resolutely firing his weapon at Qin Hao. Bang! The bullet was discharged. However, almost immediately, his pupils constricted, disbelief flooding his countenance. Even his hand, gripping the sniper rifle, trembled slightly, nearly causing the weapon to slip from his grasp. At that moment, just after Qin Hao uttered those words, he drew back his bowstring. The bow was drawn to a near semicircular arc. Whoosh! The bow creaked under the sudden immense tension, resonating ominously. Swish! In an instant, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, its trajectory almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted above the two buildings. The audience was momentarily bewildered, startled by the sudden sound, but soon after, they observed fragments plummeting from the sky. Concurrently, the inspectors who had just arrived instinctively looked up. "Is that iron shrapnel?" Wang Bing and the newly arrived Lu Buochao raised their hands to catch the falling debris, discovering it to be small metallic fragments. They were no fools. Within moments, they grasped the implications. The eyes of all the inspectors widened in shock, their bodies trembling involuntarily. A bold notion began to take shape in their minds, one that was too incredulous to comprehend. "What is this?" Within the inspection team, several leaders, including Zhou Jun, rose abruptly, their voices trembling with trepidation. Even the seasoned elder Yun Tian appeared dazed, dreamlike, utterly dreamlike. In such circumstances, there could only be one explanation for the thunderous sound in the sky. That was, Qin Hao's arrow had collided with Chen Quan-ci's bullet. Yet, this seemed like a tale from the realm of fantasy. How swift was the bullet, and how fast was the arrow? Even if they truly collided, the bullet would hardly experience any significant delay. Yet here it was, seemingly vanishing, clearly indicating that the force carried by the arrow was not inferior to that of the bullet. Though the sniper rifle was merely a replica and not authentic, perhaps the bullet's velocity was slightly less than that of a genuine sniper rifle, yet it should not have been able to be intercepted by an arrow. Chapter 160 The fragments of bullets and arrows shocked the crowd. If I am not mistaken, these should be fragments of blank cartridges and arrows. After a moment of silence, Lu Buochao let out a wry smile and spoke slowly. This seemingly simple statement struck like thunder on a clear day, reverberating loudly in the ears of all present. The minds of the audience went blank in an instant, bewildered. Everyone was in a state of shock. To think that arrows could stand toe-to-toe with bullets, such a scene could only be witnessed in movies, yet here they were witnessing it in reality. Absurd. Just as the audience and inspectors were reeling from the shock, Qin Hao and Chen Quan-ci were far from idle. That tremendous sound served as a signal for battle. The two engaged in combat had officially commenced. With a grim expression, Chen Quan-ci continued to squeeze the trigger. Anyone familiar with shooting games knows that while sniper rifles possess great power and long range, they have a drawback. They can only fire once every few seconds due to the need for ejection and reloading. After all, this is not a fully automatic sniper rifle. This provided Qin Hao with a window of opportunity to replace his arrows. Thus began a contest between modern advanced weaponry and ancient arms. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with explosive sounds. As tiny metal fragments danced in the wind, the scene was utterly breathtaking. The audience gaped in astonishment. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Vision, strength, precision, and arm power, each is indispensable, yet Qin Hao has managed to achieve this level. Old Master Yun Tian exclaimed repeatedly, his voice brimming with amazement. Even he, a veteran who had survived through countless battles from an era of utter chaos, felt a deep sense of awe. Not to mention the other ordinary spectators. I thought such a spectacle could only be seen on television. Chen Yalan sighed with a wry shake of her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief. Undeniably, achieving this level is indeed extraordinary. Regardless of Qin Hao's keen eyesight and his calculations regarding Chen Quan-ci's prone position and the height of the rifle, theoretically, he could intercept the bullet. After all, Captain Chen's position was already exposed, and Qin Hao knew he would certainly shoot at him. However, it primarily stems from the fact that the sniper rifle's ammunition is a blank round. No, it is even inferior to a blank round, thus affecting both the speed and power of the bullet. As Lu Buochao spoke while walking, he continued, therefore, it is unfair to Captain Chen, as Qin Hao's iron arrows possess formidable penetrating and destructive power. No. Just then, however, Xiao He shook his head and pointed at the large screen. The crowd focused their gaze and were left dumbfounded. They saw the moment the arrow was released, and it became clear that although the arrow was made of iron, it had a protective measure at the tip, ensuring that the person struck would not sustain any harm. Yet, this protective feature also diminished the arrow's inherent penetrating power and speed. Upon realizing the protective measure on the arrow, everyone was at a loss. Initially, they believed that the sniper rifle was slightly inferior to a true sniper rifle, which allowed Qin Hao to gain an advantage. But now it seemed that the advantage was far from clear. If anything, it appeared that Qin Hao was at a disadvantage. After all, the speed of an arrow depends on the user, but the arrowhead is equally crucial. Merely having a protective measure had significantly impacted the arrow's velocity and penetrating power. Damn, just blow up Brother Hao. This leaves no room for doubt, right? It's entirely fair and just, your sniper rifle cannot compare to a real sniper rifle, yet Brother Hao is not using genuine arrows. Moreover, it is far more challenging for Brother Hao to combat a sniper rifle with a bow and arrow. No question about it, just a simple inquiry, is there anyone else? The audience erupted in excitement. Witnessing something in reality that could only be seen in films, who wouldn't be thrilled? Chapter 161, Chen Quanzi severely injured, 3 arrows released, the wind's direction, even the leaders of the inspection team were left in a state of shock, staring blankly at the footage transmitted back from the surveillance cameras. The protective measures on those arrows seemed to mock them silently. It was blinding. It was as if Qin Hao was proclaiming to everyone, I fear not to shoot you down. Alas, this time, Chen Quanzi has lost his gamble. Zhou Jun remarked, shaking his head with a complex expression and a sigh. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Wait. At that moment, Chen Quanzi's exclamation came through the intercom. What is he planning to do? The group was taken aback, quickly focusing their attention, and collectively gasped in astonishment. At this moment, Chen Quanzi was reloading his magazine, yet, through the scope, it appeared that Qin Hao sensed something, a smile spreading across his face. To his horror, he then witnessed Qin Hao draw 3 arrows and knock them onto the bowstring. One eye slowly narrowed in concentration, sweat poured down Chen Quanzi's forehead, he felt the impending threat. Little did he expect that the time spent reloading would become his greatest disadvantage. In the next instant, the muscles in Qin Hao's arms bulged, an overwhelming force rushing towards him. System, activate suit-wearing thug. Boom! Qin Hao underwent a dramatic transformation, his 3-dimensional attributes surged by 60 each. To clarify, every attribute increased by 60, and when combined with his base attributes, it meant that at this moment, his strength, speed, and stamina had soared to an unfathomable level. To be precise, he had transcended all humanity, 3-dimensional attributes, 160. Creak. The bowstring emitted a creaking sound, the entire bow bending into a perfect crescent shape. Buzz. Suddenly, the bow released, the entire bowstring trembling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like meteors streaking across the sky, imbued with the power to penetrate all. 3 arrows were released simultaneously, even the inspectors standing below could distinctly hear the sound of the arrows slicing through the air. Chen Quanzi felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck, yet his hands moved with unwavering speed. The arrows had not yet arrived, but he could already feel a powerful gust of wind rushing towards him. There was no time for careful observation, he instinctively fired in the direction of that sensation. Bang! Crack! Upon hearing that sound, a smile broke across Chen Quanzi's face. But in the next moment, his smile froze, as one arrow rapidly grew larger in his sight, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Bang! A sharp pain shot through his shoulder, the immense force causing his body to tremble involuntarily. How is this possible? Chen Quanzi exclaimed in disbelief. Although Qin Hao had released 3 arrows simultaneously, their trajectories were identical. How could another arrow still be on its way? At this moment, the inspection team was enveloped in an eerie silence. In fact, as soon as Qin Hao loosed his arrows, Xiao He had already begun his analysis. Slow motion, everyone could see that when Chen Quanzi fired, he indeed struck down 2 arrows, yet the last arrow remained intact. That's not right, this doesn't add up. Yun Tian frowned, speaking in a low voice. Qin Hao released them together. Their speeds should be identical. It's impossible for one to lag so far behind. Indeed, they were released simultaneously, theoretically at the same speed, and since they were originally together, almost merging as one, if one were to be struck down, they would all fall together. Zhou Jun nodded instinctively. For some reason, it seems that one arrow lagged just a little, but due to that slight delay, they were not in sync, resulting in a minor deviation in the sky. Xiao Hei's fingers danced across the keyboard, and only then did the others begin to comprehend. The 3 arrows in the sky, when launched, had indeed been united, but due to the sheer force and speed reaching their zenith, one arrow had deviated slightly from its trajectory. Yet, it was precisely because of that slight deviation that Chen Quanzi was unable to take them all down with a single shot. The crucial factor was that he only had time for 1 shot. Chapter 162 Wind Speed, for Qin Hao has altered the rules. If I am not mistaken, it must pertain to the wind speed. At that moment, Lu Buochao slowly articulated, it is widely acknowledged that the higher one ascends, the stronger the winds become, thus capable of altering the trajectory of an arrow. However, what I cannot ascertain at this juncture is whether this is a mere coincidence or if Qin Hao had foreseen it. If it is the latter, we find ourselves in quite a predicament. Upon hearing these words, both the audience and the team leaders were left in stunned silence. Wind speed, this notion had indeed eluded their consideration. Most were woefully uninformed about this aspect, perceiving only the surface while entirely missing the underlying complexities. Can one truly calculate wind speed? I apologize, but I am only acquainted with 5 types of wind. A breeze, a gale, a strong wind, a typhoon, and a tornado. Now, that is an inconvenient truth. What utter nonsense. I am in the same boat. I am too. While the audience was profoundly astonished, they also felt a sense of bewilderment. So now, is Qin Hao to be deemed eliminated, or? At this moment, Zhou Jun furrowed his brow and broached a crucial topic. They were all aware that Qin Hao's arrow had struck Qin Huang's shoulder. In such circumstances, should it be classified as a fatality, a minor injury, or a severe wound, this rule had not been articulated prior to the commencement of the program. Bang! The door to the inspection team swung open, and Li Haoren entered with a smile. It appears my prior decision was indeed correct. To be frank, I had not anticipated such a situation arising before the program began, hence it was not included in the rules. Everyone was rendered speechless. In my imagination, the inspection team firing and hitting would signify death, yet clearly, this approach is ill-suited for the current scenario. Upon hearing this, all present instinctively nodded in agreement. Given that the intention was to replicate reality with 99% accuracy, one could not employ such rules. Therefore, after thorough analysis by the team, we have reached the conclusion that any firearm or sharp implement striking between the shoulders downwards and above the abdomen results in death. A direct hit to the head ensures instant demise. For other body parts, the assessment will depend on the specific injuries sustained. For instance, in this case, since Qin Huangzi was struck by Qin Hao's arrow in the shoulder, considering Qin Hao's strength and the speed of the arrow, his shoulder will face severe damage. Li Haoren remarked nonchalantly, at the very least, this shoulder, including the arm and hand, will be temporarily incapacitated. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Only such a comprehensive set of rules could be deemed the most equitable. This was fair to both the inspectors and Qin Hao alike. However, does that not imply that Qin Huangzi will have one arm rendered unusable? It is well understood that a sniper rifle requires both hands. Captain Chen is in a tough spot. The sniper rifle is considerably heavy, necessitating one hand to pull the trigger while the stock rests upon the shoulder, and the other hand must support the barrel's end. Otherwise, the bullet's trajectory may deviate. After all, the recoil is quite substantial. Well then, that is the current situation. Please inform him accordingly. After Li Haoren finished speaking, he turned and departed. It seems that Captain Chen's predicament extends beyond mere defeat. Zhou Jun let out a wry smile and subsequently picked up the intercom. When Qin Huangzi learned that one of his arms was rendered unusable, his expression shifted dramatically. However, he recognized that this was an unavoidable circumstance, as he ought to have sustained significant injuries in reality. Yet, he could no longer wield the sniper rifle. Even if he were to force himself, his accuracy would undoubtedly suffer. At this moment, Qin Huangzi found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to retreat or maintain his position. What on earth is he planning to do? Just then, a gasp emanated from the intercom. Chapter 163. The game officially begins. 9 arrows fly in unison. Looking up, one could see Qin Hao revealing a cruel smile directed towards him. His lips moved. The game officially begins. Upon uttering these words, Qin Hao's bow was aimed directly at the inspectors and the crowd below. Indeed, due to the chaos created by the gunfire and the clashing arrows, the scene had long since descended into disorder, making it exceedingly difficult for the inspectors to reach the building where Qin Hao was situated. They could only temporarily maintain order, and compounded by the exceedingly swift competition between Qin Hao and Qin Huangzi, they had barely managed to restore some semblance of control over the crowd, standing in the street, effectively becoming living targets. I seem to recall that Brother Hao initially intended to kill the inspectors, prompting Captain Chen to intervene. Do you all remember? Of course, how could we forget? It's just that the two of them suddenly started fighting. And what follows, as the spectators were engaged in discussion, Qin Hao had already set his plan into motion, grinning widely as he slowly drew 9 arrows from the quiver at his back, effortlessly precise without even counting, placing them directly on the bowstring. Come, let us see what you've got. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow towards the distant building, softly uttering, before fixing a sharp gaze downward at the area beneath the edifice. A sniper rifle, is it? A surprise attack, perhaps, just like the way you would do. Qin Hao sneered coldly, loosening his fingers. Swish. The arrows were released, transforming into streaks of light as they hurtled downwards. Lu Boqiao felt a shiver run down his spine, an icy dread enveloping him. This guy had lost his mind? Run, head towards Qin Hao's building. Wang Bing's face changed drastically as he shouted loudly. The inspectors dared not hesitate. They were acutely aware that this was a downward assault. In other words, a shot to their heads would result in immediate death. There would be no chance for rescue whatsoever. Then, a most spectacular scene unfolded. The inspectors below were sprinting madly while arrows rained down from the sky like droplets of rain. Everyone was left in stunned silence. They had not anticipated witnessing such a scene, one that could only be seen in ancient dramas, now unfolding in reality, and it was even more magnificent. The inspectors were quick to react, but the arrows were swifter. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of arrows striking were heard, and those inspectors hit fell to the ground without hesitation, lifeless. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 inspectors had perished. "Protect the 2 captains," someone suddenly shouted, and the surrounding inspectors sprang into action. "Protect, what nonsense, scatter at once." Wang Bing cursed angrily, his pace quickening. However, the distance to Qin Hao's building was several hundred meters, which under normal circumstances would be a swift run, yet now, they had to remain vigilant of the arrows from above, which wasted precious time. Qin Hao appeared to transform into a merciless archer, unleashing a continuous stream of arrows, and fortunately, he had acquired an ample supply, otherwise, he would have truly come up short. "Arrogant. Even if my aim falters, I cannot allow you to have it easy. I must buy them some time." Chen Quanxi's eyes burned crimson, his teeth clenched tightly as his blood-red gaze fixated on Qin Hao's direction. Whispering softly, he raised his firearm and fired towards the opposite side. Bang! Upon hearing the gunfire, Qin Hao frowned and looked up. Clang! A bullet struck the railing, sending sparks flying. "Just stay put if you're injured." "Do you truly wish to die?" Qin Hao muttered softly, a slight smile gracing his lips. He slowly reached for 9 arrows, but this time, to everyone's astonishment, he did not shoot towards Chen Quanxi's eye. Instead, he aimed directly at the sky. What the hell, did he miss? It shouldn't be. With Brother Hao's proficiency in firing 9 arrows simultaneously, a miss is unlikely. It could be that he's run out of strength. Think about it, how many times has he launched 9 arrows since earlier? These are iron arrows, not plastic. Each shot requires immense force. The spectators and the inspectors' leaders began to murmur as they watched the 9 arrows ascend into the sky. Has he exhausted his strength? Then it's my turn. Chen Quanxi, momentarily taken aback, burst into laughter. Although injured, firing a gun did not require physical strength. Even if his aim was off, he could simply fire several rounds. But what of Qin Hao? Without strength, he could not even shoot arrows, yet in the next moment, a chill ran through his body, and as he looked up, he nearly popped his eyes out. An astonishing sight unfolded before all. The 9 arrows indeed soared into the sky, but upon reaching their zenith, they descended directly towards Chen Quanxi. Regardless of position or accuracy, they were impeccably precise. Most critically, they spread out, forming the outline of a person in the sky. Chapter 164 Human Outlining, 9 stars in conjunction, Chen Quan's demise? What in the world is happening? This arrow has such capabilities, it can even identify targets automatically. Moreover, it can disperse? The audience, witnessing this astonishing scene, was filled with a myriad of questions. Shock, astonishment, and disbelief coursed through them all at once. Meanwhile, Chen Quan was far too occupied to ponder these thoughts. Despite his own astonishment, his movements remained unimpeded. Attempting to rise, he was momentarily halted by the searing pain in his shoulder. In that fleeting instant, the arrows arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Clang, clang, clang. All the arrows landed perfectly around Chen Quan, above his head, on his shoulders, at his waist, along his legs, and near his feet. Arrows were embedded. If one were to gaze down from above, they would observe Chen Quan's body sprawled and in shape, surrounded entirely by arrows. I'm completely numb. Is this what they call human outlining? Ha ha, what a riot. Brother Hao truly knows how to play. With just this move, the outcome is clear. Captain Chen has already lost. The audience erupted in laughter at the sight of Chen Quan lying on the ground in its formation. Within the inspection team, an eerie silence prevailed. What kind of archery technique is this? Zhou Jun exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief, yet no one answered his question, for those who comprehended this phenomenon were exceedingly few. In fact, the majority of modern individuals might never encounter bows and arrows in their lifetime. Even the venerable Lord Yun Tian furrowed his brow in deep thought. If I am not mistaken, this should be an ancient archery technique known as 9 stars in conjunction. What? At this revelation, everyone turned to look. The mere mention of this name sparked curiosity. I have encountered it in ancient texts, but I never imagined someone would actually employ it in real life. Lord Yun Tian's tone was filled with awe as he continued, we all know that a standard bow can only shoot 1 arrow at a time. Firing multiple arrows diminishes accuracy. Only highly skilled archers, often renowned generals of the past, could manage to shoot 2 or even 3 arrows simultaneously. The crowd nodded instinctively, as they had seen numerous dramas depicting such feats, thus not overly shocked by Qin Hao's simultaneous launch of 3 arrows, or even 9. Typically, the more arrows shot, the lesser the accuracy, and with the unpredictable movements of those being targeted, precision seemed unnecessary. However, to achieve human outlining with 9 arrows while sparing Chen Quan from injury was truly extraordinary. And yet, 9 stars in conjunction is a technique that even many legendary generals could not master, as it is a divine skill of archers. It exists solely in folklore, with no one ever truly accomplishing it. Now, do you grasp how astonishing this is? Upon hearing this, everyone wore a bewildered expression. They felt they understood yet simultaneously did not, leaving them perplexed. In other words, Brother Hao is invincible, and that's the end of it. Ha, that's absolutely right. At that moment, Chen Quan realized he was unharmed, and he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Just as he attempted to rise, however, rip. The sound of fabric tearing echoed. Chen Quan's body stiffened slightly as he looked down to discover that, unbeknownst to him, the hem of his garment had been pinned to the ground by an arrow. His entire body was firmly immobilized because of his clothing. His expression shifted dramatically. What kind of archery technique is this? How could it achieve such a feat? A chill ran down his spine as he pondered the implications. What if all those arrows had been aimed at him? Would he already be beyond saving? Whoosh! Just then, another arrow sailed through the air. Chen Quan whipped his head around, watching as an arrow grew ever larger before his eyes. He was certain that with such force, it could pierce his eye in an instant. Even if the arrow was designed with protective measures, he felt a cold sweat envelop him. This marked the first time since arriving on the show that his face contorted with terror. Clang! A sharp sound suddenly rang in his ears. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and beheld an arrow falling from the edge of an iron railing before him. He paused momentarily before a bitter smile crept across his face. What sort of unshakable confidence must one possess to engage in such a manner? It was no exaggeration to say that had that arrow struck his eye, the least of his troubles would have been a mere injury. The worst could have meant a fatal blow to his skull, yet, it was evident that Qin Hao had foreseen everything and could perfectly control each arrow. I am finished. After a lengthy silence, Chen Quan slowly lowered his head, murmuring. His voice was thick with resignation and despair, tinged with a sense of disorientation that he had indeed met his end. It was only thanks to Qin Hao's mercy that he was spared injury. Nevertheless, both the human outlining and the final arrow had utterly shattered his confidence. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Many recalled his astonishment upon first entering the program, which had transformed into a serious demeanor by the end. From the moment Chen Quan and Wang Bing appeared, everyone had perceived them as powerful, indeed formidable, executing their strategies and counterattacks with remarkable finesse. They were even deemed stronger than Wang Wei, displaying greater refinement. Yet, Qin Hao surpassed them all. His strength was utterly demoralizing. In this very moment, even the audience felt a sense of confusion. If the instructor of Huaxia's premier special forces had been defeated, who could possibly assume the role of captain next? Who possessed the capability to do so? Thus, a profound stillness enveloped the viewers in the live broadcast, as well as the leaders of the inspection team, a wave of inexplicable sorrow and helplessness washing over them. Chen Quan's demise signified his exit from the program. No, we have not yet lost. At that moment, Lu Buchao's voice rang out. Your sacrifice has afforded us time. Worry not, we are already positioned beneath the building where Qin Hao resides. We shall avenge you. At his words, the crowd jolted to attention, swiftly turning to look. Indeed, Lu Buchao and Wang Bing had brought over 100 inspectors to swiftly surround the area. However, they too had suffered the loss of more than 20 comrades prior to this. Very well, then I wish you success in your endeavor. Chen Quan, peering through the scope, managed a strained smile as he solemnly declared, regardless of the outcome, witnessing Qin Hao's downfall would render my sacrifice worthwhile. Rest assured, Qin Hao lacks a javelin or any other climbing tools. I refuse to believe he can soar through the air on arrows. If he is not eliminated today, I shall write my name, Lu Buchao, backward. Chapter 165 of The Rescue of the Younger Brother, A Leap with a Bow and Arrow. Please refrain from attempting to rename yourself, thank you. Indeed, if you wish to change your name, you should simply state it directly. Why go through all this trouble? Upon hearing Lu Buchao's resolute voice, the audience erupted in laughter. However, what piqued their curiosity even more was how Brother Hao would manage to escape. It is well known that while bows and arrows possess formidable power, they have a significant weakness: they are vulnerable in close quarters. Lu Buchao and Wang Bing had already led over 100 inspectors and more than 100 police dogs into the building. If they all reached the rooftop, in such a confined space, even a coordinated rush could capture Qin Hao. This is difficult. Brother Hao currently possesses no spear. Not to mention, the distance between the building where Brother Hao is located and the opposite building is several hundred meters. Even Brother Hao cannot throw anything that far. Does that mean Brother Hao is doomed? As the audience engaged in speculation, the inspection team was also deliberating. What escape routes does Qin Hao have left? We must ascertain them before they reach the rooftop. Zhou Jun turned to all the team leaders. His expression grave of the death of Chen Xuanqi weighed heavily on their hearts, but this was not the time for lamentation. At this juncture, the only way to resolve everything was to eliminate Qin Hao. First, we need to know what skills he possesses: climbing, spear throwing, and is there anything else? Old Master Yun spoke slowly. Nothing else. Chen Yaolin paused momentarily before continuing. There should be nothing else. Then, climbing is impossible on the smooth surface of this building. As Lu Buchao stated, without a spear, why is Qin Hao waiting here? Old Master Yun pointed at the surveillance footage, which showed that Qin Hao had not fled but was standing still, seemingly waiting for the inspectors. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. What other trump cards does he have hidden? Could it be the bow and arrow? Both Old Master Yun and Zhou Jun furrowed their brows tightly, perplexed. But how could a bow and arrow possibly compel Qin Hao to descend? That just as everyone's attention was focused on Qin Hao and the inspectors, no one noticed a group of burly men lurking in a deserted corner of the street. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the faint gleam of metal beneath their clothing. These were guns, albeit modified air guns. They were, in fact, the very criminals that Qin Hao had personally sent to prison, now restored to their former selves. Huge brother, are we not going to rescue Brother Hao? One of the burly men asked anxiously. Wang Hu glanced at his subordinate, his brow furrowed, his eyes fixed intently on the building across the way. A vague silhouette was visible. Without Brother Hao's command, we cannot act. Wang Hu shook his head, wavering, for the current situation indeed seemed perilous for Brother Hao. However, as their leader, Brother Hao had his own strategies. Perhaps he had a means of escape or intended to utilize them for another purpose. Thus, they needed to observe the circumstances. Only if it became evident that Brother Hao could not escape would they intervene. Meanwhile, Lu Buochao and the others had arrived at the rooftop, their expressions grave as they regarded the door before them. They were acutely aware of what had befallen Chen Xuanqi. Although the space on the rooftop was limited, should Qin Hao choose to engage them directly, casualties could be significant. Remember, once we enter, regardless of whether we see him or not, do not engage in conversation. Open fire across the entire area, understood? Wang Bing glanced at the door, speaking softly into his walkie-talkie. Understood. The inspectors responded in unison. Good. Wang Bing took a deep breath, a fierce glint in his eyes. Though he had shown no emotion regarding Chen Xuanqi's demise, they had been close friends both on the battlefield and in the military. Now, with Chen Xuanqi so publicly humiliated and killed in such a disgraceful manner, his heart burned with fury, yet he had to remain cautious for the greater good. Charge! Wang Bing kicked the door open with force, the sound echoing loudly. Boom! The door flew open, and Wang Bing wasted no time, rushing inside with a piercing gaze sweeping the area. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. At the edge of the rooftop stood a figure facing the door, smiling, with a sheer drop of hundreds of meters behind him. 12 o'clock, fire! Wang Bing shouted, his hands moving swiftly to shoot without hesitation. For some unknown reason, he recalled the flight of a javelin and the playback videos he had seen of Qin Hao. It seemed that Qin Hao possessed a unique ability to escape from high places. No matter how dangerous, it posed no challenge for him. Bang, bang, bang. A series of shots rang out, yet Qin Hao wore a smile as he pushed off the rooftop, soaring several meters away. Facing the sky, his body plummeted headfirst toward the ground. What the hell? Wang Bing and Lu Buochao gasped in astonishment, the inspectors behind them frozen in disbelief. Was he really that reckless? Not again with this move? What do you mean not again? This move is different. Has Brother Hao truly become that audacious? Is he willing to risk his life against the pavement? Do you think Brother Hao has cultivated some form of iron head technique? I mean, I've read novels, and that technique is quite formidable. Guys, are you serious? We're in a life and death situation, and you're still joking around? In the livestream, the viewers, experiencing the scene from a first-person perspective, could clearly perceive Qin Hao's accelerating descent. The wind howled louder with each passing moment. At this instant, every viewer's heart raced, for Qin Hao lacked any fancy gadgets. Is this guy insane? Zhou Jun, Xiao He, and Chen Yelin nearly had their eyes bulging out. Each time, Qin Hao brought them unexpected surprises, but those were always under some preparation. Now, he had nothing but a bow and arrow. If he fell, wouldn't he become a pancake? Do you really think Qin Hao is that impulsive? Old Master Yun, however, remained remarkably calm, shaking his head. Though he could not yet fathom how Qin Hao would escape, one thing was certain: this individual was not impulsive, nor would he seek self-destruction. Chapter 166 Pierced into the wall, transcendent skill, a shot that shakes the heavens. Dear audience, let me ask you, is this thrilling? Qin Hao remarked with a smile from the heights above. Thrilling, absolutely thrilling. However, if it results in a perfect landing, that would be even more exhilarating. In reality, we are mired in hardship, yet here with Brother Hao, we have managed to create a simulation of our reality. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, the viewers erupted with excitement. The number of online viewers in the livestream surged like a volcanic eruption at that moment. 20 million. 30 million. 40 million. There seemed to be no sign of abating. The numbers continued to surge. Yet, at this juncture, the audience observed Qin Hao raising his bow and arrow. Instantly, an image unconsciously formed in everyone's mind. Even though it was utterly absurd, the vision was that Qin Hao would shoot arrows and step upon them, gracefully treading away. He appeared ethereal, as if a celestial being had descended. One must admit, the audience was now somewhat entranced by Qin Hao. No matter how extravagant the scenario, they could envision it. If Qin Hao were aware of their thoughts, he would likely spit out a mouthful of blood, thinking, "Do you truly believe I am a deity?" Though the narrative may seem lengthy, everything transpired in a fleeting moment. Whoosh! Qin Hao drew back the bowstring, the fierce wind rushing past his ears, causing his eyes to squint involuntarily. 150 meters, 160 meters, 170 meters, he silently calculated, having roughly gauged the height of the building when he ascended, given its proximity to a bustling shopping district. Thus, the edifice stood at an impressive height of 260 meters. 280 meters. The wind howled ever louder. At this moment, he could distinctly see the crowd gathered far below. The bow and arrow in Qin Hao's hands were now drawn to a perfect crescent. I've got it. Suddenly, within the inspection team, Yun Tian's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him. He intends to leverage the force, to embed the arrow into the building, thereby cushioning his descent. Yun Tian said, his expression one of shock. But how can this be possible? Is he not afraid of death? The speed at which he descends is exponentially increasing, with gravity exerting tremendous force. Ordinary objects cannot withstand such power. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. So Qin Hao truly intended to do this? To shoot an arrow into the wall of the building to use it as a foothold, one can only imagine the immense difficulty involved, for there was only one opportunity. The slightest miscalculation, whether the arrow failed to penetrate the wall or he missed his footing, would result in his demise. And a most tragic one at that. 200 meters. The winds intensified, and Qin Hao's eyes had narrowed to mere slits. Whoosh! Zing!
In the next instant, the arrow shot forth with great force, resembling a dragon of wind, hurtling towards the wall. Due to the force of the wind, the arrow spiraled in a small vortex. All eyes widened instinctively. They had unwittingly clenched their fists tightly. They understood that this arrow represented Qin Hao's very life. Any error would surely spell his doom. Boom! The arrow sliced through the air, creating a sound akin to an explosion. In an instant, it pierced the wall, embedding itself firmly in the surface below Qin Hao. It was evident that the tail end of the arrow quivered slightly. Goodness! Is this a human? Can one truly be human? Can arrows be wielded in such a manner? I don't know why, but I suddenly feel the urge to learn archery. Do you think it's too late for me to start at 79? The viewers were left in a daze as they gazed at the arrow lodged in the wall. Though they hoped for Qin Hao's success, witnessing it firsthand was still overwhelmingly shocking. This wall was clad in tiles, such a smooth surface, and yet an arrow could penetrate it. If it were aimed at an ordinary person, wouldn't it be a one-shot kill? He has removed the safety measures. At that moment, Xiao He spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look, only to see the screen before Xiao He freeze on the moment Qin Hao drew his bow. All could clearly see that the arrow bore no safety measures. In other words, it was a genuine ancient projectile weapon, an iron arrow. No, this arrow is not made of iron, it's steel. Yun Tian shook his head and continued, if you observe closely, the arrows Qin Hao previously used were all black, whereas this one is silver. Therefore, he was not driven to madness by Qin Quan's provocations. At this point, Yun Tian's expression was one of astonishment. Rather, he maintained his composure, even considering his escape route. Even more astonishing is that his archery skills have reached a level of transcendence. Zhou Ju nodded instinctively. It is well known that tiled walls are notoriously slick. If approached head-on, one might not feel anything, but if approached at an angle, one would inevitably slide down. Hence, one can imagine the immense difficulty of embedding an arrow into the wall at an angle. I had to slow it down to 1/12 of the speed to play it normally. At that moment, Xiao He stated incredulously. The crowd quickly turned to see that as soon as the arrow was released, it reached an astonishingly high speed. Indeed, even at normal speed, it was remarkably swift. Then they beheld the arrow surrounded by a vortex of wind, resembling a shot that could pierce through anything. Unstoppable, witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in awe, their mouths agape, rendered speechless. At the instant the arrow made contact with the tiled wall, it caused destruction akin to that of a sniper's bullet, shattering the tile into countless fragments. Silence, a deathly silence, whether in the livestream or among the inspection team's leaders, all were rendered motionless, stunned, truly stunned, even though they had previously entertained the most fantastical of speculations. Witnessing the might of this arrow was profoundly overwhelming. An arrow that astounds the heavens. It can undoubtedly be described as a shot that shakes the heavens. After a long pause, the elder Yun Tian slumped back into his chair, murmuring softly. If someone like Qin Hao had emerged in that era, perhaps the once great Huaxia would have been spared such tribulations. His words trailed off, but everyone understood the implication. It is no exaggeration to say that the strength Qin Hao displayed was akin to that of a war god in that tumultuous era, able to hold back countless foes. Perhaps, Huaxia could have developed at an even swifter pace, rising to prominence even more rapidly. Chapter 167 A Safe Landing, High-Altitude Projection, Physics and Mathematics Creek. Qin Hao's feet firmly landed on the tail end of the arrow, yet it was evident that plummeting from a height of over 100 meters, the speed and force involved were immensely formidable. Merely this single arrow could not withstand such impact. Crack, in the blink of an eye, the arrow bent and deformed. Qin Hao's body continued its descent, but this time, the speed had noticeably diminished. Following this, amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, he unleashed another arrow. Bang! The arrow transformed into a streak of light, piercing directly into the wall. Subsequently, his body landed steadily upon this arrow. Everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. They watched as Qin Hao skillfully shot arrows left and right, his descent slowing progressively, until he reached the point of walking upon the arrows. The arrows seemed to form a staircase on the wall, allowing him to descend step by step. Especially under the golden hues of the setting sun, Qin Hao, clad in a white suit, appeared remarkably elegant. Tap, tap, Qin Hao stood firmly on the ground, a smile gracing his face. Dear audience, what do you think of this feat? Indeed, it's absolutely splendid. Damn it, I'm drenched in sweat, and yet Brother Hao seems so at ease. Shouted out, who else can do this? The audience's faces flushed with excitement, witnessing a scene that even movies would hesitate to portray, yet Brother Hao accomplished it effortlessly. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as they initially imagined, like stepping on flying arrows or walking on air, it was still immensely impressive. Hee everyone, it's not over yet, allow me to send them off in style. Suddenly, a mischievous smile spread across Qin Hao's face. He then withdrew a portion of arrows from the quiver, roughly 20 or 30 in number. 9 arrows were drawn back on the bowstring. Buzz, in the next moment, the 9 arrows soared skyward, yet Qin Hao didn't even glance back, seemingly indifferent to whether he hit his target, and he knocked another set of 9 arrows. What is this? It's a familiar tactic. Although these arrows aren't aimed at the inspectors, I have a feeling they're about to drop in a certain direction at this moment. Wang Bing and Lu Buqiao were utterly bewildered. No, not just the two of them, but the entire inspection team, including all its members, were in a state of shock. Can it really be executed like this? This world is utterly insane. Lu Buqiao swallowed hard, murmuring softly afterward. He instinctively turned to Wang Bing. Do you have anyone like this in your first special forces? Upon hearing this, Wang Bing's expression darkened immediately. He felt humiliated. Damn it, if the first squad had someone like this, could he still be an instructor? Did he even deserve that position? Wait, what is this guy trying to do?
Wang Bing, holding binoculars, suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed. He then witnessed a scene that made his scalp tingle. Everyone, get downstairs, run. Without hesitation, Wang Bing turned and sprinted faster than a rabbit. Lu Buochao was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing down, but that single glance almost made his eyes pop out. It was a torrential rain of arrows. Theoretically, with arrows descending vertically, they shouldn't hit them, yet no one had forgotten how Qin Hao had previously shot Qin Quanzi. Those arrows could automatically home in on their targets. Bang, bang, bang. Indeed, one by one, the arrows formed a parabolic arc in the sky, directly plummeting toward the rooftop of the inspectors, unable to retreat in time, were swiftly taken down. In an instant, over a dozen inspectors were struck by the arrows. Audience, good heavens, is this how it works? Standing hundreds of meters away, they were subjected to a high-altitude projectile display. Bastard, this is utterly outrageous. Both Lu Buochao and Wang Bing, having escaped into the building, were driven to the brink of madness, especially as they witnessed inspectors collapsing before their eyes. Although they knew those individuals were not truly dead, the sight of them falling was still exhilarating enough to redden their eyes. In this show, death equated to real-life demise. No one had a second chance. Inspectors downstairs, surround Qin Hao and eliminate him. The rest, descend. Wang Bing leapt down a flight of stairs, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. I refuse to believe he can run anywhere. How on earth did Qin Hao manage this? Surely, those arrows cannot possess a mind of their own. In the inspection team, Chen Yalan asked incredulously. Not just her, but most were perplexed by this operation. If one were to claim that Qin Hao was exceptionally skilled, that would indeed be true. Being able to pierce walls was astounding, easily explicable through great strength and archery prowess. However, for arrows to curve, that was quite extraordinary. One could even say it bordered on the miraculous. This is the principle of parabolic motion, physics and mathematics. Yun Tian furrowed his brow and slowly explained, you should all have learned this. Perhaps you've simply forgotten. Much like when we toss trash, even from a few meters away, one can, to a certain extent, manage to land it in the bin. That is the essence of parabolic motion. Likewise, given Qin Hao's exceptional archery skills, he must be significantly attuned to wind direction, wind speed, and distance, as evidenced by his shooting down Captain Chen with 10 arrows. Thus, Qin Hao employed the principle of parabolic motion to shoot arrows in a high-altitude manner, perfectly executing this feat. Yun Tian paused, adding, of course, this is something the average person cannot achieve. Audience, at this moment, they could only wonder, in this day and age, does being a fugitive entail such vast knowledge? Are the standards for being a fugitive this high now? Not only must one excel in archery, but also possess a grasp of mathematics and physics? If any of you doubt this, feel free to take some small stones and try it in a secluded area, testing both direct and offset throws. Chances are, throwing them straight up and down won't alter their trajectory much. Even if they do, it's likely due to an improper throw. Just then, the long-absent Dean Zhaoqua made his appearance. When you deviate even slightly, it's highly probable that the landing position of the stones will shift around you. This is also why Qin Hao could successfully alter the arrow's trajectory. However, this is merely the surface. There are numerous calculations involved, such as wind direction, wind force, arrow weight, and power control. Any slight miscalculation could lead the arrows to completely veer off course. Audience, I don't know why, but I understand every word, yet together they make no sense. It even makes me feel sleepy, like I'm in a classroom. Same here, me too. All the audience members shared a wry smile, longing to witness Brother Hao's various dazzling maneuvers, or to see him being chased by inspectors like a rabbit. Only then would they feel somewhat better. But now, what is this? Why must they exhaust so many brain cells? Chapter 168 of the Encirclement, using the innocent as leverage. Escape. Boss, shall we proceed? A group of burly men stood at the street corner, rendered speechless, until one of them finally murmured softly. Are you out of your mind? Since Brother Hao has already descended, do we still have a role to play? Wang Hu rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied in a low voice, let us bide our time. The moment Brother Hao is in peril, we will charge in. Understood. The men nodded in unison, their eyes fixated with intensity on the scene below. At that moment, Qin Hao surveyed the inspectors converging from all directions, his brow slightly furrowing. Only 5 arrows remain. It is utterly insufficient, Qin Hao murmured, acutely aware of the limited ammunition at his disposal. The inspectors were drawing nearer, and a cursory glance revealed at least dozens of them. Even with his exceptional archery skills, it was impossible to fell them all with just 5 arrows. That would be the stuff of legends. It could be said that although Qin Hao had temporarily evaded the crisis, he had not yet extricated himself from danger entirely. Captain, we are tightening the noose. An inspector, his expression grave, spoke into his walkie-talkie. Good. Be cautious not to let Qin Hao's arrows strike you. We need 3 more minutes to descend. Hold your ground. The steady voice of Wang Bing emanated from the device. Even if we cannot hold out, we must not allow Qin Hao to escape. We must keep him occupied. Yes, all the inspectors nodded resolutely, their expressions stern. 50 meters, 30 meters, the inspectors moved swiftly, and with their rapid strides, the encirclement was on the verge of completion. Once the encirclement was established, even Qin Hao would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. In fact, even if he wished to flee now, it would be a formidable challenge, as the inspectors were approaching from all directions, rather than a single front. The encirclement will form at 60 meters. Everyone, accelerate. At the sound of this, the team felt a surge of determination, their grips tightening around their firearms. Isn't it true that even if the encirclement is completed, with Brother Hao's combat prowess, he can break through? Ha, have you lost your mind? Break through? With what? His head. They are armed with guns, invincible within 50 meters. No matter how skilled he is, what difference does it make? Indeed, although Brother Hao has descended from the rooftop, increasing his chances of escape, there are still numerous inspectors below, making it no easy feat to evade them. The crux is that Brother Hao currently possesses only 5 arrows. The onlookers clenched their fists tightly, their gazes fixed intently on the screen. For them, it was evident that Brother Hao was in a precarious situation. 90 meters, 80 meters, as the reports echoed in their ears, smiles broke out among the inspectors. This was the smile of imminent victory, yet, at that very moment, their expressions froze in horror. If you wish to spare their lives, halt, Qin Hao's calm voice resonated as he slowly raised his longbow, aiming at the crowd gathered to watch the spectacle. Previously, the inspectors had established a perimeter, maintaining a considerable distance from the onlookers. Yet, everyone was acutely aware of the lethal force behind his arrows. A few hundred meters posed no challenge for him whatsoever. The inspectors instinctively halted, their faces paling dramatically. The bystanders were left dumbfounded, never anticipating that they would become targets. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. This Zhou Jun extended a trembling finger, opening his mouth to utter something, yet ultimately, no words emerged. Silence, a profound silence. They had underestimated the situation, far too complacently. In truth, in any nation, people are inherently drawn to spectacles, even at crime scenes. In reality, they are never absent. Now, while they knew this was a production by the Tianyan program and would not interfere, they still watched from afar. Just like at this moment, thus, the adage holds true: watching a spectacle carries risks. One must be circumspect. It cannot be said that the inspectors were careless. They had indeed established a perimeter, yet none anticipated Qin Hao's archery would be so formidable. After a lengthy pause, old Master Yuntian shook his head with a sigh, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He understood that the situation had escalated beyond recovery. Moreover, they had suffered a crushing defeat, with no opportunity for redemption. Utilizing ordinary citizens as leverage was undoubtedly despicable, yet it proved remarkably effective. Wang Bing and Lu Boqiao emerged from the building, their faces darkened. Upon closer inspection, they were both drenched in sweat. However, it was not fatigue that weighed upon them, but the looming threat posed by Qin Hao that rendered them powerless. They even felt a glimmer of despair regarding future captures. Did this imply that as long as Qin Hao wielded his bow and arrows, any vicinity with civilians would render the inspectors hesitant to act? Wang Bing and Lu Boqiao stepped out from the crowd of inspectors, standing defiantly opposite Qin Hao. Qin Hao wore a smile, while their faces were etched with fury. Let him go. After a moment, Wang Bing sighed wearily, uttering those words. What at this proclamation? The inspectors were momentarily taken aback, their faces filled with reluctance. Yet, there was no alternative. In reality, they could not gamble with the lives of innocent people, hence they could only allow Qin Hao to depart. Ha! Qin Hao chuckled lightly, gradually retreating. Though brash, he was not foolish, having resorted to such unscrupulous tactics, while it aligned with his criminal persona, who could predict whether the inspectors might act out of desperation and retaliate. Only when he reached a safe distance did he turn to leave, yet, as he walked away, he suddenly halted, not looking back, and remarked, "Oh, by the way, the matter of that bullet has yet to be resolved. I will hold you accountable." Arrogant, utterly arrogant, completely unrestrained. After having slain dozens of inspectors, including a captain, he floated away. Damn, Brother Hao is utterly shameless. Yet, can we truly label Brother Hao as shameless? It is merely a matter of differing factions. Indeed, the inspectors are committed to eradicating all evil, while Brother Hao resorts to any means necessary for escape. There are no absolute rights or wrongs. The audience exhibited remarkable rationality, capable of distinguishing the nuances. If Qin Hao were a criminal yet behaved in an honest and upright manner, could he still be deemed a criminal? Infuriating, Wang Bing clenched his fists, erupting in a furious roar that he was driven to the brink of madness. As the foremost instructor of the elite special forces in Huaxia, endowed with exceptional abilities and a lofty pride, he had never suffered such a significant setback. Most critically, he felt utterly powerless. Not just him, everyone present felt the same. Who could accept such a fate? Lu Boqiao trembled, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Qin Hao's retreating figure, fists clenched so tightly that blood began to seep out, yet he remained oblivious. Victory was tantalizingly close, yet it slipped away in such a manner, he could not accept it. Suddenly, he felt a surge of heat within, darkness clouding his vision. Lu Boqiao's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, unexpectedly spitting out a mouthful of blood, then his body swayed and collapsed with a thud. Captain Lu, everyone's expressions changed in unison, rushing forward to assist him. Contact the hospital, he is suffering from pent-up emotions, causing a surge of blood. He must be taken to the hospital immediately. Chapter 169 of the classic scene revisited, the potential threat of archery. Within the inspection team, an air of silence prevailed, particularly as the leaders gazed upon the chaotic scenes displayed on the monitors. For a moment, each individual bore a look of bewilderment, their expressions a medley of heartache, helplessness, and a myriad of emotions flooding their minds. They were acutely aware that, in comparison to Wang Bing's prowess, Lu Boqiao was even more prideful. Though he often presented himself as approachable, his pride resided deep within. Dubbed a walking encyclopedia, such a person is destined for a smooth journey through life. Yet, here he encountered a Waterloo at the hands of Qin Hao. In terms of intellect and capability, he was utterly overwhelmed by Qin Hao. How could a genius possibly endure such a blow? It was understandable that he would be consumed by frustration. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, to the point where Chen Yalan felt an urge to withdraw, for she was ill-suited to such an environment. This child is still young, brimming with youthful exuberance. Yun Tian sighed with a wry smile, continuing, in this world, where can one find a path devoid of obstacles? There will always be formidable challenges. Perhaps this setback will serve him well. When he awakens, his mindset may undergo a transformation. However, there is also the risk of him being unable to recover from this blow. Whether it becomes a blessing or a curse depends on his ability to rise above it. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Boqiao was still quite young, that if he were to face his first failure in his 40s or 50s, recovering in the latter half of his life would be far from guaranteed. Strangely, this time, the inspection team did not discuss Qin Hao's actions, as if they had unconsciously forgotten them. Bang!
At that moment, Director Li Haoren pushed the door open and entered, surveying the room.
Let us conduct a review. His simple command jolted everyone into attention.
After several days, was another incident emerging. Even Zhou Jun and the others quickly suppressed their somber feelings, their expressions turning serious as they listened intently. To be honest, I never anticipated that our nation, known as the safest in the world, would reveal such a significant flaw. This is a lapse on our part, a failure of the inspection, and a societal oversight. Li Haoren sighed deeply, his expression complex as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the countenances of all present shifted. It was evident that in previous instances, Li Haoren had never spoken with such complexity of emotion. This underscored the gravity of the situation. It is well known that our country prohibits firearms, yet, candidly speaking, there are no stringent restrictions on ancient weaponry. To put it bluntly, such items exist even in some remote rural areas. Moreover, even in urban settings, the regulation has not been particularly stringent, as what is a bow and arrow. As you might surmise, archery has gradually evolved into a sport, a hobby, rather than being viewed strictly as a weapon. Li Haoren lamented, because of this, we have overlooked its potential lethality, yet it is, after all, an ancient weapon. The fact that our ancestors chose it as a siege tool carries its own significance. At this juncture, everyone comprehended Li Haoren's intent. This review pertained to archery. The extraordinary archery skills displayed by Qin Hao, I believe you have all witnessed firsthand. Perhaps those who master such an art are indeed few and far between. However, our calculations suggest that one does not need to reach such a level of expertise to lethally harm an ordinary individual. A powerful compound bow, under precise conditions, can take down a wild boar with a single shot, illustrating the immense power of a bow and arrow, yet we have entirely neglected this reality. With a resigned shake of his head, Li Haoren solemnly declared, I will propose to the government that we implement strict controls on the manufacture of bows and arrows, substituting alternative materials. Sports are permissible, but we cannot base them on danger. I must express my gratitude to Brother Hao for illuminating this latent societal crisis. Thank you. Having said this, Li Haoren inclined his body slightly in a gesture of thanks. Zhou Jun and the others followed suit, for the competition had made it abundantly clear just how formidable archery could be. In certain circumstances, a bow and arrow could even surpass a handgun. The disparity in their ranges was significant. Ah, this is where I must commend Brother Hao. Despite inciting the ire of all inspectors, they cannot help but respect him. Indeed, how many individuals can achieve such a feat? Most importantly, Brother Hao continually presents us with warnings. Take the issue of archery, for instance. Who among us previously associated bows with fatalities? The audience expressed their admiration, which was precisely why they held Qin Hao in such high regard. Despite his formidable and somewhat arrogant demeanor on the show, he had undeniably brought numerous benefits to our nation, unveiling hidden crises lurking in the shadows, the modus operandi of criminals. It would be no exaggeration to say he was a diligent exposer of crime. Alright, thank you for your insights. Li Haoren rose, his expression still grave, casting a glance at all the team leaders present, and stated with gravity, please direct your attention to the big screen. Everyone focused intently, witnessing the moment Qin Hao abducted Lu Buochao, standing at the bus station, coinciding with Chen Quanxi's instant of gunfire. At this juncture, I find myself questioning whether it was prudent for the analysis team to assign Wang Bing and Chen Quanxi to the position of solo team leaders during their initial arrival at the program. The moment these words were uttered, several leaders wore peculiar expressions. They were all acutely aware of the underlying reason, even the audience grasped the implication. Chen Quanxi, overly confident in his abilities, fired at the criminal Qin Hao amidst the crowd. In reality, he would likely face trial by a military court for such an act, as it is wholly unacceptable. Li Haoren's demeanor was exceedingly serious as he continued, even if he had not resulted in a fatality, under normal circumstances, he would be removed from the program. All the spectators were left speechless, unable to fathom the severity of the situation. Yet, that does not align with reality. I have seen on television instances where snipers engage kidnappers, so why is this so dire? There is a world of difference, my friend. There were a dozen or so individuals at the bus station, and the proximity to Brother Hao was too close. A minor miscalculation could have resulted in collateral damage to bystanders. Indeed, the crucial point is that snipers on television are only permitted to fire after evacuating the crowd, otherwise, even the sound of a sniper rifle could incite chaos among the populace. In truth, Chen Quanxi's actions had both merit and fault. The merit lay in his intent to eliminate Qin Hao and combat evil, but his eagerness for results was too aggressive, breaching fundamental principles. After all, he was first and foremost a soldier, and despite the exceptional nature of his role, his primary duty was to protect civilians, not to recklessly engage a criminal amidst innocent lives under the assumption of absolute certainty. In this world, absolute certainties are but a mirage. In a real-world scenario, a single misstep could lead to the death of an innocent bystander. Such a grave responsibility, who would shoulder it? How could one confront the families of the innocent deceased? Chapter 170, A New Inventory, Human Nature, and the Selection of Leaders. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Jun and the others were not particularly surprised. In fact, they felt that this was the most logical course of action. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Alright, now that we've resolved Qin Quan's issue, the next matter at hand is, Li Haoren paused, retrieving a document and flipping through it before continuing. Next, we must confront a pressing issue that concerns us all. Although there was no mention of this before the program commenced, I shall refer to it as human nature. The crowd responded with puzzled expressions. What is this about human nature?
Everyone, please direct your attention to the large screen. At this point, Li Haoren took another moment to gesture towards the screen.
The display had already transformed, showcasing the moment when Qin Hao threatened the onlookers with his bow and arrow. This incident has unfolded with numerous complications, as the onlookers, intimidated by Qin Hao's threats, found themselves unable to intervene.
Li Haoren sighed, seemingly drained of energy to continue.
The audience felt a chill run down their spines, while they had not grasped the gravity of the situation during the live viewing. Upon reflection, how many incidents had transpired, the implicit threat posed by the bow and arrow, the collateral damage to the innocent bystanders, and Shen Quan's violation of the rules by firing a weapon. 3 significant issues, each of which carried substantial weight. Some spectacle should not be observed recklessly, either you pay the price, or someone else does. I will also report this incident, aiming to enhance everyone's awareness of precautionary measures while simultaneously fostering an understanding of how to evade disasters and cooperate with inspections. Now, having concluded this summary, let's discuss matters regarding the inspection team.
Li Haoren turned his attention to the group leaders.
The elite inspection quota belonging to Sun Xiao is now filled to capacity, leaving no room for Qin Quan, who was originally under Sun Xiao's jurisdiction. This implies that even with the arrival of the next leader, there will be no personnel available. Zhou Jun paused, realizing the truth in that statement. Although their leaders had united, it was indeed awkward to lack available positions. Thus, the selection of the next leader is of paramount importance. I had initially chosen a candidate, but it appears that is no longer feasible.
Li Haoren stated slowly. Currently, within the inspection team, there are those skilled in analysis, those with combat prowess, and even hackers proficient in cybersecurity. Therefore, the choice of the next leader lies in your hands. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the group leaders sparkled with excitement. Previously, it had been Li Haoren selecting the leaders, but now they were to make the decision themselves? In today's context, if we adhere to reality, Qin Hao has committed heinous crimes, warranting interprovincial investigations, and even collaborative efforts across multiple provinces. The first candidate.
Technology inspection, which will equip the inspection team with advanced technological devices, significantly enhancing the efficiency of capturing Qin Hao, whether it be through surveillance or weaponry. The second candidate, violent inspection, as Qin Hao is renowned for his strength, speed, and diverse skills, thus, employing violence to counter violence, a leader who can personally charge into the fray.
Choose one.
Upon hearing this, both Xiao He and Shen Yalan turned their gazes toward Zhou Jun and Elder Yun Tian. Unbeknownst to them, these two had already emerged as the de facto leaders within the inspection team. This also demonstrated their formidable abilities, garnering respect from others. The choice of the final leader was crucial and required utmost attention.
A technology inspector and a violent inspector? Do the police have such diverse classifications?
Of course, it's evident you haven't thoroughly reviewed the program's categorization. In reality, there are various types of inspections, including traffic inspections, public security inspections, criminal investigations, household registrations, narcotics interdiction, and more.
Technology inspection is merely one of them, while violent inspection is likely akin to armed enforcement.
Impressive, brother, you possess a wealth of knowledge. I merely enjoy the spectacle.
The audience in the live stream began to discuss fervently after Li Haoren's remarks.
Some experts even started to educate others. Generally, the public refers to inspections simply as inspections, and many remain oblivious to their classifications. It was only now that the viewers realized the vast array of inspection types.
Elder Yun Tian, what is your perspective?
Zhou Jun, oblivious to the live stream's discussions, turned to Yun Tian with curiosity.
Violent inspection is not a viable option.
Yun Tian pondered for a moment, then shook his head slowly, responding gravely. Shen Quan is already a highly skilled instructor from a special forces unit. Yet, even he falls short against Qin Hao, which clearly indicates Qin Hao's formidable combat capabilities. The others instinctively nodded in agreement. Indeed, how many individuals could surpass Qin Hao? At best, they would achieve parity. At least, that was their collective belief. In contrast, technology inspection can provide the inspection team with a comprehensive enhancement, primarily because it encompasses numerous intricate technologies that would significantly aid in capturing Qin Hao. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun nodded in agreement, aligning with this viewpoint.
What about you two?
Xiao He and Shen Yalan both shook their heads.
We are not experts in this field.
It is best for us not to offer guidance to those well-versed in it. You all may decide.
So, you have decided on the technology leader? Li Haoren inquired with a smile.
Indeed. The 4 leaders nodded in unison.
Excellent, the technology leader will be appointed tomorrow.
However, he will have only 50 inspectors under his command, with no elite team leaders. At this juncture, Li Haoren paused briefly before continuing. Additionally, the inspection team's weaponry will undergo another upgrade. This time, the inspection personnel suffered casualties numbering in the dozens. By realistic standards, Qin Hao has truly become a violent criminal, leading to an upgrade of weapons from handguns to submachine guns and assault rifles. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Jun and Yun Tian were visibly shaken, their eyes gleaming with determination. If there was any factor contributing to the failure this time, it was indeed the inadequacy of the inspection weaponry. The range of handguns was simply too limited, rendering them ineffective against Qin Hao's bow and arrow. However, submachine guns and assault rifles represented an entirely different caliber, especially with assault rifles, boasting an effective range of hundreds of meters. They would easily prove advantageous. Chapter 171 Weapon Upgrades, the impetuous Lubo Chao.
To be honest, I feel it's high time we upgraded our handguns.
Indeed, with Brother Hao's prowess, 50 meters is hardly sufficient. This time Brother Hao may find it challenging. Even with a Bowen modified airgun in hand, he won't have much of an advantage. The audience erupted in laughter upon hearing about the weapon upgrades, their excitement palpable, for they anticipated witnessing a spectacular display of gunfire, right in the heart of the city. Perhaps many of you are not fully aware, but it is quite normal for inspections to upgrade their weaponry at this stage. At that moment, Jiaqua interjected, the reasoning is quite simple. Ordinary inspectors are prohibited from carrying firearms, and can only apply for them during missions. This is merely a handgun. If we were to discuss light weaponry, the situation becomes far more complex, requiring layers of approval to ascertain the threat posed by criminals. You may find this process unreasonable, even sluggish. But have you considered that the societal impacts and various factors contributing to the stringent control of firearms in Huaxia are precisely what ensures a stable living environment for its citizens? It must be said, there are pros and cons. The audience pondered this notion. Indeed, if inspections were able to acquire firearms with such swiftness, or even patrol-armed, wouldn't this pose a significant threat to the public? Not to mention the risks of losing such weapons. Alright, that concludes today's discussion. At this moment, Li Haoren remarked before turning to leave. However, just as he reached the doorway, his phone rang. Instinctively, he pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen, his expression suddenly shifting as he hastily departed. The scene went unnoticed by anyone present, and thus, no one paid it any mind. Meanwhile, on the surveillance screen, Lu Buochao was being lifted onto a stretcher. The hospital was nearby, rendering an ambulance unnecessary, as the speed of the vehicle would scarcely match that of a person's stride. Two robust doctors hurriedly carried Lu Buochao towards the hospital with alarming urgency. Damn it, I don't know why, but despite Captain Lu's perilous state, I find it somewhat amusing. Though it may not be appropriate to say, I feel the same. Wait, by the time the doctors arrive, these inspectors will have already whisked Captain Lu away to the hospital, right? You clearly don't understand. Captain Lu is experiencing a surge of emotions, his anger and blood pressure rising. At this juncture, he must not be disturbed, as it could exacerbate his condition. It is best to leave such matters to the professionals. The audience watched as Lu Buochao was carried into the hospital, their expressions a mix of laughter and concern. Yet, deep down, they were genuinely worried. Just days prior, due to Brother Hao's celestial rope magic trick, Lu Buochao had already coughed up blood. This could be considered a second injury, couldn't it? The doctor said it's not a major issue. A few days of rest and some medication should suffice. At that moment, Wang Bing's voice echoed. The most crucial thing is that he must not become agitated, otherwise, he may face life-threatening risks. Moreover, this incident could potentially leave him with psychological scars, and whether he can overcome it will depend on his own fortitude. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun and Yun Tian exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness evident in their eyes. Lu Buochao held a vital position within the team. Although his influence had somewhat diminished due to Yun Tian, there were aspects where even Yun Tian could not compare. Let him rest. After all, he is young, and such impetuousness is understandable. After a brief silence, Zhou Jun sighed and shook his head, then continued, however, we are faced with a pressing issue, the matter of the arrows. Indeed, our immediate priority is to control all the arrows within Liuzhou City, even to the extent of direct retrieval. Yun Tian's expression turned serious as he nodded in agreement. Otherwise, if Qin Hao continues to purchase them unchecked, even if the inspectors upgrade their weapons to assault rifles, they may not prove effective. Qin Hao's elusive archery skills had instilled a psychological terror in all inspectors. Without strict control over the arrows, capturing him would be an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 172, Lu Buochao's daring thoughts and Qin Hao's strategies. As the inspection team deliberated, Lu Buochao had already been rescued, yet he remained unconscious. Lying in the pristine hospital room, the furrow in his brow revealed the turmoil within his mind. Wang Bing, you should rest at the hospital tonight and keep an eye on Lu. We will discuss matters further once the technology inspector arrives tomorrow, one of the team members suggested. Understood. Wang Bing replied, glancing at Lu Buochao with a resigned nod. Even if Zhou Jun had not insisted, he was prepared to rest. The recent turmoil had left him feeling utterly drained. The passage of time had only intensified the difficulty of their pursuit, fostering a sense of despair. This was not solely a failure of the inspection team, but also a personal shortcoming for him. For every day Qin Hao remained at large represented another day of peril for the populace. Sighing heavily, Wang Bing lamented, Lu Buochao felt as though he had been ensnared in an interminable dream, where he had once been a dazzling prodigy, revered and admired by all. Yet, just as he reached the zenith of his youthful journey, he encountered a remarkable individual, Qin Hao, and then, there was nothing more. As a genius, he found himself tormented by this insufferable being, enduring unimaginable suffering. Stop. Suddenly, Lu Buochao sat up in bed, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. After a moment of confusion, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness it was just a dream. Instinctively, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, murmuring softly. However, upon catching a glimpse of Wang Bing's astonished expression, his pupils dilated in shock. You? Lu Buochao stammered, his lips quivering as he pointed at Wang Bing. After a brief pause, Lu Buochao's arms fell limply to his sides, and he sighed with a complex expression. Well, Captain Lu, though I know you'd prefer not to discuss it, I must inform you that team leader Zhou has said you can take a few days off, Wang Bing said, clearing his throat.
Lu Buochao, you know I don't want to bring it up, yet you mention it? Ah, it seems Brother Hao has dealt quite a blow to Captain Lu.
Of course, before encountering Brother Hao, he was shining brightly.
Now, his brilliance has dimmed.
How remarkably perceptive you are. However, it must be said that should such a genius rise again after suffering a devastating setback, he would undoubtedly emerge even stronger.
If he cannot rise, then he is finished. As the audience observed Lu Buochao's pale countenance, they began to comment.
Captain Lu, there is no need to be too disheartened. Someone like Qin Hao is truly one of a kind. Before Wang Bing could finish, Lu Buochao interrupted, his gaze fierce. Before encountering Qin Hao, I often heard such sentiments from others.
Wang Bing, indeed.
The dynamics between a genius and a prodigy are distinctly different from those with ordinary individuals.
Enough, I understand your meaning. This setback will not defeat me. I require calm and contemplation.
Lu Buochao smiled faintly, leaning against the wall, deep in thought. This latest blow had indeed struck him profoundly, yet it ignited an even greater desire for challenge. He must ensure that Qin Hao's failure would serve as proof of his own strength. As night deepened, Wang Bing had succumbed to rest, while Lu Buochao remained awake in the darkness. His eyes were bloodshot, his already pale face now ghostly white, as if he were a specter.
Faintly, he could be heard muttering in a trance-like state.
Firstly, the greatest threat from Qin Hao has vanished with the disappearance of the disguise mask. However, a bow and arrow have emerged. Yet, as long as we can control the arrows, it shouldn't pose a significant issue. Without the disguise mask, Qin Hao will undoubtedly become a pariah, pursued by all. Yet, we cannot dismiss the possibility that he may act desperately, endangering the innocent. Lu Buochao furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing at the hospital room, his gaze sharpening. A glimmer seemed to ignite in his eyes, his lips curled into an increasingly broad smile, confidence returned to his visage. Qin Hao, since you have acted shamelessly, do not blame me for resorting to underhanded tactics. Regardless of whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches the mouse, it is a good cat.
With that, Lu Buochao seized his phone and began dialing. He harbored a bold notion. Should this idea come to fruition, capturing Qin Hao would be a mere formality. While it posed certain challenges, attempting it was worth the risk. Simultaneously, in a rented apartment, Qin Hao surveyed the materials for his disguise mask, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The supreme art of disguise not only altered appearances but could also manipulate bone structure. This meant that he was cloaked in an entire layer of disguise. Excellent, you have all done remarkably well.
After a moment, Qin Hao lifted his gaze to his subordinates, smiling as he spoke. Brother Hao, you are indeed impressive, managing to escape with such composure even amidst a hasty encirclement. Wang Hu beamed, his sycophantic grin betraying his background as a retired inspector, now playing the role of the villain with remarkable finesse. Qin Hao rolled his eyes, too uninterested to engage further, yet, he had to admit that their professionalism was evident. Observing their expressions and postures, one might easily mistake them for genuine wrongdoers if not forewarned. After a simple nod, he began assembling the air gun. For the materials his subordinates had prepared extended beyond mere disguise mask components, they also included the air gun's parts. He was preparing for something monumental. To ensure authentic gunfire sounds, he had even modified the air gun for auditory realism. He had not forgotten the peculiar circumstances surrounding his recent exposure. Although his location in the Eastern District had been compromised, the inspection team had no justification to pursue him en masse, creating an aura of desperation. With nearly the entire inspection team present, it was implausible that they were merely conducting routine surveillance.
Thus, they must possess some means of pinpointing my whereabouts.
Qin Hao's eyes slowly narrowed. At present, the only thing that could betray me is my identification card, which reveals all my social data. However, I could abduct someone and disguise myself as them, yet that is ultimately a temporary solution, as their family and friends would inevitably report them missing. It is impossible to capture their entire social circle, so, a smile crept onto Qin Hao's face as he spoke slowly.
Is Director Li available? Is there an inspection bureau in the program?
Upon hearing this, the audience was instantly electrified. They knew that Brother Hao was undoubtedly plotting something significant. Moreover, it was not trivial, as minor matters would not warrant involving the inspection bureau.
Chapter 173, The Inspection Bureau in the Program, The Arrival of the Technology Team Leader. What on earth?
Even in the dead of night, Li Haoren was taken aback by Qin Hao's question, feeling a slight chill run down his spine.
Is there an inspection bureau in the program?
Nonsense, of course not. Theoretically speaking, the inspection team is at the television station and cannot even be considered an inspection bureau, so why did Qin Hao pose such a question?
Apologies, but with my limited intellect, I'm utterly baffled. Cough cough, I feel the same way. Is this the thought process of geniuses and prodigies, always so fantastical? Lu Buochao must be formulating his own ideas over there, making calls, and then Brother Hao asks if there's an inspection bureau?
Even at this late hour, many night owls were still awake, completely synchronized with Brother Hao's schedule.
If Brother Hao isn't sleeping, neither are they. Is there? Absolutely, there must be. We are striving for a 99% restoration of reality. How could there not be?
Li Haoren regained his composure, nodding vigorously.
It would be a joke if, despite the absence of one, he didn't contrive to create one. However, setting it up might take until morning. Li Haoren pondered for a moment before slowly stating.
Alright, let me know the location of the inspection bureau before dawn, Qin Hao said, promptly ending the call and beginning to craft a disguise mask. Li Haoren let out a wry smile, feeling somewhat helpless, yet he had no choice but to get to work. Thus, in the wee hours of the night, he plunged into his tasks.
So exhilarating. Even without any fighting, it ignites my passion. Indeed, although I'm a bit lost, it's clear that Captain Lu Buqiao is gearing up for an intellectual duel with Brother Hao. I'm thrilled to have 2 live streams running. The audience's eyes sparkled as they watched. They had already come to understand Qin Hao's indomitable presence. The situation, though seemingly calm on the surface, was rife with undercurrents, which only heightened their enthusiasm. Unbeknownst to them, both parties were preparing. Qin Hao was busy crafting his disguise mask, while Lu Buqiao was reaching out to those he needed. As dawn approached, the inspection team was set to welcome a new leader. The technology team leader. As time ticked by, everyone remained on high alert. A ray of sunlight illuminated the earth, heralding the arrival of a new day. At this moment, within the inspection team, all the team leaders were present, yet no one exchanged a word, their gazes fixed intently on the entrance. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the door swung open. Li Haoran sauntered in, accompanied by a man. What the heck? However, before anyone else could react, Zhou Jun abruptly stood up, exclaiming a traditional phrase. Who are you? Even the gaze of Elder Yun Tian shifted slightly. Allow me to introduce everyone. Zhang Yaozong, 36 years old, a new generation genius from the Academy of Sciences. In certain areas, he is in no way inferior to the older generation of predecessors. He has developed and produced micro-monitoring devices and nano-aircraft, capable of real-time visual and audio feedback. The one he created is merely a level 3 monitor. A level 1 monitor is already classified as a strategic weapon. Additionally, Zhang Yaozong has provided superior recommendations for fighter aircraft, radars, missiles, and other strategic weapons, personally leading research teams, achieving breakthroughs last year, and is now integrated into various military units. Li Haoran smiled lightly, gesturing towards the man beside him as he spoke. The man had short hair, a resolute face, yet appeared rather shy. In truth, most scientific personnel are like this. They seldom engage with the outside world and only express strong opinions when encountering their areas of expertise or interests. My goodness! Is the production team really bringing the entire Academy of Sciences into this? Good heavens, they've even brought in someone who researches strategic level weapons. This is called technological inspection? This is more like nuclear level inspection. With such a person appearing, Brother Hao is in danger. All the viewers were astounded after hearing Li Haoran's introduction. They were stunned. The leaders of the entire inspection team were becoming increasingly formidable, now reaching an absurd level. Just the 5 leaders, red hacker, forensic expert, criminal investigator, analyst, and technology, each one was a pinnacle among the elite, with no one more exceptional than them. One could say that perhaps among the 5, none stood at the very peak of the pyramid, yet they were certainly figures atop the pyramid. One might ask, is there a more powerful lineup than this? Leader Zhang, welcome. Zhou Jun and Elder Yun Tian stood up, smiling in greeting. I heard your production team encountered some troubles, so I came to take a look. However, let me clarify that I will take a supportive role. You all are in charge, as I am an outsider and won't interfere, Zhang Yaozong said with a smile, exuding an approachable demeanor. It could be said that researchers often possess a more straightforward mindset, as those with complex thoughts in this field rarely achieve great heights. Additionally, I brought many cutting-edge devices, such as nano-surveillance, micro-aircraft, land combat systems, infrared night vision goggles, bulletproof vests, and blast shields, all of which have been modified by me and should be slightly better than what you've used before, Zhang Yaozong introduced with a gentle smile. However, to the viewers, this smile felt nothing short of explosive. To speak the most impressive words with the calmest expression. Indeed, how does he maintain such composure while mentioning so many advanced devices? This is catastrophic. If the inspection team initially upgraded from electric batons to handguns, it was like trading a bird gun for a cannon, then this is akin to swapping cannons for missiles. Good heavens, with bulletproof vests, blast shields, infrared night vision goggles, micro-monitors, and aircraft, coupled with assault rifles as weapons, how can this possibly end well? My Brother Hao is doomed. The live stream exploded. It truly exploded. Most viewers had never even heard of the items Zhang Yaozong mentioned. Even if they had heard of 1 or 2, it was merely the infrared night vision goggles, bulletproof vests, or blast shields. The rest were utterly foreign. They even began to wonder, with the inspection team elevated to this level, could Brother Hao possibly escape? Even Zhou Jun and the others were momentarily stunned, then collectively gave a thumbs up. Impressive. With these items, Qin Hao is undoubtedly doomed, haha. Zhou Jun laughed heartily, genuinely delighted. Zhang Yaozong's arrival had brought an immense enhancement to the production team. The combat capabilities of the inspection team had multiplied beyond mere numbers. I also invited an elite personnel. Just then, Elder Yun Tian smiled and said, Qin Hao possesses exceptional escape abilities in the air, so I invited an extreme sports enthusiast. He may not be the strongest in every extreme sport, but I assure you, he has personally experienced each one multiple times and possesses rich experience. The audience, is this a deliberate attempt to push him to his doom? Is there no escape route left? Chapter 174 Extreme Sports Enthusiasts and Elite Medical Teams. Extreme sports enthusiasts may not be the strongest individuals in every extreme sport, yet each one has repeatedly immersed themselves in these thrilling experiences. Although there may not be many suggestions regarding Qin Hao, the Elder Yun Tian slowly elaborated, any advice offered will undoubtedly prove valuable. At this point, some audience members began to research information about these extreme sports enthusiasts.
This is a little-known vocation, or perhaps more accurately, a collective of individuals who revel in adrenaline-fueled activities, from speed descents, skateboarding, rock climbing, snowboarding, to aerial surfing. They have engaged in virtually every extreme sport that exists in contemporary society, amassing a wealth of experience. Upon reviewing this information, the audience was left astounded. Indeed, in a vast forest, one can find all kinds of birds. This profession, or rather this passion, was something they had never encountered before.
Greetings, everyone.
My name is Qin Hao, and I am honored to join the Tianyan production team. At that moment, a handsome young man entered with a broad smile on his face. Although I am not an inspector, I will endeavor to provide valuable insights, at the very least, to speculate on what the criminal Qin Hao is capable of.
Excellent, we appreciate your assistance. Yun Tian replied with a nod and a smile.
Zhou Jun, on the other hand, clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement. The bolstering of their team reignited his hope of apprehending Qin Hao.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an important announcement to make.
Once everyone had familiarized themselves with one another, Li Haoren began. As our program has been running for an extended period, and in pursuit of a 99 accurate portrayal of reality, our production team has decided to incorporate several relevant departments.
Upon hearing this, several team leaders were left perplexed. What could this mean?
We will establish an inspection bureau, along with various other relevant departments, such as traffic inspection, drug enforcement, and so forth.
Li Haoren continued, disregarding the bewildered expressions on their faces.
He refrained from overtly announcing the addition of an inspection bureau, as that would be too conspicuous a blatant indication that Qin Hao had prompted the change. Instead, by adding the inspection bureau alongside other departments, it would leave everyone guessing its true significance. There will be a total of 6 departments, and each must assign at least 2 inspectors. How you arrange this is entirely up to you, Li Haoren concluded with a slight smile.
Now that you are all acquainted, I wish you the best of luck in capturing Qin Hao.
With that, he turned and departed. The group watched his retreating figure, brows furrowed in contemplation. They were utterly baffled by the sudden introduction of so many departments.
Could these departments possibly have a direct connection to Qin Hao? Yun Tian murmured softly.
At this utterance, the others stiffened. Indeed, what connection could these departments possibly have with Qin Hao? Otherwise, there was no need to introduce them at all.
What is Lu Buochao up to?
Suddenly, Xiao Hei's gaze fell upon the monitor, his brow knitting slightly. The others turned to look, noticing Lu Buochao had arrived at the hospital entrance, welcoming a group of individuals. These were foreigners with blue eyes and blonde hair.
Dear Lu, it is an honor to receive your personal invitation to our team.
Your story is well known even abroad. Rest assured, we have thoroughly reviewed the case you entrusted to US.AS, the world's leading medical team. We are confident of a 100 success rate. James, a tall man with a broad smile, said, in your Chinese vernacular, you may refer to me as Little Jean.
How long will it take? Lu Buochao's dark circles were pronounced, and his complexion appeared pale. 6 months?
James assessed Lu Buochao's condition and sensed that he was in need of treatment himself, though he refrained from voicing this concern.
That is acceptable. Lu Buochao replied, shaking his head.
However, I insist on a 100 success rate, with no margin for error.
This is of utmost importance to me.
Upon hearing this, James contemplated for a moment before nodding slowly.
Agreed. Lu Buochao nodded, even though it was improbable to begin immediately, as consent had yet to be granted. This is of the Real medical team?
Xiao Hei inquired in astonishment within the inspection team. At this declaration, everyone turned to him, their expressions laced with confusion. The Real medical team is the world's foremost medical team, catering exclusively to the wealthiest individuals. Conditions deemed terminal or hopeless can be managed, and in some cases, even treated. Of course, this applies to all but late-stage illnesses, which are beyond anyone's capacity to address. Xiao Hei elaborated, they once extended the life of a wealthy individual from an expected lifespan of 83 years to 108. They performed 6 heart transplants alone, addressing every failing organ as needed. The team leaders were speechless, and the audience was equally flabbergasted.
Goodness, has medicine advanced to such a degree?
Indeed, with technological progress, medicine has also evolved, though it is astonishing to witness such extremes. Well, it's not entirely outrageous, as this applies only to the affluent, particularly the ultra-wealthy.
Most people simply do not possess such wealth.
After hearing Xiao Hei's account, the audience buzzed with incredulity, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary reality unfolding before them.
However, why has Lu Buochao summoned these individuals? Xiao Hei's final query brought everyone back to their senses.
Indeed, what purpose could such an esteemed medical team serve for Lu Buochao? They then observed Lu Buochao, accompanied by Wang Bing, making his way toward Wei Xiaoyu's hospital room. Is he about to? Yun Tian gasped in astonishment, only to have his expression shift to one of perplexity. As the others remained in suspense, Lu Buochao stood at the entrance of Wei Xiaoyu's room, observing for a moment before knocking on the door. Shortly thereafter, the driver emerged, his expression one of confusion. Are you the inspectors from the Tianyan production team? The driver asked, bewildered.
Yes, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Buochao, but you may call me Little Lu. I have a matter to discuss with you or your brother Wei Xiaoyu, may I?
Lu Buochao inquired with a smile. At this juncture, many began to entertain a bold possibility. Even if this notion seemed audacious, the potential benefits were immense if successful. Chapter 175 Lu Buochao's thoughts. I wish for you to go undercover.
Alright. Although the driver uncle was somewhat perplexed by Lu Buochao's intentions, he nevertheless nodded in agreement. Once Lu Buochao and Wang Bing entered the hospital room, their gazes fell upon Wei Xiaoyu, who lay on the hospital bed. Even he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer luck of this brother. Of course, it was also a stroke of good fortune. Thanks to Qin Hao's intervention, Wei Xiaoyu had been granted a second chance at life and had even retained his wealth.
Young brother, my name is Lu Buochao, the inspection team leader of the Tianyan program.
This is team leader Wang Bing. We apologize for disturbing your rest. Lu Buochao's voice was soft, and despite the bold ideas simmering in his mind, he remained remarkably composed.
Hello, Wei Xiaoyu replied with a smile.
At present, he was in quite good spirits and health, though his complexion was slightly paled. It was evident that even with his congenital illness, it only affected him in certain aspects. At least he was free to move about. On the other side, the driver uncle sat nearby, fully aware that Lu Buochao had something important to discuss with him and his son, thus he could not leave. I wonder if you and young brother have been watching Qin Hao's live streams recently? Lu Buochao asked in a casual tone, as though discussing mundane matters.
Here it comes. Let us get straight to the main topic. Upon hearing this, all the viewers tensed up. The responses from this father-son duo would determine whether Lu Buochao's plan could unfold flawlessly.
No, I've been quite busy and haven't had the time, especially with my child's medical expenses. The driver uncle scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that the person who had saved his child's life was now being neglected due to his own preoccupations. It was clear that the driver uncle was considerably more cheerful than before, having witnessed his deceased son miraculously return to life.
Oh. Lu Buochao's brows involuntarily lifted slightly.
Uncle, Xiaoyu, I have some matters to discuss with you today. You may not be pleased with what I have to say, but please allow me to finish. With a steady demeanor, Lu Buochao continued, the Tianyan program is no longer suitable for continuation, and it's not merely a financial issue.
It's because of Qin Hao. What?
As soon as these words left his mouth, the expressions of Wei Xiaoyu and the driver uncle shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across their faces.
Isn't this a state-sponsored program? How could it possibly be halted mid-course?
The driver uncle, seasoned in experience, questioned skeptically.
Indeed, the program could continue, but have you considered that Qin Hao has become increasingly entrenched in this situation?
In fact, aside from actual murders, there have already been minor incidents of injury during inspections. Lu Buochao paused momentarily before elaborating. Qin Hao's abilities are exceedingly formidable, almost bordering on omnipotence. We fear that he may truly slip into the role of a criminal, and by then, it would be too late. Thus, we wish to terminate our involvement ahead of time, yet it is impossible to do so with Qin Hao.
The audience erupted in confusion?
Wow, I admire his audacity to speak such absurdities with a straight face. It sounds so convincing that I almost believed him. To suggest minor injuries, perhaps only those encountered by Qin Quanzi and the two inspectors during the door-kicking incident with Brother Hao, but no one else has truly been harmed.
Injuries occurred during filming, let alone this. The audience looked on in astonishment as Lu Buochao earnestly spun his tale. Indeed, this lad has resorted to every conceivable tactic.
The inspection team member, Yun Tian, chuckled bitterly, yet had to admit that if this strategy were executed well, it could indeed ensnare Qin Hao. Moreover, the success rate would be 100%. The most critical aspect was that this approach was permissible. Numerous similar cases had existed in reality, where citizens assisted in investigations. It was reasonable and justifiable. Everyone understood this, but the father-son duo remained oblivious to it. Was quite extraordinary that throughout the entire program, many had interacted with Qin Hao, yet most exchanges were superficial. Only this father and son were different.
Hence, Lu Buochao directly considered them as a breakthrough point.
So, what are you suggesting? Wei Xiaoyu inquired, furrowing his brow in suspicion. We are aware that Qin Hao has aided you, even saving your life, but for the sake of societal stability and public safety, we have no choice but to seek your assistance. Lu Buochao fixed his gaze intently on Wei Xiaoyu, enunciating each word carefully. I wish for you, or the driver uncle, to go undercover.
Boom.
Upon hearing this, everyone felt a buzzing in their minds, their eyes widening in disbelief. He truly said it, he dared to utter such a proposal. The notion of Wei Xiaoyu and the driver uncle going undercover was nothing short of astonishing. Especially the audience, while many had speculated bold ideas, none had anticipated Lu Buochao would devise such a scheme, truly remarkable.
Wow, I can't believe this, it can actually be done?
Of course. The police are one entity, and citizens assisting in investigations is entirely normal, especially since Wei Xiaoyu and the driver uncle have had more interactions with Brother Hao. If Captain Lu can persuade them effectively, it might just succeed.
But do you think Wei Xiaoyu would agree?
After all, Brother Hao saved his life and, if I'm not mistaken, even provided financial support, right? Under such circumstances, it would be inhumane to consent. That's what we know, but Wei Xiaoyu and the driver uncle are unaware. They only hear Captain Lu's descriptions. The continuation of the program means Brother Hao will become further embroiled, potentially turning into a genuine criminal. The audience erupted in chaos, comments flooding in from all sides.
More were eager to know whether Wei Xiaoyu would ultimately agree.
Based on your condition, young brother, we have enlisted the world's foremost medical team, capable of guaranteeing a complete cure within 6 months, eradicating your affliction entirely. Lu Buochao spoke slowly. Before that, you or the driver uncle would need to act as our undercover agent. Rest assured, we won't require you to undertake any dangerous tasks, simply report any information regarding Qin Hao or if he visits you, and relay it to our inspection team. We will install a monitoring device on you. Aside from addressing personal matters, you will be under surveillance at all other times. This is all for Qin Hao's benefit, to steer him away from the path of crime that he now possesses several million in assets and could easily live a leisurely life. Your affliction would be resolved, isn't that a favorable outcome? I trust you do not wish to see Qin Hao stray into darkness, correct? Moreover, you can rest assured, whether it is the funds for treatment or compensation for going abroad, I shall cover it all. Chapter 176. The choice, betraying the undercover, the inspection bureau. Lu Buochao wore a serene smile upon his face, a smile that belied the tumultuous thoughts he had contemplated throughout the night. It was a plan, audacious in its conception. He brimmed with confidence, believing it to be flawless, for in the face of life and death, few can maintain their composure, especially when awaiting their demise. Observing his own body deteriorate day by day, life inexorably marching towards its finality, he felt a profound despair, one potent enough to shatter the resolve of any individual. At this moment, the barrage of comments in the livestream fell silent. Likewise, within the inspection team, a heavy stillness prevailed. Every gaze was fixated on Wei Xiaoyu, millions of eyes scrutinizing him intently. After listening to Lu Buochao's words, Wei Xiaoyu's expression turned blank, his demeanor shifting to one of unease. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that as an ordinary person, he would be confronted with such a monumental choice. On one hand stood his savior, who had even provided his father with 200,000 as medical expenses. On the other hand loomed the grim prospect of his savior descending into an abyss. So, should he pull the lever or refrain? Yet, it seemed he had overlooked a crucial detail. His ailment could indeed be vanquished. Throughout this ordeal, his thoughts had been consumed with the implications of his actions towards Qin Hao, whether they would bring about good or ill. The hospital room was enveloped in an oppressive silence, with not a single sound to be heard. All awaited his response. At this juncture, no one could truly comprehend the turmoil within Wei Xiaoyu. Although he was scarcely acquainted with Qin Hao, having only seen him on television during his hospitalization, he was a patient trapped within the confines of his own world, envious of those like Qin Hao who roamed freely. An unrelated individual, burdened by a driver's fatigue, had left an indelible mark on his psyche, even prompting him to visit the funeral home to ascertain the situation, an act of genuine concern. Not only had this person saved his life, but he had also secured 200,000 for his father's medical treatment. He recalled the smile Qin Hao displayed on television while ensnared in criminality. Perhaps it was a transgression, yet his savior appeared to take joy in it, did he not? With this thought solidifying in his mind, Wei Xiaoyu's expression grew resolute. In reality, he had only encountered Qin Hao once, and even then, he had not the opportunity to speak. Nevertheless, a debt of gratitude is an unalterable bond. Should his actions lead to Qin Hao's downfall, he would not only be unable to forgive himself, but he feared even his father would take matters into his own hands. To be ungrateful is a fate he could not bear. After all, without Qin Hao, he would have long since perished. Wei Xiaoyu hesitated momentarily. I agree. Yet, as he spoke, a spark ignited in his eyes, and a bolder, more audacious idea took root. Betraying the undercover agent. If Lu Buochao could recruit him as an undercover operative, then according to the program's rules, he was already enmeshed in the narrative. Why could he not turn the tables and become the betrayer? In this game, he felt woefully inadequate, merely an ordinary individual. However, as a betrayer, he could aid Qin Hao. More precisely, he needn't even assume the role of a betrayer, for he lacked the capability. Both he and his father were acutely aware of this. Yet, as long as he refrained from divulging Qin Hao's predicament to the inspection team, would that not suffice? Before this moment, he had been indifferent to the scorn of others. Excellent. Lu Buochao mirrored his smile. Despite being dubbed a walking encyclopedia, with a wealth of knowledge about the world, he remained oblivious to the fact that the most intricate enigma of all is human nature. Villains might unexpectedly perform acts of kindness, while virtuous individuals could just as easily commit heinous deeds. Humanity is the most complex and unpredictable of creatures. You will have 10 days. You, or your father, should endeavor to connect with Qin Hao and provide us with information. A medical team will escort you abroad. In 6 months, I assure you, you shall be completely cured. Of course, even if you possess no leads or information, the same promise holds true. Do your utmost, I have faith in you. Whether Qin Hao can escape his criminal role rests upon your shoulders. Lu Buochao beamed with satisfaction, confidence radiating from him as he turned to leave. What the hell, he actually agreed. Honestly, I no longer comprehend this. How can he betray the very man who saved his life? Well, one cannot blame him entirely. When faced with the specter of death, an intense survival instinct emerges. Moreover, from Lu Buochao's description, it appears beneficial for Qin Hao. A win-win situation. Why would he decline? The audience failed to grasp Wei Xiaoyu's internal conflict. They perceived only the surface and erupted in anger. They felt a sense of betrayal. A significant portion of the viewers were fervent fans of Qin Hao, and to witness someone saved by him act in such a manner was simply incomprehensible. Son, you, the driver uncle hesitated, ultimately sighing deeply, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he shook his head. Cough, Captain Lu, are we certain this course of action will yield results? Wang Bing inquired, standing beside Lu Buochao, astonished. Of course it will. How could it not? Lu Buochao replied with a slight smile, articulating slowly, you must understand, Qin Hao possesses a heightened sense of vigilance. Since the program's inception, only he and his father share a modicum of connection with Qin Hao. Wang Bing nodded, acknowledging the truth in Lu Buochao's words. And if the driver uncle seeks out Qin Hao, whether under the guise of gratitude or genuine appreciation, establishing contact with him would be optimal. Lu Buochao's face exuded unwavering confidence as he stated, even if their relationship is tenuous, it matters not. That is the crux of the matter. Our current objective is not to recklessly capture Qin Hao, but rather to recuperate and weave an intricate net. As he spoke, he spread his palms and gradually closed them. With nowhere to escape. Very well, I shall follow your lead. After a pause, Wang Bing cast a deep, contemplative glance at Lu Buochao. He suddenly realized that those who play the game of intellect often harbor darker motives. Success. Within the inspection team, Zhou Jun and others exchanged smiles. Regardless of the color of the cat, the one that catches the mouse is the true champion. Furthermore, it aligns perfectly with the rules of real-world police collaboration. However, unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Qin Hao, accompanied by a dozen underlings, had already boarded several black taxis, heading straight for the inspection bureau. Soon, Qin Hao arrived near the inspection bureau. Having donned a new disguise, not only had he altered his facial appearance, but even his hands had undergone transformation. He was fully equipped, complete with sunglasses, truly a sight to behold. This time, he had prepared 5 different disguises. Once I enter the inspection bureau, Wang Hu, you will be responsible for diverting attention, while the rest of you will assist, understood? Rest assured, Brother Hao. We will complete the mission. Wang Hu grinned, and upon closer inspection, one could see that his face bore an uncanny resemblance to Qin Hao's. System, I demand the exchange for elite hacking skills. Chapter 177. The God-tier hacker, the switcheroo, household registration network ding. The God-tier hacker skill requires the expenditure of 150,000 emotional points. Would you like to exchange? Exchange. Qin Hao was already well aware of the system's tricks, so the mention of 150,000 emotional points did not surprise him in the slightest. In the next moment, he felt an intense rumble in his mind, as a cascade of data manifested within it was as if, at that instant, he became a deity wherever there was a network. Hacker, Red Hacker, alias. Cybersecurity expert and adept in IT technology, skilled at manipulating others' computers and mobile devices, deploying software viruses, exploiting network vulnerabilities, and attacking the networks of other nations or corporations. God-tier hacker special effect. Within the digital realm, you can wield your power at will. No individual or nation can stand against you online. You reign as the undisputed monarch. As Qin Hao perused the description of the God-tier hacker, he marveled at the wealth of knowledge flooding his consciousness. He could not help but exclaim in awe, hackers are truly formidable, especially in this modern age of the internet. Under permissible circumstances, there is virtually nothing they cannot accomplish: personal information breaches, corporate infiltrations, and even assaults on the national security networks. What does a nation's security network represent? It holds the key to the proverbial red button of peace. Of course, this refers to the world's top-tier hackers. Novices who misstep often find themselves relegated to menial tasks. System, display personal information. Qin Hao pondered for a moment before speaking nonchalantly. Host. Qin Hao. Strength, 100. Stamina, 100. Speed, 100. IQ, 140. Skills omitted. Do you love it? Special status, suit-clad marauder, enhancing all attributes by 63. Emotional points, 890,000. Upon seeing the figure of 890,000 emotional points, Qin Hao's gaze sharpened. Am I nearing 1,000,000? Though he had exchanged for a god-tier hacker and thus expended emotional points, he felt no regret. Some things must be economized, but when it is time to invest, one must do so without hesitation. What lay ahead was of paramount importance to him, thus expenditure was necessary. While all scrutiny was directed at the hospital, a young man stood at the entrance of the inspection bureau, clad in a sleek black suit, wearing dark glasses, with tousled hair fluttering in the breeze, and a subtle yet polite smile gracing his lips. In a word, he was handsome. Tap, tap. The young man's footsteps echoed as he entered the inspection bureau, where he observed over 20 inspectors busily engaged in their duties. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A moderately attractive woman in police uniform approached him. I would like to apply for a replacement ID card. The young man gazed at this presumably attractive officer and replied with a smile. His intent, however, was far from merely obtaining an ID, that was merely a pretext. He had discovered that the identities in this world were entirely different from those in his previous life. The process of acquiring an identity was not only cumbersome but also required fingerprints, irises, and even DNA databases. Thus, his true objective was to disrupt a portion of the data, rendering it impossible for the inspectors to discern the truth. The identity was merely a secondary concern, otherwise, even with an identity, he would soon be exposed. Very well, sir, please follow me. The officer nodded without a hint of doubt and led the way. The young man followed, acutely aware that at least 5 inspectors' gazes lingered on him the moment he entered. There are 5 inspectors in the bureau? Indeed, this police station was a genuine inspection bureau. Many of the personnel inside were authentic inspectors, albeit intermingled with some from the production crew. Jiang Kai, a retired inspector, found himself assigned to the inspection bureau by the production team. Although everyone was puzzled by this arrangement, it mattered little to them. After all, it was all the same to them where they were. Old Kai, what do you think the production team wants us to do here? Could it be that Qin Hao will actually show up? An inspector beside him queried, perplexed. Call me old Jiang, not old Kai. How many times must I say it? Jiang Kai sighed in exasperation, continuing, how could I possibly know the production team's intentions? But there are other departments involved. Perhaps this is meant to create an authentic representation. True, even if Qin Hao, huh? The inspector's voice faltered as he suddenly looked up. Jiang Kai also turned his gaze, his pupils constricting in surprise. A man clad in a black suit had just entered the inspection bureau. It was common knowledge that Qin Hao had a penchant for white suits, a defining characteristic of his. But what if this individual had changed his attire? This person, his height and build resemble Qin Hao somewhat, but his face is different. Jiang Kai murmured suspiciously, his eyes fixed intently on the young man. Should we report this? The inspector whispered. Report. Jiang Kai was about to respond when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Qin Hao. I see Qin Hao. A loud, exuberant shout erupted from outside the inspection bureau. Bang, bang, bang. Followed by a series of gunshots, chaos erupted outside in an instant. This was something no one anticipated. Gunshots? All the inspectors' faces turned ashen as they rushed outside. Jiang Kai had just reached the door when he spotted a man in a white suit sprinting past, wielding an assault rifle. The most crucial detail was his appearance. Everyone knew him well. That was Qin Hao. A chilling realization washed over them. Had this individual become so brazen, he was brandishing a firearm in broad daylight. Is it really Qin Hao? Where did he acquire that assault rifle? Jiang Kai exclaimed incredulously, swiftly retrieving his walkie-talkie. Speaking rapidly, Qin Hao spotted at the entrance of the inspection bureau, requesting backup. With that, he gestured for all inspectors to pursue Qin Hao. Even the officer who had been processing ID cards paused, apologetically stating, I'm sorry, sir, but an unexpected situation has arisen, please bear with us. The young man glanced at the ID processing area not far away and nodded. I understand, please attend to your duties. The officer hurriedly dashed out. Gunfire had erupted at the entrance of the inspection bureau. This was a matter of grave significance. They've all left? Observing the sudden exodus of personnel from the inspection bureau, the young man smiled. This young man was none other than Qin Hao. The individual outside was merely Wang Hu donning a disguise. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as he made his way inside. Upon reaching his destination, Qin Hao pushed open the door, revealing a modestly sized room furnished with a computer, chair, red drapery, and more. This was the designated area for citizens to apply for ID cards. Qin Hao's gaze fell upon the computer, his eyes glimmering with intent as he swiftly approached it. Donning the fingerprint-proof gloves he had prepared in advance, he rapidly powered on the computer. In the next moment, a flurry of mysterious codes appeared on the screen. Qin Hao's fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable speed, akin to a fluttering butterfly, until a specialized interface accessible only to authorized personnel materialized. Huaxia Household Registration Network. What the? Is Brother Hao really? Is he attempting to obtain an ID for himself? Not an ID, but rather, an online identity. Personally, I believe an ID is of little use, given the need for irises and fingerprints. A mere ID is utterly ineffective. To get online, one must first breach the national security network before succeeding. This is merely the initial step. Someone is knocking at my door. I need to check. Chapter 178. The Black Inspection Team monitors, questioning life's little black. Within the inspection team, a joyous atmosphere prevailed, with smiles adorning the faces of all the team leaders. The new head of the technology group had made contact, accompanied by an extreme sports enthusiast. At this moment, Lu Buochao had conceived a devilishly brilliant idea. Though it leaned towards the shameless side, its efficacy was all that mattered. However, according to the program's regulations, is this not a bit inappropriate? Little Black inquired, his brow furrowed. He was not versed in the realm of inspections and felt an inkling of conspiracy in the air, which contrasted with his preconceived notions of what inspections should entail. Not necessarily. Although they are not part of the production team, they are somewhat affiliated, given their connection to Qin Hao. Thus, bringing them fully on board requires them to cooperate with the investigation, which is quite normal. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. Alright, next we need to set things in motion. Ensure that all the equipment brought by Zhang Yaozong is allocated to the inspectors. This will significantly reduce the casualty rate. Yun Tian spoke slowly. Understood. Zhou Jun nodded and reached for the walkie-talkie, only for it to crackle to life first. Leader, bad news. Qin Hao has appeared near the entrance of the inspection bureau, armed with an assault rifle. The inspector's voice crackled urgently through the device. What did you say? Zhou Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of shock. Even the other team leaders were taken aback. They had not anticipated Qin Hao's reaction to be so swift. The simultaneous presence of the inspection bureau and other departments had left them perplexed, but they had momentarily been distracted by Lu Buochao's tactics. However, now, what does he intend to do? Launch a full-scale assault on the inspection bureau? Zhou Jun was aghast. Although he was aware of Qin Hao's audacity, he had never imagined it would escalate to such brazen heights. The inspection bureau, theoretically speaking, was the heart of their operations. They had just positioned an undercover agent, yet before any action could be taken, Qin Hao was already attempting to raid them? This is his retaliation for the shooting of Chen Quanxi. Merely killing a few inspectors in Chen Quanxi was not enough to satiate him. Let us not forget his last words before he departed, Yun Tian said gravely, his expression serious. Everyone recalled that Qin Hao had indeed uttered something along those lines. Ugh. A collective gasp filled the room, contributing yet another ounce to the global warming crisis. Shock, all eyes involuntarily turned towards Lu Buochao on the large screen, for reasons unknown. A sense of dread began to fester within them. If Qin Hao was already this unhinged over a mere bullet from Chen Quanzi, how would he react upon discovering the nefarious tactics they were employing? We can only pray for success now, Zhou Jun said after a moment of silence, his voice firm. Wang Bing, lead all inspectors to the bureau. Safeguarding the public must take precedence. Additionally, Lu Buochao need not join. Understood, came Wang Bing's resolute response through the walkie-talkie. Afterward, Zhou Jun and Yun Tian turned their gazes toward Little Black, their eyes laden with inquiry. Don't look at me. I have no solution. Little Black replied with a wry smile, gesturing towards the large screen. The group glanced up to see Qin Hao emerging from a black taxi. What is a black taxi, you ask? Even the windows were tinted black. Thus, I could not ascertain from where he had emerged. He just appeared at the entrance of the inspection bureau. Little Black spread his hands in exasperation. Although he was a red hacker, theoretically at the pinnacle of hacking skills, it did not render him invincible. Without a network, one is rendered powerless. A single blow could leave one in tears. That's not right, not at all. Yun Tian shook his head slowly. While this may be Qin Hao's revenge, he is not a fool. There is no need for him to brazenly assault the inspection bureau. Moreover, based on this footage, Qin Hao did not even enter the bureau, he merely lingered at the entrance. So what purpose does this serve? The group fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, every action taken by individuals is fueled by intent, especially someone like Qin Hao. Would he attack the inspection bureau merely out of revenge, and in such a conspicuous manner? That would be foolish. The man in the white suit does not appear to be Qin Hao, Chen Yalan remarked skeptically. His physique is entirely different, far more robust than Qin Hao's. Even with body modification techniques, one cannot simply inflate their bones, can they? Upon hearing this, Yun Tian and Zhou Jun exchanged glances, the conviction in their hearts growing stronger. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the landline phone of the inspection team rang, followed by a cacophony of at least a dozen other phones chiming in. This explosive scene felt eerily familiar to Zhou Jun. He extended a trembling hand, slowly picking up the receiver. Before he could utter a word, the caller began speaking excitedly. Hello, is this the Tianyan program team? I have information regarding Qin Hao. He is near the inspection bureau entrance. When do I receive my 10 million? Zhou Jun, his face twitched slightly as he replied, Sir, we are already aware of this information. Oh, what a pity. Nevertheless, the other landlines continued to ring, creating a cacophony that threatened to overwhelm him. Yet, he had no choice but to answer. Wait, hold on a minute? Suddenly, Little Black's expression shifted as he quickly checked the surveillance footage from within the inspection bureau, only to discover that there was still one person inside. Initially, he thought it was an inspector, but soon realized something was amiss. It was a man clad in a black suit, strangely unfamiliar. This is bad. This is a trap set by Qin Hao. This is the identity processing department. Yun Tian suddenly sprang to his feet. Even he, a seasoned veteran, felt a shiver run down his spine. He was astonished by Qin Hao's cunning. This guy intends to apply for an identity for himself? At that moment, the man in the footage slowly raised his head, a friendly smile gracing his face. The next instant, the entire inspection team's large screen went black. Zhou Jun? The audience? Good heavens, to apply for an identity while simultaneously blacking out the inspection team's surveillance? Little Black was left utterly dumbfounded. He sat there, staring blankly at the now black screen, his face etched with profound confusion. He was one of the members of the Red Hacker Alliance, though not the strongest, was still formidable, yet now he found himself completely blindsided by one individual? Furthermore, he had not even registered any resistance. No, he had not even had the chance to react. This was an affront. Fear not, even if he acquires an identity, it will serve no purpose, as modern identification requires iris scans, fingerprints, and even DNA databases. Yun Tian observed Little Black's dazed expression and offered a sympathetic reassurance. Chapter 179 to 3 seconds to breach the household registration network, disrupting the database. Even the audience could discern that Xiao Hei's expression was utterly amusing. Pfft, ha, I can't take it anymore. Although it's rather unkind, I truly want to laugh. Is that gentleman still here? How's your water meter doing? Could you explain it live? Brother Hao's operation is simply astounding, instantly blacking out the entire inspection team's surveillance? Ahem, I'm not that gentleman from earlier, but I do have some understanding of computers. It can't exactly be called an instantaneous breach, rather, it was a premeditated invasion that Xiao Hei failed to detect, or more accurately, he had no proactive defenses in place, allowing Brother Hao to succeed. In the live stream, the audience buzzed with chatter. Meanwhile, within the inspection team, a heavy silence prevailed, particularly for Xiao Hei, whose embarrassment could have carved out a 3-bedroom apartment in the ground. Although he had implemented some protective measures akin to those of major corporations, they paled in comparison to genuine national-level security. Most critically, he had never anticipated that someone would target the production team. Apologies for my oversight, I'll rectify it immediately. Xiao Hei awkwardly turned to the various team leaders and spoke slowly. Ahem, it's all right. Zhou Jun and Yun Tian cleared their throats. What else could they say? Connect with Miss Anchi and inquire whether this individual is in disguise or using a mask. However, Zhou Jun's words remained unfinished. Xiao Hei's face turned a ghastly shade as he interjected, it's inaccessible.
All records from earlier have been entirely deleted, even this individual has browsed the inspection team's surveillance archives. And it's irretrievable, recovering the footage may take several hours. Boom, as these words fell, everyone felt their legs weaken, their faces draining of color. The previous individual's appearance was alarmingly brief, merely a fleeting moment. Under such circumstances, even a profiler would struggle to depict him. There's no need for speculation, this person is Qin Hao. He must possess a plethora of disguises, otherwise, his presence here would be inconceivable. Yun Tian sighed, his expression complex, even he felt mentally exhausted at this point. Although I remain unaware of the materials for his disguises, I have surmised his intentions. However, ultimately, this is somewhat naive. Although he didn't finish his statement, everyone grasped his meaning. At that moment, identification cards would be futile, for once iris scans were initiated, he'd be exposed. Yet, there was an awkward predicament. If this person was indeed Qin Hao and he had accessed the inspection team's surveillance, did he witness the incident involving Lu Buchao? Summon Wang Bing and the others back. That fellow in the white suit is not Qin Hao, he is in the inspection bureau. This tactic of diverting the tiger from its mountain lair is truly masterful. Hey, do you think Brother Hao could have seen the incident with Lu Buchao? Probably, since it occurred recently. If Brother Hao checks, he is bound to see it. As the audience engaged in speculation, Qin Hao had already begun to prepare for action. Wait, hold on, Brother Hao. Suddenly, Li Haoran's voice rang out. What is it? Qin Hao furrowed his brow in surprise. Don't take it too far. While it's 99% realistic, infiltrating the National Household Registration Network is a different matter entirely. It would cause quite a stir. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's eyes gradually narrowed. What do you mean? Brother Hao, don't misunderstand. It is not that I disallow your intrusion, but rather, I'm providing you with a website that has a security level comparable to that of the Household Registration Network. If you can successfully breach the site, it indicates your capability to infiltrate the Household Registration Network, enabling you to register. Li Haoran coughed gently, speaking slowly. Qin Hao nodded. With such a proposition, there was no issue. Soon, he received a website link, naturally under the condition that the audience remained unaware. Upon opening it, he discovered a site strikingly similar to the Household Registration Network. Qin Hao's brow arched. Impressive indeed, this production team could procure some truly extraordinary resources. In the next moment, his fingers flew across the keyboard. Net locale group, user guest active, yes. A flurry of code flashed upon the computer screen, rapid as lightning. Audience? Goodness, if it weren't for my keen eyesight, I wouldn't have been able to discern this speed. Stop talking, I can hardly keep up with the code on Brother Hao's screen. All viewers were left dumbfounded by Qin Hao's display. Most understood that hackers were not nearly as formidable as the myths suggested. Reality was far from the cinematic portrayal of effortless elegance, yet, at this very moment, Qin Hao exhibited a godlike speed, devoid of any pause. His hands danced upon the keyboard the instant they made contact. Ding ding ding. Just then, a warning symbol suddenly appeared on Qin Hao's computer screen, and the entire display turned red in an instant. However, Qin Hao seemed oblivious, and within 3 seconds, the alert vanished. Subsequently, to the astonished expressions of the audience, he registered an identity. All defenses crumbled before him as if they were non-existent. What? Brain. Completely wasted. Wait, are hackers really this powerful? Heh, as a 5-year computer novice, I can tell you, there is only one Brother Hao in this world. As a 15-year novice, may I simply state, I don't understand? The live stream erupted. Everyone was left stunned. In merely 3 seconds, he dismantled the Household Registration Network's security and instantly disabled all monitoring equipment of the inspection team. Who could rival him? Invincible. Indeed, even though this was a battlefield devoid of combat and smoke, it still ignited the audience's fervor. Clap clap clap. Qin Hao struck the final enter key, a smile blossoming on his face. Dear viewers, I have successfully disrupted a portion of the iris and fingerprint database. At least for a short time, the inspection team will be unable to locate me through these means. Upon hearing this, the audience finally understood. Brother Hao's objective was to disrupt the database. Moreover, although I have scrambled the database, making it impossible to find me in the short term, for the sake of convenience, I have casually registered 4 identities. This means that at this very moment, the inspection team poses no threat to me. So, tell me, isn't it time to strike back? Being perpetually on the defensive is not my style. A grin spread wider and wilder across Qin Hao's face. Of the audience, for reasons unknown, as they gazed upon Qin Hao's smiling visage, a sense of dread washed over them. Some timid individuals even shuddered involuntarily. However, Qin Hao did not choose to flee immediately. Despite the urgency, he wished to review the inspection team's surveillance records. If he could uncover their plans, it would be even more perfect. Chapter 180. A troubled heart. Captain Lewis extra meal. Heading to the hospital. Quadruple playback. Sextuple playback. Qin Hao fixated his gaze on the screen, the images accelerating at an astonishing pace. To most viewers, the frames were merely a rapid blur, yet to Qin Hao, it was still somewhat manageable. However, the consequence of such frantic viewing was that the sounds were utterly indistinguishable. No, it wouldn't be accurate to say they were unclear, rather, they were completely inaudible, reduced to mere cacophony. 2 new leaders have joined the inspection team. No, wait, there are 6 leaders? I thought there were only 5.
The scene Qin Hao was observing depicted the internal dynamics of the inspection team. He was aware that initially, there were 5 leaders, their names etched in his memory, yet now, there appeared an elder among them? How formidable could this be? Qin Hao's expression turned peculiar, but he soon dismissed it. Regardless, this revelation did not impede his forthcoming plans. Observe that clever fellow. Qin Hao tapped the keyboard, his interest piqued by Lu Buochao, who had consistently proven to be the most composed individual in their endeavors, thus leaving a lasting impression on him. To be candid, such individuals could be somewhat unscrupulous, their intellect soared to a level where even the law struggled to impose justice. There exists a saying, if one wishes to commit a crime, it can be executed flawlessly, and even if apprehended, it may not constitute a crime. This underscores the formidable nature of those endowed with high intelligence.
That rascal is in the hospital?
Qin Hao's eyes narrowed, and a fleeting twitch crossed his lips. Impressive, truly ruthless, to think of seeking out the taxi driver.
TSK. This is becoming increasingly intriguing.
Qin Hao chuckled wryly, glancing at the time before obliterating all data, powering down, and departing. So you wish to engage in underhanded tactics, then do not blame me for playing dirtier. Qin Hao's voice echoed softly. Lucy, prepare a bag of dumplings for Captain Lu.
Damn it.
When Wang Bing returned with a throng of inspectors, he was met with the stark realization that the inspection bureau had been completely vacated, not even a ghostly shadow remained.
He succeeded. Wang Bing's countenance turned a deep shade of ashen.
The identity registration is complete, which signifies that unless he chooses to reveal himself, we stand no chance of locating him. Yun Tian's grave voice emerged. What is most troubling is that we are oblivious to the number of identities he possesses, and that is the most vexing aspect. The expressions of everyone grew somber. How many individuals inhabit the vast expanse of Huaxia? Over 1 billion. To sift through this multitude to pinpoint Qin Hao's identity would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack.
What about the police dogs? Can we use them? Chen Yalan inquired curiously.
No, since Qin Hao is aware that we have police dogs, he will undoubtedly mask his scent. For now, we can only wait, hoping he reveals himself or we uncover information regarding the fugitive network. Qin Hao is bound to have connections with those individuals. The person lingering at the inspection bureau's entrance is highly suspicious. Ultimately, our only lead lies with the taxi driver and his son. As Yun Tian's words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Especially among the leaders and inspectors, who had once reveled in their advantages, effortlessly capturing criminals, now found themselves in an unexpectedly passive position. They had devolved to a state where they could only retaliate if others took the initiative. Their final glimmer of hope rested solely on the taxi driver and his son, identity interchanged in an instant, a 2-tier reversal. Oh, this is too powerful, utterly unbelievable. Zhou Jun slumped in his chair, his head cradled in his hands, his eyes reddened with fatigue. He had not enjoyed a decent night's sleep in days.
My apologies, this is my oversight.
Xiao He glanced at Zhou Jun, dejectedly admitting, I had no inkling that Qin Hao's computer skills were this formidable. Restoring the surveillance footage may take 2 to 3 hours, as he has established numerous firewalls. He refrained from arguing that his protective measures, while not on par with national standards, were comparable to those of major tech firms.
What is a firewall? It's akin to a door to a room. Previously, he was the owner of that door, possessing the key, but now, the key was lost, and numerous locks had been installed, blocking the entrance to his abode.
To regain access to the room, he must painstakingly dismantle each lock, a formidable endeavor indeed. This is not your fault, it is merely a lapse in our judgment. Yun Tian sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head. Although they were aware of Qin Hao's high intelligence, most of his prowess had manifested physically. Who could have anticipated his extraordinary computer skills? All efforts wasted, all efforts wasted. Zhou Jun lamented, recalling how 2 hours prior, the inspection team had reassembled with the tech team, extreme sports enthusiasts, and even the undercover agents Lu Buochao had deployed. Yet, Qin Hao had swiftly countered with identity registration, rendering all their efforts and excitement to naught. However, what the inspectors could not have anticipated was a young man clad in a white suit, leisurely seated in a taxi, the gentle breeze tousling his hair. Hey, young brother, have you spotted Brother Hao at the inspection bureau? The taxi driver inquired with a smile.
Which Brother Hao?
Qin Hao blinked in surprise, querying.
Which one could it be?
Of course, it's the fugitive from the Tianyan program, Qin Hao. The taxi driver wore a look that suggested Qin Hao was out of his depth. Qin Hao, this taxi driver is truly a gem. Ahem, let me tell you, most taxi drivers are indeed gems.
Whether it's national issues or neighborhood gossip, there is hardly anything they don't know. Now the truth emerges.
The audience erupted in laughter at Qin Hao's incredulous expression.
What happened? Was he caught?
Qin Hao paused, curiosity piqued.
Oh, how could that be?
Those bumbling inspectors could never capture my Brother Hao. I tell you, my Brother Hao is simply unparalleled. Just say, thus, the taxi driver launched into an enthusiastic monologue. Qin Hao's expression grew peculiar as he listened to the driver extolling his virtues.
What a unique sensation this was, surprisingly delightful.
Creak. The brakes screeched as the taxi came to a halt. Qin Hao looked up to see the words People as Hospital prominently displayed. What on earth, why is Brother Hao here? I suspect it might be to deal with Lu Buochao. After all, Brother Hao just mentioned that the timing is perfect, with no surveillance to record his presence.
As for the hospital surveillance, can't we just disable it? The audience buzzed with speculation as the taxi stopped outside the hospital. As a law-abiding citizen, Qin Hao would never engage in illegal activities. He paid the fare and stepped out, heading toward the hospital.
Viewers, should I eliminate Lu Buqiao outright, or should I toy with him first? Alright, since you're all silent, I shall assume you prefer the latter.
Qin Hao chuckled, retrieving a small white bag from his pocket, containing numerous white pellets.
Wouldn't it be thrilling if an inspector were to be found in possession of these?
A sinister glint danced in Qin Hao's eyes as a cruel smile graced his lips.
Chapter 181 Qin Hao's plan and the recruitment of the National Security Bureau. For someone like Wang Hu, who dabbles in a bit of smuggling, the Yao Tu Wan is easily accessible. One need not seek out any special channels, for it can be procured in numerous local establishments. This is a fundamental trait of a rogue. After all, this substance is not particularly difficult to obtain, and one might even encounter it in various bars and karaoke lounges. At this moment, Qin Hao appeared utterly idle, resembling a young man who had just emerged from the mountains, innocent and bashful, exuding a harmless aura. He displayed a curious yet timid demeanor towards his surroundings. Wow!
Good heavens, it seems our brother Hao still reigns supreme. His acting prowess surpasses that of any woman.
Just look at those pure, innocent eyes and that frightened little face. Oh, how I wish to cradle him in my arms and offer comfort.
Are you trying to comfort him? More like you wish to suffocate him. Such a daunting task shouldn't fall upon brother Hao.
I can handle it myself.
The audience in the livestream marveled as they observed the dramatic transformation of Qin Hao, who, with a mere few steps, shifted from a sinister presence to a completely different persona. Some proclaimed that while women may be born as the finest actors, they had yet to witness the brilliance of brother Hao.
Excuse me, may I inquire which room Lu Buqiao from the Tianyan program is in?
Qin Hao approached the front desk, his innocent eyes wide with curiosity. The receptionist abruptly looked up, only to freeze mid-motion, her beautiful eyes widening slightly.
Oh no, it was the feeling of being smitten, handsome yet youthful. His innocence bore the unique simplicity of one from the mountains. Such individuals have become nearly extinct in urban settings.
Oh, Captain Lu is on the 3rd floor, room 8, the nurse said, her voice slightly hesitant as she added, handsome young man, do you have WeChat?
Could we exchange contacts? Apologies, I do not possess a mobile phone.
Qin Hao replied with an innocent smile before turning to ascend the stairs, and indeed, he spoke the truth, he had no phone.
This brother Hao is truly impressive.
I feel so envious. When will I ever reach even a fraction of brother Hao's excellence? He can fight, dance, be cold and silly, and now he can feign innocence.
The audience in the livestream was filled with envy at Qin Hao's performance.
Since Lu Buqiao has gone to find the driver uncle, it implies he is up to no good.
Regardless of what he has said, it bears no consequence to me.
Qin Hao silently calculated in his mind his assistance to the driver uncle was merely a matter of fate. He had no need for deeper involvement. For he understood well that to become a top-tier criminal, one should refrain from entangling oneself with others, as it might cloud one's judgment. Simply put, he aimed to remain emotionally detached. His fade of innocence was merely to evoke a natural fondness from others. After all, why would he be idle if not for a purpose? Seated in a corridor chair, Qin Hao appeared harmless as he sought to target an appropriate recipient for the small pill. Just then, he spotted someone unexpected. Wei Xiaoyu. Upon noticing him, Wei Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, for he too could view the livestream, rendering Qin Hao's disguise ineffective. Qin Hao narrowed his eyes, recalling the surveillance footage from the inspection bureau. Though he was unaware of the specifics, it was evident that they were not favorable. Subsequently, Wei Xiaoyu strode past him without a hint of recognition. Qin Hao glanced down at a small crumpled piece of paper in the corner, nearly indistinguishable unless one looked closely.
Interesting.
Qin Hao surveyed his surroundings before nonchalantly crouching to adjust his shoe. By the time he stood again, the small paper had vanished. He then headed to the restroom, uncertain if the surveillance here was under the inspection team's control. Upon unfolding the note, a line of text came into view. Lu Buqiao is also in the hospital, 3rd floor, room 8. Reading these words, Qin Hao's gaze paused momentarily, a smile gracing his face. If the nurse had not lied, then, of course, he did not fully trust this information. Verification was essential. The audience in the livestream was left dumbfounded.
What the heck, isn't Wei Xiaoyu an undercover agent? I told you so.
This young man is definitely not that kind of person. Exactly, haha, for some reason, seeing this line instantly lifted my spirits. Hey, when it comes to clever maneuvers, we must look to him.
Just when we thought it was betrayal, he was actually aiming for a counter-espionage.
The audience in the livestream erupted with excitement. To be honest, although they had not voiced much about the betrayal of the driver uncle and Wei Xiaoyu, it had weighed heavily on their hearts. However, now everything had taken a delightful turn. It was as if they were on a different plane altogether. Well then, since you all are working so diligently, I cannot allow your efforts to go to waste. Qin Hao discreetly pinched his pocket, realizing that his choice was indeed the right one. Seize the opportunity in times of weakness. Individuals like Lu Buqiao are utterly corrupt. Capturing him would warrant a swift and decisive blow. There must be no chance for him to catch his breath.
It seems brother Hao has a plan.
Regardless of the driver uncle and Wei Xiaoyu, their actions do not influence brother Hao's resolve.
Indeed, yet the actions of this young man are quite reassuring.
At the very least, it proves brother Hao's judgment was sound.
The audience in the livestream felt a wave of relief. Brother Hao, I have something to tell you, please find a discreet corner. Just then, the voice of Li Haoren echoed through the livestream equipment.
Qin Hao furrowed his brow but complied.
Brother Hao, it is like this. Due to your extraordinary computer skills, no exaggeration, they could instigate global turmoil. The higher-ups have issued an order for you to join the National Security Bureau. Li Haorun's words unfolded slowly, leaving everyone in shock. The National Security Bureau? What kind of place is that? To put it simply, it is the highest department of the state, wielding absolute power over all of Huaxia. Who would have imagined that the nation would directly recruit Qin Hao? This is an honor that others could only dream of in a lifetime. Li Haorun chuckled ruefully. He had not anticipated the government's swift action. The explanation from the higher-ups was clear. Qin Hao's hacking skills had transcended the pinnacle of contemporary computer technology. Although the red button required both network and physical access to execute, the mere capacity to incapacitate the national network was a grave threat. Being merely an advisor to the Inspection Bureau was no longer sufficient for safety. Chapter 182: The Generous Conditions and the Stunned Lu Buochao. What privileges? Qin Hao inquired, somewhat taken aback, though he quickly regained his composure. Pray tell, is this even human language? Others plead and beseech just to enter departments that are virtually impenetrable, and yet here you are, Brother Hao, being asked to negotiate terms? Need I remind you that the hacking skills possessed by someone like Brother Hao, if unleashed on the battlefield, would be utterly terrifying? Your nuclear arsenal? Just imagine it being under your control. Wouldn't that send a chill down your spine? Of course, while it may not be quite that dramatic, it is indeed formidable. Indeed, the hacking prowess exhibited by Qin Hao was nothing short of astonishing, which elucidated why the National Security Bureau acted with such alacrity. The household registration network is already among the nation's most highly classified defenses, yet in the hands of Qin Hao, it was breached in mere seconds. Does that not imply that even the highest state secrets would be transparent before him? Should a cyber warfare be initiated, would the internet not be rendered obsolete? The potential losses could easily be calculated in trillions. It could even lead to economic regression. After all, the stock market, banks, and such are all reliant on the internet. Well, privileges do exist, such as the ability to mobilize resources from any region of Huaxia under special circumstances, of course, without violating any regulations, along with a monthly stipend of 100,000, housing, and vehicle provisions, Li Haorun said with a wry smile, his voice steady. In truth, the provision of a vehicle and the monthly stipend were the least significant aspects of these terms. The authority to mobilize resources from any region of Huaxia was tremendously substantial, indeed, almost frightening. Naturally, this could only be exercised under exceptional circumstances. In the next moment, the audience realized they could no longer hear the sounds from the live broadcast, yet, Li Haorun's grave voice resonated. Condition 1. Unless absolutely necessary, your daily life will remain undisturbed. This means, Brother Hao, although you are considered a personnel member of the state, you are also technically outside the official structure. Condition 2. No one, save for the highest authority, possesses the right to mobilize you, nor is it permitted, should anyone attempt to do so, you may treat it as an act of treason. Condition 3. In the absence of exceptional circumstances, you are prohibited from leaving the country. Even if you must go abroad, it must be under the protection of the National Security Bureau. This is the only clause that restricts your freedom. As Li Haorun meticulously examined the documents in hand, he spoke with care. Even he felt a rush of anxiety upon reading these stipulations, yet he understood that a figure like Qin Hao equated to a mobile nuclear arsenal, perhaps even more potent than a nuclear weapon. A nuclear weapon might devastate a region, but Qin Hao could potentially obliterate multiple nations. He could thrust one back into the dark ages of communication. It would be prudent to exercise utmost caution. Very well, I agree. Qin Hao pondered for a moment, nodding. Only a fool would decline such an opportunity that promises boundless benefits, ensuring a worry-free future. Moreover, whether in official capacities or in daily life, there would only be advantages, never disadvantages. Additionally, as a citizen of Huaxia, he would undoubtedly lend his aid should the nation face adversity. Thank you, Brother Hao. Li Haorun nodded appreciatively, adding, the relevant documents will be delivered shortly for your signature. Now, let us resume the program. Wow, who would have thought being a hacker could yield such vast advantages? Qin Hao mused, stroking his chin and smacking his lips in delight. However, it seemed he had forgotten that not all hackers enjoyed such privileges. Individuals like him were indeed one of a kind. Ah, enough of this, I must find Lu Buochao. Qin Hao murmured to himself, then proceeded downstairs, aware that matters outside the program held no relevance within it. 3rd floor, room 8. It is estimated that Little Black will acquire the surveillance footage in about half an hour. Qin Hao whistled a rhythmic tune as he leisurely descended the stairs. Meanwhile, Lu Buochao lay in the hospital room, unaware that his time was ticking down, busy coordinating the necessary arrangements. He believed that in order to gain the compliance of the driver in Wei Xiaoyu, he must demonstrate the prowess of the medical team he had assembled. Just then, an eerie whistling sound echoed from afar, drawing closer. The sound was piercing, as if it penetrated directly into his ears. What is this? Lu Buochao glanced suspiciously around the room, which was a high-end suite with excellent soundproofing, yet, how was that sound reaching him? For some inexplicable reason, he felt a foreboding sense of unease. It was a potent sense of impending danger. Bang, bang, bang. The door was suddenly rapped upon. Lu Buochao's expression hardened as he slowly grasped his sidearm. Captain Lu, it's time for your medication. A young nurse entered, someone Lu Buochao was familiar with, causing him to exhale a sigh of relief. Within the inspection team, Little Black had not ceased typing for the past 2 hours, occasionally frowning or deep in thought. Despite the anxious glances from various team leaders, they were powerless to intervene. After all, they were not specialists, they could only wait. Ah, I see, I understand now. After a while, Little Black's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, 5 minutes, I will have it resolved. Upon hearing this, the others managed to muster faint smiles. Buzz. Moments later, the large screen in the inspection room hummed to life, and one by one, the monitors illuminated. A collective sigh of relief escaped the room. Quickly, search for any traces left behind by Qin Hao. Zhou Jun urged, rising to his feet with a serious tone. Little Black nodded, diligently searching, though he was acutely aware that the chances were slim. From deciphering what Qin Hao had left behind, he had realized that this individual's computing skills far surpassed his own. Nothing found. As expected, Little Black sighed in disappointment, shaking his head. Huh, what is Lu Buochao doing? Just then, Elder Yun Tian remarked in surprise as he observed the monitor. At this, everyone turned to look. The young nurse retrieved a small black box from the tray, smiling as she said, Sir, a gentleman outside said this is what you requested. Excellent. Lu Buochao nodded, assuming it was the medical team's data and information regarding congenital diseases. Without a second thought, he opened the box. However, upon seeing its contents, his pupils dilated in shock. Inside the small box lay a white pouch the size of a palm, containing a dozen white pills. Yet, that was not the most significant aspect. What truly caught his attention were the 3 words inscribed on the pouch. The words sent tremors through his heart, Demon's Elixir. Lu Buochao's face turned ashen, flooded with disbelief. His mind went blank. The Demon's Elixir. Why was this being delivered to him? Who sent it? What was their intent? Chapter 183 Framing and Deception. Lu Buochao eliminated. A twist of fate's silence enveloped the entire ward. Lu Buochao stared blankly at the small box resting on his lap. His mind of void. 3 questions involuntarily surfaced in his thoughts. Who sent this? What is the intention? Why was it given to me? This was a unique item, a rare treasure, and yet it had found its way to him? Was this a trap set to ensnare him? Even the members of the inspection team, including Zhou Jun, were taken aback, their gazes fixated on the 3 words emblazoned on the small pouch Yao Tu Wan. A singular item, and it had inexplicably appeared in Lu Buochao's possession? The critical question remained, was it genuine or counterfeit? My goodness, it's here, the most sophisticated maneuver has arrived. Ha ha, I can't stop laughing, just look at Lu Captain's bewildered expression. Although this tactic by Hao Gu is somewhat underhanded, since Captain Lu accepted it, it signifies his downfall. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. In truth, Lu Buochao was indeed finished. Bang! At that moment, the door to the ward swung open, and Wang Bing entered, his expression grim. Damn it, we've been played by Qin Hao. Ha! Wang Bing's words faltered as he approached Lu Buochao's bedside. The sight of the transparent pouch with those 3 words caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. Yao Tu Wan, how did you come to possess this? Wang Bing's piercing gaze suddenly fixed on Lu Buochao. This isn't mine. Lu Buochao managed a wry smile and shook his head. He then retrieved the small pill from the pouch and said slowly, this is just flour shaped into a pill. He turned to the nearby bewildered nurse and inquired, did a man dressed in a white suit send you to deliver this? Yes, yes. The nurse nodded vigorously. Ah, what a masterful act of framing. Lu Buochao sighed deeply and continued, I have been eliminated. As an inspector, possessing Yao Tu Wan means I must be suspended from duty. For the foreseeable future, I will be under scrutiny according to the rules of the program. I have already lost. Because I cannot prove that this is not mine. In an instant, Lu Buochao's face drained of color. Prove what? How could he prove anything? From the moment he accepted it, he had already suffered a crushing defeat. The mere presence of such an item on an inspector would inevitably lead to suspension and thorough investigation. Even if everyone in the program knew that it was Qin Hao's doing, what difference would it make? In reality, he could have 100 mouths and still be unable to clear his name. Hiss. Wang Bing gasped, feeling an overwhelming bitterness in his mouth. Can it really be played this way? Why not? With a 99% replication of reality, aside from actual casualties, anything else can occur. If I can find someone to act as an undercover agent, Qin Hao can certainly frame others. Alright, everyone, although I am no longer the captain of the program, I hope that my plan can continue. Lu Buochao said slowly, then turned to lie down. In that moment, he seemed to age significantly, his silhouette exuding an aura of desolation. What went unnoticed was the tear that slipped from the corner of his eye as he lay down. Humiliation. If Qin Hao had defeated him through sheer strength, he would have merely felt the need to grow stronger, but now, with Qin Hao's active framing, how would he cope in the real world? As an inspector, possessing Yao Tu Wan meant his life had plunged from brightness into darkness. It would not be an exaggeration to say it had completely ruined him. Sigh. Wang Bing let out a deep sigh and turned to leave. Though this was a confrontation devoid of weapons, it was the most terrifying kind of battle. The inspection team, all the leaders, remained silent, astonished that within a mere 2 hours, Lu Buochao had been eliminated in such a helpless manner. Can we trace Qin Hao's whereabouts? Zhou Jun pondered for a moment before turning to Xiao He, asking with a glimmer of hope. Impossible. That time frame has been erased and cannot be restored. Xiao He shook his head, his expression grim. His once proud computing skills were now rendered useless. I request an increase in the number of hackers. I alone cannot contend with him. Without surveillance, Qin Hao has become a ghost, capable of appearing at any moment. Xiao He continued, Qin Hao has disrupted the iris database, the fingerprint database, and even the DNA database. Restoring them would be a complex endeavor. Only by restoring these can we identify the anomalies. Understood.
Zhou Jun nodded. He knew that the most pressing issue was not the hackers but rather how to discern which individual was Qin Hao.
Do you think that since Qin Hao has appeared in the hospital, he might seek out the driver or Wei Xiaoyu? Suddenly, Chen Yalan mused aloud. At her words, everyone's eyes lit up in realization indeed. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps echoed through Wang Bing's screen. The driver hurried forward, an expression of helplessness on his face. Captain Wang, Qin Hao just came by, and during my casual inquiry, he revealed his forthcoming plans. What? Wang Bing was taken aback, incredulity etched on his face. He actually divulged this? After all, I have no ties to the program. I am merely an outsider, so perhaps he didn't think much of it, the driver replied, uncertainty evident in his tone. As everyone considered this, it seemed to make sense. To Qin Hao, this father-son duo was indeed outsiders. He probably never imagined that Lu Buochao would send someone undercover, under casual prompting. It was only natural for him to reveal something. What did he say? He mentioned that he currently has a dozen subordinates and intends to take a theme park hostage as leverage against the inspection team. Furthermore, his next plan involves a prison break. The driver stated quite matter-of-factly. This, Wang Bing's body jolted at the revelation. It was indeed characteristic of Qin Hao, bold and reckless. Goodness, he even thought of a prison break? And he was willing to act on it? Just as I suspected. Yun Tian's eyes gleamed with insight as he said, Qin Hao has indeed become entangled with those involved in pyramid schemes. Therefore, the individuals appearing outside the inspection bureau to distract us must be those aiding Qin Hao in securing a registered identity. Previously, Li Haoren had delivered several documents regarding pyramid schemes, which had left them puzzled. Though they had conducted clandestine investigations, they had found nothing. This fellow is audacious enough to seek more allies. Does he intend for us to clash with those escapees? Zhou Jun chuckled bitterly. However, Qin Hao likely never imagined that the words he carelessly uttered would reach our ears. Now that we are aware of his plans, it becomes manageable. In fact, we might even get a step ahead. Chapter 184. Armed inspection of the teeth, land combat system. First and foremost, we must ascertain which amusement park they intend to hijack. Zhou Jun spoke in a grave tone. Although it is an amusement park, there are numerous parks in Liuzhou City. Qin Hao cannot possibly keep a computer at his side at all times, as that would expose him. Hence, we can monitor the surveillance footage. Of course, while we may not be able to locate Qin Hao at this moment, tracking down those notorious criminals should pose no significant challenge. The group nodded in tacit agreement, acknowledging the validity of his statement. We must also bolster security at the prison to ensure that Qin Hao is afforded no opportunity whatsoever. Furthermore, I would like to request team leader Zhang Yaozong to arrange for all the necessary equipment to be deployed. We aim to transition from a passive stance to an active one, catching them off guard. Understood. Zhang Yaozong nodded and promptly exited the room. For this operation, we will equip all inspectors with nano-surveillance devices, greatly enhancing our operational efficiency. Zhou Jun, a seasoned investigator, despite his lingering melancholy over Lu Buochao's situation, organized the plan with meticulous precision. Witnessing the excitement of these inspectors, I can't help but imagine the tears that may flow when they uncover the truth. The brilliance of this counter-undercover operation is truly remarkable. Not only did it catch us off guard, but I dare say even the inspectors' leaders could not have anticipated it. The audience murmured among themselves, observing Zhou Jun's swift arrangements. Indeed, as they noted, had it not been for Wei Xiaoyu's intervention, Qin Hao's plans might not have unfolded so seamlessly. One could only commend the elegance of this counter-undercover maneuver. I found it. At that moment, Xiao He exclaimed with delight. Although I have yet to trace Qin Hao, I have uncovered some leads. The Red Light Amusement Park has been a frequent haunt of Qin Hao. Moreover, this park attracts a substantial crowd. If I were a criminal, I would deem it an ideal choice. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly buzzed with renewed vigor. Although they had been taken aback by Qin Hao's counterattack, if they proceeded efficiently, it was entirely feasible to apprehend them all. However, would not Qin Hao seek to conceal his whereabouts? Would he leave such an obvious trail? Chen Yalan interjected, presenting a contrasting viewpoint. Not necessarily. After all, we only became aware of their subsequent plans due to the intervention of the driver. Qin Hao might not consider this to be a normal human thought process. Yun Tian countered, shaking his head. Moreover, with so many individuals involved, they must eat, drink, and attend to their needs. It is improbable that they would leave no traces behind. Even if Qin Hao is cautious, those individuals are unlikely to be as meticulous. Thus, being partially concealed may draw even greater attention. It would be far more prudent to display their activities openly, as ordinarily, no one would suspect. At this, the group instinctively nodded, recognizing the logic in his argument. Alright, all inspectors, mobilize. Equip yourselves. 150 will head to the amusement park, while another 100 will guard the prison. I refuse to believe we will allow him to escape this time. Zhou Jun declared, invigorated. Understood. Within the inspection bureau, a fleet of armored police vehicles stood silently lined up outside the building. Rows upon rows of inspectors gathered, over 200 strong. At that moment, they donned not ordinary police uniforms, but the attire of special forces.
Clad in bulletproof vests, wielding assault rifles, and equipped with riot shields and high-tech helmets that featured infrared night vision and thermal imaging, the inspectors were thoroughly armed to the teeth. What a sight it was to witness this fully equipped assembly of inspectors. The impact was staggering, an unparalleled spectacle that left the audience's blood racing with excitement. Upon closer inspection, each inspector wore a device resembling a watch, crafted from special materials. Waterproof, fireproof, and lightning-proof, the pinnacle of technology, this remarkable device bore a distinctive name with the Land Combat System. This watch is known as the Land Combat System. While you may be familiar with the other equipment, this may be new to you, so allow me to introduce it. Zhang Yaozong began, this device is essentially invincible on land, as it maintains a direct connection to satellites, eliminating any possibility of signal loss, even in remote mountainous regions.
Wow! Such a small device is capable of satellite connectivity? Goodness, that is astonishing. I'm utterly amazed. The audience gasped in astonishment upon hearing this revelation.
Naturally, as an invincible land combat system, this is merely a basic function. Its primary features include the ability to monitor physical condition at all times, with 3 types of agents: a sedative, a painkiller, and a serum.
Each of these will take effect within a minute.
I won't elaborate on the first 2, but the serum can temporarily stabilize your injuries. As long as the heart and brain are not irreparably damaged, it can maintain your condition for 10 minutes. At this point, Zhang Yaozong's expression turned serious.
Remember, only 10 minutes.
The audience was left speechless. Other functionalities include seamless communication at any time, terrain mapping analysis, and, due to its satellite connectivity, it can analyze all terrain maps within 5 minutes, although it cannot analyze the interiors of buildings.
Moreover, it includes distance measurement capabilities. Zhou Jun and the others were left in awe.
Even they were taken aback by the sheer power of this seemingly simple watch, feeling a swell of pride and honor, for this was a technological marvel developed in their homeland.
Is everyone clear on this?
After concluding his introduction, Zhang Yaozong solemnly inquired. At this moment, he was no longer the somewhat shy researcher but had transformed into a commanding general.
We understand. The inspectors chorused loudly, their voices echoing skyward. Excellent, now let us proceed. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Yaozong signaled for the inspectors to mobilize. Bang! Bang, bang!
The doors of the armored police vehicles slammed shut as they sped out of the inspection bureau. Inside the armored vehicles, every inspector's gaze was resolute, their postures erect as they clutched their assault rifles. Even the most ruthless of criminals would tremble at the sight of them. The convoy of armored vehicles traversed the city, capturing the attention of every passerby. The inspectors were fully operational, embarking on an unprecedentedly grand mission. Chapter 185 Amusement Park, Wang Jiangwo analyzes, losing people and losing ground system, check personal information. At the entrance of an amusement park in the city, Qin Hao stood quietly, speaking in his heart.
Host. Qin Hao. Strength, 100. Stamina, 100. Speed, 100. IQ, 140.
Skills: intermediate lockpicking, intermediate combat awareness, intermediate sprinting, advanced counter-espionage, advanced disguise, advanced fraud, divine perception, advanced climbing, advanced makeup, advanced ventriloquism, advanced assassination, advanced mechanisms, advanced firearm modification, advanced marksmanship, advanced acting, advanced body shrinking, advanced acrobatics, advanced throwing, divine magic, divine archery, divine hacking, divine combat awareness. Special status. Suit-wielding thug, increases all 3 attributes by 60. Emotional value, 900,000. Still short by 100,000 emotional value? Qin Hao gazed at the 900,000 emotional value and smiled broadly.
Brother Hao, everything has been arranged, are we really going to do this? At that moment, Qin Hao approached, trembling with fear. What other choice do we have?
I am now in a life and death struggle with the inspectors. The deaths of Lu Buochao and Chen Quanzi will fuel their desire for vengeance against me. Do you expect me to surrender? Qin Hao cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly.
Remove the mask from your face.
It feels awkward to speak to myself then hand the mask to someone else, preferably someone with a similar build to mine, to pretend to be me here. At this point, Qin Hao paused, stroked his chin, and continued, leave 8 people here to play with the inspectors.
The rest will follow me. Understood.
Wang Hu nodded decisively, aware that choosing 8 individuals to remain meant relinquishing them to fate. How many would ultimately escape depended on their own luck.
Let us proceed.
I suspect the inspectors will soon take action. Qin Hao led a group of criminals towards the city center.
What the hell, what is going on, Brother Hao? Are we really abandoning those 8 individuals?
Clearly, Brother Hao has set up numerous schemes within. He needs some to divert the inspector's attention, and it seems he has already given up on them. The spectators speculated about Qin Hao's arrangements. However, what intrigued them most was what Qin Hao intended to accomplish next.
Report.
The prison has been fully secured, and all 100 inspectors are in place.
Report, we are en route to the amusement park, estimated to arrive in 15 minutes. Report, we are approximately 10 minutes away.
Within the inspection team, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the reports echoed, heightening the sense of urgency.
Report. We have sighted the amusement park.
Wang Bing, seated in the vehicle, gazed at the distant amusement park. His expression gave the environment here was decidedly unfavorable for them. Typically, unless an amusement park is located in an exceedingly remote area, its business would thrive.
Unfortunately, the amusement park they arrived at was bustling with people, renowned throughout the entire Liuzhou city. However, the greater the crowd, the more challenging it would be for the inspectors. Qin Hao, we meet again.
A cold smile crept across Wang Bing's face as memories of Chen Quanxi's death, Lu Buichao's elimination, and the merciless shooting of inspectors by Qin Hao flooded his mind. Anger, hatred, a desperate desire to capture Qin Hao and kill him on the spot, wasn't this the sentiment shared by all the inspectors present? Disembark, let us first check the amusement park's surveillance. Given Qin Hao's cunning nature, there may be hidden arrangements nearby.
Wang Bing ordered as he exited the vehicle, addressing all the inspectors before turning to Wang Jiangwo.
Due to Zhang Yaozong's influence, Wang Jiangwo had also been reinstated. However, as Li Haoran had said, although Zhang Yaozong had this captain under him, it was of little consequence without a special circumstance. Only in rare cases would the old man from the Academy of Sciences be of use.
Old man, I hope to trouble you this time.
Not at all, I am quite pleased to finally confront Qin Hao in a contest of mechanisms.
Wang Jiangwo shook his head with a smile. I reviewed the documents.
This amusement park has numerous attractions, making it a bustling venue. Children and adults alike flock here, even drawing visitors from other cities. Wang Jiangwo remarked while studying the materials, his tone measured.
The larger the crowd, the more complications we may encounter.
Coupled with Qin Hao's hacking skills, we must be vigilant, as our communication devices may very well be compromised here. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, their expressions turning serious. Even though they had switched to satellite communication, it did not imply invincibility. Deliberate interference remained a possibility. Moreover, observe the construction schematics of this amusement park. With its multiple entry and exit points, it poses significant challenges for us. Wang Jiangwo narrowed his eyes, stating, furthermore, the presence of numerous visitors means we will encounter many strangers. Even in the most popular attractions, physical contact may occur, but do not forget Qin Hao's disguise skills.
Perhaps the seemingly random individual we encounter in the amusement park could very well be one of Qin Hao's subordinates. As Wang Jiangwo elaborated, the group's unease amplified.
This amusement park, after such a thorough analysis by the venerable Wang Jiangwo, had transformed into a perilous trap. It could lead to certain doom. 666, a true expert reveals their prowess.
Indeed, Wang Jiangwo is remarkable. Wait, I just want to know, given such danger, can we still enter? Haha, look at those inspectors around. Even before entering, they've already begun to scrutinize the surrounding visitors. In the live broadcast, the audience was astonished by Wang Jiangwo's analysis. In reality, the mood of the inspectors on site was no better. Standing at the amusement park's entrance, they vigilantly observed every passerby, their nerves taut. Shall we disperse the crowd?
Wang Bing furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat at a loss.
Goodness, the adage rings true: one may lose individuals but not the battle. Yet they hadn't even entered, and their morale had already plummeted. However, one couldn't deny the validity of the analyses presented. That is impossible. The voice of Zhou Jun resonated through the earpiece. The reason Qin Hao chose this amusement park is precisely because of the crowd. Dispersing the crowd now would be futile. With those words, a weight settled upon everyone's hearts. Chapter 186. Play acting as children. Water guns. Enter. Lu Shan, a university student, found himself enjoying his summer vacation by taking his girlfriend to an amusement park. Little did he anticipate that he would be approached by the renowned Tianyan program crew. Hello, sir. Would you like to participate in a game with the Tianyan program? Upon glancing at the official credentials of the staff member before him, it was undeniably the Tianyan crew. Lu Shan and his girlfriend were momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend why they had been selected. However, with a single utterance from the staff, their confusion quickly transformed into elation. The compensation is 1,000 yuan for a day, and if further opportunities arise, we will maintain this rate. The staff member smiled and added, rest assured, we guarantee that you will not encounter any danger, at least not physically or psychologically. Upon hearing this, Lu Shan and his girlfriend found it impossible to conjure any valid reasons for refusal. With no danger involved, the backing of an officially sanctioned program, and a daily remuneration of 1,000 yuan, it would be sheer folly to decline such a fortuitous offer. What do we need to do? Lu Shan inquired without hesitation. Then, to his astonishment, the staff member slowly revealed their task. Play act as children. Lu Shan exclaimed. Instinctively, he glanced down at his own stature, questioning whether he truly resembled a child. The criminals require individuals to assume the role of children, but we cannot genuinely recruit actual children, as even a simulated scenario could potentially leave psychological scars. Hence, we resort to adult impersonation. The staff member explained with a hint of resignation. This was the inherent limitation of the program, in the presence of genuine criminals, who would adhere to moral protocols. As long as they deemed it acceptable, they would employ any means necessary, regardless of the potential psychological ramifications for children. Yet, within the confines of the program, such considerations were paramount. They had to account for the well-being of parents, the children themselves, and the societal impact, among other factors. All right. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Shan and his girlfriend nodded in agreement. They then settled onto a distinctive bench within the amusement park, a prime location from which they could observe the entrances. This is your equipment.
Just as Lu Shan and his girlfriend began to feel a bit disoriented, two petite toy guns were placed in their hands. Feeling the cold metal, Lu Shan nearly instinctively tossed it aside in shock.
A toy gun, he almost gasped.
Oh, it's merely a toy, nothing to be concerned about, the staff member awkwardly clarified. In this scenario, you will be portraying 7 or 8-year-olds who receive toy guns from a strange uncle. Thus, according to the uncle's explanation, you are engaged in a game where good children combat bad guys, and those dressed in police uniforms represent the villains. Consequently, when the inspectors arrive, the children will fire. Of course, everything you do will be broadcast live, but rest assured, your faces will be pixelated, ensuring your identities remain concealed. Lu Shan and his girlfriend stared at the toy guns in their hands, absorbing the enigmatic narrative, and fell into a profound silence. Previously, they had merely been spectators, exhilarated by the thrill of it all, yet now, as they prepared to participate, they realized that the sensation was far from pleasant. This was merely a program. The crew had thoughtfully selected 2 adults to partake, but what if the scenario unfolded in reality? What if criminals deceived 2 innocent children, potentially leading to dire consequences? 666, truly, you are the master, Brother Hao, with such cunning tactics.
Ha ha ha, it's only natural. If criminals adhered to the rules, they would no longer be criminals. Have you considered that the explanation behind it all is the most terrifying aspect? As the live stream began, although the audience was still small, some chose to watch and witness this peculiar scene unfold. Both of you, please behave as ordinary visitors and manage your expressions. After briefing them, the staff member hastily departed, as he had numerous tasks awaiting his attention. Manage my expression? I would love to.
Lu Shan chuckled in disbelief, yet the thought of what lay ahead was nearly unmanageable.
Now, let's see your courage. We are live streaming after all. Although the audience cannot see our expressions, we must maintain our dignity.
His girlfriend rolled her eyes beside him, enthusiastically encouraging him. They then surveyed their surroundings, acutely aware that since the crew had approached them, there would undoubtedly be others involved. However, after scanning for some time, they noticed nothing unusual. Visitors were merrily enjoying themselves, clowns were distributing balloons, vendors were selling various treats, everything appeared remarkably tranquil.
Captain, we found no signs of criminals in the amusement park's surveillance room. In fact, an inspector's face turned grim at the entrance. In fact, there are absolutely no anomalies. Could it be that we have been deceived by Qin Hao?
That is impossible, there is no justification for that. Wang Bing furrowed his brow, contemplating, and slowly remarked, there is another possibility. He may have merely articulated a plan but has yet to execute it, which is why they have not arrived. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, as this was a consideration they had not entertained. There is indeed a possibility of that, especially since Qin Hao indicated that this was a forthcoming plan, not one already in motion. A voice crackled through the earpiece, Zhou Jun's voice. If that is the case, we have the upper hand. A smile crept onto Wang Bing's face as he continued, let us enter and assess the situation. If no criminals are present, that would be ideal, allowing us to set up in advance. However, we must remain vigilant, as treachery may be afoot.
Understood. Wang Bing took a deep breath, his gaze fixed solemnly on the amusement park entrance. Surrounded by numerous curious visitors who pointed and whispered about them, the Tianyan program was indeed quite renowned, yet the onlookers displayed commendable restraint, refraining from intruding. The Tianyan program, who would have thought to see them here? Could it be that Brother Hao was also present? Let us go, let us find Brother Hao and claim our rewards. The tourists were electrified at the sight of the Tianyan crew. After all, locating Qin Hao equated to cash, real, tangible money. Let us go inside. Wang Bing waved his hand and strode purposefully into the park. Chapter 187. Beware of the villains, innocent children, they're coming, they're cautiously stepping in. The inspectors are in position, and the child impersonators are ready. How many do you think this time will actually manage to take out? Under normal circumstances, it's likely that not a single one will be taken down. Since they are impersonating children, they will probably act in accordance with a child's demeanor. In the livestream, the audience buzzed with excitement as they witnessed the inspectors finally springing into action. Meanwhile, Lu Shan felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety as he spotted the inspectors approaching. Stay calm, came his girlfriend's steady voice from beside him. Lu Shan was momentarily taken aback. Turning to look at her, he was struck by her remarkable composure. In that instant, he realized just how brave his girlfriend truly was. Aren't you scared? Lu Shan asked in bewilderment. Scared of what? You're the one taking action, not me.
She replied nonchalantly. But the staff gave us 2 handguns, Lu Shan exclaimed, confusion creeping into his expression, tinged with a hint of despair.
Oh, is that so? Then what should we do? Should we just run? His girlfriend was momentarily stunned, glancing at the handgun tucked away behind her bag, which she had assumed was merely a backup for Lu Shan. The audience listening to this cryptic exchange, the viewers were left dumbfounded. Their initial anticipation had evaporated. They quickly realized that relying on these 2 to neutralize the inspectors was nothing short of a fantasy. They're here. Lu Shan, now disregarding everything else, took a deep breath as he observed the inspectors drawing nearer. He could overhear snippets of their dialogue. Be cautious, anyone here could potentially be a suspect. As those words registered in his mind, Lu Shan felt his anxiety intensify. Just as the inspectors were about to reach him, he instinctively raised the handgun concealed behind his shopping bag. The motion was neither particularly swift nor slow. What are you doing? Put that down. Wang Bing reacted instantly, drawing his own weapon and barking an order. Bang, bang, bang. All the inspectors simultaneously raised their guns, aiming at Lu Shan and his girlfriend. It's over, you exposed yourself way too quickly, even knowing the guns were fake. Both of them felt a chill creep up their spines at the sight of so many firearms. In that moment, Lushan, for reasons he couldn't quite fathom, recalled the staff's instructions: you are a child, if I am a child, a harbinger of justice striking down villains, then I shall not be afraid, especially as a boy. Lushan mumbled to himself, and in the midst of his girlfriend's astonished gaze, he suddenly leaped up. Villains, beware, bang, the bullet erupted from his handgun, striking one of the inspectors directly. However, at that same instant, a bullet hit Lushan as well. A perfect exchange, yet both Lushan's girlfriend and the audience were utterly bewildered. They gawked at Lushan's embarrassing pose, and especially recalled his earlier words, causing them to burst into laughter. Villains, beware, haha, no way, a talent, this is undoubtedly a talent. I won't watch the Spring Festival Gala without you, haha, I'm dying of laughter, this guy is a born actor. In the livestream, comments flooded in. However, the atmosphere on-site was far from jovial. One inspector looked down at the bullet that had struck him, splattering onto his head. Although he wore a bulletproof vest, he was still considered out of the game. A wave of humiliation washed over him. Dude, you're toxic. The inspector glared at Lushan, feeling an immense sense of embarrassment. Being taken down by such a character left him utterly speechless. Wang Bing shot a dark look at Lushan's girlfriend, who sat frozen in shock, staring blankly at her chair. Just then, she noticed a clown in the distance, distributing balloons to children, suddenly drawing a submachine gun from beneath his clothing. Her pupils dilated. Tat tat tat. The next moment, the sound of gunfire erupted. This turn of events caused all nearby tourists to change their expressions, but they had already been pre-warned by the staff and quickly turned to flee. Take cover, take cover. Wang Bing's face paled, as he shouted urgently, redirecting his aim at the clown and firing a shot. Bang, the gunfire ceased. The clown's submachine gun clattered to the ground as his body collapsed. Wang Bing cautiously surveyed the area, solemnly instructing, report the casualties, Captain, 3 dead, 2 severely injured. What? 5 inspectors down. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing craned his neck in disbelief. This was merely a brief encounter. If I'm not mistaken, that individual wielding the handgun is likely not one of Qin Hao's men. I don't know what method Qin Hao employed to gain his compliance, whether through threats or inducements, but regardless, he has successfully captured your attention. Within the inspection team, Zhou Jun sighed deeply, his expression complex, and while your attention was diverted, the real criminals made their move. Upon hearing this, the inspectors fell silent. Goodness, this was exceedingly cunning. Disgustingly so, they suddenly recalled Lu Buchao's earlier tactics. Could it be that those with higher intelligence delight in manipulating the minds of others? Having reached this point, what more could Wang Bing say? He simply gestured for the 5 inspectors to withdraw, as they had been eliminated from the outset. Even the land combat system couldn't save them, as the submachine gun was more than capable of penetrating their vests, leading to their certain demise. I just want to know who he is. Wang Bing pointed at Lushan, who stood awkwardly in place, his gaze sharp. Or anyone else in his position would feel far from pleased. An innocent child. Just then, Li Haoran's voice resonated softly. Everyone an innocent child. The inspectors scrutinized Lushan, who appeared to be over 1.7 meters tall, nearly reaching 1.8 meters. He hardly resembled a child. The role he portrays is that of a child, and thus his earlier performance was not only not lacking but perfectly aligned with the behavior of a child. Upon hearing this, the audience nodded in enlightenment. However, the faces of the inspectors turned grim. If that were the case, Wang Bing just shot a child. At least that would be the case in reality. Nonetheless, they refrained from voicing any objections. After all, what does it matter if he is a child? Once the gun was raised, he was no longer a child. Wang Bing strode purposefully towards the fallen clown, lifting the costume to reveal the truth. These are members of a pyramid scheme. I never anticipated that such a small organization could wield such power. Wang Bing was not surprised that these individuals possessed firearms, as they were already aware of certain realities uncovered in previous investigations. This is likely not due to the prowess of the pyramid scheme members, Zhou Jun stated pensively. You must understand that Qin Hao is a ruthless criminal. If he wishes these individuals to act recklessly, it is quite simple. He merely needs to find their families, control them, or directly threaten them. Wang Bing's gaze sharpened. This was indeed a possibility, and given the reckless demeanor of the individual moments ago, the likelihood was quite high. As the saying goes, misfortune does not spare families, but in the realm of crime, such sentiments do not exist. Chapter 188. A life and death struggle for Wang Bing, helplessly dispersed. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the inspectors were finishing their preparations and were about to search the vicinity, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Lifting their heads, every inspector's pupils constricted in unison as they beheld a figure adorned with a clown mask, slowly approaching with a woman in tow. They could discern that she was indeed a genuine woman, not a mere impersonation. Due to your arrival, I now propose a trade, the clown spoke slowly. What sort of trade? Wang Bing and the others furrowed their brows in inquiry, an ominous premonition stirring within them. 1 hostage for 1 inspector. Upon uttering these words, the inspectors felt a chill run down their spines, staring incredulously at the clown. How could this audacious individual dare to make such a proposition? How utterly brazen, to stand out in the open without any schemes, simply demanding a direct exchange. Is this group from the trafficking syndicate truly so formidable? This does not align with their profile. Did you not hear what was just said? If a family member is threatened, even a mere dog would retaliate. In the live stream, the audience erupted with fervor upon hearing these words. The sheer boldness of engaging in a direct confrontation without any embellishments was utterly captivating. Bang! At that moment, a bullet, seemingly from nowhere, struck the clown. The clown, adhering to professional ethics, fell to the ground. Ha, fool! Did you truly believe I wouldn't prepare a sniper? Wang Bing shook his head in disbelief, signaling a few inspectors to assess the situation. However, just as they approached to examine the hostage, several masked individuals suddenly burst forth from around the corner. They spoke not a word, nor did they employ any ostentatious tactics. Rat-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire erupted, flames spitting forth with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Bing found himself in the line of fire. His expression shifted dramatically as he unhesitatingly threw himself to the ground. Simultaneously, he swiftly retaliated with gunfire, yet he had grossly underestimated the adversary's resolve for bloodshed, who showed no inclination to evade. Their sole intent was to attack. Though he evaded swiftly, the other inspectors were not as fortunate, and in the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 lay lifeless on the ground. Meanwhile, the clown was struck by multiple bullets. Bang! Without hesitation, the clown collapsed to the ground. They're wagering lives for lives. They've completely lost their minds. How did Qin Hao associate with such individuals? Within the inspector team, the expressions of Zhou Jun and others turned ashen, erupting in furious shouts. It was madness. They seemed utterly indifferent to their own lives, exchanging their very existence for that of the inspectors. The gunfire was rapid, and the devastation swifter. Wang Bing rose, casting a grim gaze upon the fallen masked figures, his countenance dark as thunder. Humans possess an innate instinct for self-preservation. It is an inherent trait, yet, in these criminals, he perceived no such instinct, only a relentless thirst for slaughter. Indeed, they showed no inclination to evade, merely charging forth with reckless abandon. It's evident they are driven by the idea of taking as many lives as possible. Zhou Jun sighed, his expression complex. Indeed, this aligns perfectly with their identities. Upon reflection, although they possess firearms, do they truly understand aiming or possess any marksmanship? At that moment, the voice of Elder Yun Tian resonated. Everyone paused, brows furrowing in contemplation. They have not trained in marksmanship. I dare say they have never even encountered a real firearm. Thus, they cannot engage in cunning schemes or effective long-range shooting. Such tactics do not suit their personas, forcing them to resort to life-for-life confrontations. It must be said, Elder Yun Tian's analysis was profoundly astute. A group of pyramid scheme operatives is, at their core, merely ordinary individuals. What real capabilities could they possess? Thus, this aligns with their identity traits. They cannot indulge in elaborate tactics, as their identities do not permit it. A profound silence enveloped the group. My goodness, if that's the case, it indeed seems plausible. However, the real concern lies in the fact that this very method of life for life is the most terrifying, resulting in mutual destruction. Precisely, for the amusement park is vast, making it nearly impossible to discern from where the enemy might suddenly emerge. The live stream audience followed suit in their analysis. It soon became apparent that what had once been numerous trafficking organizations had transformed into a formidable menace under Qin Hao's control. Their reckless abandon in engaging fiercely was a source of great distress. Nevertheless, it served as a wake-up call. Given the adversary's approach, losses were inevitable, but minimizing those losses was of utmost importance. Before long, Wang Bing had made the necessary arrangements, and all inspectors pressed onward. Gradually, they delved deeper into the chaos. Look over there. Suddenly, an inspector, aghast, pointed toward the towering Ferris wheel in the distance. Everyone paused, instinctively looking up, their pupils narrowing in terror. The legendary Ferris wheel, where each cabin supposedly harbored joy, couples riding together often ended in heartbreak, yet if they kissed at the pinnacle, they would remain together forever. Undoubtedly, the Ferris wheel symbolized romance, beauty, and bliss in the hearts of many. However, today, this Ferris wheel had morphed into a symbol of cruelty. Before their eyes, each cabin was adorned with a lifeless body. No, more accurately, it was a scarecrow masquerading as a human. The scarecrows were drenched in tomato sauce, appearing, from a distance, as though they were bathed in blood, vivid and striking. All present were left utterly stunned by the spectacle. Each scarecrow seemed to lament their own impotence, their speed far too slow. Goodness, even knowing those are merely scarecrows, I must admit, this scene is undeniably jarring. Indeed, there must be at least 20 scarecrows, right? The audience in the live stream erupted in a frenzy. Yet, the atmosphere on site was palpably oppressive. Occasionally, tomato sauce dripped from the scarecrows, presenting a scene of utter carnage, mockery, irony. Clearly, Qin Hao intended to use this spectacle to deride their incompetence. Qin Hao, if you have the guts, show yourself. Wang Bing's eyes blazed crimson as he roared, firing his assault rifle skyward. For him, this moment was a profound wound. Despite their prior preparations, they had arrived too late. Chapter 189. A life for a life, hostages on the Ferris wheel, taunts. Alas, it is all my fault. If only we had acted with greater haste. Wang Bing gasped, his voice laden with gravity. Had we accelerated our efforts, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. All the inspectors understood this truth, yet in this world, there exists no what if. After all, their situation was 99% a reflection of reality, and in reality, how many what ifs can one truly count? It must be said, however, that Qin Hao is exceedingly formidable, yet, though they harbored such thoughts, they dared not voice them, for their anger had reached a boiling point, a psychological blow. A physical assault, a spiritual humiliation, all three were present, each one as significant as the other. He. Suddenly, a laugh echoed through the air, prompting the crowd to instinctively look up. 3 men donned in clown masks approached from the distance. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all the inspectors raised their firearms, their vigilance directed towards the trio. Your survival does not attest to your capabilities. Rather, it is merely because we have yet to tire of our game. Who are you, Qin Hao? Wang Bing glared at the clown man standing before him, raising his weapon defiantly. Due to the mask, his voice was altered. Put down your gun. Although the hostages above appear to be in dire straits, they have not yet perished. Surely, you do not wish for their demise, do you? Qin Hao's voice dripped with mockery, reminiscent of a devil's taunt. And you all, lower your weapons as well, or would you prefer to witness the demise of the inspectors suspended above? The crowd exchanged glances, and after a lengthy pause, they gradually lowered their firearms. Just as Qin Hao had stated, indeed, half of the inspectors still clung to life above, conforming to the reality of the situation. They had no choice but to acquiesce. They could not stand idly by while lives were lost. What do you desire? Wang Bing inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure, and inquired slowly. I have heard you are a special forces instructor. Your marksmanship must be exceptional, yes? Qin Hao's gaze was filled with jest as he replied languidly. Is this truly Brother Hao? No, this cannot be Brother Hao, he has long since escaped. Then who is this? A mere impersonator. Had we not possessed a god's eye view, we would never have deduced the truth. Primarily, it is Brother Hao's execution that has been so spectacular, leading all the inspectors to believe he was personally orchestrating the scene. The audience's eyes were sharp. They could see through Qin Hao's personal livestream that he had already entered the city, albeit at a cautious pace to avoid detection. There are 25 hostages in total. As is well known, the Ferris wheel rotates, and when it reaches a parallel position, the ropes binding the hostages will become taut, marking the optimal moment for their descent. Furthermore, there are numerous safety mats below. Qin Hao pointed to the safety mats situated beneath the Ferris wheel. The crowd then noticed the abundance of safety mats below. Thus, when the Ferris wheel achieves a parallel state, each rope will be pulled tight, and when it snaps, that will be their finest opportunity. Therefore, I challenge you to shoot the ropes. Qin Hao grinned and declared, do not accuse me of denying you a chance. You will have 3 attempts. Should you strike true even once, we shall release 20 individuals. What say you? Of course, you may also choose to shoot me dead right now, but I fear those hostages would plummet to their demise. Such an action would be quite contrary to your responsibilities as inspectors. Very well. Wang Bing took a deep breath and stepped forward a few paces. The two stood side by side, allowing the inspectors to create a bit of space for them. Huff. Wang Bing gazed up at the hostages suspended above, exhaling deeply. Though the rope binding the inspectors was thick, under normal circumstances, such a feat would be within his grasp. This is the fundamental quality of a special forces instructor. Yet, as he looked upon the 20 or so hostages, particularly at the crimson droplets resembling tomato juice, the pressure weighed heavily upon his heart. Haha, do not be anxious. Tension often leads to misfires. Qin Hao's teasing voice chimed in. Wang Bing, dismissive of the taunt, merely replied, shall we commence? Indeed, let us begin. Qin Hao declared, and in a casual motion, he fired a shot. Bang! Oh dear, my apologies. I seem to have slipped. Chapter 190. You won't blame me, will you? Hesitation leads to defeat. The numerous inspectors instantly felt their eyes widen in disbelief. After Qin Hao fired his weapon, a white mark appeared directly on the face of a hostage. Death, he was alive just moments ago. You won't blame me, will you? Qin Hao asked with a smile, looking at Wang Bing. Is this amusing? Wang Bing's face turned ashen, his teeth almost grinding to dust, his words barely escaping his throat. Whether it is amusing or not, I cannot say, but I know it is effective, ha ha ha. Qin Hao's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the amusement park. Ha ha, Brother Hao's laughter, I like it, ha ha ha. The two criminals following Qin Hao burst into raucous laughter. Arrogance, it seemed as though the 4 of them had completely disregarded the more than 100 inspectors present. What the hell, can arrogance be contagious? Goodness, their level of arrogance is almost on par with Brother Hao. I suspect Brother Hao intentionally pushed him to this point to create psychological pressure on Captain Wang Bing. The audience murmured among themselves, suddenly realizing that even among these criminals, who were merely substitutes for the production staff, there were many talented individuals. Or rather, they had fully immersed themselves in their roles. Begin, what are you waiting for? Do you want me to keep firing? Qin Hao urged, watching Wang Bing's trembling form. All right. Wang Bing forced himself to calm down, slowly raising his handgun. He aimed, but keen observers detected the slight tremor in his hands. He hesitated to pull the trigger. As a trainer of China's foremost special forces, he should have been able to withstand much more. However, it all depended on how much pressure Qin Hao had piled upon him. Lubochao, Qinquanxi, javelins flying, arrows striking inspectors. The criminals in the amusement park were gambling with their lives, scene after scene, moment after moment. Not even a special forces instructor, let alone a psychologist, could endure such chaos. Since you won't shoot, let me assist you. At that moment, Qin Hao's voice rang in his ears. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, signifying the deaths of 2 hostages. Ah, I'll kill you. In an instant, Wang Bing's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared loudly, suddenly aiming his gun at Qin Hao. Unless you wish for them to die, you may try. Qin Hao tilted his head, utterly unfazed by the gun barrel pressed against his forehead, chuckling, 1 life for so many hostages? It's worth it. Come, shoot, do not hesitate, hesitation leads to defeat. Qin Hao raised his hand, pointing to his own forehead. Huff, huff, huff. Wang Bing gasped heavily, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, his vision beginning to blur. Last chance, shoot. Otherwise, I will throw them all down. Although they are dummies, according to the rules of the show, they are all treated as real people, which means you have indirectly caused the deaths of so many. Does your conscience not ache? Their families will seek you out for retribution. Qin Hao spoke slowly, his words resonating like a devil's whisper in the ears of all the inspectors. Ah, Qin Hao's maneuver is truly remarkable. Within the inspector group, Yun Tian remarked with a complex expression, though they could not hear, they could read lips. They were not fools, even those who did not understand lip movements could grasp the general situation from the scene. Wang Bing's mind is already in disarray, this gamble is destined to fail. Zhou Jun sighed, shaking his head with a complicated expression. Wait, something feels off. At that moment, Xiao He suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to him with puzzled expressions. Look, isn't that person a criminal from the pyramid scheme organization? Xiao He pointed at the screen, astonished. Looking up, they saw a man appearing furtively in the city on the traffic surveillance, particularly in a very specific location. Near a school. Upon witnessing this, the pupils of all the team leaders contracted sharply. A chill surged from their feet straight to their heads. Wait, how many criminals have appeared in the amusement park? Zhou Jun suddenly stood up, exclaiming. Including the deceased, there are 8. So where did the other criminals go? According to their plan, they should have chosen to break someone out of prison. That's impossible. There hasn't even a whisper of news from that direction. Yun Tian's mind raced, his expression shifting as he murmured, if that's the case, then it's too coincidental, too coincidental. I thought to myself, how could Qin Hao be so fast? It turns out it was this way. His eyes brightened, as if he had found a breakthrough. Suppose this is false information, or that Qin Hao intentionally had the driver uncle say it. Then everything falls into place. After all, they were drawn into the show by Lu Buochao. Once Qin Hao discovers this, he could counter-threaten. His goal is not to break someone out of prison, but to massacre inspectors in the amusement park? No, that is not right. His true purpose may not even be to massacre inspectors, but simply to divert the inspectors' attention within the amusement park. Yun Tian's eyes flickered as he analyzed incredulously, but the more he analyzed, the closer he felt to the truth. Damn, I must say, the old man's mind works quickly. The idea is indeed clever, but it's a pity it's too late. The inspectors have suffered heavy losses and have completely fallen into Brother Hao's rhythm. Alas, it's truly a pity. In the live broadcast room, viewers shook their heads and sighed as they saw Yun Tian's analysis unfold. Meanwhile, Yun Tian continued without pause, persisting in his analysis. So, from beginning to end, Qin Hao's purpose has never been about the so-called amusement park, and he himself may not even be present there? For instance, his true aim might be to kidnap students? Or perhaps the kidnapping of students is merely a smokescreen? As this thought emerged, everyone collectively gasped in shock. They were stunned. What a grand scheme. But wait, who is the man wearing the clown mask? Chen Yelin voiced her confusion. No, that is merely Qin Hao trying to make us believe the clown is him, but we have never seen his true form, and even his voice has been altered due to the mask. Yun Tian shook his head gravely, continuing, what we can see is merely a similar physique, similar hair, similar behavior, but is that truly Qin Hao? We must remember, if one wishes to deliberately mimic Qin Hao's kind of madness, that fearless, powerful, and confident demeanor can be easily replicated, even if it is a facade. Chapter 191. The shooting of hostages, the collapse of Wang Bing, embracing death. The resemblance was striking. Physique, hair, behavior. Indeed, if these 3 characteristics were casually attributed to any individual, everyone would undoubtedly nod in agreement. Yet, when applied to Qin Hao, such evidence proved insufficient. This individual had previously employed substitutes for himself on more than one occasion, thus, merely these 3 traits did not suffice. So, Qin Hao has already escaped? Chen Yelin inquired, incredulous. Regardless of the circumstances, there is undoubtedly something amiss, for all of this is far too coincidental. Yun Tian stated gravely, let the 100 inspectors overseeing the prison spring into action. Since Qin Hao has manifested in the city, maintaining surveillance over the prison serves no purpose. He then turned to the large screen, murmuring softly, it is a pity that Wang Bing and the others remain oblivious to the trap they have fallen into. Upon hearing these words, every fist in the room clenched tightly. At that moment, they found themselves unable to communicate. They could only observe a few images, for at an unknown time, the signal had been severed. And even if they had known, what could they do? Would they not rescue the hostages? Bang! Ah, what a pity, I missed. The criminal impersonating Qin Hao jested within the amusement park. You have 2 more chances. Should you miss these, those 20+ hostages will accompany you to the grave. His voice brimmed with mockery, and were it not for the audience's prior knowledge, one might have been convinced he was indeed Qin Hao. To be fair, this fellow resembles him too closely. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to my brother. How? As the spectators buzzed with discussion, the expression of Wang Bing gradually solidified, and he slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, he abruptly opened them, a glint of determination flashing through. In that instant, the decisive aura of a special forces instructor returned to him, and his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Calm, utterly serene, in his eyes, those 20 or so lifeless substitutes were no longer pitiable innocents or hostages, they had merely become a backdrop on the training field. The dripping tomato juice was of no concern to him. This shift was palpable to all present. Bang bang, without hesitation, he raised his firearm and fired. In that instant, the scene seemed to freeze, and instinctively, everyone turned their gaze toward the ropes bearing the 20 dummies. It was evident that 2 white marks adorned the ropes. This indicated that Wang Bing's 2 shots had found their mark. At that moment, relief washed over the faces of all inspectors. Even the audience could not help but smile. Relaxation. It felt as though everyone had never been so utterly at ease. At the very least, although a few hostages had perished, the majority had been rescued. Wow, impressive, you actually hit the target? The clown impersonating Qin Hao exclaimed in surprise. Qin Hao, it is time for you to fulfill your promise, Wang Bing stated calmly, yet the chill in his gaze could freeze any heart. It was an icy coldness that penetrated to the bone, yet the clown feigned ignorance, shaking his head in regret. Well then, since you've succeeded, I shall release them. After all, I am a man of my word. Upon hearing this, the hearts of all inspectors eased further. Brothers above, release the hostages. The clown called out. Certainly. Suddenly, from within the Ferris wheel cabins, a number of criminals emerged, brandishing firearms, and without hesitation, they opened fire on the hostages. In the next moment, a scene unfolded that left everyone aghast. Tat tat tat, bullets tore through the ropes, severing them with precision. Don't, Wang Bing shouted desperately, but he knew it was futile. All inspectors, fire, his eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, bang bang bang. The inspectors began to shoot, their sights set squarely on the criminals above. In an instant, the tomato juice splattered everywhere, resembling a battlefield of carnage. Everyone understood that this was merely tomato juice, yet the visceral impact of the scene still left the audience feeling uneasy. Some dummies were even shattered into pieces, presenting a gruesome spectacle. Wang Bing staggered, gazing at the fallen hostages, the tomato juice becoming increasingly vivid, yet his complexion turned ashen. Thud, with a misstep, he knelt upon the ground, his eyes filled with confusion. I am sorry, it is my fault. After a lengthy silence, Wang Bing murmured softly. The audience could even see tears welling in his eyes. Perhaps this was merely a performance, yet in the eyes of this Special Forces soldier, death was death, or perhaps he had witnessed something similar before. Thus, he was moved by the scene, he had completely immersed himself in his role, all could sense the dark, tempestuous energy radiating from him. Meanwhile, the inspectors had already taken action, their guns trained on the 3 criminals, each inspector's eyes ablaze with fury. An unparalleled wrath. Though I should not ask such a foolish question, I still wish to inquire. You claim I have fulfilled my end of the bargain, and we pose you no threat, so why persist in this course of action? Wang Bing gradually rose, his expression impassive as he regarded the one he believed to be Qin Hao, asking in a low tone, because I am a criminal. The clown chuckled mockingly. Surely you cannot believe a criminal's words? Upon hearing this, not only were the inspectors enraged, but the audience too found it unbearable to witness. This was utterly infuriating, yet oddly enough, one could not deny the logic in his words. The words of a criminal worth believing. However, all understood that just moments ago, Wang Bing had no choice but to gamble. Instinctively, Wang Bing furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss, but he could not articulate it. Logically, one would assume that at this juncture, allowing the inspectors to go free would be the most prudent choice for Qin Hao. Yet, was he not courting his own demise? Had he not trapped himself in an inescapable predicament? No one would be so foolish, neither in reality nor in this performance. Fire, eliminate them all. Wang Bing shook his head, disinterested in overthinking, waving his hand dismissively. Tat tat tat, the sound of firearms erupted. Strangely, neither the figure they believed to be Qin Hao nor the other criminals retaliated or even attempted to flee. It was as if they had completed their mission, poised to embrace death. Chapter 192. The unbearable sight of my existence yet unable to eliminate me. The show is concluded, exclaimed the elderly Wang Jiangwo, exhaling a long sigh of relief upon hearing these words. All the inspectors also breathed a sigh of relief. However, a profoundly strange sensation began to bloom within each of their hearts. It felt as though this conclusion was utterly unfitting. The ending was too abrupt, too simplistic, entirely inconsistent with Qin Hao's capabilities. Moreover, the fact that Qin Hao met his demise without even the slightest struggle only added to the eerie atmosphere. Something is amiss. Wang Bing furrowed his brow, hastening forward to tear off the mask. Revealed was an exceptionally handsome young man, reminiscent of a beloved protagonist, an idol cherished by female readers everywhere. This individual was none other than Qin Hao, yet for reasons unknown, the more he resembled this figure, the more Wang Bing felt that something was off. Instinctively, he reached out to brush his hand against Qin Hao's face, and then, the texture is wrong, this is not human skin. Wang Bing spoke slowly, his eyes filled with gravity. The moment these words escaped his lips, all the inspectors gasped in horror. No, perhaps it was an outcome that was anticipated yet utterly unforeseen. Rip! A peculiar sound emerged as Wang Bing carefully tore away the mask from Qin Hao's face, revealing a complete human skin mask. What lay beneath was the visage of a notorious criminal, an unremarkable individual. Witnessing this scene, the faces of all present turned pale, each pair of eyes brimmed with disbelief. After all the turmoil, after sacrificing so many lives, they had apprehended the wrong person? No, it was inaccurate to say they had captured the wrong individual, as these figures were indeed on their list of suspects, yet to substitute Qin Hao with such an inconspicuous character was something no one could accept. Thud. One inspector could no longer bear the pressure and plopped down onto the ground. How is this possible? He murmured instinctively, his tone saturated with incredulity. Indeed, how could this be? If this man was not Qin Hao, how could he have orchestrated the deaths of so many inspectors? If this man was not Qin Hao, how could he possess such formidable prowess? If this man was not Qin Hao, then where was the real Qin Hao? A cascade of questions surged within the hearts of everyone present. Even Wang Bing and the elderly Wang Jiangwo felt their bodies shiver involuntarily. Buzz. At that moment, the large screen in the amusement park, originally intended to showcase the park's features, underwent a transformation. Everyone could see it clearly. Dear inspectors, you've worked hard, haven't you?
Qin Hao's visage appeared on the screen, adorned with a smile, exuding an air of nonchalance.
Are you feeling bewildered, at a loss, and existentially adrift? Are you eager to uncover the truth?
At this juncture, the Qin Hao on screen shook his head slightly, expressing regret, but alas, I do not wish to divulge it to you.
How does that feel?
Infuriating, isn't it? No worries, I relish the sight of you being unable to stand me yet failing to eliminate me.
What the hell? Is this even human speech? This is so infuriating.
If it were anyone else in place of Brother Hao, I would have reported him straight away. Upon hearing these words, the audience was instantly filled with confusion, their tempers flaring.
The inspectors, too, wore expressions of utter fury, their fists clenched tightly.
Alright, I shall grant you one last opportunity, come to the heavenly path. I am preparing to abduct students, and without your assistance, it would be dreadfully dull.
Qin Hao spread his hands, feigning exasperation. I await your arrival.
That's all, just when everyone thought it was over, he spoke once more. Accelerate your efforts to capture me, I have faith in you all, keep it up. Qin Hao raised his hand in a fist, offering an encouraging gesture, his eyes brimming with motivation. The screen abruptly darkened, vanishing entirely. Damn, the sentiment echoed in the minds of both inspectors and audience members alike, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of disgust. Their thoughts were consumed by 3 words, a mother sells the batch. They had never encountered such a repugnant individual. Truly, it was as if disgust had opened the door to further disgust, especially the image of Qin Hao gesturing with a fist of encouragement replayed endlessly in their minds, refusing to fade. Although I am a diehard fan of Brother Hao, if he were to appear before me now, I would genuinely want to strike him down.
Same here.
Me too. They surveyed the chaotic scene around them, then glanced at Qin Hao's infuriating demeanor. The disparity was beyond words. Wang Bing and Wang Jiangwo exchanged bewildered looks, and after a prolonged silence, both sighed deeply. Glancing at the human skin mask in his hand, Wang Bing felt an overwhelming urge to discard it. He now found anything related to Qin Hao utterly repulsive, yet reality compelled him to yield.
Take it back for material analysis.
Wang Bing handed it to an inspector, speaking in a solemn tone.
Understood. The inspector snapped back to attention, cautiously accepting it.
This was not merely a human skin mask, but the material was of utmost importance. Let us go, be cautious. Wang Bing cast a glance at the 20 or so hostages lying on the ground, resolutely turning to stride towards the exit. As for the situation at the scene, the production crew would naturally handle it. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Hope Middle School. Have you all received the news? The Heavenly Eye production team has invited us to participate. The principal, Jit Songliang, impeccably dressed in a suit, with hair shining as if polished by a cow's tongue, stood before them. Below him sat 2 rows of school executives, alongside numerous teachers, totaling several dozen individuals. Each person's expression was grave and serious. The time has come to test our school's caliber. If we can withstand Qin Hao's invasion, then Hope Middle School will undoubtedly become the safest school, and the student enrollment will soar like a geyser.
Jit Songliang declared solemnly.
However, upon hearing this, several executives who had previously seemed eager suddenly settled back into their seats, avoiding eye contact as if they hadn't heard a word. Were they joking? While the reasoning made sense, withstanding Qin Hao would indeed lead to a surge in student numbers, the prospect of resisting Qin Hao's intrusion? Surely, he couldn't be serious. Who among them was unaware of Qin Hao's formidable reputation? Did they not witness the demise of the 22 billion jade seal? Did they not observe how the inspectors had been thoroughly outmaneuvered? Who bestowed upon him such audacity? Ajit Songliang glanced around the now silent conference room, feeling a touch awkward. Ahem, of course, that was merely a hypothetical scenario. The contingency plan is simple. Should Qin Hao engage in any actions detrimental to the students, we merely need to exhibit calmness and professionalism in our response.
Ah. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively sighed in relief.
Why not say so earlier? Of course, they thought this internally, but dared not voice it aloud. It seems the principal has profound wisdom. With the principal at the helm, even Qin Hao pales in comparison. Haha, no wonder the principal achieved his position at such a young age while I remain merely a vice principal.
The vice principal looked at Jit Songliang's slightly balding head, speaking with genuine admiration.
Chapter 193 Invasion of the School, Legendary Kidnapping Weapon. Near the Hope Road High School, in a corner unnoticed by anyone, a group of heinous criminals lurks, concealed from the world.
Brother Hao, everything is ready. I have intentionally exposed myself, Wang Hu whispered as he approached Qin Hao. Considering the time, the inspectors at the amusement park should be emerging soon, right?
Qin Hao nodded, glancing at the clock with a faint smile. However, by the time they come out, they might be spitting blood in anger, for there is nothing set up.
Merely discarded pawns left behind. Ha ha ha.
Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present turned peculiar. Time was of the essence. How could they possibly have arranged so many things? It was straightforward: kidnap the hostages and get it done. They were aware, but the inspectors were not. Goodness, Captain Wang Bing's expression is all off, like a colorful light bulb. Of course, who could endure such frustration? If we are to speak of flair, it must be Brother Hao.
Even I, a mere bystander, am gritting my teeth in anticipation.
The audience buzzed with chatter. Brother Hao, everything has been notified. You may act at any time. We have considered that the mentality of high school students is already mature and stable, and both the institution and the students have fully agreed that there is no need for staff to substitute, so this time it is indeed real students. At that moment, Director Li Haoren's voice resonated, pausing briefly before continuing. Of course, should any financial losses occur, we will compensate, but no incidents of harm must arise. If it were kindergarten or elementary school, the production team would undoubtedly substitute actors without hesitation, as those children's mentalities are still not sufficiently developed. But high school students are different. As long as no harm is caused, it remains manageable. The primary issue is that they want to use actors, but the students refuse. However, Brother Hao, I must warn you in advance, the crime of kidnapping students is severe. You should be mentally prepared. Li Haoren's voice was laden with gravity.
Heh, the way you phrase it makes it sound as if my current crimes are minor. Hasn't it long since escalated to a life and death situation?
Qin Hao smiled slightly, speaking nonchalantly.
That's a valid point.
Li Haoren was momentarily taken aback, nodding in silence. The connection was severed.
Boys, let us get moving.
Qin Hao waved his hand grandly, slowly retrieving something from his pocket. The others mimicked his actions.
What on earth am I seeing? Goodness, I am utterly astonished.
Is this truly professional? As expected, Brother Hao remains unmatched. He embodies passion for his craft. The audience was left in awe as they observed Qin Hao and his companions executing their synchronized movements. Of course, this was of little consequence. What mattered was the items they retrieved from their pockets: legendary weapons, tools for robbery, stockings, in black. How delightful.
With a white cloth atop the head, I am the wealthiest in the world.
With a black stocking mask, I am the most ferocious in the world.
Brother Hao, do we really have to do it this way?
Wang Hu looked at his subordinates, each donning black stockings, feeling a shiver run down his spine.
Are we joking here? We are invading a school to kidnap students. Can we not take this seriously? Otherwise, can you propose a better plan?
Qin Hao shot him a sidelong glance, speaking coolly. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu fell silent, contemplating that while they were indeed kidnapping students, they could just brazenly rob them, especially since the opposition lacked the strength to hinder them.
However, he ultimately swallowed his words. Brazenly kidnapping did not align with reality. Sigh.
After a while, Wang Hu dejectedly donned the black stockings.
Let us go, onward.
Thus, Qin Hao and his entourage became the most conspicuous figures on the street. Every passerby offered them a respectful gaze, and even those who bumped into telephone poles refused to avert their eyes. There was simply no way around it. They were that captivating.
Damn, this is so stylish. Absolutely stunning. Of course, did you think this is your first time witnessing Brother Hao's flair? He is like a firefly in the night. Even when trying to hide his brilliance, he cannot conceal it. Too dazzling. Every audacious move he makes leaves me utterly astounded.
The audience erupted in laughter as they watched the group strut confidently down the street.
Have all security personnel taken their positions?
At Hope High School, the vice principal, bald-headed, observed the 4 security guards before him and asked in a deep voice. Since their school held a certain reputation, the security guards were not the typical elderly men, but rather young and vigorous fellows. All in place, the security guards responded enthusiastically.
Good, the students inside are also prepared, continuing with their regular classes.
Although this time it involves their kidnapping, it is not directly related to them. The main pressure rests upon you. This command comes directly from the principal. There is no need for you to resist. Merely maintain your composure and carry out your duties in a measured manner.
Do you understand?
Understood.
All personnel nodded in unison, their eyes filled with determination.
They had no choice but to be resolute, as the principal had promised a raise for exemplary performance. Remember, children are the flowers of the future, the hope of our nation. Protecting them is your foremost duty as security personnel. We may incur losses as a school, but we cannot allow even the slightest harm to befall our students. The vice principal waved his hand.
Only then did everyone return to their respective posts. Time ticked away. At this moment, both the heads of the inspection team and the audience awaited anxiously. The leaders anticipated the swift arrival of reinforcements, while the audience eagerly anticipated the actions of Qin Hao and his crew. Brothers, this time, you may have to make sacrifices. However, if you can escape, do so as best as you can. Qin Hao spoke gravely from a distance away from the school. As for why sacrifices were necessary, quite simply, having them by his side was too inconvenient. Their presence could easily expose his position. Well, to be precise, he had regained his disguise, making them less significant, quite akin to a rogue. It's no trouble at all. It's an honor to act alongside Brother Hao.
Wang Hu and the others grinned widely.
All right.
Qin Hao nodded, his gaze sharpening as he waved his hand.
Proceed according to the original plan. Commence.
With that, he strode purposefully toward the school, utterly indifferent to the strange glances from passers-by. Halt, you with the 4 security guards at the entrance, their faces paling, bellowed in unison.
They certainly possessed an imposing presence. Bang bang bang.
Qin Hao couldn't be bothered to glance, casually raising his assault rifle and unleashing a barrage of bullets.
Puff puff puff. Instantly, white marks appeared on the bodies of the 2 security guards. According to the production team's rules, they were deemed dead. Chapter 194. Are you teaching me how to act? The vigilance of Yun Tian. What do today's children enjoy? Among 100 children, there might be 100 different answers.
Especially for middle school students, who are on the brink of adulthood, and have been shaped by the internet, they are well aware of both the things they ought to know and those they ought not to. Some are enamored with Ultraman, others with beautiful young ladies, many are passionate about gaming, some indulge in films, while others relish outings in nature. Of course, boys tend to have more unified interests. Aside from the aforementioned, there is one more thing they collectively admire: strength. Why did the Young and Dangerous series ignite such fervor among the youth of its time? Simply put, it exuded an aura of coolness. And Qin Hao is the epitome of that coolness. Unsurprisingly, he has become the most revered figure among children, youths, and women alike. However, herein lies the awkwardness. Had it been anything else, unscrupulous manufacturers would have long since flooded the market with merchandise. Yet, this is a national program. Who would dare to meddle? They would lose their hands for such audacity. Thus, there is not a single piece of merchandise related to Qin Hao, leaving fans yearning for something to commemorate their idol. A rather disheartening predicament indeed. Such is the sentiment of Yuan Xiaojie. However, today, an unexpected announcement was suddenly conveyed by the teacher. Brother Hao is coming to their school, randomly selecting students. Upon hearing this news, the entire class erupted with excitement. This was a golden opportunity to get close to Brother Hao, yet, given the random selection, they had little chance to compete for it. When is he coming? He must choose me. Yuan Xiaojie, seemingly engrossed in his studies, was actually lost in thought. The school, mindful of this situation, decided not to disrupt the students' lessons. Thus, they inquired about the timing and transformed the entire school into a self-study session during Qin Hao's visit. This way, learning would not be hindered, while also allowing students to feel involved. Yuan Xiaojie scanned the classroom, noticing that all his classmates, even the teacher, had their gazes wandering restlessly. Bang! Bang, bang! Just then, a series of gunshots echoed from the school gate. At the sound of those shots, every student jolted to attention, their spirits ignited. He's here. Yes, he had arrived. Even the teacher grew anxious, instinctively rising from her seat. She felt an overwhelming sense of being scrutinized by the authorities of the education department. Students, remain calm, act as if it's a normal self-study session, and please refrain from making noise. I know you are all fans of Qin Hao, and so I might you wouldn't want Brother Hao to see you in chaos, would you? Moreover, with so many classrooms in the school, he might not even come here. The teacher's words instantly quelled the previously restless students. Indeed, we cannot lose face, especially not in front of our idol. At this age, middle school students are particularly concerned about their image. Will he come? Our classroom is on the second floor. If it were on the first floor, the chances would be greater. Yuan Xiaojie pondered, frowning. Generally speaking, whether it be an inspection by leaders or any other event, first-floor classrooms naturally attract more attention. Who would bother to climb to the second floor? Just as he was contemplating, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed down the hallway. Before he could react, the classroom door was kicked open with a loud bang. In that moment, all the students looked up in unison, their expressions transformed into fervent excitement. There stood Qin Hao, striding in with purpose, casting a sharp glance over the crowd, his calm voice resonating, boys to the left, girls to the right, and those who are neither in the middle. Silence. No one anticipated that their first encounter with their idol would unfold in such a manner. How astonishing! While the instruction for boys to stand left and girls to stand right was understandable, what did it mean for those who were neither to stand in the middle? Then, ah! A chorus of screams erupted, the deafening shrieks almost threatened to lift the roof. Just as Qin Hao was about to step further in, the sound startled him, causing him to hesitate and gaze in bewilderment at the students. Goodness, are today's students truly this intense, to be so thrilled upon encountering a supposed villain? Indeed, it was excitement. Initially, he thought those were cries of terror, but upon closer inspection, the glimmer in those little eyes seemed to yearn to pounce on him. Hey, this is unprofessional. Qin Hao sighed, shaking his head. See, dear audience, this charming figure appeals to both genders. Don't envy me, I'm merely a legend. Audience? Is the term shameless tailor-made for you? What are you here for? The female teacher, still remembering her duties, exclaimed loudly, her voice tinged with a hint of fear. Well, a hint, not too much. What are we here for? Why, to kidnap. Then you can kidnap me, the children are innocent. The teacher's words instantly caught the students' attention, igniting glares of outrage. We are all fans of Brother Hao, how could a traitor like you appear here? Unforgivable. Ha, well, it seems she wishes to be kidnapped. It's evident that they are all fans of Brother Hao. The audience was in stitches at this scene. Are you teaching me how to act? Qin Hao shot a sidelong glance at the female teacher, speaking nonchalantly. The teacher, his words left her utterly speechless, staring at Qin Hao in a daze, feeling that he was even more domineering than during the livestream, so handsome. Meanwhile, at the inspection team. We have located the school where Qin Hao and his crew have entered, Hope Middle School. Little Black remarked, his expression grim. Upon hearing this, every team leader's body shuddered slightly, their eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, it was as they had surmised, the so-called prison break was merely a ruse, his true intention was to invade the school and kidnap students. That's not right, not at all. However, at that moment, Elder Yin shook his head, speaking with a calm demeanor, there is no reason. What? Everyone turned to look at him in unison. Order the inspectors at the prison to return. It suffices for Wang Bing and the others to go to the school. Yun Tian continued, the rationale is insufficient. At our level, we ought to understand that Qin Hao has no real reason to do this, nor does he have any necessity. What is the point? Just to kidnap a few students, and then kill them? Upon hearing this, the group fell into contemplation, their brows knitting tightly. Furthermore, if I were him and intended to kidnap someone, I would target the wealthy, for such actions would yield far greater benefits. Yun Tian elaborated, even if I were indifferent to the crime, I would still consider the risks. Kidnapping an individual versus invading a school and kidnapping students are entirely different concepts, the latter would attract overwhelming social attention. After hearing these words, the group nodded in realization. Indeed, even if one were to rob a wealthy individual, how much security would they have around them? But invading a school to kidnap students would rouse countless people. The concepts are fundamentally distinct. Moreover, one could threaten the wealthy for money, which far surpasses the value of a school. What does this imply? Chen Yulin frowned, her face etched with confusion. Quite simply, it's a ploy to draw the tiger away from its den. Yun Tian stated calmly, just as he led us to believe he was at the amusement park, in reality, he was not there at all. Even if he appears at the school, can we be certain that it is indeed him? Ah! The group collectively inhaled sharply, feeling a chill run down their spines. Indeed, even if Qin Hao were present on site, could we truly affirm that it was the real Qin Hao? There was no certainty. Coupled with Elder Yun's earlier words, they suddenly harbored an ominous premonition. Chapter 195 of snipers, assault teams, and scoundrels. What exactly does Qin Hao intend to do? Xiao He posed a crucial question, one that resonated with all the viewers. Indeed, what are Qin Hao's true intentions? This series of bewildering maneuvers has left everyone in a state of confusion. Even those with a god's eye view are now somewhat perplexed. At present, it seems that Qin Hao has only two objectives. The venerable Yun Tian's eyes sparkled with insight as he spoke gravely. The first is straightforward. As previously discussed, a prison break. However, he will lead us to believe he is invading the school, diverting all law enforcement attention toward that location. Thus, the prison will lower its guard. The audience felt a chill run down their spines. Many were so distressed they began to tug at their hair. What the hell, if I don't possess at least some intelligence, I won't be able to comprehend this show. It's over, I'm finished. From my god's eye perspective, I understand less and less, and it's becoming quite chaotic. Wait a moment, Brother Hao has been at the school all along. The viewers grew increasingly frustrated, yet they couldn't help but admire the old man's intellect. Why is it that he, despite his age, remains so astute? The second point, which I suspect, is that he may very well be heading straight for us, namely the inspection team. Because, up until now, this is the area with the weakest defenses. If he eliminates us, he can rest easy, at least for a while, as the production team would struggle to compensate for such a significant loss of personnel. The audience in Zhou Jun, good heavens. After all that analysis, they found themselves implicated. If it were any other criminal, no one would believe that a criminal would not flee but would instead contemplate killing the team leader. Surely, that can't be serious, yet, this is not the first time Qin Hao is engaged in such antics. They even found it eerily normal, for this is Qin Hao. But, Qin Hao is still inside the school. At this moment, Xiao He pointed at the screen. The crowd looked up to see a man clad in a white suit striding forward, flanked by subordinates, each holding the wrists of two children. The Qin Hao you perceive is merely the version he wishes for you to see. It may not necessarily align with our understanding of Qin Hao, do you comprehend? Of course, if it is indeed him, then that would be even better, but we must ensure absolute certainty. Yun Tian cast a glance at Xiao He and spoke solemnly, have some of the police forces recalled. Seal the prison gates completely, no one is to enter or exit, remember, no one, regardless of whether they are male or female. Understood. Zhou Jun had grasped the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Preparations commenced. Ah, I now truly appreciate the might of the inspection team. Indeed, such intellect is astounding. Even if I had 8 brains, I couldn't conceive of so much. Merely one insufficient reason has led to such extensive deductions. It is simply divine. The audience gazed in awe at the venerable Yun Tian. Although he appeared somewhat aged, who would dare to underestimate him? They even felt that, in certain respects, the old man surpassed Lu Buochao. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Bing had led the inspection team to the vicinity of the school. However, this time, they made no noise, nor did they disturb the criminals within the school. Instead, they concealed themselves. What, you mean the individuals inside might not be Qin Hao? Wang Bing, with binoculars in hand, asked in shock. Yes, the real Qin Hao may have already departed. He likely aims to use these individuals to draw our attention. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. The specifics remain unclear. Zhou Jun's voice came through the walkie-talkie. All right, I understand. Wang Bing took a deep breath and then switched channels. Are the snipers in position? Sniper 1 is ready. Sniper 2 is ready. Sniper 3, the walkie-talkie relayed the reports of 20 snipers. This meant that at least 20 snipers had taken aim at the school from the nearby ambush points. Should any criminal dare to emerge, they would be shot without hesitation. Indeed, there was no need for futile proclamations of surrender. These criminals were resigned to their fate, and in reality, being shot on the spot was entirely justified given their status as criminals and having committed the act of kidnapping students. Execution 100 times would be no injustice. The only source of their distress was the students. Is the assault team prepared? Wang Bing switched channels once more and inquired solemnly. The earlier incident had certainly left him rattled, especially Qin Hao's final remark, which had nearly driven them to despair. The reality demonstrated that Qin Hao was merely spurring them on. He was on the brink of a breakdown. Team 1 is ready. Team 2 is ready.
Team 3 can commence the assault at any moment. Good. Listening to the reports through the walkie-talkie, a cruel smile appeared on Wang Bing's face. Snipers, prepare to take them down instantly. Understood. It was evident that the snipers had adopted a serious demeanor. Good heavens, are they really that fierce? Just opening fire? Of course, these individuals are beyond redemption and do not warrant any notice. It is permissible to eliminate them on the spot. Indeed, based on their crimes and actions, which have severely undermined social stability, immediate execution is entirely justified. The audience listened in astonishment to Wang Bing's arrangements. Just as everyone was preparing, and many inspectors were speculating whether the Qin Hao within the school was indeed the real one, movement finally occurred at the entrance of the teaching building. Each criminal was seen holding 2 middle school students, yet their faces bore no signs of fear, rather, they appeared exhilarated. Qin Hao, resplendent in his white suit, walked forward with a smile. Oh my, what a grand spectacle. I know, right now, there are likely dozens of sniper rifles aimed at my head, but I wager you all lack the courage to pull the trigger. At this point, he gestured towards the teaching building behind him. Numerous inspectors instinctively looked up, their expressions shifting in unison. They beheld students standing obediently in a line, each revealing the muzzles of guns from the corners. Clearly, should they dare to fire, the classroom would transform into a hellish battleground. Qin Hao, I initially believed you to be a hero, yet I never anticipated you would resort to such despicable tactics. Wang Bing shouted, his face ashen, attempting to provoke him. He truly dared not give the order to fire. If all the criminals emerged, even with the students, he would be willing to take the gamble, but now, I've been shameless and despicable for quite some time. Have you only just realized this? Chapter 196, All Shot Dead, Life in Prison? Brother Hao is indeed Brother Hao, so shamelessly brazen. What is this called? This is what true scoundrels look like. The audience was left speechless, though they had gradually grown accustomed to such antics. Wang Bing was momentarily choked by these words, unable to utter a single syllable. His fists were clenched tightly, and the frustration of having nowhere to vent his anger was unbearable. Ha, ha. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the impulse to strike Qin Hao dead on the spot. What do you want? Let me go. Qin Hao shrugged nonchalantly, isn't that quite obvious? Upon hearing this, all the inspectors fell silent. If they had previously speculated that this individual might merely be a criminal impersonating Qin Hao, they could now confirm that it was indeed the man himself, such a rare opportunity, so close at hand. To let him go, they were truly unwilling. What do you think the inspectors will choose? 100% they'll let Brother Hao go, they have no choice. Indeed, there are simply too many students. The inspectors can't possibly stop them. The viewers in the livestream began to discuss fervently. Team leader? After a moment of silence, Wang Bing finally said, let him go. After a brief pause, the voice of team leader Zhou Jun echoed in the inspector's earpieces. Sigh. Wang Bing's expression darkened, and he shook his head in resignation. For now, they had only this one option, yet a doubt lingered in his mind. Qin Hao had said, let me go, not let us go. Could it be? Exactly, I find these fellows around me far too bothersome, so I'm gifting them to you. Just as he pondered this, Qin Hao seemed to read his thoughts and spoke directly. The moment those words left his mouth, the inspectors were instantly bewildered. A criminal, actually expressing disdain for having too many accomplices. Wang Bing was even more taken aback, though a sense of caution began to rise within him. Alright, everyone, farewell. Qin Hao turned to Wang Hu and the others, smiling as he said, remember to cooperate with the inspectors. They work tirelessly day in and day out, it's not easy for them. Understood, Brother Hao. Wang Hu and the others quickly nodded, feigning innocence. The crowd, everyone's lips began to twitch uncontrollably. Then, Qin Hao, in full view of everyone, leisurely departed. Even the inspectors blocking the entrance parted to create a pathway. Even though their eyes burned with the desire to devour Qin Hao, what could they do? They watched as Qin Hao hailed a taxi, snapped his fingers, and with a resounding pop, the taxi roared to life. But at that very moment, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Bang! The inspectors turned in shock, only to witness a student and a criminal collapsing to the ground. Upon observing Wang Bing's shooting stance, they instantly understood what Qin Hao had meant by cooperate well was this. After Qin Hao's departure, these criminals had completely unleashed themselves, unhesitatingly shooting the students. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, a barrage of gunfire erupted within the school. Minutes later, the gunfire ceased, and Wang Bing stepped into the crimson classroom, gazing at the students sprawled on the floor. After a moment of silence, he turned resolutely and stated in a deep voice, some of you go to the inspection team to protect the team leader, while the rest come with me to the prison. Today, I refuse to be swayed. His voice was filled with fury, yet everyone understood. After being toyed with like this, any normal person would be unable to endure. The inspectors quickly tidied up the scene and departed. As for what came next, the program staff would naturally handle it. Hello, dear viewers, I am your host, Qin Hao. Meanwhile, Qin Hao stood in a rather dimly lit corner, smiling as he spoke. We already know without you saying, hearing your words is like hearing the truth. Haha, you're killing me. The audience erupted in laughter upon hearing Qin Hao's introduction. Today, I shall demonstrate how a criminal escapes from prison. Qin Hao stepped out of the shadowy corner and onto the street, whereupon everyone realized that this was the very prison they were familiar with. It is well known that each of us possesses a violent side, and it is this side that leads to most irrational actions. Qin Hao waved lightly at a nearby surveillance camera, as if greeting it, while continuing, and what follows such irrationality? Naturally, one ends up in prison, this is beyond question. Please do not think that this place, where food and shelter are provided, is a pleasant one, it is not. Unless you are a death row inmate, in which case you immediately become the boss. However, even that boss does not last long, otherwise, believe me, life here is worse than death. The audience, goodness, is this criminal really giving us a lecture on prison life? As for why death row inmates become the boss upon entry, those in the know understand perfectly. If you find yourself here for minor offenses, such as petty theft, human trafficking, or organ smuggling, believe me, your first lesson will be a thorough education. And how is this education administered? Quite simply, the guards turn a blind eye, allowing you to fetch a bar of soap for the boss, or witness someone sleeping next to a toilet. Qin Hao slowly explained, do you think that's all there is? No, you are gravely mistaken. In fact, there are daily exercises, and yes, you heard correctly, work, every new inmate must work, perhaps operating a sewing machine. Each one of these bosses possesses remarkable sewing skills. And the clothes and pants you manufacture will be purchased from you at the absolute rock-bottom prices. Don't ask why, just take the meager payment and be grateful. The audience, come, perhaps you might not believe me just by my words, thinking I am deceiving you. Today, I will take you to witness the tumult of prison life. Qin Hao glanced at the tightly shut gate, then with a push against the wall, leapt several meters high onto the towering wall. Goodness, there's even an electric fence, this is impressive. As soon as Qin Hao scaled the wall, he noticed the fence bristling with electricity. There was no doubt that touching it would either electrocute you or leave you severely incapacitated. I think Brother Hao might be a tad too reckless? Removing all doubt, he is indeed too reckless. You could have just come, but instead, you greet the surveillance camera, goodness, as if you want everyone to know you've arrived. The audience watched in disbelief, feeling utterly helpless. It seems we cannot charge in recklessly. We must bide our time, perhaps waiting for the inspectors to arrive so I can find an opportunity to blend in. Chapter 197. In the coming centuries, there will only be one voice in the world. As the inspection team gathered, admiration filled the eyes of the leaders as they beheld the venerable elder Yun upon Qin Hao's appearance outside the prison surveillance. For his deductions had proven to be astoundingly accurate, whether it was the amusement park or the school, they were merely smokescreens conjured by this individual. The true objective was, in fact, a prison break. The invasion of the school to abduct students was merely a diversion, and even the abandonment of those criminals was but a tactic to buy time. The lives of so many offenders were sacrificed simply to grant him an additional 10 minutes. Only Qin Hao could commit such a resolute act. Fortunately, the old master discovered this in time, otherwise, he might have truly succeeded. Zhou Jun exhaled a sigh of relief, speaking slowly. No, in truth, we have already lost. Elder Yun shook his head, continuing, the amusement park claimed the lives of numerous inspectors and hostages, and within the school, those criminals gunned down dozens of students. In reality, what do you think our fate would be? Upon hearing these words, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Indeed, while they had thwarted Qin Hao this time, how many times had he been successful? Too many to count. They had failed time and again, resilient as cockroaches, charging forward without fear of death. Yet, in reality, would they have so many opportunities left? No, they would be dismissed and investigated for their incompetence and negligence. After all, the impact and devastation wrought by Qin Hao were far too great. Alas! After a moment, Zhou Jun sighed in defeat. However, at this point, there is nothing more to say. Let us focus on eliminating Qin Hao. Elder Yun shook his head helplessly, suspecting that the production team would bring in an even more formidable group of leaders. Indeed, at this juncture, 5 leaders were wholly insufficient, and among them, only he and Zhou Jun could be classified as the principal offensive commanders. Clearly inadequate. Bang! At that moment, the door of the inspection team swung open with a forceful push, and Director Li Haoran entered with measured steps. All turned their gazes towards him, even the audience shifted their attention. I believe you are all aware of the gravity of abducting and shooting students, are you not? Upon uttering this, the leaders lowered their heads in unison. How could they possibly be unaware? Each of these actions was of the utmost seriousness. The only reason it had not escalated to that level previously was that Qin Hao had never harmed innocent civilians. The international surveillance program has reached its conclusion. If you cannot apprehend Qin Hao today, the expert team from Sakura country will arrive tomorrow. Li Haoran surveyed the room, disregarding their expressions, and continued, their surveillance program has ended, and 3 leaders will arrive first, followed by others from various nations. I trust you comprehend my meaning? After finishing, Li Haoran cast a deep gaze upon the leaders. Understood. They exchanged solemn looks, nodding gravely. They were acutely aware of the implications. It was simple, if it were just their own country, each pursuing their own agenda, there would be no significant consequences. However, if representatives from other nations arrived, the situation would be entirely different. They could become a laughingstock on the international stage, having failed to capture a criminal after such an extended pursuit, utterly humiliating, particularly since the first group arriving would be from Sakura country, a long-standing adversary. What on earth, is this a global manhunt? Goodness, are leaders from every nation coming to capture Brother Hao? What an unprecedented spectacle! The audience erupted in excitement upon hearing this news.
Yet, no one considered Qin Hao to be in danger. The majority had become his fervent admirers, brimming with inexplicable confidence in him. They merely wished to witness how Brother Hao would vanquish the leaders from other countries. After all, it would be absurd for him to defeat his own country's representatives. Merely imagining it sent thrills down their spines.
Well then, I am here simply to relay this information. Li Haoren waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave.
However, halfway out, he suddenly paused. By the way, let me reiterate, if you have considered a certain question what if, despite a global manhunt, Qin Hao remains elusive, what then? This statement plunged the room into contemplation.
Indeed, Qin Hao was extraordinarily formidable. If the combined efforts of global leaders failed to capture him, what course of action should be taken? It's quite simple, military intervention.
Elder Yun rose slowly, speaking in a grave tone. Tanks, helicopters, fighter jets, rocket launchers, one heart-stopping name after another fell from his lips, sending shivers down the spines of all present.
No individual, no matter how powerful, can surpass an entire nation. Elder Yun's final rhetorical question left everyone speechless.
Yes, this was a striking reflection of reality. If, ultimately, all global leaders could not capture him, the military would have to be deployed. Although it was fictional, it bore no difference from reality. I need to discuss this matter with the analysis team and seek higher-ups' opinions. Although it is not the outcome we desire, if we truly reach that point, it seems there is no choice.
Li Haoren's expression shifted, and he shook his head before departing. My goodness, the military is being called in? Brother Hao, single-handedly, is forcing the military to act? Of course, have you considered the extent of Brother Hao's abilities? He is hardly an ordinary person.
The audience's fervor surged to a peak. Even the external media buzzed with news and trending topics regarding the production team's final, most desperate measures. Indeed, whether in reality or on the show, when the inspectors were compelled to bring in the military, it was the most lamentable choice. Moreover, it marked the zenith of Qin Hao's brilliance. Only then could it be said that his influence resonated globally. Henceforth, for centuries to come, there shall be but one voice in the world.
Brother Hao.
A bold and emphatic headline ascended to the pinnacle of various short video platforms and trending searches, radiating with brilliance. Beneath each of these headlines, the comments surged exponentially: 10,000, 300,000, 500,000, 6 million. In that moment, it felt as though the entirety of Huaxia was ablaze with pride for having a Qin Hao, rejoicing and celebrating. Regardless of whether Qin Hao was captured by global leaders or perished under military suppression, the people of Huaxia could proudly proclaim, who dares to claim invincibility?
Who would assert they are undefeated?
The next phase of the program was set to commence amidst this fervor, with great urgency. Meanwhile, Qin Hao, lurking outside the prison, remained blissfully unaware of it all. Chapter 198, Surveillance of the Prison, Interception at the Restroom, Disguised Inspections. Captain Wang Bing, Qin Hao should be near the prison entrance. Please conduct a thorough search.
The voice of Elder Yun reverberated through the intercom. Understood.
Wang Bing inhaled deeply, his expression notably grave. Having been toyed with by Qin Hao time and again, he stood on the brink of fury. At this moment, their mission was not merely to prevent Qin Hao from entering the prison but also to apprehend him outside.
Although a prison break could turn these inmates into Brother Hao's subordinates, it seems Brother Hao doesn't require such a multitude, does he?
Indeed, it appears Brother Hao only needs Wang Hu and his crew. It baffles me that he would forsake them simply to delay time. It's incomprehensible. The spectators were left bewildered. If Qin Hao was indeed a lone wolf, accustomed to acting independently, having allies would merely be a burden. What, then, was the purpose of releasing his fellow inmates? Even Yun Tian and Zhou Jun found this rationale perplexing, leaving them in a state of confusion. The only conceivable purpose would be to create some chaos, yet at this stage, it is evident that ordinary criminals are utterly insufficient. Yun Tian pondered for a moment before slowly articulating his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. In the past, inspections armed with electric batons could capture fugitives within 2 or 3 days. One can only imagine the effectiveness of the current high-tech equipment.
Bang! Bang, bang!
The sound of car doors slamming echoed as Wang Bing cast a keen eye around, furrowing his brow slightly. He had failed to spot any trace of Qin Hao. 50 inspectors will guard the prison entrance. The others will form groups of 10 to search the vicinity. Any sign of Qin Hao must be reported immediately.
Yes.
All the inspectors nodded in unison and cautiously began their search. Indeed, even with 10 inspectors, they remained exceedingly vigilant, for the power of Qin Hao needed no elaboration. However, as time dragged on and darkness enveloped the sky, it seemed as though Qin Hao had vanished into thin air, never to be seen again. The hearts of all inspectors raced anxiously. Although they possessed infrared night vision devices, it was undeniable that darkness hindered their operations. Stay alert, everyone. If my instincts are correct, Qin Hao will likely commence his actions at night, unless he has already vacated the premises.
At this moment, the voice of Yun Tian resonated in everyone's ears.
This realization sent a slight jolt through the inspectors. Indeed, nightfall presented the optimal opportunity for action. If they were in Qin Hao's shoes, they too would choose to act under the cover of darkness. Fan Tong was one of the inspectors, and as anticipated, he was about to experience a stroke of misfortune.
Could you keep an eye on things for me? I need to use the restroom.
I've been holding it in all afternoon, Fan Tong whispered to a few teammates nearby.
TSK, Fan Tong, who would have thought your bladder was so strong?
One inspector jested.
What are you talking about? Do you know how my condition is?
Fan Tong rolled his eyes dramatically before dashing towards the nearby public restroom, but he failed to notice the awkward expressions on his teammates' faces, especially as the glances exchanged among the inspectors grew increasingly unsettling. Ahem, I was his roommate in university, the embarrassed inspector managed to say with a forced smile. Oh. The other inspectors nodded knowingly. One remarked, all right, enough joking. It is dark now, although we have numbers, we must remain cautious. Point 2 of you should watch the restroom entrance for any potential ambush by Qin Hao. Understood. The group nodded in agreement and hurried towards the restroom. As minutes ticked away, the last rays of sunlight faded, plunging the surroundings into complete darkness. The two inspectors stationed at the entrance felt a bit exasperated.
Hasn't Fan Tong been in there for too long? It has been 5 minutes, even a faucet won't run for that long. Didn't he say he was holding it in all afternoon? He might be in there for a serious business. Let us cut him some slack. Just as they exchanged words, a figure emerged from the restroom. Let us go. Fan Tong, donned in a riot helmet, spoke without breaking stride. Fan Tong, how come you always take a break right when it matters? Every time a task arises, you're the first to dash to the restroom. At this, Fan Tong paused momentarily, chuckling, what can I say, I get nervous, it's an old habit. The group of inspectors resumed their search, unaware that Fan Tong had emerged slightly taller than when he entered. Yet, the darkness masked this detail, and no one took heed. What the hell, did this really work? My goodness, this tactic is utterly devious. I reckon Fan Tong will carry the psychological scars of this restroom encounter for life. The viewers in Qin Hao's personal livestream room erupted with excitement. They might not know the specifics, but they certainly understood the implications. 5 minutes prior, Fan Tong had stepped into the public restroom. As is commonly known, such facilities typically lack lighting, but did that matter? Not at all, he possessed night vision goggles, rendering him fearless. SHHHH. Fan Tong whistled cheerfully as he commenced his task. However, inexplicably, alongside the sound of running water, an ominous chill enveloped him. He turned to glance around, but the next moment, hey, buddy, are you using the restroom too? A voice both strange yet familiar rang in his ears. Yes. Fan Tong hesitated briefly, instinctively nodding, yet an alarm bell rang loudly in his mind. Where had this person come from? He was certain he had entered the restroom alone. Fan Tong's hand swiftly moved to his waist, but at that moment, a sharp pain pierced his neck, and darkness clouded his vision as he succumbed completely. Even Zhou Jun and the others monitoring the situation failed to notice, for Fan Tong's personal surveillance exhibited no significant fluctuations. After all, he was in the restroom, who could possibly keep watch? There were still over 200 inspectors to monitor. Have we found anything yet? Wang Bing's voice crackled through the intercom. Nothing. Nothing. The reports echoed in unison. Wang Bing stood at the prison's entrance, his brow furrowed deeply. Where on earth has this guy disappeared to? Or has he already left? Wang Bing murmured, hesitating momentarily before decisively stating, everyone, enter the prison, regardless of whether Qin Hao is nearby. As long as we secure the prison, he cannot gain entry. Moreover, all inspectors have been on duty for an entire day. Once inside, initiate shifts for rest. Understood. Upon hearing this, the inspectors' responses were noticeably more enthusiastic. They had labored throughout the day and were indeed fatigued. Chapter 199 Architect, Surveillance Room, Action. Damn it, today has truly exhausted me. Indeed, I nearly ran my legs off. As the heavy gates of the prison creaked open, the inspectors, akin to long-separated kin, fought back tears of relief. After an exhausting morning at the amusement park, they barely had a moment to collect themselves before heading to the school for an arduous afternoon of combat. Now, after several hours of searching outside the prison, they had not a moment's respite. It was a feat beyond any mere mortal, let alone Iron Men. Let the brothers inside the prison come out for a shift change. All inspectors on duty outside today are to take a break. Wang Bing declared, observing the visibly fatigued inspectors before him. With 100 inspectors pre-arranged within the prison, a shift change was entirely feasible. Thank you, Captain Wang. Thank you, Captain Wang. The inspectors' faces brightened at his words, and they hastily expressed their gratitude. One by one, they sought out their dormitories for much-needed rest, many too weary to even wash up. The moment they hit their beds, they were instantly enveloped in thunderous snores, a testament to their exhaustion. Dear audience, the time has come for my performance. In the dimly lit dormitory, Qin Hao, masquerading as Fan Tong, suddenly opened his eyes wide and grinned mischievously. I'm here. I didn't even go for a meal, fearing I'd miss the thrilling spectacle. Hee hee, do you think Brother Hao will truly succeed? After all, this prison boasts over 200 inspectors. Indeed, any hint of exposure and escape becomes an impossibility. While the audience was thrilled, a greater sense of worry loomed over them. It was simple. Though this prison was airtight, aside from the main gate, no other exits existed. Even if all the prisoners were released, the inspectors would simply block the entrance. Where could one flee? They were deeply curious. Even if Qin Hao had infiltrated, what could he possibly achieve? Alright, now that most inspectors are asleep, except for those patrolling outside, let me show you what life in prison is like. With a sly grin, Qin Hao stood up, donning his riot helmet once more. It was indeed a hidden weapon. As long as he wore it, no one would suspect him, nor would they discern his true appearance. However, while its functionality was impressive, its drawbacks became apparent. Creak. Qin Hao cautiously opened the dormitory door and stepped outside. First, we must locate the surveillance room and disrupt the monitoring system, convincing everyone that the feeds are showing normal footage. Although this prison was a temporary setup by the production team, it was equipped with all necessary apparatus. In other words, whatever a standard prison possessed, this one had, and whatever a standard prison lacked, it had as well. Thus, the audience watched as Qin Hao swiftly explored the vast prison. Typically, such places lacked maps. Even if one existed, it wouldn't be readily accessible. After searching for some time, Qin Hao found the prison to be akin to a labyrinth. Without familiarity, one would truly struggle to navigate its structure. Most alarmingly, in just a matter of minutes, he had encountered several patrols and nearly a dozen surveillance cameras. Continuing this way, exposure was inevitable. System, exchange for the advanced architect. After a moment's pause, Qin Hao halted his steps and spoke inwardly. Ding! Exchange successful, consuming 5,000 emotional points. In the next instant, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind. Architect, a professional educated or trained primarily in architectural design. Architects realize the construction of buildings through technical, economic, functional, and aesthetic considerations. Qin Hao reviewed the description of an architect, nodding in satisfaction. As he surveyed the maze-like prison once more, a glimmer of insight sparkled in his eyes. Interesting, it appears to follow a pattern. A mysterious smile graced Qin Hao's lips as he ventured deeper into the prison. Indeed, by his assessment, the surveillance room lay deep within the prison, a remarkably secure and unexpected location. After evading numerous cameras and patrols, Qin Hao finally spotted a room illuminated by lights. Inside, 2 inspectors were seated in the surveillance room. After a moment's contemplation, he strode in without hesitation. What the hell, Brother Hao, can't we take a more cautious approach? Yes, why be so bold? This is the interior of a prison. Any minor mishap could cost Brother Hao dearly. The audience grew anxious as they witnessed Qin Hao's bold entrance. It was no exaggeration to say that should either inspector harbor suspicion, Qin Hao would find himself encircled in an instant. Who are you? As anticipated, the sudden intrusion startled the 2 inspectors, who stood alert, eyes wide with caution. What's the matter with you two? Of course, I'm Fan Tong. Qin Hao's voice was tinged with feigned exasperation as he continued. I've been searching outside all day, utterly spent till I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd check the surveillance for any sign of Qin Hao. He casually advanced, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Remove your riot helmet so we can see your face. The inspectors hesitated, pondering their next move. What do you mean? Are you suspecting me? Qin Hao's expression darkened at their words. No, we're merely following standard protocol. After all, who can guarantee that Qin Hao hasn't infiltrated? One inspector replied, relaxing slightly with a smile. Fine, whatever. Sighing, Qin Hao slowly placed his hands on the riot helmet. The inspectors' gazes were fixed on his head, their hands instinctively hovering near their waists. They weren't genuinely convinced that he was Qin Hao. It was merely a matter of habitual caution. To put it plainly, should he make any sudden movements, they would not hesitate to draw their firearms. At that moment, even the audience felt the tension rise. Wait, suddenly, Qin Hao paused, causing the inspectors to blink in surprise as their hands swiftly moved toward their waists. In that fleeting moment, Qin Hao hurled the helmet with force. Bang! A thunderous noise erupted. One inspector felt a rush of wind sweep past his face, and before he could comprehend the situation, he recognized the individual standing before him. You are, bang. Qin Hao drew a handgun and aimed it at the other inspector, firing without hesitation. The execution was fluid and seamless. Without a moment's delay, the entire sequence transpired in a mere 2 seconds. All were left dumbfounded. What truly astonished them was the riot helmet, embedded in the floor, which had cracked like a spider's web. One could only imagine the catastrophic consequences had it struck a person. Chapter 200 Racing Against Time to Release 99 Criminals. Goodness gracious, that throw was rather ruthless, wasn't it? I dare say, with the slightest miscalculation, that Inspector S. head could genuinely be injured. Injured? Brother, do you have a misunderstanding regarding the term? Let me tell you, with the force that Brother Hao just struck down, he'd be lucky to escape without a concussion. The audience gasped at the sight of the riot helmet lying on the ground, their shock palpable. Even the standing inspectors turned pale, their gazes fixated on the helmet as though they had encountered a ghost. It was utterly terrifying. Realistically speaking, if that helmet were to strike you, you'd sustain severe injuries, potentially even death. So, gentlemen, do make yourselves comfortable on the ground. Qin Hao remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed the 2 inspectors, who appeared to be in a daze. Silence, profound silence. The 2 exchanged glances and obediently reclined, their minds reeling with astonishment. How on earth did this individual manage to infiltrate, and just how did he possess such otherworldly strength? Yet, regardless of their questions, they were now unable to voice them, resigned to lie still. Qin Hao paid them no mind and swiftly approached the monitor. According to the patrol pattern, it occurs approximately every 10 minutes, so I have but one chance. The leader of the production team cannot inform Wang Bing and the others, as the inspection falls under the jurisdiction of the prison guards. Seated before the monitor, Qin Hao rapidly retrieved his mobile phone and began to operate it. Indeed, it was a mobile phone. To the audience's astonishment, his fingers moved with remarkable speed, deftly maneuvering the monitor while simultaneously gliding across the phone screen. For those with even a hint of poor eyesight, it would have been nearly impossible to keep up. His fingers danced like butterflies, tapping away with agility. 4 minutes later. Phew, done. Qin Hao exhaled a long sigh of relief after a quick scan to ensure everything was in order. He donned another riot helmet and proceeded into the depths of the prison. Beyond this point lay the true prison, the place where criminals were incarcerated. In 6 minutes, Brother Hao will reveal his presence within the prison. Entering now would be anything but prudent. Indeed, and the main concern is that they are unarmed. Even with their numbers, it would be of little consequence. The audience watched with bated breath, aware that time was of the essence. The slightest misstep could lead to Brother Hao's demise. The inspectors could easily seal off the prison entrance, and with automatic rifles at the ready, no one would stand a chance of escaping. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Hao moved swiftly, his pace akin to that of an ordinary person sprinting. Creak, the heavy door swung open, and the moment it did, a foul stench assaulted him. Dampness, unpleasant odors, darkness, the prison's quintessential ambience. Even though this was a simulated prison, the production team had meticulously replicated it, down to the tiles and beds sourced from an actual prison. The magnitude of the effort invested was staggering. Dear viewers, your host Qin Hao is now here to enlighten you about the prison environment, he said with a gentle smile. Do you see those rooms formed by iron bars? Indeed, those are the quarters of each inmate. The solitary small window on the wall is where daylight enters, illuminating the space. He elaborated as if recounting cherished memories, presenting the details with ease. How does Brother Hao know all this so well? I have a bold theory. Could it be that Brother Hao is utilizing the production team to disguise his true identity? Goodness, it seems Brother Hao is exceptionally thrilled to be back here. The audience exchanged incredulous looks as they watched Qin Hao's enthusiastic exposition. The most perplexing aspect was how astoundingly knowledgeable he was about the place. Well then, without further ado, we have 5 minutes left. Let us see how my former cellmates are faring now. Qin Hao smiled faintly, exuding calm despite the urgency of the situation. His gaze swept over the prison cells, meeting the astonished and bewildered expressions of the inmates within. Hey fellas, do you remember me? Your emperor has returned. Qin Hao proclaimed with a grin. Silence, an eerie silence. The 99 criminals were taken aback, their prior expectations dashed. They had believed that living here while earning some money was not so bad after all. They were not true criminals, and the food was decent, home-cooked meals rather than the prison specialty fare. Although they had once harbored resentment towards Qin Hao for robbing them of $100, leading them to a life of barely scraping by, the current situation was still preferable. Brother Hao, hurry and save us. Brother Hao, I'm your diehard fan. Please rescue me. I'll stick with you from now on. If you tell me to chase chickens, I promise I won't catch dogs. After a moment of silence, the inmates erupted in excitement. Naturally, although life here was somewhat tolerable, the environment left much to be desired. Moreover, the crucial factor was that if they could be rescued by Qin Hao and join him, they would be entitled to a daily bonus of 10,000, a rare opportunity indeed. TSK, how enviable. 10,000 a day, can you believe it? Indeed, what kind of job pays that much? Goodness, that's more than I earn in a month. The audience watched in awe, their faces reflecting a deep envy. Alright then, since everyone seems to be in agreement, I shall unlock the doors. Qin Hao produced a piece of iron wire, something he had prepared while outside the prison. Click, click, the crisp sounds echoed through the prison, nearly one after another. As is well known, genuine prisons typically house 4 to 8 inmates per cell, which allowed Qin Hao to unlock the doors with remarkable speed. In a mere 3 minutes, all the locks were disengaged, and the 99 criminals stood before him once more. All the inmates were aware of Qin Hao's exploits outside. There was no need for him to take any further action, and they complied willingly. Brother Hao, with so many of us, the chances of exposure are too great. At that moment, a young man furrowed his brow and remarked, moreover, we are unarmed. Escaping is utterly impossible. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao glanced up, recognizing the familiar face. What was your name again? Yan Jun. Yes, indeed, Yan Jun. I recall giving you $10 at the barbecue stand. Qin Hao said, realization dawning upon him. Upon hearing this, Yan Jun's face turned a shade of embarrassment. Chapter 201 of The Criminals Escape Again, a sensational armory. Fellow townsmen, upon seeing each other, do tears well up? Ha, what an old nemesis, who would have thought that fellow from back then would reappear? Brother Hao truly is something. After robbing someone of $100, he promptly forgets all about it. The audience erupted in laughter upon seeing Yan Jun. Nevertheless, their impression of him was quite profound, for apart from Qin Hao, he had the longest escape duration. A full 3 to 4 days. In the previous episode, the longest escape lasted just over 2 days, which speaks volumes about his capabilities. It was merely that Qin Hao's brilliance eclipsed him. What are your thoughts? Qin Hao inquired, raising an eyebrow with curiosity as he regarded the young man before him. Brother Hao, to speak frankly, everyone here wishes to escape, but in reality, half or even more than half of us will not make it out. Yan Jun pondered for a moment before responding slowly. At this, a profound silence enveloped the group. They were indeed quite aware of their own abilities. Thus, I believe that if we allow a portion of the group to draw the fire, it would be the best course of action. However, I suspect that everyone would be opposed to this. Therefore, let us disperse and operate in groups of 10. Who can escape will depend on their own skills. What do you think? After finishing, Yan Jun surveyed everyone. Even Qin Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, dragging along the inept would only hinder progress. What he required were capable individuals, and in sufficient numbers, lest he find himself unable to execute his subsequent plans. Very well, I concur. I agree as well. This is the best approach. The group exchanged glances and gradually nodded in agreement. Excellent, then, everyone, we have 1 minute remaining. Within this minute, you must escape the prison. Additionally, I can inform you that the armory is located to the left. With that, Qin Hao turned and walked away. I will be waiting for you in the Eastern District. Good luck. Certainly, 100 individuals acting in unison would yield the greatest impact, yet such a large number also presents a colossal target. A group of 10 is the most prudent choice, especially since they are living under the allure of a 10,000 yuan daily reward, which would compel them to risk everything. What did you say? The 2 inspectors in the control room are dead? In a dormitory, Wang Bing suddenly sat up, disbelief etched across his face. What about Qin Hao? Have his whereabouts been discovered? He didn't need to question. Only Qin Hao could have rendered the inspectors incapable of even firing a shot. Of course, he could achieve such a feat as well. Not yet, but he has likely ventured deeper into the prison, came the response over the intercom. Very well, assemble 30 inspectors to delve deeper into the prison. No, make it 50, ensure ample ammunition is ready. If Qin Hao has indeed entered, he will undoubtedly release those inmates. Wang Bing decisively issued the command, then switched channels, his voice low and grave. Qin Hao could already be inside. Hold your posts and allow not a single person to slip by. With that, he strode out. A sense of confusion washed over him. How had Qin Hao managed to infiltrate? It seemed peculiar, especially considering the multitude of surveillance and patrols. With the gates firmly locked, how could this man have possibly entered? Yet, after taking a few steps, Wang Bing suddenly halted, a serious thought striking him. Could it have happened during the search outside? But even in groups of 10, they all returned full. He shook his head, putting the thought aside. Although somewhat perplexed, the current situation was still preferable to having Qin Hao outside. The reason was simple: a fish in a barrel. Run. Everyone, the daily life of 10,000 yuan beckons us. Charge. As Wang Bing stepped out, he was met with enthusiastic shouts from all directions. He focused his gaze and beheld a throng of inmates in prison garb, their expressions alight with excitement as they sprinted forth, resembling untamed stallions. Wang Bing's expression darkened, it was utter chaos. In some areas, flickers of flame were even visible, yet according to the production team's rules, that meant a fire had ignited. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, Wang Bing drew his assault rifle and fired into the air. The resounding noise instantly captured everyone's attention. According to our nation's regulations, escapees face a sentence of 3 to 15 years in prison. What you are engaged in is no longer an escape, but a riot. This is your first warning shot. Should you fail to comply, I am authorized to shoot to kill on the second warning. Wang Bing's face was cold, his voice tinged with menace, reverberating throughout the area. In that instant, a number of inmates were indeed intimidated. Although they were merely playing the role of criminals, they remained citizens at heart. The aura emanating from a top-tier special forces soldier was not something they could withstand. What the hell? I must admit, Captain Wang Bing is truly formidable. A single man has managed to subdue dozens of criminals. Indeed, look at those inspectors, firing their weapons and shouting, yet achieving nothing. The audience felt an immediate sense of reality as they witnessed this scene, their hearts momentarily jolted. Though Wang Bing had been toyed with by Qin Hao, it did not imply that he was truly inept. The atmosphere fell silent. Brothers, with Brother Hao backing us, what do we have to fear? Once we break through, the world is our oyster. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the rear of the crowd of criminals. Wang Bing's sharp gaze shot towards the source, raising his assault rifle without hesitation. Bang! The bullet mercilessly struck the man's forehead, leaving behind a white mark, a fatal blow. Back! Wang Bing resembled a wolf herding sheep, his expression grim as he spoke in a detached tone. This truly subdued the inmates. After a moment of exchanging glances, they obediently turned back. Furthermore, at this point, even if they wished to flee, escape was no longer an option. A vast number of inspectors had already encircled them. Count the numbers. There are a total of 99 inmates. Wang Bing stated, satisfaction evident as he nodded solemnly. Moments later, an inspector rushed back, his expression grim. Team leader, there are only 50. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing momentarily froze, his gaze snapping towards the armory, his pupils constricting. A sense of foreboding surged within him. The armory, however, before he could finish his sentence, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the distant armory. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Indeed, even the weakened flashbangs and tear gas were unleashed. Though these items inflicted no physical harm, they would cause considerable discomfort for a short duration. 50 inspectors secure the main gate, all others proceed to the armory. Chapter 202: The arrival of the Sakura Nation inspection team, rules altered. Ladies and gentlemen, do you believe that under such circumstances, they can manage to escape? Qin Hao, concealed in a discreet corner, observed the distant explosion's brilliance and chuckled softly. Escape, not a chance. At most, they'll engage in a desperate struggle. Indeed, they might inflict some losses on the inspectors, but to think they could flee seems highly improbable. As long as Captain Wang Bing secures the entrance, they shall remain invincible. The audience shook their heads in disbelief. Truth be told, they were utterly perplexed by Qin Hao's maneuvers. With 50 inspectors blocking the entrance, who could possibly get out? It was sheer folly to even imagine it. I don't need to glance at the comments to know what you're thinking, but have you ever contemplated a different possibility? What if the prison experienced a power outage? Qin Hao suddenly grinned, speaking slowly.
The audience was immediately filled with confusion. What, such a cunning strategy crossed your mind? Yet, one must admit, should the prison indeed lose power, the high-voltage electric fence would become ineffective. At that point, even 200 inspectors wouldn't be able to hold the entrance. The prison's expansive area meant that any gaps could allow the inmates to scale the walls and escape. Even if they lacked the height, a human wall would pose no obstacle. Alright, I will now create an opportunity for them. Qin Hao swiftly traversed the prison. This was an opportune moment, as the inspectors had been largely drawn away due to the armory situation. Typically, power supply equipment is located in rather concealed corners, so we merely need to follow the direction of the cables. It should be straightforward. Qin Hao soon discovered a peculiar area marked with a no entry sign. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a plethora of power supply boxes within. Without bothering to examine them, he drew his assault rifle. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the once brilliantly lit prison was shrouded in darkness. Okay, it's done. Retreat. Qin Hao nodded with satisfaction as he exited the power room, making his way to the base of the wall. After a moment's thought, he tossed his handgun onto the electric fence. Prisons are unique places, particularly with such defensive installations. They likely possess independent power sources. Even if the entire province loses power, this place would remain unaffected. To be safe, I need to test it. The handgun passed effortlessly over the electric fence, which showed no reaction. It seems this is indeed a power supply unit. Qin Hao nodded contentedly, propelled himself against the wall, leaping over with a silent landing. Alright, I'll take my leave for now. Let them struggle on their own. As for how many manage to escape, that depends on their own capabilities. Qin Hao clapped his hands and slowly vanished into the shadows. Goodness, I reckon these inspectors will be spitting blood. After several consecutive days without rest, even Ironman would struggle. What we see on the show is merely the tip of the iceberg. I have a relative who is a detective. Although our entire family takes pride in him, he hardly ever has a moment of respite. When faced with major cases, sleeping just 2 or 3 hours a day is quite normal. Bear in mind, he isn't merely playing around. The matters he deals with require immense energy, a stark contrast to lounging at home for a mere 2 or 3 hours. The audience couldn't help but shake their heads in sympathy, even feeling a pang of compassion for the toil these inspectors endured. Within the prison, gunfire and various flashes of light persisted for a full 10 minutes before gradually ceasing. The sudden blackout had inflicted catastrophic losses on the inmates, as the inspectors possessed night vision equipment, rendering the situation entirely different. Report casualties. Wang Bing's expression was grim as he spoke slowly. Report 2 of our personnel are deceased, 5 severely injured, and 10 lightly injured, and the inmates, 8 are deceased, 10 severely injured, and the number of lightly injured is unquantifiable, as most have taken cover and scaled the walls to escape. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all inspectors turned somber. In other words, from 99 inmates, they had managed to apprehend 68, with the remainder having fled. Pursue, Wang Bing declared darkly, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Have the resting inspectors search the entire prison, and the 100 inspectors originally assigned to guard the prison should all chase after the inmates. In truth, he was reluctant to issue this command. Even he felt exhausted, let alone the other inspectors. Yet, there was no alternative. Manpower was insufficient. Time passed minute by minute. As dawn broke, an aircraft from the Sakura nation landed at the airport in Liuzhou City. 3 individuals disembarked from the plane, each sharing a common trait, or they were not particularly tall. Mr. Yamamoto, we have arrived. One man with a small mustache said respectfully. The man referred to as Mr. Yamamoto donned a sleek black suit, his bald head gleaming brightly, making quite the impression. His short stature, combined with a somewhat portly physique, rendered him amusingly comical at first glance. However, if one were to delve into his reputation, the perception would shift entirely. Mr. Yamamoto, full name Yamamoto Gajanai, served as the director of the Inspection Bureau, akin to the heads of major inspection agencies in Huaxia, albeit with even greater authority. He could genuinely be considered a person of high standing. Perhaps his name seemed peculiar, but it was, in fact, rather straightforward. To put it simply, he was born when his father was precisely 52 years old. I've heard that the Huaxia Sky Eye program commenced long before us, yet it is yet to conclude. Huaxia truly disappoints, Yamamoto Gajanai remarked with a slight shake of his head. Everyone knows that Huaxia's inspection capabilities are lacking. This presents an opportunity for us to showcase that the criminals they cannot capture can be easily apprehended by our hands. You are absolutely right. We shall not join the Huaxia inspection team. We've brought our own inspectors. 20 will suffice. The 3 men laughed heartily, exuding an air of profound confidence as they gradually exited the airport. Trailing behind them were inspectors clad in uniforms, representatives of the Sakura Nation's inspection team. Their purpose was unmistakable, to capture Qin Hao and establish their name globally. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning. As time progressed, more inspection teams from various countries would arrive. Consequently, the number and strength of the inspectors would surge exponentially. Brother Hao, I previously warned you that a prison break would have severe consequences. The rules have changed. In the East District, Li Haoran's voice resonated. Given the current level of capture and the difficulty of escape, the previously promised monetary rewards are evidently no longer commensurate with the situation and must be significantly increased. Otherwise, it would be unfair. Chapter 203:100 million a day, infinite stacking, system upgrade in Dongqing District. When Qin Hao heard this statement, he momentarily froze, a look of surprise crossing his face. However, upon further reflection, it seemed rather normal. After all, the original rules of the program indeed followed the typical patterns of criminal evasion. The actions he had undertaken were clearly at odds with the current circumstances. It could even be argued that deploying the military to suppress the situation was entirely justified. What is the current situation? Qin Hao inquired with curiosity.
At present, due to your intrusion into the school, your subordinates have killed numerous civilians, and there is also the matter of your prison break. Your crimes have escalated significantly. Li Haoran's voice gradually emerged. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao instinctively nodded, narrowing his eyes. Thus, according to the program's regulations, the current capture operation will be temporarily halted. The inspection team will undergo reorganization, and personnel will be increased. Furthermore, a global manhunt will be initiated. Li Haoran paused slightly before continuing. In other words, in any nation that has hosted the Tianyan program, the inspection team will arrive, significantly increasing the difficulty of your escape, Brother Hao. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that matters had escalated to such an extent. Therefore, given the heightened difficulty, adhering to the original prize structure would be quite unfair to you, Brother Hao. Consequently, the prize will be recalculated. Li Haoran stated from a distance, the original prize has been frozen and will be awarded to you upon the conclusion of the program. The new rules stipulate that for the first 3 days, you will earn 100 million per day. After 5 days, 500 million, after 10 days, 1 billion per day, and after 20 days, 2 billion per day. The audience reacted with astonishment. Wait, what, 100 million a day for the first 3 days? Goodness, that's more impressive than a publicly traded company. The most astonishing part is still to come. 500 million a day, 1 billion a day, my word, that's an amount that exceeds what most people earn in a lifetime in just 1 day. The audience was flabbergasted, as previously, the maximum earnings in a day had only reached a few million, culminating at tens of millions. Yet now, there was a radical leap, with earnings starting from the very first day calculated in hundreds of millions. It was staggering. Even Qin Hao was momentarily dazed. To be honest, it was quite exhilarating. This is merely a rule concerning monetary rewards. There is another regulation. At this point, Li Haoran spoke again. Due to the global manhunt, you will be able to cross provincial lines in 3 days. Brother Hao, this means you can venture to any city of your choosing. Of course, it would be prudent to inform me of your final destination in advance so that I can make the necessary arrangements. Given that the inspection teams from around the world will be pursuing you, confining yourself to a single city would be far too limiting, rendering your chances of escape nearly non-existent. The audience nodded instinctively. Indeed, with inspection teams from all nations converging, the sheer number of personnel alone could overwhelm Qin Hao. Therefore, the ability to escape across provinces was only natural. Alright, I understand. Are there any other rules? A smile spread across Qin Hao's face as he curiously inquired. Undoubtedly, this particular rule was the most favorable for him. The prospect of provincial escape significantly increased his chances. None for the moment. Should any additional rules arise, I will inform you. Very well, Brother Hao, the rules will take effect in 1 day. I wish you success in your escape. With that, Li Haoran ended the call. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in excitement, not for any other reason, but because such watchability had increased dramatically. After all, as a criminal, how could he merely fumble around within a single city? This is getting more thrilling. Indeed, I can't wait to see the bewildered expressions of the ordinary citizens when Brother Hao arrives in other cities. Ha ha. Amidst the audience's chatter, a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the dimly lit corridor. Qin Hao looked up, his smile broadening. Before him stood a large group of escapees clad in prison garb. Despite their disheveled appearance, each one exuded a spirited energy. How many are there? Qin Hao asked with a grin. Brother Hao, there are a total of 31 individuals, with a few sustaining minor injuries, Yan Jun promptly replied. Very well, according to the program's rules, let them rest for a few days. Coincidentally, the production team will also be undergoing reorganization during this time. Qin Hao paused, then continued, as for your clothing and such, I will procure some for you tomorrow to refresh your appearances. Waving his subordinates off to find a place to rest, he too prepared to take a break. Li Haoran had already mentioned that the inspection team would undergo a significant upgrade, indicating that there would likely be no one attempting to apprehend him the following day. Ding, congratulations, host, your emotional value has reached 1 million. Just as Qin Hao closed his eyes, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Emotional value has reached 1 million, allowing for a system upgrade. This will require 5 hours. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Hao opened his eyes and nodded without hesitation. Upgrade. Of course, having waited so long for the system upgrade, he was eager for it to commence. Finally, he could proceed with the upgrade. Chapter 204. The enraged Li Haoran and the composed Yamamoto. As time ticked away, the faces of several team leaders within the inspection group bore a gloomy expression. Indeed, they had endured yet another sleepless night. Even with the option of shifts, none had taken the opportunity. All remained fixated before the monitors. Regrettably, Qin Hao had eluded capture, allowing that individual to liberate several criminals instead. Alas! Yun Tian exclaimed, his bloodshot eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as he sighed deeply, a tone laden with melancholy. Once again, we have failed, and it's not merely a failure. I sense that our manpower is woefully insufficient. Zhou Jun exhaled heavily, his simmering anger reaching its zenith, yet he was compelled to stifle it. It was profoundly frustrating, over 200 inspectors, and still he felt the numbers were inadequate. One cannot help but feel sympathy for the several team leaders, witnessing their torment, someone remarked. Alas, this is the burden of the inspectors. While our nation may have its flaws, perhaps our circumstances do not measure up to those of foreign lands, we can assert that our country remains the safest.
Awakened audiences, upon observing the countenance of Zhou Jun and his colleagues, could not help but express their astonishment. Had they not witnessed the arduous nature of the inspection work firsthand, how could they fathom its weight? Bang! The door of the inspection group swung open, and Li Haoran strode in with a grave expression. "This time, I shall refrain from discussing any assessments," were his first words, leaving everyone momentarily taken aback. First and foremost, the amusement park incident has inflicted severe losses upon the inspection team. Although we have swiftly replenished the missing personnel, the profound impact on our operations cannot be overlooked. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Over 20 hostages perished, and dozens of inspectors lost their lives. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the upheaval this would provoke were it to occur in reality? I have no interest in hearing you extol Qin Hao's prowess or his alleged strengths. Failure is failure, and death is death. How will you face the families of the deceased moving forward? Li Haoran's gaze bore into the several team leaders as he continued, "This is your dereliction of duty." Boom! As these words resonated, the faces of Zhou Jun and his colleagues turned ashen, and even the elder Yun Tian found himself sinking into his chair. It must be said, Li Haoran's words carried significant weight. Yet, it was warranted. The misjudgments and oversights from the leaders necessitated accountability for the over 20 hostages and the numerous inspectors who had perished. Just as he articulated, if this were reality, how would they confront the families of the hostages and the fallen inspectors? The second matter at hand. Qin Hao's subordinates breached the school. Not only did they succeed in their incursion, but they also killed several civilians. This is squarely your responsibility. Remember, you are inspectors, tasked with safeguarding the community, ensuring the safety of the populace, and maintaining societal stability. Yet, you have faltered once more. Li Haoran's furious proclamation reverberated throughout the inspection group. To many, it may have appeared that he was humbled by Qin Hao's alleged might. However, it was not that at all, but rather, the fact that Qin Hao had executed the role of a criminal with striking finesse. Achieving what ordinary criminals could not was what rendered him truly formidable. The strong deserve respect, yet the inspectors, they had utterly failed. This program, titled Heaven's Eye, aims to educate the public on crime prevention and vigilance, while also demonstrating how inspectors apprehend criminals. And now, are you suggesting I should consider renaming this program? Perhaps to Qin Hao's solo performance, or the rampant path of criminals? It was evident to all that Li Haoran was genuinely incensed. Ha! After a lengthy pause, Li Haoran exhaled deeply and continued, the third issue. Qin Hao's prison break, which not only succeeded but also resulted in casualties among the inspectors. He chuckled coldly, scanning the team leaders with a disdainful glance, stating, I shudder to think of the implications were such an event to transpire in reality. Do you understand the reasons for your failures? The team leaders fell silent, resembling chastened children, heads bowed in shame. Is it because Qin Hao is too formidable? No matter how strong he may be, he is still but one man, whereas you have the entire elite of Huaxia at your disposal, should you choose to invite them. Yet, despite having access to elite personnel, you allowed yourselves to be misled by your superiors, convinced of your own abilities, thus neglecting this crucial point. As team leaders of the inspection group, you have been outmaneuvered by a criminal, losing your composure in judgment. With that, Li Haoran turned to leave. However, pausing at the door, he slowly added, by the way, the inspection team from Sakura country has also arrived today, with more teams from other nations set to follow. The entire inspection group will be on hiatus today. Tomorrow, we shall reorganize, inviting new team leaders. Of those deemed unfit will be dismissed. The sound of his departing footsteps echoed, Li Haoran's figure receding into the distance. Within the inspection group, an eerie silence reigned. Goodness, this Director Li is remarkably ruthless, is he not? One might expect some recognition for our efforts. Ha, recognition for what? For allowing civilians to perish and hundreds of inspectors to fall. While we may lament these losses, we must adhere to reality. Clearly, with such numerous errors and significant casualties, it is evident that certain individuals are ill-suited for leadership positions. Indeed, for instance, Miss Qin Yalan, whose contributions have become negligible. It is regrettable, but I suspect she will be eliminated. The audience buzzed with discussion. Clearly, Director Li Haoran had resolved to overhaul the inspection group where competence would prevail, while incompetence would be cast aside. Otherwise, when the inspection teams from other nations arrived and beheld the disarray of the Huaxia inspection group, it would reflect poorly on the entire nation. Bang! Just then, the door to the inspection group swung open once more. The crowd was momentarily startled, instinctively looking up to see three men of modest stature yet exuding an undeniable presence. Are you the leaders of the Huaxia inspection group? Since you have been unable to apprehend Qin Hao, allow us to take over. Yamamoto 52 smiled slightly, stating calmly, within 3 days, our inspection team from Sakura country will assuredly capture Qin Hao. Starting tomorrow, we will commence our efforts. We hope you will refrain from interfering. With an air of unruffled confidence, they slowly exited. Everyone present was left speechless. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated entirely, and the expressions of both the audience and the team leaders grew rather peculiar. Goodness, that confidence felt oddly familiar. Why did it seem so reminiscent? Mr. Yamamoto 52, here is all the information regarding Qin Hao. In a different room of the television station, the inspection team from Sakura country had arrived, and the staff, beaming, presented a hefty stack of documents. So much? Yamamoto 52 exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the thick dossier. I only requested information on Qin Hao.
Has there been a misunderstanding? None at all, this is indeed the information on Qin Hao. Yamamoto 52 Chapter 205 Human Perspective, International Livestream, and the donation feature. At this moment, Yamamoto 52 found himself questioning the very essence of life. How many endeavors must one undertake to accumulate such an extensive stack of documentation? He casually picked it up for a glance, but even that fleeting look sent a shiver through his body. His initially modest eyes widened to an astonishing roundness, disbelief etched across his face. Criminal, Qin Hao. Profession, unknown, amateur. Age, approximately in his 20s. Known skills, disguise, archery, javelin, counter-espionage, elite hacking, and more committed crimes. Creating chaos in shopping malls by throwing money, assassinating inspectors, killing captains, murdering team leaders, fraud, prison breaks, school invasions, and so forth. The skills and crimes listed span several pages. Yamamoto 52 was left utterly dumbfounded, grappling with the implausibility of so many skills manifesting in a single individual. Even if one were to start learning from the womb, it would be impossible to acquire such a breadth of knowledge. The enumerated crimes were even more outrageous. Mr. Yamamoto, this, at that moment, my grandson, sure, pointed at the material in disbelief, his expression one of utter confusion. Ha, the Chinese enjoy fabricating such tales, inflating their enemies' prowess to obscure their own ineptitude. Yamamoto 52 slowly set the documents down, a cold smile gracing his lips. This tactic has appeared numerous times throughout the annals of Chinese history. I never imagined it would still be in play today. Mr. Yamamoto, do you mean to suggest that this is a ruse by China? My grandson sure asked, momentarily taken aback. Otherwise, how could one person, even from birth, learn so many things? The crux lies in the nature of those crimes. Can a single individual truly accomplish all that? Yamamoto 52 wore an expression of someone who had seen through the facade, enigmatic in his demeanor. The world often extols the ancient history of China, which is why I devoted years to studying it. Such situations frequently arise with generals in foreign campaigns. Upon defeat, they concoct grand narratives to deceive the emperor. For instance, they might depict their enemies as monstrous, thus shifting the blame away from their own failures and attributing it to the enemy's overwhelming strength. Upon uttering these words, the inspectors from Sakura country were left in a state of enlightenment. Instantly, their gazes toward Yamamoto 52 transformed into one of admiration. Look at him, he is not only formidable in his field but excels across various domains. You people from China are exceedingly cunning, attempting to coerce us into leaving voluntarily? I assure you, that is utterly impossible. Yamamoto directed his gaze toward the staff, his voice low and firm. However, the program staff stared at them in perplexity. What in the world are you talking about? I can't comprehend a word. Ahem, Mr. Yamamoto, I must remind you that not a single item in this documentation is fabricated, it is all authentic and verifiable. One of the staff members cleared his throat and spoke with resignation. Although we ourselves find it hard to believe, this is the reality. Perhaps in our ignorance, we shall never grasp the might of the divine, nor comprehend the intellect of a super genius. For example, we are limited by our narrow perspectives when attempting to define the infinite universe. As this statement echoed, silence enveloped the room. Humanity's most significant flaw often lies in an unfounded confidence. What you cannot achieve or understand, does it become impossible? In ancient times, did people not consider airplanes and cannons as mere fantasy? Some individuals are inherently born to lead, destined to shine as the most luminous beings in the world. For instance, could an ordinary person comprehend the thoughts of Hua Jin? You know the error here. This is also why Qin Hao is so extraordinary, yet the program continues uninterrupted. He is exceptional, and China takes pride in him. Simply being a Chinese citizen is sufficient. I must say, your words have profoundly impacted me. Yamamoto 52 regarded the staff member deeply before continuing, yet, I remain skeptical. Nevertheless, I shall thoroughly verify this. Farewell. With that, he led the inspection team from Sakura country hastily out of the room. As per the program's requirements, any foreign inspection team must rest for a day to familiarize themselves with Qin Hao's data before commencing their operations. Thus, at that moment, they possessed no livestream equipment. Director's team. Directorly, the international livestream rooms have been successfully established. A staff member whispered, however, to prevent chaos, each nation will have its own separate livestream room rather than all viewing from a single one. Moreover, the viewers in these rooms can communicate with one another. Of course, the livestream featuring Brother Hao will be transmitted to every country. It must be said that the efficiency of state operations is remarkably impressive. Otherwise, not only would a mere program team struggle, but even the world's leading tech companies would find it impossible to act so swiftly. The primary challenge lies in the sheer scale. Just imagine the number of viewers from all nations, an undeniably staggering figure. Very well, however, let us activate the donation feature, but only for international viewers. Li Haorun nodded, contemplating further. Additionally, any nation wishing to watch Brother Hao must pay a viewing fee of 100 Huaxia coins. I believe that is quite reasonable. After all, doesn't our livestream operation incur expenses? The staff members, all the personnel promptly regarded Li Haorun with an expression of incredulity. Good gracious, is this really happening? Just imagine, the moment the donation feature is activated, it would undoubtedly explode in popularity, especially with each viewer contributing 100 Huaxia coins. That is no trivial sum. Director Li, you truly are remarkable. This is a brilliant strategy. Indeed, let us profit off the foreigners' wallets, haha. The staff members instantly grinned, giving thumbs up and approval. Li Haoran rolled his eyes and turned his attention to the monitoring screen. Naturally, the viewing fees and donations would be shared with Qin Hao. If it were a normal situation, the split might be 50-50, but currently, the focus was no longer solely on monetary gain. Instead, it pertained to individuals and international influence, among other factors. Thus, the division would be 70-30, with Qin Hao receiving 70% and the state 30, a rather favorable arrangement. With a soft sigh, Li Haoran lowered his head to review the materials. Today, he needed to make decisions regarding the retention of the group leader, as well as filter candidates for the new leader and captain. Time was of the essence, and the tasks were substantial. Chapter 206, the reshuffling of the inspection team and the change of rules. Today marks a day of leisure for all, whether they be the audience, the inspection team, or Qin Hao, as everyone finds themselves with ample time on their hands. Though today is rather uneventful, the fluctuations within the inspection team are quite significant. Indeed, it remains uncertain which team leader will be eliminated, and I suspect even the captains may be replaced. The audience engages in lively discussions, while the atmosphere within the inspection team is palpably tense. At this moment, all the team leaders and captains are gathered together, their expressions grim. Anshi, Wang Zhangwo, Wang Bing, Shenwei, Jin Yalan, Jin Tian, Zhou Jun, Zhou He, and Zhang Yaozong sit in a neat row, awaiting news. Time ticks by slowly, and it is unclear how long has passed when the door to the inspection team swings open, and Li Haoran saunters in. They're here. Are we finally commencing the great elimination? The reshuffling is indeed overdue. To be honest, the current state of the inspection team is rather chaotic, with uneven allocations leaving some without any opportunity to contribute. As Li Haoran enters, the audience is instantly invigorated. Anshi, Wang Zhangwo, Shenwei. Li Haoran retrieves a document, speaking slowly, pausing slightly at the end to cast a penetrating glance at everyone present. Those whose names are called begin to feel the weight of anxiety. Eliminated. Hiss. At the utterance of this word, a collective gasp escapes everyone. Even the audience finds it hard to believe. They had speculated on possible eliminations, even considering Chen Yalan might be the one to go, yet they are taken aback to find Wang Zhangwo is the first to be eliminated. And as a top makeup artist, your inability to discern Qin Hao's disguise techniques renders you ineffective. Wang Zhangwo, due to repeated errors, has caused significant damage to the inspection efforts, making elimination justifiable both ethically and practically. As for Shenwei, as an extreme sports enthusiast, your contributions have proven insubstantial, leading to your elimination. Upon hearing this, the others begin to ponder. Indeed, the roles of these three individuals have become increasingly marginal. Currently, only Chen Yalan, Zhou Jun, Yun Tian, Zhang Yaozong, Zhou He, and Wang Bing remain. I had previously considered that Chen Yalan would also face elimination, yet her constructive feedback regarding Qin Hao's skeletal analysis proves invaluable. Li Haoran states with a slight smile, continuing, this afternoon, all personnel you require will be dispatched, but conversely, the program team will not be opening positions for elite personnel. In other words, you must now report all the personnel you require, as no further invitations for elite members will be permitted due to the excessive numbers. This applies to inspection teams in other countries as well. Concurrently, your inspection team will be expanded to 300 members. Understood? Understood. The team leaders exchange glances, nodding in agreement. Very well, these are the temporary rules. Now, please state the personnel you wish to report. Some may not be available immediately, but I need you to voice your requirements now. Li Haoran states nonchalantly. I want red hackers, a substantial number of them. Zhou He immediately rises, speaking in a hushed tone. He cannot forget how Qin Hao had thwarted him at every turn. Alone, he is no match for Qin Hao's prowess in computer technology. I can allocate a maximum of 5 red hackers. Li Haoran contemplates, nodding, then turns to the others. I require special forces. Zhou Jun slowly articulates, Wang Bing cannot manage alone. Agreed, 5 special forces personnel. I need analysts. I need personnel from the medical field. I want to one by one, the team leaders strive to articulate every need they can conceive. Audience? Wow, is this really happening? Goodness, each profession is requesting 5 members, the numbers are overwhelming. I initially thought that $1 billion a day for Brother Hao was excessive, but now it seems rather insufficient. As the audience hears the team leader's demands, they feel a sense of dread. It is far too many, even a team of this size may struggle to accommodate such numbers. Alright, I have noted your requests. Next, your inspection team will be reallocated rooms, 1 profession per room, ensuring no disturbances. Ultimately, Li Haoran meticulously records all requests. Some individuals may not be available this afternoon, but rest assured, they will all arrive by tomorrow. I suppose H has caught up with me, Wang Zhangwo sighs, rising slowly to bow deeply to all present, his face awash with regret. I apologize for the substantial losses incurred by the inspection team. This is my responsibility. The others remain silent. If they were to blame anyone, it would not be him. Every individual is fallible, especially someone of his venerable age. Moreover, Qin Hao had not been engaging with any contraptions, thus Wang Zhangwo's role had diminished significantly. Observing the elderly gentleman's somewhat dejected silhouette, everyone pays their respects and admiration. Although he may be aging, and his mind may not be as sharp, his contributions to Huaxia are irreplaceable. A lifetime dedicated to the nation is worthy of everyone's respect.
Upon meeting Qin Hao, I realized the pinnacle of makeup artistry. I once believed I was among the elite, if not at the pinnacle of the industry, but now, and she offers a bittersweet smile, bowing slightly to everyone.
I apologize.
Had I been able to recognize Qin Hao earlier, perhaps this situation would not have arisen.
With that, she follows Wang Jiangwo's lead and departs hastily. Cough, to be honest, I feel rather aggrieved.
My contributions to extreme sports are commendable, yet I cannot even catch a glimpse of Qin Hao's shadow. How can I offer insights?
Shenwei shakes his head in exasperation as he exits.
Among the three eliminated, who bears the greatest injustice, it can only be him. His role was to anticipate Qin Hao's capabilities, yet the monitoring within the inspection team has not even captured a glimpse of Qin Hao.
How could he make predictions?
Pfft, haha, I was feeling rather somber, but suddenly I'm laughing like a pig.
He came, he left, and he didn't take a cloud with him.
The audience erupts in laughter at his words. However, truth be told, those who remain are quite formidable. Zhou Jun specializes in criminal investigation, Yun Tian excels in analysis and psychological interpretation, and although Chen Yalin's contributions may seem minor, each of her unexpected discoveries holds significant importance, making her equally vital. As for Xiao He, Wang Bing, and Zhang Yaozong, they are indispensable. Chapter 207 Successful Upgrade, Superbody, Explosive Materials. New Rule 1 Due to the impending arrival of inspection teams from all nations, they will come equipped with their own inspection protocols.
They may collaborate, or perhaps even engage in competition. This is something you must heed.
Once the three departed, Li Haoren continued, Rule 2 The live broadcast room remains unchanged, yet we shall add live broadcast rooms for other countries, managed from behind the scenes by their respective nations. Citizens from other countries will be required to pay a fee of 100 yuan to view, while those from Huaxia will be exempt.
Simultaneously, a tipping function will be activated. Audience? Ha ha ha, how proud.
Who would have thought that a program from Huaxia could actually earn money from foreigners? Damn it, I want to tip too. Brother Hao is incredible. I've been wanting to tip for ages, but unfortunately, there is no way to do so.
It's infuriating. Upon hearing this, the audience became fervently excited.
Therefore, from now on, your actions will be under the scrutiny of the entire world. Li Haoren cast a profound glance at the group leaders. They nodded solemnly, suddenly enlightened as to why Li Haoren was so serious this time. The global nature of the situation rendered it entirely different.
Are there any other rules?
Zhou Jun pondered for a moment, then inquired with curiosity.
Rule 3. This is the final rule for now. Due to the global manhunt, the city of Liao will become too small. Moreover, if we are to restore reality by 99%, the criminal Qin Hao should now be able to leave Liao City. The third rule states that Qin Hao can travel to any region, but for now, he is only permitted within Huaxia. As these words were spoken, Zhou Jun and the others instinctively furrowed their brows. Certainly, the arrival of global inspection teams in Liao City was advantageous for them, but the fact that Qin Hao could leave the city rendered this rule exceedingly distressing. Essentially, it meant both sides were equal. While the inspection team gained more manpower, it also allowed the criminal a more realistic opportunity to escape. Alright, for now, these are the rules. I'm leaving. Li Haoren waved his hand and turned to depart. As for the personnel needed, they would not arrive until the afternoon.
Ding, congratulations, host, system upgrade complete. In the East District, a sudden notification echoed in Qin Hao's mind. He immediately sat up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It had not been an easy journey, the upgrade was finally complete. Ding, update content 1 emotional value remains unchanged, but the channels for acquiring emotional value will be significantly enhanced, including all viewers in the live broadcast room.
Update content 2. Super body permission granted to transcend human limits. IQ, brain power, speed, strength, physique. Note the evolution of the super body theoretically keeps the host within the realm of humanity, even having surpassed human limits. A host possesses no supernatural abilities. The host may continue to allocate points, but each point increase requires the expenditure of 1 million emotional values. System mall skill changes. Other skill prices remain unchanged, but stronger skills have been added, at the super god level. 10 million emotional values can be exchanged for 1. Qin Hao goodness, 1 million emotional values for a single increase. Is this a joke? He instinctively glanced at his current emotional value, still several thousand. However, Qin Hao quickly noticed the significant enhancement in the channel for acquiring emotional values. Qin Hao pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that the emotional values previously obtained by the system were not solely reliant on viewer channels, or perhaps other sources? Never mind, it doesn't matter. After a while, Qin Hao shook his head. As for that ridiculous super god level skill, it seemed utterly unattainable, akin to a fairy tale. He then turned his gaze to his subordinates. Have you found a route? We have located one, but due to our large numbers, the only suitable path for us is the heavenly road. Yan Jun's expression was grave as he slowly stated, however, it is evident that taking the heavenly road will elevate our danger to its peak. This route is heavily trafficked, and we may encounter a situation where we are caught between a rock and a hard place. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao nodded, sweeping his gaze over all his subordinates. These individuals, under the program's regulations, would not betray him using their own strength, allowing him to utilize them with complete confidence. I now entrust you with a task. After some contemplation, Qin Hao spoke slowly. Brother Hao, you say. The group responded eagerly, their spirits lifted. They had heard numerous tales of Qin Hao's exploits outside while in prison. It was no exaggeration to say that everyone present held deep admiration for him. To engage in criminal activities alongside their idol and earn 10,000 yuan a day was simply exhilarating. Prepare some materials for me. Nitrate, carbon, and so forth. As Qin Hao watched them depart, he descended into deep thought. With the global inspection teams converging on Liao City to apprehend him, the difficulty of his escape would reach unprecedented heights. However, before I leave, I must bestow a little gift upon the inspection teams. Qin Hao mused, a charming smile gracing his face. What, nitrate, what on earth is Brother Hao planning? My scalp is tingling just hearing it. My goodness, why does that sound so familiar? Of course, that's the primary material for firecrackers, although they are prohibited now. Surely you all know that, right? Fireworks and similar firecrackers are made from these materials. And explosives are also crafted from this. Of course, a specific proportion is required, not just any mix will do. The live broadcast room erupted in excitement. It was no exaggeration to say that anyone with even a rudimentary understanding would not be unfamiliar with these materials. They were indeed the primary components for crafting black powder. What was most crucial? The most critical point was that among these three primary materials, only sulfur was somewhat challenging to procure. The other two were essentially available in abundance. This was precisely what sent shivers down the audience's spines. Brother Hao couldn't he possibly be planning to blow up the inspection teams before leaving Liao City, could he? Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained emotional value, 10,000. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained emotional value. 20,000. Suddenly, the notification sound echoed in Qin Hao's mind. He paused momentarily, blinking slowly. He had previously thought that 1 million for a single attribute increase was outrageous, but now it seemed not so excessive after all. With the expansion of the program's reach, the number of viewers would surely increase. Chapter 208, The Tremor of the Inspection Team, 7 Major Groups. Mr. Yamamoto, I have completed the report, but I believe such a large assembly is unnecessary for merely a petty criminal. My grandson, sure, shrugged helplessly and remarked, I am somewhat perplexed as to why such a fuss is being made over a minor offender. No offense intended. There truly exists the surname Sure in the land of cherry blossoms. No, Mr. Sure, you are mistaken. Yamamoto 52 shook his head gravely. There is an adage in Huaxia that states we may disdain the enemy strategically, yet we must regard them with utmost seriousness tactically. Even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a hare, and merely reporting is one matter, whether they come or not is another entirely. Upon hearing this, the members of the inspection team from the land of cherry blossoms nodded in agreement. Have we located the information on Qin Hao? Yamamoto 52 inquired. We have located it, but, my grandson Sure nodded, his expression tinged with hesitation. However, what I found is even more outrageous than the data provided by the production team. Those citizens of Huaxia are actually claiming that Qin Hao is a deity incarnate. Some say he is a shapeshifting figure, while others assert he is a master of disguise. It is utterly absurd. Everyone present, ha! It appears the Huaxia side has prepared quite thoroughly, concealing their intentions well. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto 52 scoffed and continued, it seems we must wait until tomorrow for the true confrontation. I hope he lives up to his reputation and does not disappoint me. Standing at the pinnacle is indeed a lonely and desolate place. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. Although today is a day of rest for all, we must prepare in advance. Our first task is to determine the whereabouts of the real Qin Hao. Let our hackers and inspectors spring into action. Understood. Today marks a significant reshuffling of the entire inspection team, with all inspection divisions dispersing to various rooms. Analysis team analyzing the criminal's abilities, movements, and more. Red hacker team monitoring the surveillance across the entirety of Liuzhou City. Should the criminal attempt to flee, they will also gain access to surveillance from other regions, which is a considerable privilege. Criminal investigation team, personnel deployment, task assignments, issuing commands, etc. Medical team analyzing the criminal's height, skeletal structure, physical coordination, and other assessments. Skill team, acrobats, magicians, sculptors, puppeteers, among others. Combat analysis team of special forces instructors, fighter pilots, elite snipers, tank drivers, rocket launcher operators, etc. Extreme team, a rather unique division, consisting of the largest number of members in the most varied classifications. It includes world champions in javelin, silver medalists in sprinting, champions in long-distance running, wingsuit flying experts, top skydivers, climbing prodigies, and more. Every conceivable extreme sport has been represented, and most crucially, while each individual may not be the strongest in their respective fields, they are all at the pinnacle of excellence. My goodness! What the hell is this? This is excessive, truly excessive and comprehensive, leaving no stone unturned, is it? This is a direct leap to the top. The audience was left in stunned silence as they gazed upon the list presented by Li Haoran. Merely observing the lengthy array of names was enough to leave them flabbergasted. One could say it was a celestial assault, an all-encompassing strike. Moreover, it was a dimensional descent. These are the personnel you require. Additionally, the strike team, which is chiefly responsible for apprehending Qin Hao, is not included in this list. Thus, aside from the extreme team, the other groups will merely be analyzing from the background. Li Haoran addressed the group leaders, speaking slowly. Furthermore, each group will be represented by a spokesperson, ensuring that chaos does not ensue. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Even he, as the provincial head of the criminal investigation team, felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of the individuals on the list. Many of them held positions that far surpassed his own, some to an extraordinary degree. He could scarcely imagine the explosive scene that would arise should disagreements occur among these individuals. After all, they were all the pinnacle of their respective fields. How could they possibly concede to others? Geniuses are often proud, however. With a designated spokesperson, the dynamics would be different. Very well, aside from a few individuals, most of the personnel are now in place. You should return to your respective rooms, Li Haoran gestured with his hand. The group leaders then rose and exited the inspection team, which had caused them much distress for quite some time. In the corridor, everyone could see vast glass rooms spanning an entire floor, each labeled with the name of its division. Within these glass rooms, many individuals were already seated. There were the elderly, the young, and even women. Truly magnificent. Were it not for Brother Hao, I might never have witnessed such remarkable individuals in my lifetime. No, to be precise, it is a lifetime filled with encounters with extraordinary people. Goodness, these are the pinnacle figures of every industry. How could mere commoners like us ever come into contact with them? As the audience observed the individuals within the glass rooms, the live stream chat erupted in excitement. To put it bluntly, any one of these individuals, if singled out, would be considered a heavyweight in their field. Yet now, these titans had converged due to a single person. Qin Hao. So, in another light, it is simply that Brother Hao is extraordinary. Indeed, Brother Hao is simply remarkable. At this moment, Xiao He stepped into the Red Hacker team's glass room. Upon seeing the 5 red hackers inside, he froze in place, his eyes widening in disbelief. What the hell? After a moment, Xiao He exclaimed in astonishment. You are the founder of the Red Hacker Alliance? Yes, I am in Yong, responded a man in his 40s or 50s, smiling gently and nodding. The audience, meanwhile, Chen Yalan entered her designated room and was met by the very elder who had once taught her, her mentor, the towering figure in the medical field. She stood frozen, her delicate face etched with disbelief. Her mentor was already 88 years old. Typically, she would refrain from disturbing him even if she had matters to discuss so as not to intrude upon the elder's rest, but now? Teacher. After a moment, Chen Yalan regained her composure and hurriedly bowed. In that instant of bowing, she caught a glimpse of the other renowned figures present. I personally witnessed Qin Hao's ability to awaken those in a state of suspended animation with a single gesture. Such skill left me in awe. I once thought that no one could fully comprehend traditional Chinese medicine, yet upon seeing him, I realized it was not a matter of capability, but rather a lack of qualification on my part. The 88-year-old elder declared solemnly, thus, I have come. This is a program of profound educational significance. Although I am aged, my vision remains. As long as the nation requires me, as long as the people need me, I shall not hesitate to come even if it means arriving in a wheelchair. Chapter 209. They have given everything, sacrificing their lives. Instructor. Instructor? In the combat analysis group, Wang Bing stared incredulously at the elderly man standing before him, utterly astonished. Good heavens, this individual holds such a formidable rank, they've even extended an invitation to him? He was completely dumbfounded. Indeed, the elderly gentleman before him was none other than his former instructor. In other words, Wang Bing was once an instructor for China's premier special forces, and this venerable man was his mentor. One can only imagine the implications. The most crucial aspect, however, was the current rank of this elder. Moreover, what commanded even greater respect was the knowledge of how many bullet holes adorned his body. An astonishing 9, among them, 2 were perilously close to the heart. To echo the elder's own words, each bullet hole represented a comrade he had once saved. The once formidable Wang Bing was instantly transformed into a meek lamb, his gaze lowered towards the floor, scarcely daring to lift his head. It was not out of fear, but rather out of embarrassment. Instructor, I am truly sorry for bringing shame upon you. Ha ha ha, this little rascal. How amusing, you still understand the concept of shame. The room fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into a hearty laughter. Wang Bing timidly glanced up, only to realize that many faces in the room seemed familiar to him. Enough, although you have faced numerous failures, I have witnessed your unwavering efforts. The elder waved his hand with a smile, gradually continuing, I once stated that regardless of the endeavor, whether or not success is attainable, even in the face of inevitable failure, there are certain things that must be undertaken. Ultimately, even if one fails, there should be no regrets. And you, have you exerted yourself? Have you given your all? Can you face your own conscience? The elder's gaze sharpened, and even the spectators could feel the formidable aura emanating from him. Iron-willed. Report, instructor, I have strived, I have given my utmost, I am at peace with my conscience. Wang Bing reacted almost instinctively, snapping to attention, his face flushed as he shouted hoarsely. That is sufficient. Your words and actions bring me great joy, yet I disapprove of Chen Quan's conduct. The elder's eyes glinted with a cold light as he spoke matter-of-factly. Everyone could sense the chill in his tone. Meanwhile, Yun Tian found himself in a similar situation, having spotted several dear friends. Although they were not researchers, they had made significant societal contributions in other realms. One could say that anyone chosen from this gathering had rendered assistance to the nation and its people. Perhaps they were not as glamorous as celebrities, nor as eloquent as orators, perhaps they were no longer youthful or strikingly attractive, and many of their names had never been mentioned. However, their contributions were immense and irreplaceable. They all shared a common and noble goal, a prosperous nation and a strong citizenry. For this objective, they had sacrificed everything, dedicating their lives without a hint of complacency. All the viewers in the livestream silently observed as the audience count surged at an astonishing rate.
60 million. 80 million. 100 million.
Were it not for the nation's servers, they might have collapsed on the spot. Yet curiously, there was not a single comment in the entire livestream. Damn, I can't take it anymore, I'm so moved, I'm crying like a child. Ah, perhaps this is the perseverance of the older generation. Without their steadfastness, where would we find our current blessed lives? Why not have Brother Hao surrender? Cough cough, while I am an avid fan of Brother Hao, I concur with your notion. Me too. Same here. Suddenly, the comments began to scroll rapidly, and this time, the viewer sentiments remarkably aligned.
Is everyone in position?
Li Haoran inquired, watching as Zhou Jun and others entered the room, speaking slowly into the microphone attached to his collar.
The extreme team is missing 2 members. The medical team is missing 1 member. The criminal investigation team is missing 1 member. Other teams are fully accounted for. The room echoed with reports from each group. Good, I will now appoint representatives for each group to speak. The criminal investigation team will be temporarily overseen by Zhou Jun, designated as the group leader. If anyone has objections or if Zhou Jun falters, other members of the criminal investigation team will take over. Medical team. Chen Yelin will represent. Analysis team Yun Tian will represent. Red Hacker team Xiao He will represent. Extreme team World Long Distance Champion Kong Yan will represent. Skills team Magician Ding Xian will represent. Combat Analysis team Special Forces Instructor Miao Feng will represent.
The aforementioned representatives and members, irrespective of rank, possess the right to participate in discussions and to speak on behalf of their teams, but they do not have the authority to alter the final decisions made after discussions.
Should anyone feel inadequate in their ability to express themselves, they may substitute representatives.
Any instances of unclear expression, ambiguous statements, or subjective interpretations that could impede the operation or hinder the group leader's judgment will result in immediate elimination.
Upon hearing this, everyone's expression shifted.
This was no longer merely a matter concerning China, it had become a global affair involving numerous nations. In other words, whoever succeeded in capturing or eliminating Qin Hao would undoubtedly become the most illustrious nation on the planet. Therefore, if a personal failure in expression were to lead to a misjudgment by group leader Zhou Jun, it would not be an exaggeration to say one might even be suspected of collusion.
Do you understand? Li Haoran asked solemnly.
Understood, everyone replied in unison, nodding. Damn, I don't know why, but even before it has begun, I am already feeling the adrenaline surge. Indeed, with such a grand spectacle, I am on the verge of bursting with excitement. Thinking about the upcoming days for Brother Hao makes me even more thrilled. The audience buzzed with discussion, captivated by Li Haoran's composed and meticulous arrangements. Additionally, the members of the knife team are drawn from China's premier special land combat forces, totaling 8 members, with Wang Bing serving as the captain for now. Alright, now it's your time to get acquainted.
We commence formally tomorrow.
After Li Haoran finished speaking, he swiftly exited. He had much to attend to, with numerous tasks ahead of him. Just managing the live streams from various nations would keep him occupied, not to mention coordinating with the national analysis teams to identify any remaining vulnerabilities in their programming.
So, including the knife team, there are a total of 8 groups? It does seem that way.
I can't wait to witness Brother Hao being outmaneuvered by so many people.
I bet he'll be utterly bewildered when he finds out.
If one were to identify the most exhilarated individuals at this moment, it would undoubtedly be the audience. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as too much excitement when watching the spectacle. Since Qin Hao's emergence, he had always been an audacious and flamboyant presence. However, now that the production team had invited so many formidable figures, he was subjected to an overwhelming suppression. Could he continue to be the audacious figure he once was? Chapter 210 of the Creation of Explosives, Analysis from the Analytical Team, Counterattack. At this moment, Qin Hao gazed at the items presented by his subordinates, nodding in satisfaction. Dear viewers, I regret to inform you that I will be unable to continue the live broadcast for several hours.
I trust you can discern the reason. What the hell, Brother Hao isn't really planning to make explosives, is he?
Is there even a need to question? Just look at those materials. As the audience absorbed Qin Hao's words, a chill ran down their spines. It was undeniably ruthless. Though the inspection team had significantly bolstered their numbers, none could rival Qin Hao's audacity. However, it was evident that he was merely issuing a notification before promptly shutting down the livestream.
Have you located the position? Qin Hao raised his gaze to Yan Jun, asking in a low voice. We have found it.
If we wish to depart, causing a bit of chaos in the city would be our best option, Yan Jun replied with a sly smile and a nod. Very well, prepare the necessary items.
Since we are to leave, let us make a grand spectacle of it. Before we do, the city center's Grand Plaza shall be our chosen venue.
Qin Hao nodded, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he added, furthermore, arrange for a truck, and procure a few additional cars. He enumerated all the required items with the familiarity of a connoisseur.
Understood, Brother Hao. We will commence preparations immediately.
Watching his subordinates hasten away, Qin Hao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It must be said, sometimes having a team is far more efficient than handling everything alone. Yan Jun is quite a remarkable fellow. He is worth nurturing. Qin Hao mused softly to himself, recalling how this individual had once asked him for $5 after being robbed, and how he had even declined an invitation to barbecue to maintain his focus on the show. At the very least, he exhibited remarkable self-discipline. With the inspection team's numbers steadily increasing, it is time for me to cultivate my own entourage, Qin Hao declared, lowering his head to commence his preparations. The formulation of explosives is a formidable task. One misstep could spell disaster. System, exchange for advanced chemistry. Exchange for advanced physics. Ding, a total of 10,000 emotional points required, exchange successful. In the next instant, a wealth of knowledge concerning physics and chemistry flooded Qin Hao's mind. Let us begin the formulation. A smile graced Qin Hao's face. Everyone, our primary objective is to ascertain Qin Hao's potential whereabouts. As we know, he possesses a disguise mask, particularly one that has been integrated into the network. This implies that if he dons the mask, distinguishing him from his true self becomes an impossibility, Zhou Jun stated gravely within the criminal investigation team. Upon hearing this, the audience could clearly observe the frowns of contemplation on the faces of those in each glass-walled room.
This matter will be analyzed by the analytical team, with the medical team providing assistance.
By tomorrow, I expect an answer, Zhou Jun continued. Red Hacker Team, although Qin Hao has concealed his identity, it is improbable that all his subordinates are masked, therefore, focus on surveillance to trace their movements.
Understood. Little Black's voice resonated.
The current situation is not in our favor.
Although a global manhunt has commenced, Qin Hao now has more avenues for escape. Extreme Team, I urge you to determine potential locations for Qin Hao's escape by tomorrow, where would be most suitable for them to flee. Understood.
World Marathon Champion Kong Yan nodded in response.
Skill Team and Combat Analysis Team, remain on standby, Zhou Jun ordered methodically.
In the following moment, everyone observed as discussions erupted within each room. According to the data, Qin Hao is adept in the art of contortion, and his acting skills are exceptional. Thus, without any means of identification, the odds of locating him are effectively zero. It seems that, thus far, the only way to find him is through his subordinates, an elder from the analytical team remarked slowly.
Not necessarily. You must consider that Qin Hao is an exceptionally cautious individual. If we can conceive of this strategy, do you believe he would not? Another elder shook his head, speaking somberly. Moreover, with no one pursuing him, do you think Qin Hao would simply sit idly? Would he have no preparations in place?
I believe that anyone who is not a fool, upon realizing they are about to be globally hunted, will exhibit either defiance or an urge to flee.
Which category do you think Qin Hao falls into?
This statement plunged everyone into deep contemplation.
Old son, are you suggesting that Qin Hao will not choose to flee immediately, but will instead opt for a direct confrontation with us? Chen Yalan asked incredulously. Indeed, such a scenario is highly plausible.
Therefore, I posit that our immediate task is not to locate Qin Hao, but rather to identify any recent purchases of hazardous materials or tools that could serve as weapons, or vehicles, as he will likely choose one of these paths, whether to escape or to launch an attack. Old Sun nodded gravely. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt an involuntary wave of shock. It must be acknowledged that Old Sun's hypothesis held considerable merit. Unlike typical criminals who might flee, Qin Hao could very well choose the opposite course of action. Qin Hao has repeatedly employed the tactic of a counter-ambush, catching the inspection team off guard, and he has mastered this technique to perfection. You must remain particularly vigilant. Furthermore, the East District warrants attention. It is chaotic and provides an ideal hiding place.
Old Sun continued to ponder. Now, regarding Old Sun's assertions, who is in favor, and who is against?
Yun Tian and Chen Yalan exchanged glances, slowly addressing the members.
In favor. Agreed. Everyone nodded in unison.
Very well, team leader Zhou Jun, our consensus is that while locating Qin Hao may be futile, we can investigate the movements of his subordinates and the transactions of vehicles and hazardous items within Liuzhou City. Chen Yalan deliberated before continuing. This approach will allow us to trace the leads while simultaneously guarding against his forthcoming plans.
Ultimately, he may be hiding in the East District. What the hell, is this what they call predicting the predictor?
Remarkable, truly. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe that such a formidable individual exists in this world.
Brother Hao is over there concocting explosives, and yet we are piecing together clues here. The audience was astounded.
It must be said, these individuals were truly exceptional. Chapter 211 Opportunities for Profit, Street Interviews, Testing. Hao Jian, a 25-year-old male employee at a company, earns over 8,000 monthly, and with bonuses included, his income exceeds 10,000 each month. In the context of a stable job, earning over 10,000 is quite commendable, especially in Liuzhou City where the average income for most people hovers around 4 to 5,000, often accompanied by considerable toil. Yet, the youth is imbued with a fervor and exuberance. As the saying goes, what is youth if not spirited? Consequently, Hao Jian frequently concocts daring aspirations for his future, such as buying lottery tickets or participating in the double color ball. Life, after all, should leave room for surprises. Sometimes, these may transform into delightful surprises.
Brother, are you interested in a money-making opportunity?
Just as he disembarked from the bus on his way to the office, a man's voice suddenly resonated beside him. Hao Jian couldn't help but smile. Such a question is indeed intriguing. Who wouldn't desire an opportunity to earn money, provided it is legal? Turning to look, he saw a man clad in a trench coat, beaming at him.
How much?
Hao Jian scrutinized the man, discerning that his attire must be of considerable value, likely costing thousands.
That depends on how much you wish to earn. The trench-coated man squinted slightly, smiling faintly. Come on, brother, we are law-abiding citizens here. Could you refrain from making this sound so ominous?
Hao Jian felt a twinge of unease. Honestly, the tone of this conversation might well draw the attention of regulatory authorities.
Very well.
The trench-coated man seemed to sense the awkwardness of their exchange and promptly produced a small box.
Just place this box in the restroom on the first floor of your office. Upon hearing this, Hao Jian was momentarily taken aback.
He examined the box closely, revealing it to be an ordinary container, even devoid of any contents.
Is it really that simple? His expression was somewhat perplexed. Indeed, it is as simple as that. We are recording a program.
The trench-coated man gestured towards a figure in the distance, holding a phone. Hao Jian turned to look and immediately wore a look of realization.
I see, alright then, how much?
He nodded, acknowledging that although they were recording a program, they had initially agreed on compensation, which must not be trifled with.
500.
The trench-coated man extended 5 fingers.
1,000.
In truth, Hao Jian instinctively raised the price. For such a simple task, he had not anticipated asking for much. However, since the other party offered 500, he felt compelled to counter with a higher figure.
Agreed.
Hao Jian thought to himself. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret. He started to wonder if he had undersold himself. The other party was clearly not short of funds, judging by his demeanor. Even if Hao Jian requested 2,000 or 3,000, the man would likely acquiesce without hesitation.
Very well.
Although he secured 1,000, inexplicably, Hao Jian could not summon any joy. It was undeniably a simple task, yielding a straightforward 1,000, yet, holding the box and the cash in hand, he sighed deeply.
Brother Yen, are you certain there are no issues?
Shortly after departing, the cameraman approached the trench-coated man, speaking in hushed tones. What Brother Hao instructed us to do requires no doubt, nor do we need to question our actions.
We simply follow Brother Hao's directives.
Yan Jun glanced at his subordinate, speaking with a calm authority. Despite appearing as a subordinate before Qin Hao, who, in truth, was his superior, he wielded significant influence among this cohort of criminals. He had endured the longest alongside Brother Hao and was the last to be eliminated, aside from him.
Very well.
Simultaneously, in the bustling commercial district, Wang Meili worked as a service staff member at a large supermarket, earning a respectable salary each month. However, such positions can be quite arduous. She must always wear a warm smile, even when faced with an array of peculiar customers, and grievances must be suppressed. This leads her to project warmth and kindness at work, yet in her personal life, she often feels irritable. She yearns for an outlet, a vigorous outlet. Many individuals share this sentiment, outwardly appearing radiant, yet harboring a multitude of concealed struggles known only to themselves.
Madam, we have an exhilarating activity, would you like to participate?
One morning, as Wang Meili arrived at work and parked her electric bike, a masked man suddenly appeared before her.
It pays. Upon hearing this, Wang Meili paused momentarily, contemplating before curiously inquiring, how much? I won't engage in anything illegal.
Ha, madam, that is quite a jest. We are law-abiding citizens, how could we possibly engage in unlawful acts? The masked man chuckled, gesturing towards an individual nearby holding a camera, continuing, to be frank, we are recording a program.
Ah, I see.
Wang Meili nodded in realization, her caution significantly eased. In her view, participating in a program was certainly not a criminal endeavor, otherwise, it could never be aired. This reaction is instinctive, considering the advancement of modern times, where outdoor vloggers frequently appear, often enlisting the help of passers-by for interviews.
Such occurrences are commonplace on various short video platforms. Alright, what do you need me to do? Wang Meili smiled, her curiosity piqued. Here's the deal, madam, this is an extreme challenge program, or you may consider it a prank show.
We can blur your face, ensuring no one recognizes you.
The masked man explained, we need you to go to the men's restroom on the first floor of that office building.
Rest assured, we have cleared out all individuals. You simply need to bring this inside, locate a small box, and place it into the iron container to complete the task.
Upon hearing this, Wang Meili hesitated. Although they had emptied the restroom, it was still a men's facility. As a woman, would it not be somewhat inappropriate? 5,000. Deal.
The moment she heard 5,000, Wang Meili immediately agreed without further ado. This amount represented nearly her entire monthly salary. Regardless of whether the restroom was cleared or not, she was determined to seize the opportunity. Chapter 212. More to come. Inspection team assemble. Wang Meili, having reaped a bounty of 5,000 yuan, clutched a bag filled with gears, her mind a swirl of confusion. However, recognizing that gears are not classified as hazardous materials, she dismissed her concern. This show is truly fascinating. I hope there will be more opportunities in the future. With her spirits soaring, she strode into the company in her high heels, fortunate to find the way clear, not a soul at the front desk. Perhaps the production team has cleared the area. Wang Meili mused to herself as she approached the restroom. Truth be told, aside from the shared facilities at home, she had never ventured into a men's restroom in public for reasons unbeknownst to her. Her heart raced, a surge of excitement coursing through her veins. There was even a hint of exhilaration. Perhaps it was the culmination of years of repression that rendered this experience thrilling.
Phew!
After a moment's hesitation, she confirmed the absence of others inside and exhaled deeply. Since they have compensated me, they must have installed cameras within, or they might reconsider if they see that I haven't placed the items in the box. It was undeniably a daunting step, particularly for an ordinary woman. After a brief moment of steeling herself, Wang Meili took a resolute step forward, her gaze swept the surroundings, and she quickly entered a stall. Time was of the essence, every second counted, for the embarrassment of being discovered would be unbearable. Before long, she spotted a box within the empty cistern. Splash! As she tossed the bag of mechanical gears into the box, a wave of relief washed over her, and without a second thought, she turned to leave. However, upon her return to seek out the two individuals, she discovered they had vanished without a trace.
Oh well, at least I've been compensated. With this thought, her spirits remained buoyant.
Remarkably, her morning had not impeded her regular work, and she had effortlessly pocketed 5,000 yuan, akin to finding money on the street.
A convoy of police cars, flashing with vibrant hues, traversed the thoroughfare.
Anyone who glimpsed the names on the police vehicles could not help but express astonishment. The heavily I-program inspection team, most notably, there was an overwhelming number of police cars, at least dozens.
Team leader, we are approaching the Grand Square.
Please issue your orders. Wang Bing, his expression stern, sat firmly in the police vehicle and spoke in a low voice. This time, he had brought along 7 elite commandos, brimming with confidence. He believed that if Qin Hao dared to show his face, he would be met with a swift and decisive strike. Await Qin Hao's appearance, set up the sniper rifles, and encircle the Grand Square. However, remember, only fire upon confirming it is Qin Hao. I wish to avoid any collateral damage. Zhou Jun's voice crackled through the device.
Understood.
Wang Bing nodded, then hung up and switched to the captain's channel.
Captains, I trust you have familiarized yourselves with Qin Hao prior to our arrival.
I must emphasize one crucial point: do not underestimate him, nor assume your prowess as commandos makes you invincible. At this juncture, Wang Bing paused, narrowing his eyes. Should an opportunity arise, even the slightest, eliminate Qin Hao without hesitation.
Do not leave him any chance to escape, understood?
Understood. Several resolute voices responded from the device. Good. Hearing this, Wang Bing nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, the Grand Square of Liuzhou City drew immense attention, with viewership soaring into the hundreds of millions. On a high-rise building near the Grand Square, a lavish spread of food and drink adorned a table, the wineglasses crystal clear and inviting. Seated at the table were 3 inspectors from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Surrounding them stood over 20 inspectors, each wielding a sniper rifle.
Mr. Yamamoto 52, do you truly believe Qin Hao will make an appearance here?
My wife Shanair, sporting a distinctive mustache, inquired with a furrowed brow. In response, my grandson Sher peered curiously downwards, easily spotting the makeshift stage erected not far below. Indeed, since the Huaxia inspection team has mobilized, Qin Hao will undoubtedly show up.
Yamamoto 52 replied, his tone calm and assured.
Our task now is to wait. Once the Huaxia inspection team confirms Qin Hao's identity, we may proceed to eliminate him. Until then, let us enjoy our drinks from this lofty perch, surveying the myriad lives below. What a delightful prospect. It must be said, Yamamoto 52 had indeed mastered many nuances of the Huaxia language, effortlessly referencing ancient phrases and anecdotes.
Then let us remain in anticipation.
Upon hearing this, my wife Shanair and I grandson Sher exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter. Yoshi, when it comes to apprehending criminals, none surpasses Mr.
Yamamoto.
Indeed, the speed at which Huaxia has risen is undeniable, yet, when it comes to dealing with criminals, they fall short. After all, it was their heavenly eye program that initiated the chase, but what was the outcome?
Were it not for us from other nations apprehending all the criminals first?
As for Qin Hao, he simply hasn't crossed paths with Mr.
Yamamoto, otherwise, he would have long been apprehended.
Within the Cherry Blossom Nation's inspection team's live broadcast room, viewers were electrified as they observed the commanding presence of the Yamamoto leaders. Pride surged within them. It seemed that, at some point, the world had taken a liking to the Heavenly Eye program, for it was utterly captivating. Particularly entertaining were the absurd antics of many criminals during their pursuits, which had deeply ensnared the audience's attention. Yet, when news broke that Huaxia had produced an exceptionally formidable criminal, spectators grappled with disbelief. How could an ordinary person, a common citizen, possibly be formidable? Gradually, however, everyone began to sense something amiss. Qin Hao had yet to appear, nor was there even a semblance of someone resembling him. Instinctively, the crowd glanced at the clock, their brows furrowing in unison, an ominous premonition settling within their hearts.
After such a prolonged silence, could it be that Qin Hao had already departed? Captain Xiaohei, are those anomalies you mentioned still present? Wang Bing inquired, gripping the walkie-talkie with a serious demeanor.
In the inspection team, Xiaohei now felt uncertain as well, offering a wry smile as he replied, I merely noted the presence of a few suspicious targets, but I never claimed that Qin Hao was definitely among them. He then displayed the footage from the road surveillance on the large screen. Instantly, everyone turned their heads to observe Chapter 213 Deliberate Concealment, Men's Restroom, Investigation. Look here, just 2 hours ago, some rather peculiar individuals appeared. Although their attire was entirely disparate, they shared a common characteristic. Xiaohei remarked slowly. In the footage, everyone could see a series of clips extracted from surveillance cameras. They concealed their faces. Yun Tian, the elder, immediately focused his gaze, discerning the truth at a glance. Indeed, under ordinary circumstances, it would not be unusual for people to film or conduct street interviews in a bustling commercial street or a grand plaza. Xiaohei nodded, continuing, but observe them. They wear hats and masks, which is overly conspicuous. Moreover, judging by the short hair visible beneath their hats and their physiques, it is evident that they are all male. It is worth noting that such interviews being conducted solely by men is quite perplexing. It is well known that whether it be a clandestine interview or the recording of a web program, women interviewing women, or women interviewing men, are the most effective strategies, as women possess a natural advantage in this regard. As long as the person in question isn't exceedingly unpleasant, they would generally not refuse. Now, look at them. Their faces obscured, all male, and there is one crucial point. He paused slightly, pointing to one of the frames, which depicted Wang Meili, albeit completely pixelated here in the inspection team as footage. Unless consented by the individual, any appearance in a livestream would be pixelated, as personal portrait rights are of utmost importance. The Tianyan program, being a national initiative, would naturally not commit such a fundamental error.
Are you suggesting it involves money?
Yin Tian, the elder, smiled slightly, having already noticed this detail.
Exactly.
Xiaohei nodded, continuing, I wonder if you have observed that these masked individuals are distributing money to others in various amounts ranging from 1,000 to several thousand, instructing them to carry certain items away as if compelling them to undertake some task.
The masked men appear utterly unconcerned whether the recipients will comply, often departing midway. What does this signify? Is it merely an act of generosity? I firmly believe that such kindness is rare in this world. After all, no one's wealth comes from thin air. Upon concluding his statement, the entire inspection team fell into silence. It must be acknowledged that Xiaohei's observations were profoundly insightful. Meanwhile, in the livestream, the audience was abuzz. Whoa, I never imagined Xiaohei could become this astute. That's stating the obvious.
After all, he is a top-tier hacker, surely he possesses intelligence.
That is indeed the case.
As the audience debated within the livestream, Yun Tian offered a supplementary remark. From the expressions of those individuals, we can glean certain insights. It is certain that they are not involved in any illegal activities, otherwise, they would not risk breaking the law for a few thousand yuan. Such actions are simply not worth it. Yun Tian spoke slowly, however, it is evident that the contents of those black bags are not ordinary items. Otherwise, their expressions would not be so telling. Wang Bing, please locate those individuals and inquire about the contents of their bags and their intended destination. As for those masked men, there is no need to pursue them. If they truly belonged to Qin Hao's faction, they would have departed long ago and would not linger in one place.
Understood.
Wang Bing's voice came through the intercom. Soon, they arrived at the plaza, quickly scanning the surroundings, but found no signs of irregularity. At this moment, in the supermarket, Wang Meili was cheerfully introducing products to customers, perhaps having effortlessly earned 5,000 yuan that morning. Her spirits were particularly high, however, upon seeing the individuals clad in police uniforms approach her, her mood shifted considerably.
Good day, ma'am.
We are from the Tianyan program team, conducting an investigation into certain matters, and we require your cooperation. We have already contacted your supermarket's owner, and any losses incurred will be compensated by our program. Wang Bing said, smiling at Wang Meili.
Ah.
For some reason, Wang Meili let out a long sigh of relief, regaining her composure as she nodded. All right, what do you need me to do?
You seemed somewhat anxious just now? Wang Bing observed her demeanor, almost instantly recognizing the underlying issue.
Indeed, I just found myself in possession of 5,000 yuan without effort.
How could I not feel nervous?
Wang Meili chuckled awkwardly, not being foolish, 5,000 yuan is not an insignificant sum for many, and even a street interview would not yield such rewards. She had her suspicions from the outset. When the Tianyan team arrived, she had pieced together some information. All right, ma'am, we are investigating precisely this matter. Please recount the events in full, including what that masked man instructed you to do. Wang Bing expressed his satisfaction at her willingness to cooperate.
Are you saying that man instructed you to take a bag of gears to the men's restroom?
Wang Bing inquired, his expression somewhat peculiar.
It was an already vacated men's restroom.
Wang Meili emphasized, which was crucial, especially for a woman in her 30s.
Understood, a vacated men's restroom. Thank you for your cooperation.
Wang Bing nodded and turned to leave. How strange, a bag of gears, what purpose could that serve?
Within the inspection team, all the leaders wore bewildered expressions. Could it truly be a simple interview or a test program? Otherwise, why would a woman, carrying a bag of gears, enter a men's restroom?
Ha, this lady is quite audacious. Well, it's not an issue since the restroom was already cleared. At this point, I still can't discern Brother Hao's intentions. It all feels increasingly perplexing. Indeed, even the audience in the livestream, who were observing from various angles, appeared utterly baffled. The man named Hao Jian was tested with a box.
Moreover, another man was tested with a battery. A woman was tested with flour.
With each investigation, everyone was left in utter confusion, unable to comprehend the underlying purpose of these actions. It can now be confirmed that these individuals were indeed deployed by Qin Hao. At that moment, Yun Tian, the elder, smiled faintly and spoke slowly.
What?
Upon hearing this, everyone turned to him, their eyes filled with curiosity.
Chapter 214, The inspection team's speculation. What if they were to blow up a building? In fact, I am also almost certain, essentially 100% sure, it is Qin Hao. Just as Elder Yin finished speaking, Zhou Jun interjected beside him. Several elders exhibited contemplative expressions. I believe many are puzzled, right? Why such certainty? Yun Tian and Zhou Jun exchanged glances, smiling as they elucidated, it's quite a straightforward principle. Although the current era progresses rapidly, resulting in various street interviews and tests, in reality, most participants are internal actors. That is to say, genuinely approaching strangers is exceedingly rare. Even if they do seek out strangers for testing, they would not engage in such peculiar activities. Presenting some nonsensical items at a certain location, what does that prove? Is it a challenge of courage? Moreover, to some extent, such testing is illegal. After all, females entering male restrooms is not socially acceptable. At this point, Yun Tian paused before continuing, thus, regardless of the website, such tests would never be permitted for public viewing. So, the question arises, if it cannot be aired, why conduct the test, and why spend tens of thousands on it? Can a single video truly be worth that much? That remains debatable. This analysis was coherent and substantiated, leaving no room for oversight. Strange items, bizarre tests, immense sums of money. So, who else could it be but Qin Hao? Yun Tian narrowed his eyes and slowly remarked, he must be orchestrating something. Wang Bing, go check the locations mentioned by Wang Meili and see if we can locate those items. Wang Bing nodded, and after their inquiries, discovered a total of 6 locations. Furthermore, each site involved 5 or 6 individuals delivering items, seemingly aimed at fulfilling a specific objective. Soon, they investigated each location but found no trace of the items. What could it possibly be? Wang Bing's brow furrowed as he pondered deeply, suddenly narrowing his eyes. Team leader, do you think it's possible this is a feint? Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the implication, but being professionals, they quickly comprehended his meaning. Are you suggesting that while it appears Qin Hao is setting something up, he is, in fact, discreetly departing from Liuzhou City? Yun Tian's eyes sparkled with insight. Precisely. Since we can predict Qin Hao's temperament, he is likely anticipating our final counterattack. Could he not foresee our conjectures and then act contrarily? This is not unprecedented for him. Listening to this extraordinary dialogue, the audience was left astounded. Goodness, you really dare to think that way. Ha, I've come to realize these individuals have been driven to a state of nervousness by Brother Hao. No doubt, while it may seem straightforward to us, they are entirely reliant on conjecture, making the difficulty far exceed our imagination. In the live stream, viewers engaged in animated discussions. Zhou Jun suddenly began to feel a headache. He recognized that the possibilities of Qin Hao's actions were virtually limitless. We have dispatched individuals to monitor every intersection. Should any suspicious characters appear, they will report immediately, so there is no need for excessive concern. Meanwhile, as the inspection team deliberated, Qin Hao sat in a room, engrossed in watching television, seemingly indifferent to the external chaos. If you suddenly sneeze, it must mean I am thinking of you, a captivating melody wafted from the television. Brothers, this is the advantage of having subordinates. Qin Hao savored a sip of his drink, feeling utterly content. Previously, he had always acted alone, but now he need only conceal himself in the shadows, allowing his subordinates to charge into battle on his behalf. Brother Hao, we are nearly prepared. Just then, Yan Jun knocked and entered, speaking respectfully. Then it's time for us to take action. Qin Hao stretched lazily, rising to his feet, when suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he paused. Director Li, I know you are watching. I have something to ask you. Within the backstage director's team, Li Haoren had indeed been observing the live broadcast. He wished he could look away, but the crux was that within the entire production team, Qin Hao was the linchpin. Without him, the show would not possess such fervor. This much was clear to him. To be honest, the operations Qin Hao executed throughout the morning left him somewhat bewildered, yet inexplicably, he felt a sense of foreboding. I'm here. Upon hearing Qin Hao call his name, Li Haoren's spirit jolted, and he quickly responded. Hypothetically speaking, if I were to blow up a building, what should I do? As soon as these words escaped his lips, everyone was rendered speechless, staring at Qin Hao in utter astonishment. Even some astute viewers had already begun to piece together the morning's information, vivid scenes flashing through their minds involuntarily. Goodness, I understand now. Brother Hao arranged for those people to deliver items that, when combined, what do you think they are? Damn it, do we even need to guess? It's explosives, a timed bomb. Exactly, many items are disguised beneath superficial layers. In truth, we are well aware of what lies within. The live stream erupted with excitement, yet Li Haoren stood in a state of shock. Not only was he bewildered, but the staff around him wore expressions of sheer disbelief. Everyone felt their scalp tingle, their body covered in goosebumps. Goodness, you truly dare to think this way? Blow up a building? Is this something a rational person would consider? Should a human even entertain such thoughts? Brother Hao, are you suggesting you want to blow up a building? No, you must be seriously considering it. Li Haoren felt his entire being freeze. As he pondered the locations of those items, a chill coursed through him. It is essential to note that the sites Qin Hao designated were situated in commercial streets and central squares, places where countless individuals congregate daily. Not to mention the foot traffic, the number of staff in various stores was already substantial. Should an explosion occur, the financial losses would be trivial, but the potential for casualties is a grave concern. Ahem, I merely thought I should give you a heads up.
If you truly want to blow something up, I wouldn't dare. Qin Hao cleared his throat, expressing a hint of exasperation. The crowd, you wouldn't dare, we certainly didn't perceive that.
Actually blowing up a building is absolutely out of the question.
However, I will devise a plan to simulate one or orchestrate an explosion elsewhere.
Chapter 215 E-paying audience, mall promotions, discounted by 20% off.
With great effort, Li Haoran finally persuaded Qin Hao to abandon that audacious idea, releasing a long, exhaled breath. He then began to furrow his brow in contemplation. For this endeavor to succeed, there are only two possibilities. The first is to directly simulate the on-site conditions for an explosive recording, and the other is to create a completely miniature model for mimicry.
After a moment's hesitation, Li Haoran opted for the former.
As for the model, crafting such a lifelike replica would not only be prohibitively expensive but also extremely time-constrained. There was certainly no time left for that. Conversely, if they were to demolish an existing building, the situation would be entirely different. The costs would be minimal. He could easily find a building slated for demolition, or one that was about to be torn down, making it a straightforward affair for others. This might pose a significant challenge, but his connections with the state set him apart. Li Haoran glanced at the inspection team and observed that their main force remained in the vicinity of the city center's commercial street, albeit now entirely dispersed, conducting meticulous checks as if they intended to turn the entire city center inside out.
Alas, it is a pity.
In the end, Qin Hao was indeed more skilled. After a while, Li Haoran sighed, then picked up the phone to make a call. He needed to convey the current situation in the city center to his counterpart, so they could simulate the scene on-site prior to the explosion. Though not as precise as a real explosion, it would still be remarkably close. After all, they couldn't engage in actual destruction. Just as he finished the call, he heard an excited voice from a nearby staff member. Director Li, a massive influx of viewers from Sakura country is entering Brother Hao's livestream.
How many are there now? Li Haoran's expression remained calm.
This was an expected development, as no one could resist Brother Hao's allure, well, the allure of explosions. Currently, over 500,000, and the numbers are rapidly increasing.
Put. Upon hearing this, a staff member spluttered out their tea. All the staff halted their tasks, turning to look in unison. How many?
Even Li Haoran was momentarily taken aback, asking in astonishment. Over 500,000, no, it's already over 700,000 now. Hiss. Li Haoran immediately inhaled sharply. 700,000, with each person contributing 100, that amounts to over 70 million. Moreover, the most crucial point is that this is merely the beginning. It's just one country. After all, the total population of Sakura country isn't particularly large. Imagine the figures from a more populous nation that could yield a staggering total. Let it be noted, this is just the revenue from viewership, not including any tips. For instance, in certain eastern regions known for oil extraction, those individuals are truly wealthy. Indeed, Brother Hao is truly remarkable. Li Haoran chuckled wryly, taking a deep breath before stating gravely, I suddenly feel somewhat regretful.
100 seems a bit too modest, it should be 1,000.
The crowd, however, upon further reflection, it does indeed seem that even 1,000 might be insufficient.
I am currently quite disappointed, exceedingly disappointed. From a distant high-rise in the city center, I wife Shanair could observe the multitude below. Simultaneously, he noticed the busy inspectors, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. A mere petty criminal has rendered them so flustered. I genuinely question their professionalism, for they are tarnishing the reputation of our inspection industry. Beside him, Yamamoto Gojo smiled slightly, calmly sipping his drink before responding slowly, the people of Huaxia have always regarded inspections and firefighting as a matter of responsibility. However, it appears that mere responsibility is insufficient to meet the public's expectations. Then, Mr. Yamamoto, when shall we take action?
I wife Shanair turned to him, his gaze flickering.
Just wait. Don't you think that heroes always emerge at pivotal moments?
Yamamoto Gojo replied, whether in films or television dramas, supporting characters often appear first as cannon fodder, while the hero saves them just as they are about to perish. Upon hearing this, I wife Shanair smiled. Although Yamamoto's words did not specify anyone, they were profoundly clear. As they conversed, the sky gradually darkened.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Suddenly, an unexpected voice jolted everyone to attention, prompting them to look towards the distance. They beheld a young man in white holding a microphone at the entrance of a nearby mall. The inspectors scrutinized the white-clad youth, their expressions filled with suspicion. Each of them was on high alert, fearing the slightest mishap. Nevertheless, such scenes were commonplace at mall entrances, whether for major promotions or other events. Indeed, the next words from the young man confirmed their suspicions.
Live promotions, all items at 20% off, all items at 20% off.
It seems that Qin Hao truly will not appear here.
Inside a police car, Wang Bing frowned, stating tersely. Until the final moment, no one can predict what will transpire. The voice of Elder Yun Tian echoed through the earpiece. To commemorate this promotional event, the mall has decided to set off fireworks in celebration.
The young man's voice continued, yet many paid little heed, as the structure of Liuzhou City was rather intricate. Thus, during festivals or joyous occasions, firecrackers were often set off in celebration. Of course, top-tier cities had long prohibited firecrackers, leaving only more complex or remote cities to witness fireworks. Additionally, we have considered that many individuals may have poor eyesight. Therefore, we have procured the rights to use the central plaza's large screen, ensuring everyone can view it clearly.
Upon hearing this, many people paused in their tracks. Fireworks were nothing extraordinary. However, acquiring temporary rights to the Central Plaza's large screen specifically for the fireworks was rather peculiar. Interesting. Within the inspection team, Elder Yun Tian's eyes glinted momentarily, a faint smile gracing his lips. I must say, today's merchants are indeed impressive. They understand that the fireworks may not draw crowds since such displays are no longer novel in this era, so they utilize the large screen to capture attention. Moreover, in more distant areas, such as couples, spouses, and even passers-by, curiosity will pique their interest, wondering why fireworks are being set off or wishing to watch them up close. People are inherently social beings, leading to a significant surge in foot traffic. Chapter 216 Fireworks blossom, models, and explosions on the screen. Indeed, fireworks do not cease to captivate those nearby, while those at a distance are filled with curiosity. It is evident that the merchants have astutely grasped human nature, quite impressive. Zhou Ju nodded in agreement. Exercise caution, if Qin Hao intends to strike, he will undoubtedly do so at this opportune moment. Yun Tian remarked, narrowing his eyes. Throughout the day, they had not been idle. They had scoured the entirety of Liuzhou City, searching every conceivable hiding place, including roads and alleys, yet they had found nothing. If there were any location within Liuzhou City that was particularly anomalous and likely to harbor Qin Hao, it would be the city center. The so-called street interviews were exceedingly bizarre. Understood. Wang Bing responded, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Buzz. At that moment, a visual appeared on the large screen. The instant the image emerged, everyone sensed something was amiss. The scene depicted was not one of the live event but rather a place they had never encountered before. It's happening, it's finally happening. You in the front, I suspect your mental state is questionable. At a time like this, we ought to pay our respects to the inspectors and mourn for those who are destined to perish on this program, rather than revel in excitement. Oh, come now, I know you're just as thrilled. Stop pretending. As the audience in the live stream beheld the unfolding scene, they erupted with enthusiasm. However, the individuals present were utterly bewildered. Not everyone could devote 24 hours to watching the live stream, nor did everyone lack work obligations. Thus, many were only vaguely aware of the Tianyan program and were not fixated on it. This was particularly true for those at the scene. They stood there, completely perplexed, unable to comprehend the current situation. The situation has changed. Wang Bing's expression darkened, and an ominous premonition surged within him. All inspectors, pay attention. The scene. Wang Bing's words were abruptly cut off. Bang! A tremendous firework erupted with a resounding boom, its dazzling light ascending into the sky, while clouds of smoke billowed in the wind. Boom! The beautiful fireworks blossomed against the night sky, instantly illuminating the darkness and the earth below. Wow, how beautiful! Indeed, the only time we see such displays is during the New Year. They are otherwise seldom witnessed. There's no choice, the government's regulations are exceedingly stringent. Nearly everyone at the scene maintained a posture of gazing skyward. Such grand fireworks naturally drew the attention of passers-by from afar. Regrettably, the inspectors showed no inclination to admire the fireworks, their eyes fixated on the large screen. The visuals on the big screen do not depict any fireworks, nor is there a glimmer of light. This suggests the location in the footage is likely not Liuzhou City, or perhaps it is a more remote area. Wang Bing furrowed his brow, contemplating rapidly. He could not fathom how such a fundamental error could occur during an event organized within the mall. Unless, this was not an accident at all, but rather a deliberate act. Yun Tian's words resonated clearly, causing everyone to tremble slightly. Qin Hao, the crowd nearly chorused in unison. Precisely. After an entire day of preparation, is he finally making his appearance? Furthermore, that young man in white, I suspect he may very well be Qin Hao himself. Even if he is not, he undoubtedly has intricate ties to Qin Hao. We must apprehend him at once. The moment Wang Bing heard the name Qin Hao, he had already set the inspectors in motion, hastening towards the direction of the young man in white. However, just as he initiated his movement, his peripheral vision caught a change on the big screen, causing him to halt in his tracks. Greetings, everyone. We are at the demolition site. Behind me stands an abandoned building. Originally, the demolition was scheduled for 2 days hence, but due to the requirements of the Tianyan program, we are proceeding with the demolition now. Simultaneously, based on the information and materials provided by Director Li Haoran of the Tianyan program, we have conducted a maximum simulation of the site. The screen revealed a man wearing a white hat, his expression radiating a friendly smile. The scene swiftly transitioned, revealing numerous dilapidated vehicles beneath the building, unmistakably scrap products, along with numerous small-scale models. Yet, it was evident at a glance that these were merely hastily constructed cardboard boxes. Director Li's request was rather peculiar. He instructed us to replicate a commercial street in the city center, and the placement of the timed explosives is rather unique. Everyone, please observe. The man in the white hat produced a rudimentary blueprint, pointing to the 4 corners of the building. 4 explosives have been positioned at each corner, with the final one placed in the center. This deviates slightly from the typical placement we employ during demolitions, so let us commence with the detonation. As he spoke, many spectators in the city center who had gathered to watch the fireworks shifted their attention. Although the fireworks were stunning, they paled in comparison to the spectacle of a building demolition. However, the atmosphere at the scene was not particularly favorable due to the fireworks, yet it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd.
At this moment, the inspectors were enveloped in a chilling silence, their hearts sinking. Qin Hao's previous arrangement was, in fact, a timed explosive? Chen Yalan exclaimed in disbelief. The current situation was glaringly evident. It was only when Qin Hao had completed his setup, ensuring that everything in reality met the criteria for an explosion, that the program would orchestrate such an arrangement, otherwise, it would have been utterly impossible. Boxes, flour, no, the flour is merely a superficial appearance. The explosives must be concealed within the flour. Yun Tian sighed ruefully, stating, so, what this truly means is that each explosive is crafted by completely unrelated individuals? The crowd was left speechless. They felt utterly numb, as they recalled the various materials. If the flour were to be replaced with explosives, it would indeed constitute a complete timed bomb, wouldn't it? The most astonishing aspect was that the timed explosives were not fabricated by Qin Hao himself. Rather, they were assembled from materials delivered by unsuspecting passers-by. Alas, it ultimately comes down to a single miscalculation. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Tian sighed, his expression complex. Ladies and gentlemen, let us count down together. The young man in white exclaimed loudly. 3, 2, 1. Detonate. Boom. A tremendous explosion resounded, instantly drowning out the sound of the celebratory fireworks, yet the fireworks in the sky remained fittingly spectacular. The entire scene trembled, waves of intense flames appeared to devour everything in their path. Chapter 217 of the rural chickens and tile dogs, fishing from the dock, suffering heavy losses. Boom, boom, boom. In the grand square of the city center, the thunderous roars emanated continuously from the enormous screen suspended above. It was as if the entire display trembled in sync with the tumultuous visuals. Debris flew as the dilapidated building collapsed with a deafening crash, directly plummeting onto the simulated structures and worn-out vehicles below. Bang! In an instant, dust erupted, instantly shrouding the entire scene. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded. Although such footage could be found online, it was often merely from a god's eye view in the sky. Rarely was there a perspective so immediate and visceral. The sheer shock and impact of the crumbling edifice were far more intense than watching a video online. The enormity of the screen, coupled with the overwhelming force of the moment, caused even the faint-hearted to instinctively take a step back, fearing that the rubble might leap forth from the display. B. Baka. From a distant high-rise, my wife, Shinji, and others, unceremoniously plopped down onto the ground. It was not that they lacked composure, rather, they had been admiring a beautiful woman, only for her to abruptly transform into a mere skeleton. Such a sudden jolt was unbearable for anyone. Indeed, the inspection capabilities of Huaxia are utterly inadequate. Yamamoto Goju cast a glance at the inspectors beside him, clad in impeccably tailored uniforms, armed with sniper rifles, their eyes gleaming with intensity. Then he observed the Huaxia inspectors below, disheveled and utterly pitiful, akin to rural chickens and tile dogs, so feeble. The inspectors' incompetence is one aspect, but it is also attributable to their team leader. Regaining his composure, Shinji smiled and remarked, if the leader is insufficiently skilled, as is evident with the current Huaxia inspectors, failure is inevitable. And we, on the other hand, are entirely different. Regardless of what transpires outside, we remain firmly seated on the fishing dock, which is the key to achieving ultimate victory. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Goju regarded Shinji with newfound admiration. Such words were delightful and comforting, were they not a reflection of his own sentiments? Throughout the day, they had indulged in feasting and revelry. How does the saying go, watching the clouds rise and fall? Now, we simply need to wait. Given the commotion that Qin Hao has stirred, according to the records, such reckless behavior guarantees his appearance. Yamamoto Goju surveyed the situation below and continued, in fact, I suspect that the young man in white has a 50% chance of being Qin Hao. Why? Shinji inquired curiously, if I were him, I would never dare to show up here. It is far too perilous, not to mention the inspectors below. Surely he must be aware that numerous snipers are positioned around? Precisely, hence, people tend to think in patterns. If there are snipers nearby, Qin Hao cannot be oblivious. Therefore, if I were Qin Hao, why would I not show up? After all, the inspection team has already assumed I am not present. Yamamoto Goju beamed with satisfaction. Snipers, prepare yourselves, the young man in white is now designated as a primary suspect. Should he exhibit any unusual behavior, fire immediately. Hi! The surrounding inspectors from Sakura country bowed their heads in unison. Bang! The door of the inspection team burst open, and everyone wore expressions of accustomed familiarity as they turned to see Li Haoran entering with a grave demeanor. Hee hee, it's time for my favorite segment. Here he comes, striding towards me with the grace of the wind. It's the delightful inventory time. The audience erupted in excitement upon seeing Li Haoran. However, when he spoke his first words, everyone was taken aback. This time, I am not here to conduct an inventory. Li Haoran surveyed the bewildered faces and smiled inwardly, yet wore an expression of stern seriousness. I trust you can deduce the situation? The images on the big screen do not depict mere explosions, but rather recreate the current state of the grand square. In other words, it calculates the number of individuals, items, and the extent of damage for imitation. At his words, Zhou Jun and others maintained their stoic expressions. They had already surmised this during the explosions. Would you like to hear about the losses? The crowd remained silent. The collapse of a single building has caused losses of over a dozen vehicles. Before the audience could express their astonishment, Li Haoring continued, the number of casualties may exceed 1,000, perhaps even more. Determining how many are dead, seriously injured, or lightly wounded is challenging.
However, it is undeniable that it will undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar.
Furthermore, in a location like the Grand Square, with numerous commercial establishments, the economic losses would require a different calculation altogether. The specifics may necessitate professional assessment, and we cannot provide an approximate figure at this moment. Having finished, Li Haoring cast a deep gaze at everyone. Hiss. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Losses to the populace, economic losses, either scenario was beyond what the inspection team could bear.
Of course, the reason I share this with you now is not to demoralize you, but to convey that should you fail to capture or eliminate Qin Hao, you risk being preempted by others, which could lead to an exceedingly awkward situation for you.
With that, he turned and departed. His primary purpose for being there was merely to inform them of the magnitude of the losses. Any further inventory would be conducted after the incident concluded.
Wang Bing, apprehend that young man in white.
After a prolonged silence, Zhou Jun spoke in a hoarse voice. Initially, we were uncertain whether this young man in white was indeed Qin Hao. We considered using him as bait, but now it seems the circumstances do not permit such a course of action. We must expedite the capture of Qin Hao or his accomplices, at the very least to provide an explanation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please tell me loudly, how thrilling is this? How spectacular.
Once the crowd's emotions gradually stabilized, the young man in white boomed, his microphone allowing his voice to reach every corner of the Grand Square.
Thrilling, amazing, spectacular. Thrilling.
A chorus of loud cheers erupted, accompanied by thunderous applause and whistles.
Then, please tell me loudly, do you wish to continue watching?
As the words left the young man's lips, the crowd fell momentarily silent.
What? There's more? Wow, are even the shopping centers this competitive now, resorting to demolishing buildings to capture attention, and now there's more? Absolutely, we must see more.
The crowd grew increasingly excited, even losing themselves in the moment. The inspectors stood frozen, astonished that there was indeed more to come. Chapter 218 Poor air quality, a successful ambush, and sudden disappearance. What is going on? If Qin Hao's intention was merely to inflict casualties, it seems entirely unnecessary, for given the magnitude of the previous explosion, there likely aren't many survivors left in this vicinity.
Upon hearing these words, Wang Bing's expression shifted dramatically. He never engages in futile endeavors. Think carefully.
Yun Tian's voice resonated. Since Qin Hao's arrival, when has he ever acted without purpose? Thus, there must be a compelling reason behind his actions.
The air here is truly dreadful.
Wang Bing felt as though his mind might explode, particularly with the acrid scent lingering in the air after the fireworks.
Moreover, a strange mist had appeared around them seemingly out of nowhere. However, he paid no heed and organized the inspection teams to surround the entire square. Regardless of whether the young man in white was Qin Hao or not, they intended to subdue him first. Such immense casualties demanded accountability. Are those the inspection team members? What brings them here? Could it be that Brother Hao is present? Even if we broadcast live, we can't locate Brother Hao. Some onlookers, upon spotting Wang Bing, exclaimed in surprise.
They were entirely unaware that, according to the Tianyan program's assessment, they were already counted among the deceased.
Good day, sir. We are from the Tianyan program.
Your current actions have significantly violated the regulations of the show, as everything you have displayed constitutes a crime, at least within the context of the program.
Therefore, you are now a suspect. We kindly request that you accompany us.
Wang Bing approached the young man in white with a serious demeanor and spoke in a low voice.
Oh, may I wait until the final show concludes?
The young man nodded absent-mindedly, neither confirming nor denying, but rather posing a perplexing question.
That is not permissible.
Wang Bing shook his head sternly, just then realizing that the young man's physique was nearly identical to Qin Hao's. He subtly nodded towards the inspection team members nearby. Regardless of the young man's willingness, he would forcibly take him away. Even if he were not Qin Hao, someone must be held accountable for such grave offenses.
Ah, dear audience, I initially thought to enjoy this final show with you, but it seems that will not be possible.
The young man turned to the throngs of people around him, letting out a sigh.
However, fear not, for even in my absence, you shall still witness it.
Upon uttering these words, Wang Bing's gaze sharpened, fixated intently on the young man.
Meanwhile, on a nearby skyscraper. Sniper, prepare.
Wu Zai Makoto and others had regained their composure, especially upon seeing Wang Bing lead a group of inspectors towards the young man. They immediately issued orders.
Understood. All members of the Sakura Nation's inspection team, with grave expressions, crouched at the edge of the building. Click, click. The sounds of bullets being chambered echoed.
Remember, once it is confirmed that this individual is Qin Hao, do not hesitate, fire immediately.
Wu Zai Makoto stated solemnly as he raised his binoculars. Understood. Over 20 inspectors replied in unison. Finally, your performance is about to commence. It's not easy, but do you think our nation's inspection team can truly capture this godlike figure from Huaxia? That remains uncertain, but I have faith in Mr. Wu Zai Makoto, as well as in Mr. Yamamoto.
The audience from the Sakura Nation grew increasingly excited upon witnessing their inspection team prepare to act. Sir, I suspect your face is a disguise.
May I request a glimpse?
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Bing slowly spoke, his gaze unwavering on the young man.
Certainly. The young man nodded nonchalantly. Ha!
Wang Bing took a deep breath, then slowly reached towards the young man's face.
Rip!
A distinct sound resonated, and in the next moment, everyone beheld Wang Bing holding a mask. Qin Hao's true visage was laid bare before them. All present were left astounded. Who had ever witnessed such a revelation? However, Wang Bing and his companions were already prepared.
Click!
Wang Bing swiftly drew his pistol, aiming at Qin Hao's forehead.
Bang! The gunshot rang out.
Yet, Wang Bing's body froze. He did not pull the trigger. His gaze suddenly darted towards a nearby skyscraper, where, illuminated by the lights, he could clearly see several figures crouched atop it.
Most importantly, there glimmered a metallic sheen in the light. What the hell? Are they really resorting to such tactics, an outright ambush? The Sakura Nation's people are utterly shameless. What baffles me even more is why Brother Hao isn't fleeing. Even with numerous inspectors present, he could at least put up a struggle. The audience erupted in uproar. The majority were residents of Liuzhou City. Everyone understood what Qin Hao's demise would entail, a staggering loss of 100 billion. Moreover, if he were to be killed, it ought to be by someone from Huaxia, not by an unexpected intervention from the Sakura Nation. Was this not an opportunistic theft? Even Wang Bing felt a surge of anger. They were mere seconds away from capturing him, only to have someone swoop in and claim the prize. However, he quickly sensed something amiss, for, as the party at the center of this turmoil, Qin Hao displayed not a shred of despair. Instead, he wore a smile. In the next moment, Wang Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. My dear darlings, farewell.
As the words fell, Wang Bing was stunned to find that his hand had passed straight through the young man's body.
Wang Bing was utterly bewildered.
He stared blankly at his hand, as if his brain had ceased to function, questioning whether he had awoken from a dream, for how could such an absurdity occur? Looking up, he saw the young man in white smiling gently at him, uttering two words, goodbye. In the next instant, his form gradually became translucent, and almost in the blink of an eye, he completely vanished into thin air.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What on earth is happening? Damn, from now on, Brother Hao is my deity.
I am convinced he is a celestial being, merely using magic to conceal his divine abilities.
Brother Hao, and you still claim you are not a celestial being?
The audience was left in disbelief, unable to trust their own eyes.
It was surreal, utterly surreal. A living person, yet in an instant, disappeared without a trace. There were no warnings. Not even a drama would dare to portray such a scene. This could easily be a classic moment in a science fiction film.
A gasp reverberated, echoing throughout the atmosphere. Thousands felt their scalps tingle and their bodies chill. The scene erupted into chaos, everyone utterly dumbfounded. They had known that Brother Hao practiced magic, and indeed, it was of an extraordinary caliber. But now, is this truly magic? This was unequivocally a ruse to mask celestial prowess. Chapter 219 vanished from the realm, life streets abound. Although I am uncertain how this transpired, it must be some form of illusion.
Requesting immediate assistance. This is the inspection team, requesting support. Qin Hao must be nearby.
Wang Bing, a seasoned individual accustomed to grand spectacles, snapped back to reality after a brief moment of astonishment, urgently seizing the walkie-talkie to speak in a grave tone. However, to his surprise, the earpiece remained eerily silent.
Team leader, are you there?
Wang Bing frowned, perplexed, and continued to inquire. Still, no response echoed back. Even he could sense something was amiss. The surrounding atmosphere felt oppressive, thick with the scent of sweat and the remnants of fireworks. Yet, these odors were trivial to him. Having endured far worse scenarios, however, he detected a peculiar scent, one that instilled a sense of unease within him.
Can someone explain what is happening? Indeed, didn't Brother Hao just leave? Why aren't they apprehending him? Goodness, even with my considerable intellect, I am utterly bewildered. In stark contrast to the explosive reactions of the live audience, those in the streaming room were left in a state of confusion.
Even within the inspection team, silence reigned supreme.
What has befallen them?
Inside the inspection team, every subgroup was fixated on the surveillance footage, their brows furrowed in deep contemplation, expressions laden with confusion. For in their eyes, as Wang Bing pursued Qin Hao, the latter merely took a single step back, yet, that solitary step seemed to create an insurmountable chasm, with Wang Bing gesturing at thin air. Strange, even more perplexing was the sight of Qin Hao striding away from the scene, while Wang Bing and all present, be they inspectors or other spectators, remained fixated on his original position, as though he had never moved at all. Bizarre, if Qin Hao's earlier display was akin to a marvelous trick, this could only be described as uncanny, or perhaps, celestial magic. It was incomprehensible, utterly incomprehensible.
Wang Bing, can you hear me? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow and questioned through the walkie-talkie.
Yet, his voice seemed to vanish without a trace, met with utter silence. Were it not for the inspection recorder capturing the sounds of Wang Bing and his colleagues, he might have suspected a total collapse of the unit. Even the other inspectors offered no response. In an instant, the entire inspection team was enveloped in an eerie fog. Skills team, magician, analyze this situation. After a brief pause, Zhou Jun regained his composure and spoke slowly.
I am uncertain.
Qin Hao possesses an overwhelming array of abilities, yet few can create such a spectacle, thus, I cannot provide an immediate answer. Ding Xian, the magician, stated, her brow knitted in thought. However, considering the audience's reactions, it is likely they witnessed something profoundly shocking, while we have not. I suspect this may be the result of some kind of drug. With the advancements in medical technology, hallucinogens could achieve such effects, though they would require a substantial dosage, especially given the large crowd. The combination of fireworks residue and the drug indeed presents a feasible approach. What did you say? Zhou Jun instinctively turned to the skills team, incredulity etched across his face. The rest also turned to listen, equally astonished. What the hell is this guy talking about? Absurd, utterly absurd. I just want to know, where can I buy this drug? I have a bold idea. Upon hearing Ding Xian mention the drug, the audience erupted. Reporting to the team leader, this is Wang Bing, the individual is Qin Hao, I request immediate assistance. Reporting to the team leader, this is Wang Bing. The individual is Qin Hao, I request immediate assistance. At that moment, Wang Bing's grave voice resonated within the inspection team. Wang Bing, please describe what you encountered. Zhou Jun's expression brightened, urgently inquiring. Yet again, his voice fell into the abyss, receiving no reply. At this moment, even he felt a chill coursing through him. The audience's nerves were on edge, as if a cold breeze swept past their ankles. It appeared that ever since Wang Bing approached Qin Hao, events had spiraled into the realm of the bizarre, completely out of control. Baka, no wonder the Chinese inspection team cannot capture Qin Hao. It is not that he is exceptionally strong, but rather that the Chinese inspection is deliberately letting him slip away. Ah, this is unbearable. It is nothing but a farce. I thought Qin Hao was formidable, yet it comes to this? Ha! Indeed, the Chinese are notorious for their boasting. In the streaming room of Sakura Country, the audience bombarded the screen with comments, yet soon, the reactions of Yamamoto Goju and his companions left the Sakura audience in stunned silence. Baka! This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Does China truly possess immortals? Where is my O2 man? Why has he not appeared? On the high-rise, Ikuya Shinji, Yamamoto Goju, Wagong Stone, and even other inspectors from Sakura Country were left dumbfounded, stunned, utterly stunned, for they witnessed with their own eyes someone vanish right before them. Hiss, so this is Qin Hao? I suddenly believe the information in the files, perhaps he truly possesses such skills. Ikuya Shinji's expression was dazed, as if he were gazing upon a deity indeed. From their perspective, it was clear that Wang Bing's hand had grasped Qin Hao's arm, yet it passed right through him. Following that, Qin Hao vanished, completely disappearing from this realm as if he had never existed. Even the snipers, who stood nearby with cold expressions and were ready to fire, were drenched in cold sweat. They had just fired shots. If the production team offered no indication of his demise, it meant they seemed to have shot at Qin Hao without truly hitting him, as the production team had not declared him dead. Could it be that Qin Hao is a ghost? Pat, pat, pat. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps slowly approached from behind them. The group froze, a chill running down their spines. Stiffly, they turned to look, nearly popping their eyes out in shock, for standing behind them was none other than Qin Hao. Oh, aren't you the country that enjoys a good life? You all have come too? Qin Hao said with a smile, speaking casually. Audience, what the hell does enjoying a good life even mean? Chapter 220 Throwing Bombs at Cherry Blossoms, Jacques commentary. Who are you? Qin Hao? My wife, Janaire, stared in shock at the slowly approaching Qin Hao, her entire being taken aback. Instinctively, she turned to glance at the spot below where Qin Hao had just vanished. Wait, you are? On the rooftop of the tall building, all the inspectors from Sakura Country wore expressions of utter disbelief. One moment, he had vanished into thin air, the next, he appeared right before their eyes. What kind of speed is this, a ghost? Here, take this. At that moment, Qin Hao smiled and slowly pulled something from his pocket. When everyone saw what it was, a chill ran down their spines, and their scalps tingled. What the hell, is that a bomb? Where did this guy get that? Most crucially, as inspectors, they were well acquainted with such devices. This was a real bomb, not a mere prop from the production crew. Click. Qin Hao extracted a lighter and quickly ignited the bomb, then, it soared through the air in a graceful parabolic arc, hurtling towards the inspectors of Sakura Country at breakneck speed. Baka! Janaire and the others' eyes widened in horror, and they cursed aloud. How shameless, never have they seen such audacity. While we are using props, you choose to use the real deal? Get down! The inspectors of Sakura Country all dropped to the ground, acutely aware that, at this distance, even lying down might not guarantee survival. But at the very least, it was better than jumping off the building. Jumping would surely mean certain death. Hee. Qin Hao shook his head and chuckled, and in the next moment, his body vanished once more. Boom! Just as he disappeared, the upper part of the building erupted in flames. Many spectators below turned their heads to look. So this was the second wave of the show. What the hell? What are Captain Wang Bing and the others doing? Just watching Brother Hao leave like that. This is insane, completely insane. Honestly, I am more and more bewildered. As the perspective shifted, the audience observed Wang Bing and others stepping forward, performing for the air. Qin Hao walked past them, yet they remained utterly unresponsive, as if they couldn't see him at all. Strange. Huh? What are these inspectors from Sakura Country doing? Is this a drill? Damn it, these guys are so theatrical, it's ruining our view of Brother Hao. The audience murmured among themselves. Suddenly, the inspectors from Sakura Country appeared to witness some great horror. Their expressions drastically altered as they all lay flat on the ground. If one looked closely, they could even see a couple of them wetting their pants. This must be some sort of hallucinogenic agent. At that moment, commentator Zhao Kuo reappeared, speaking solemnly. Look at Wang Bing and the others alongside the other inspectors, including those from Sakura country. They are merely seeing the deepest fears within their hearts. However, the outcome has been altered by Qin Hao's agent, meaning at this moment, they might be witnessing something utterly unfathomable. Upon hearing this, the audience was momentarily taken aback, pondering deeply.
Principal Zhao Kuo, from what we understand, many so-called hallucinogenic agents are merely fraudulent advertisements. Does this truly exist, and can it really affect so many people? Could you elaborate?
Well, Zhao Kuo frowned slightly as he glanced at the barrage of comments, contemplating for a moment before responding. Hallucinogenic agents indeed exist, but the advertisements you see on the street are pure nonsense.
True hallucinogenic agents are exceedingly difficult to produce. I wonder if you have noticed the air at the scene.
Upon hearing this, a barrage of question marks flooded the live stream. I personally feel that the fireworks are not merely meant to attract crowds. These hallucinogenic agents are transmitted through the AI or DI. In other words, there is likely a genuine secret hidden within the fireworks. Of course, this is merely my current speculation, as I am not an expert in this field.
Hiss. Everyone inhaled sharply, dumbfounded. Had Zhao Kuo not mentioned it, even with 8 heads, they would never have figured it out. Impressive, I didn't expect it to be like this. Does it mean that those seemingly insignificant fireworks are actually crucial? Hidden within them is a hallucinogenic agent? Actually, I have another question regarding the timed bombs. Brother Hao and his team utilized ordinary individuals to create multiple timed bombs. If this is the case, do those bystanders know they are committing a crime?
Indeed, however, I personally believe this should already constitute a crime, even if they are unaware, as it still causes significant harm.
Moreover, how did Brother Hao know those being interviewed would act as he instructed?
Soon, the audience in the live stream raised yet another question. Actually this question highlights many people's blind spots regarding the law. Zhao Kuo smiled slightly, stating calmly, in ordinary cases, one could apply the principle of ignorance of the law, but in instances of great magnitude, this principle is clearly untenable. Yes, even if you are unaware, it still constitutes a crime, and in this case, it is purely aiding and abetting, with no possibility of evading responsibility. After all, with thousands of deaths and injuries, the enormous economic losses require many to bear the burden, and neither the law nor the families of the deceased will let them off easily.
Can one simply escape with a claim of ignorance? Everyone is an adult and must naturally be accountable for their actions.
The audience fell silent for a moment, reflecting that, if this were to occur in reality, the outcome for those individuals would likely not be favorable.
And all because of just a few $1,000s.
As for why Qin Hao could be certain that those interviewed would follow his instructions, at this point, Zhao Kuo paused slightly, revealing a mysterious smile as he continued, don't forget, Qin Hao's hacking skills make investigating someone's life a trivial task.
This hardly requires further explanation, does it?
The audience instinctively nodded. Indeed, there was no need for further elaboration. They had almost forgotten about Brother Hao's hacking prowess. Once one possesses this, in today's digital age, acquiring an individual's information is astonishingly simple. One can only say, to achieve all this, one must possess the formula for the hallucinogenic agent, along with peak hacking skills. Both are indispensable.
Zhao Kuo chuckled softly, gradually saying, I suspect that just 2 inspection teams would never be able to capture Qin Hao unless they deployed heavy weaponry and attacked him unexpectedly.
Meanwhile, as Zhao Kuo was analyzing this situation, Wang Bing and the others returned to their vehicle with grim faces. At that moment, he felt no bitterness, only a profound sense of bewilderment. For he simply could not fathom how Qin Hao had accomplished all this. If someone could achieve such feats, could they still be considered human? He furrowed his brow, pondering as he drove.
Wang Bing? Wang Bing, did you hear that?
Suddenly, in his daze, Wang Bing heard a familiar voice beside him.
Ha!
Wang Bing was momentarily stunned, thinking carefully, and then his eyes widened. This was
Team Leader Zhou Jun's voice? I heard. Wang Bing hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie.
Wang Bing, you have already been exposed to the hallucinogenic agent. Quickly return to the scene. You might still find Qin Hao's whereabouts.
Hurry! Zhou Jun's voice was filled with urgency. Boom! At that moment, those words exploded in Wang Bing's ears. He instinctively slammed down on the accelerator, the police car emitting a piercing sound.
What did you say? Wang Bing's face was filled with disbelief, his voice trembling.
Chapter 221 EU Huaxia people master illusions and biological weapons.
I assert that all of you, yes, everyone present, have fallen victim to this. I comprehend that it may sound incredible, yet this is the undeniable truth. Zhou Jun's voice resonated slowly, gravely stating, ordinary fireworks could never produce such an immense cloud of smoke, particularly those in canisters. We suspect that there exists within those fireworks a substance akin to a hallucinogen, compounded by the fact that your perception was entirely manipulated by him, leading you to unwittingly succumb.
How is that possible? Wang Bing exclaimed, astonished.
It is important to note that he is an instructor in the special forces, and few can rival him in terms of steadfast will, yet, even he could be ensnared. Is that not absurd? However, after speaking, he abruptly fell silent, for he had indeed detected an unusual scent at the onset, that was certainly not the aroma of fireworks. Otherwise, why do you suppose Qin Hao orchestrated those fireworks? Was it merely to attract a crowd? That was merely incidental. The true essence lies within the hallucinogenic agent embedded in the fireworks. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing appeared dazed, yet he swiftly turned towards the square, fully aware that Qin Hao could not possibly still be there. At this moment, the inspection team was engulfed in a cloud of despair. The countenances of all present were darkened, their brows furrowed tightly in concern. Thus, it is the hallucinogenic agents and hacking techniques that facilitated Qin Hao's string of seemingly flawless maneuvers.
Zhou Jun's complexion was ashen. It is too late, far too late. Zhou Jun shook his head in resignation.
Had they suspected earlier, they would not have permitted Qin Hao to escape. The crux of the matter is, having committed such a significant act, Qin Hao will undoubtedly opt for a swift departure from Liuzhou City.
Once he evades capture, apprehending him will become exceedingly arduous.
An immediate silence enveloped the group, who could have anticipated that Qin Hao possessed such bizarre capabilities. Moreover, his prowess was formidable, it was utterly unpreventable. At present, the only course of action available to us is to seal off all checkpoints in Liuzhou City and conduct thorough inspections. Although it may be tedious, we can ensure that Qin Hao does not escape. Yun Tian spoke after a deliberation among the analysis group. It appears that this is our only viable option. Zhou Jun nodded, but before he could finish his statement, a flurry of hurried footsteps erupted outside.
Bang!
In the next moment, a cacophony of rapid footsteps resounded from beyond the door.
Baka! I must report, you Huaxia people wield illusions. This is far from normal.
I, Matsuri Shinji, from the Sakura Nation's inspection team, burst through the door. It was evident that each of them appeared somewhat pale, and some were even trembling. Such was the extent of their fright.
Puffed, ha ha ha. Goodness, these individuals are utterly comical. Darn, these are the top inspectors from the Sakura Nation, and this is the outcome. How disappointing.
The audience erupted into laughter at the spectacle. To be candid, the Sakura Nation's inspection team had previously been perched on the rooftop of the building, setting up tables and even dining and drinking, exuding an air of superiority, presumed to be formidable. Yet, they had not anticipated that they would end up soiled. Indeed, keen-eyed spectators noted that one or two members of the Sakura inspection team had visibly dampened their trousers.
What did you witness?
Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, yet out of humanitarian concern, he inquired softly. We saw Qin Hao vanish from the spot, and in the next moment, he appeared atop the building. We also witnessed him carrying explosives, which he hurled at us. Matsuri Shinji recounted in a low, troubled tone. It was not that they were incapable, rather, the stratagem employed was exceedingly underhanded. Though they eventually realized it was an illusion, the initial shock was genuinely terrifying. After all, even the most elite individuals would reveal their humanity when confronted with explosives.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback.
He had not anticipated that Qin Hao's hallucinogenic agent could manifest in such a manner. Does this imply that Wang Bing and the others had witnessed a similar scene? The explosives were thrown at them? I believe that if it were in reality, Brother Hao might genuinely contemplate such an action.
The audience found even greater amusement in this revelation.
How should one articulate it? The Huaxia people harbored a long-standing enmity towards the Sakura Nation. Although changes have occurred over time, the fundamental truths remain unaltered. Therefore, witnessing the misfortune of the Sakura inspection team brought a sense of joy. You Huaxia people's conscience has greatly deteriorated, to allow us to capture an individual adept in illusions. Is this not absurd? I suspect that Qin Hao is a biological weapon developed by your side.
Matsuri Shinji, perhaps feeling humiliated, solemnly stated.
Firstly, the so-called biological weapon you speak of does not exist. Qin Hao is not a product of our research. Did you not peruse the materials we provided you earlier? Zhou Jun replied, shaking his head in disbelief, continuing, well, this is the situation. Should you wish to collaborate, we welcome it. If you intend to create trouble, then you have come to the wrong place. They distinctly remembered how the Sakura inspection team had previously boasted about capturing Qin Hao within 3 days, denigrating the Huaxia inspection team. They had made no secret of their disdain, and now, offering them a modicum of respect was already a considerable concession.
We shall see. Matsuri Shinji's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he turned to leave.
These fellows. Zhou Jun observed their departing figures, shaking his head in resignation. He then turned to the other groups, speaking slowly, let us not allow this incident to affect our focus. We must commence preparations to prevent Qin Hao from escaping Liuzhou City.
Understood.
The team members nodded solemnly in agreement.
Shinji-kun, are we truly going to abandon this?
My grandson, Seiki, sat on the sofa, gazing at the news on his phone, his expression exceedingly grim. He had discovered that numerous reports concerning the Sakura inspection team were circulating. Moreover, they were all negative. Countless screenshots and snippets depicting incidents of wetting themselves and being petrified inundated the media. Yet, what troubled him most was that these were the facts. These Huaxia people, it is no wonder they claim we cannot capture him. They seek to humiliate our Sakura Nation. I suspect this is a scheme they had long ago devised.
Yamamoto Goju narrowed his eyes, speaking slowly. Why do you think our Sakura Nation was the first to pursue Qin Hao? At this declaration, the others jolted, suddenly directing their attention towards Yamamoto.
I believe that Qin Hao must be a biological entity developed by the Huaxia. This time, they publicly claim it is for the Heavenly Eye program, yet in truth, they are showcasing their technological weaponry to the international community. Otherwise, how could that so-called hallucinogenic agent be so potent? I have never encountered anything like it. I suspect it functions through brainwave interference.
Upon hearing this, even the audience from the Sakura Nation inhaled sharply, taken aback. Chapter 222 The Arrival of Ninja de Xiangwan, Unfettered and Reckless. What a shock, I truly did not anticipate this. If the information provided to us by the Huaxia inspection team is indeed accurate and aligns closely with our investigations, then the likelihood of Qin Hao being a bioengineered human is significantly high. My wife, Shinji, remarked thoughtfully. Currently, Qin Hao is no longer someone we can contend with. Are the Huaxia people not eager to flaunt their strength? Yamamoto 52 smiled faintly, stating, Fortunately, when we reported our team members previously, we included everyone we could potentially summon. Now is the time to activate them. Does Huaxia believe that our Sakura Nation is devoid of capable individuals? Wrong, utterly mistaken. Upon hearing this, my grandson Shirshir's body trembled slightly, expressing his astonishment. Are you suggesting that we invite the Onmyoji from our Sakura Nation? Indeed, and not just the Onmyoji, but also the top-tier ninjas. I have already extended the invitations, and they should be arriving today. Yamamoto nodded solemnly. Ah, so this is Huaxia. The air quality is truly appalling. I feel as if I can hardly breathe. A man of slightly shorter stature, adorned in a black mask, emerged from the airport, inhaling the outside air with a furrowed brow. His voice was not particularly loud, and coupled with the surrounding clamor, no one seemed to hear him. However, even if someone had, the ordinary citizens present would have been helpless. For this diminutive figure is, in fact, a top ninja from Sakura Nation, de Xiangwan. Many believe that ninjas are mere legends, or the exaggerated fabrications of television dramas hailing from Sakura Nation. Yet, they are indeed real. Moreover, ninjas have consistently served as a hidden ace for Sakura Nation. Every ninja belongs to a family, a ninja clan. They remain inconspicuous and have never revealed their existence, hence their obscurity. One might wonder why they have never been exposed. The answer is simple: they often operate in the shadows, possessing exceptional assassination skills and methods of self-destruction. Once a ninja is deployed, either the target perishes or they meet their own demise. Such is their prowess. Thus, even though many high-ranking officials from various countries are aware of the existence of such entities in Sakura Nation, they are unable to gather any evidence. Of course, the ninjas of reality are not as exaggerated as depicted in films and dramas. There are no wall-walking techniques or smoke escapes. They simply undergo rigorous training from a young age, resulting in agile bodies, formidable personal combat capabilities, and swift speeds, supplemented by their mastery of specialized throwing knives, known as kunai. To put it grandly, one could say that you would never know how many kunai a ninja might carry on them. I never expected that a mere Qin Hao could cause you incompetent fools such headaches, to the extent that you risked inviting me out of retirement. Sigh, the higher-ups in Sakura Nation are truly deteriorating. De Xiangwan sighed inwardly as he exited the airport. Upon raising his head, he spotted Yamamoto and my wife, Shinji, near a police car, scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing him, their faces lit up with joy as they strode over with purpose. Mr. de Xiangwan, you have finally arrived. Yamamoto and Shinji expressed their utmost respect, for the status of ninjas in Sakura Nation is exceedingly high. Particularly for de Xiangwan, who is a paragon among ninjas. You all are becoming increasingly disappointing. You cannot even handle a mere ordinary person from Huaxia. De Xiangwan stated flatly, his demeanor calm. Ah, it is indeed our shortcoming. Yamamoto replied, feeling helpless. It would not be prudent to claim that the enemy was too formidable, as that would only inflate their confidence and undermine their own authority. However, that individual seems to possess illusionary techniques. After our analysis, we suspect that this Qin Hao may very well be a bioweapon developed by Huaxia. Shinji said, his expression grave. Oh? Upon hearing this, de Xiangwan narrowed his eyes, suddenly intrigued. If it were merely an ordinary person, he would not have been interested. He considered himself a strong individual and held no regard for the weak. Where is he? De Xiangwan inquired in a low voice. The target has currently gone dark. We are uncertain of his whereabouts. However, I personally recommend that we wait for the Onmyoji to arrive before taking action. Yamamoto hesitated, knowing that the arrival of the Onmyoji might still require some time. If it were only a ninja, he would feel uncertain. Are you questioning my abilities? De Xiangwan's voice turned icy. Once the Onmyoji is within my reach, their fate is sealed. In reality, all the flamboyant techniques are ultimately ineffectual. No, Mr. De Xiangwan, Qin Hao's current reputation is monumental, and many nations are keeping a close watch. I merely believe that acting together would be more prudent. Yamamoto hastily shook his head. After all, this concerns our Sakura Nation's reputation on a global scale. Upon hearing this, de Xiangwan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. In that case, allow me to experience the wonders of Huaxia. I have heard that there are many unique aspects here. I have grown weary of the women of Sakura Nation, yet I have never had the pleasure of indulging in Huaxia women. De Xiangwan stroked his chin, chuckling. I have heard that women in Huaxia are fiercely independent and quite assertive. I find such traits appealing. Yamamoto, Shinji, he was relieved that he had not initiated a live broadcast, otherwise, there was no doubt they would have been trending on social media. Huaxia today is not the Huaxia of yore, vulnerable and easily bullied. Should things go awry, it could indeed spark a conflict. While he harbored similar thoughts, he would not voice them. Very well. Yamamoto replied with a smile as he drove along the road. In Huaxia, there are indeed many unique establishments, such as foot massage parlors and various spas. Some of these places engage in less than savory activities. I must say, Huaxia is not sufficiently free, having to operate these businesses in secrecy and even illegally. This is incomparable to our Sakura nation. As the trio conversed, the vehicle halted outside a foot massage parlor. After such a busy few days, we certainly ought to take a moment to rest, especially since there is no live broadcast. Yamamoto murmured to himself, seemingly justifying his actions. He had come to welcome assistance, so the presence or absence of a live broadcast was inconsequential. However, he was aware that the surveillance team from the Tianyan program could monitor their activities. Yet, what could they do? This group of individuals is truly infuriating. Back at the Tianyan program's control room, Li Haoran's expression turned dark, his demeanor exuding arrogance, truly too brazen. They dared to openly discuss the people of Huaxia. What was even more exasperating was that these two had ventured to a foot massage parlor. Director Li, should we not respond to their actions? A staff member asked, unable to contain their indignation. There is nothing we can do. The foot massage parlor is, by nature, a leisure venue. As long as they do not engage in overtly inappropriate conduct, we cannot intervene. Li Haoran replied, shaking his head helplessly. Surely we cannot warn them simply for discussing the people of Huaxia? Would that not result in a multitude of online critics facing dire consequences? The others nodded in agreement, though their frustration simmered beneath the surface, yet, in the interest of fairness, they felt powerless to act. Wait a moment. At that moment, Li Haoran appeared to have made a discovery, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 223 A Fortuitous Encounter. Yamamoto's devious scheme, Qin Hao, adorned with a human skin mask, meandered down the bustling street, lost in contemplation. According to the regulations set forth by the production team, an increasing number of national inspection teams will soon arrive, which could spell trouble for me. Furrowing his brow, he surveyed the passers-by, murmuring quietly to himself. Suddenly, a police car sped past him, leaving him momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on a police vehicle stationed not far from the entrance of the foot massage parlor, emblazoned with a conspicuous title. Heaven's Eye Inspection Team. Good gracious, I can't believe this. Do they really think I'm here for a foot massage? Qin Hao instinctively glanced up at the parlor, a look of incredulity on his face. Brothers, I suspect the inspection team has deliberately come to the foot massage parlor. What do you think? Ah, now that you mention it, I'm not feeling tired anymore. I know this place. The skills of the technician on the 6th floor are exceptional. Hey, experienced driver upstairs, please share the details. Upon hearing Qin Hao's remarks, the audience in the livestream erupted with excitement. Men, after all, are drawn to beauty, and this is undeniably natural. Is it mere lust? Not at all. Scientific studies indicate that appreciating beauty contributes positively to one's health, just as women enjoy admiring handsome men. It is simply a matter of joy and an appreciation for aesthetics. What is wrong with that? Something feels off. The inspection team hasn't mobilized yet. However, it wasn't long before the viewers realized their oversight. After searching the vicinity, they found no inspection team broadcasting from the foot massage parlor's location. Wait, it's actually the team from Sakura country? At that moment, Qin Hao exclaimed in surprise. The crowd turned their attention, and indeed, there stood Yamamoto and my wife, Shinji, accompanied by a Sakura national they had never seen before. Most notably, this individual exuded an air of pretentiousness, clad entirely in black and wearing a dark mask. Generally speaking, such a manner of walking would easily get one beaten back home. Qin Hao squinted at the duo entering the foot massage parlor, chuckling softly. Simultaneously, he scanned his surroundings once more, growing increasingly astonished. He had not discerned any other inspectors nearby. There were no hidden sentinels in sight. What is going on? Qin Hao furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed by the situation. Did they not realize that it was perilous for the leader to be wandering alone? Subsequently, he meticulously scrutinized the area surrounding the foot massage parlor once again, ultimately arriving at a conclusion that was hard for him to accept. There were truly no traps or setups. Are they here to offer themselves as sacrifices? Qin Hao rubbed his hands together with excitement, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Others might think I'm cheating. This is far too coincidental. Just as he contemplated presenting the inspection team with a gift, he unexpectedly bumped into the leader who was out for a stroll. Moreover, it was the leader from Sakura country. Whether out of humanitarian concern or national duty, it was imperative that he eliminate them. I just inquired with the production crew, and they informed me that Yamamoto and Shinji are here to receive a renowned expert from Sakura country. Pfft, an expert? Don't be ridiculous. Would the first stop for an expert be the inspection team or the foot massage parlor? Clearly, they are amateurs. Sakura nationals are like this. They appear amicable on the surface, yet are quite malicious behind the scenes. Once the audience grasped the truth, laughter erupted in the live stream. Although the two leaders were not broadcasting live, the day they assumed their roles was tantamount to engaging in a battle against criminals. Regardless of whether they were live streaming, they remained leaders from Sakura country. Thus, Qin Hao's intentions to confront them were entirely justified, and the same applied to De Xiangwan. As for the potential ambush by the inspection team within the foot massage parlor, Qin Hao deemed the likelihood to be virtually non-existent. First and foremost, he had never visited this foot massage parlor nor even the nearby vicinity. Arriving here had merely been an unconscious act. Even if the inspection team possessed extraordinary abilities, they could not possibly anticipate his presence here.
Moreover, even if the inspection team were to search the foot massage parlor, there would undoubtedly be numerous hidden inspectors in the vicinity. It would be utterly irrational to funnel everyone into the parlor simultaneously.
Such an operation would be downright absurd. While I may not know who is accompanying that leader from Sakura country, it matters not. What is crucial is that they are undoubtedly all part of the Sakura inspection team. Qin Hao chuckled, his eyes glimmering as he slowly extended his hand, forming a fist. Then let us eliminate them together. I can guarantee that tomorrow's Sakura country news will feature a headline. Shock. The leader from Sakura country was actually killed in a foot massage parlor. Could this be a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? The audience, if there's anyone to commend, it would certainly be you. Comrades, I need to ponder some entertaining strategies to ensure their demise. Inside the foot massage parlor, De Xiangwan and Yamamoto reclined comfortably on a bed, exuding an aura of sheer relaxation. The soft white light illuminated the room, and a subtle fragrance lingered in the air. Before them sat three women clad in uniforms. I have heard that the Huaxia people are quite forthright, yet it seems otherwise at present. De Xiangwan remarked with a broad smile. In this day and age, who can resist the allure of money? Yamamoto retorted mockingly. The two women could not comprehend their conversation, as most service personnel were merely there to earn a living, regardless of one's origin. If you provide me with money, I shall offer you my services. It's as simple as that. What do you think if I record a video for the citizens of Sakura country? Or perhaps, I could sell it directly to their news agencies. I believe this is an excellent idea. Observing the three women engaged in tranquil massages, De Xiangwan suddenly proposed, his eyes glimmering. That sounds feasible. Yamamoto nodded in agreement. Moreover, I believe this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Hao's notoriety has grown significantly, sparking curiosity among the people of Sakura country. Continuing down this path is undoubtedly not a positive sign, thus he paused momentarily, then revealed a congenial smile. It was time to cast aspersions. He intended to showcase to the citizens of Sakura country that the Huaxia people were not as virtuous as they appeared, perhaps even more deplorable. Dear ladies, might you be willing to assist us? The compensation is a handsome sum of 100,000 Huaxia dollars. Yamamoto spoke slowly, convinced that this was an offer no one could refuse. Of course, he articulated this in the Huaxia language. What is it you require? Upon hearing his words, the three massage attendants looked up in surprise. Shortly, I wish to film a brief video, akin to your Huaxia's Douyin or similar social media platforms. When I provide you with $100,000, all you need to do is nod your heads when I swipe my card. Is that acceptable? Chapter 224. My dear lady, you surely do not wish for your husband to lose his job, do you? 100,000? In Huaxia currency? Upon hearing this figure, the three massage attendants' eyes widened in astonishment. It is hardly surprising, for to the majority of ordinary individuals, 100,000 is equivalent to an entire year's salary, or even more. As common folk, why would they not seize the opportunity to earn such a sum simply by offering a bit of assistance, provided it is not illegal? This isn't illegal, right? One of the attendants asked with a hint of concern, feeling that this sum seemed a tad too easy to acquire. Of course, it is not illegal. Anything unlawful could never be uploaded online, could it? Yamamoto replied cheerfully, displaying an amiable demeanor. Well, all right then. After a brief moment of hesitation, the two massage attendants exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Each of them stood to gain 100,000, and as long as it did not require compromising themselves or breaking the law, they were more than willing to proceed. Thank you, my lovely ladies. Yamamoto felt a surge of joy within, then glanced at De Xiangwan and my wife, Shinji, signaling them with his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves in a foot massage establishment in Huaxia, which can be considered a form of leisurely entertainment. Yamamoto took out his phone and began recording a video. Many people claim that the people of Huaxia are noble and detached from base pleasures, asserting that engaging in illicit activities here is against the law, as if only our Sakura nation allows such indulgences. In reality, this is a gross misunderstanding. Yamamoto declared with utmost seriousness, the illicit activities in Huaxia have merely been pushed underground. On the surface, they appear to be virtuous, yet beneath lies a sordid truth. And what of our Sakura nation? We boldly confront everything and lay it bare for all to see, accepting it with greater forthrightness. Perhaps you may not believe it, so allow me to demonstrate. With that, Yamamoto directed a glance at the two massage attendants. May I inquire if you are able to provide us with special services? Yamamoto smiled, and crucially, he spoke in the language of Sakura. Typically, one would not expect a massage attendant at a foot massage parlor to possess a high level of education, let alone comprehend the language of Sakura. However, recalling the earlier conversation with these two individuals, the attendants merely nodded in response. All right. They promptly took out a card reader, swiped a card, summoning a total of 300,000. Did you all see that? This is Huaxia, and it is not as lofty and unyielding as we imagined. No one would turn down money, and some may even sell themselves without hesitation for it. With that, Yamamoto concluded the video recording. As for the inner workings of the production team, he paid them no mind, fully aware that a segment of humanity harbors a fundamental flaw, believing only what they see and hear. The truth is sometimes of little importance. People prefer to revel in the downfall of others rather than admire their lofty achievements. Moreover, everything he did not contravene any regulations of the production team. Well done, Mr. Yamamoto. Xiangwan and my wife exchanged glances, their faces adorned with smiles. Humph, once I return home tonight, I shall edit this and upload it to our Sakura Nation's internet. Yamamoto chuckled with satisfaction.
Unbeknownst to them, the backstage staff monitoring their activities also bore smiles, albeit with an odd undertone. Directorly, may I inquire if the killing of offenders is unrestricted by time, place, or method, is that correct? Qin Hao stood in a nearby corner at the entrance of the foot massage parlor, curiously questioning. Indeed, Brother Hao, inspections are ongoing at all times.
Any criminal, should they possess the audacity, may theoretically take action, even now.
Li Haorun's voice transmitted from a nanodrone.
Understood.
Qin Hao nodded, his eyes shimmering with ideas as a smile crept upon his lips.
He had conceived a brilliant plan. Heh, I never imagined there would be a leader bold enough to roam alone, impressive indeed, it seems they have yet to tire of the illusions.
Ah, but Yamamoto and my wife, Shinji, are merely going to greet a skilled individual.
How could they possibly fear? Quite the point.
The audience in the livestream became electrified upon hearing the exchange between Qin Hao and Li Haorun, targeting the leader. This was precisely the spectacle they relished.
Brothers, let us await their arrival here, hoping to surprise them.
Qin Hao grinned, arms crossed. With his human skin mask donned, there was no chance they would recognize him, granting him ample opportunity for action. TSK, I initially thought he was a prominent figure from the Sakura Nation, only to find him engaging in such antics.
What a disgrace. Backstage, Li Haorun shook his head in dismay. Director Li, you must not have visited the Sakura Nation.
One staff member, unperturbed, continued, in the Sakura Nation, the class divide is quite severe. For instance, in our huaxia, employees can defy their superiors' wishes and suggestions, and even if their work remains unfinished, the worst they face is a reprimand or a deduction in pay.
Yet in the Sakura Nation, it is vastly different.
Not only do they face reprimands and pay cuts, but they may also endure physical punishment or even be compelled to kneel and apologize.
The staff member appeared lost in nostalgic recollection of the past. Is it truly that severe?
The others gasped in shock, though they were aware that the people of the Sakura Nation were exceptionally polite. This level of politeness seemed excessive.
Ahem, there is a saying in the Sakura Nation that you all should have heard.
The staff member cast a peculiar glance at everyone.
My dear lady, you surely do not wish for your husband to lose his job, do you? Silence.
Everyone stared at him in bewilderment. The phrase sounded somewhat foreign, yet upon reflection, it was strikingly familiar.
This phrase is not solely confined to films in the Sakura Nation, it permeates many aspects of their culture, as evidenced by various cinematic details and even the Olympic ceremonies. Could a normal person concoct such sinister notions?
The group fell into contemplative silence, now understanding the gravity of the situation.
Meanwhile, as the staff members conversed, Yamamoto, Xiangwan, and my wife emerged from the foot massage parlor, feeling utterly refreshed.
Indeed, Xiangwan, you are a connoisseur of pleasure.
Yamamoto beamed with delight.
No, I simply believe in relaxation. Only through profound relaxation can one unleash their full potential in battle.
Xiangwan responded earnestly, shaking his head. The trio entered their vehicle and started the engine. However, just as Yamamoto pressed the accelerator slightly, an unexpected incident unfolded. Chapter 225 of the Heavens Above, I Am the Second, a display of roguery. Bang!
With a resounding crash, both Yamamoto, who was driving with a beaming face, and Xiangwan, who was reminiscing about the massage alongside my wife, Shinji, were jolted awake. The three of them stared in shock out of the car window, only to behold a young man, pallid and sprawled before the vehicle. Particularly striking were his eyes, which seemed to brim with hatred and resentment.
Did we hit someone? Yamamoto, bewildered, instinctively glanced at the gas pedal.
Damn it, he had just pressed it down. Had the car barely started when they struck someone, he truly hadn't seen clearly. Preoccupied with starting the car, in an instant, cold sweat trickled down his brow. This was right outside the foot massage city. If word got out and the inspection team from Sakura country arrived, that would be one thing, but what he was doing inside was far more serious. The reason he wasn't concerned about the reality show's back end was that he knew they wouldn't break the rules and broadcast it.
We hit someone. Are you kidding me? Is this really the inspection team from the reality show?
Wow, the inspection team from the reality show actually came to the foot massage city. That's intriguing. It is human nature to watch a spectacle, and as soon as they sensed commotion, a large crowd gathered. After all, this was a leisure and entertainment area, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians.
Xiangwan, Shinji, what should we do?
Yamamoto was drenched in cold sweat. He had no desire to escalate the situation.
What else can we do? Pay up and leave.
Shinji frowned. If it weren't for the matters inside the foot massage city, they could have checked the surveillance footage. How could a car that had just started hit someone? But at this moment, he harbored no thoughts but to flee. Ah, the inspection team hit someone. It hurt so much. Outside the vehicle, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, startling everyone's hearts. The crowd instinctively turned to see the youth, who had been struck by the car, writhing on the ground, clutching his chest in agony.
Damn it, just go for it without any pretense? I bet that Yamamoto is utterly dumbfounded. The car just started, and he hit someone. What are the odds?
Of course, are we supposed to wait until the car is fully operational before hitting someone? That would be insane. The audience in the live stream was losing it, laughing uncontrollably.
Crack. Yamamoto exited the vehicle, his expression dark and foreboding. Are you blind? Don't you look at the road when driving, didn't you see me in front?
Qin Hao lay in the dirt, covered in dust, but he paid no mind, immediately hurling insults at Yamamoto. Yamamoto's face darkened further. Truth be told, he had never encountered such an arrogant individual in his life. He could see at a glance that the other party bore no injuries, not even a scratch, making internal damage impossible.
Ordinary in appearance, yet with an audacity that is particularly outrageous. Ibaka. Yamamoto trembled with rage, inhaling deeply.
He feared he might explode from his indignation.
Hurry up and resolve this, we can't afford to waste time.
De Xiangwan and Shinji stepped down, casting a glance at the surrounding crowd, speaking nonchalantly. Sir, my car had just started and hadn't even moved from its spot. Please do not make unfounded claims. I am part of the inspection team for the reality show.
Yamamoto was unwilling to pay and leave, primarily because he could not swallow his pride.
If the other party had shown any signs of injury, he would have conceded, but now, whether it was the state of the youth or his voice, there was no semblance of injury whatsoever. This was not how one plays the victim. What do you mean? I don't care if you're part of the inspection team, you hit me, and you're going to pay. Otherwise, I'll claim I have a headache, a stomachache, and that my whole body is in pain. Qin Hao, still on the ground, appeared brazen and arrogant, nostrils flared, putting on a display of defiance.
You!
Yamamoto was furious, his fists clenched tightly, yearning to deliver a punch to this guy. Infuriating, it was utterly infuriating, he had never endured such treatment in his life, this was the epitome of a rogue.
Everyone, look, the little Japanese is furious and wants to hit someone. Who was Qin Hao?
He could see through Yamamoto's current demeanor and movements, and he shouted even louder. Oh no, I can't take it, my head hurts, it hurts so much, if I don't get at least a few million, I can't get up.
The audience. Damn it, I'm impressed. Really, I'm genuinely impressed. Brother Hao is truly dedicated to his craft, as long as he wants to perform, there is nothing he can't do, even playing the victim with such audacity? If it were me, I'd rather pay to punch him than let this go. The audience watched Qin Hao's rogue demeanor, each one of them dumbfounded. Unreasonable. Yamamoto turned to leave.
They had no intention of compensating. In this situation, even in any location, they were justified. If all else failed, they could go to the traffic department to check the surveillance, but unfortunately, Qin Hao firmly grasped Yamamoto's thigh, applying a slight force.
Everyone, look.
He hit someone and now wants to flee. This is typical of someone from Sakura country. As Qin Hao shouted, the crowd began to murmur and point.
Ah, the world is going down the drain. This little Japanese dares to act so arrogantly in our huaxia. Brothers, what do I do if I can't hold back?
Those who hit someone must pay, don't let him get away.
The onlookers began to chime in, though even they felt the young man's state was a bit too animated.
He looked nothing like someone who had just been hit, but was that the point? No, the crucial matter was that he was from Sakura country. Who else could they scam if not him? This was an age-old grudge, it didn't matter about right or wrong, helping their own was the right choice. However, at that moment, Yamamoto's mood was entirely different, his face gradually turned ashen. It was crucial to note that Qin Hao's strength was formidable, even just a slight grip made him feel pain in his leg, as the saying goes, even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone a living person.
Yamamoto was a high-ranking figure in Sakura country, a child of destiny, his family and career were both impressive, when had he ever endured such humiliation, Yamamoto felt a surge of rage boiling within him. He cast a fierce glare at Qin Hao and bellowed, let go, or don't blame me for being rude. To be honest, he had already been holding back his temper. Look, everyone. He is about to hit me, he hit someone and 1T admitted, he is simply lawless, where is the justice? Qin Hao refused to loosen his grip, applying more force, but his mouth didn't rest, portraying the role of a rogue to perfection. Not only the audience but even the staff from the production team were left dumbfounded. Chapter 226, the miserable Yamamoto, double leader eliminated. Yamamoto felt the pain in his leg intensifying, and his face changed instantly. Especially as the crowd gathered, pointing and whispering, he felt his scalp tingle. Let go of me. In the next moment, Yamamoto exerted force, but unexpectedly, the grip was too tight, nearly causing him to fall. Damn it! He exploded. Yamamoto clenched his fists and, without hesitation, swung a punch at Qin Hao's back. However, at the instant he struck, a searing pain radiated from his thigh, coursing throughout his body. Ah! Yamamoto let out a pain scream, the force of his attack dissipating instantly. Yet in his eyes flickered a cold glint. Since you're making unfounded claims, then suffer the consequences. Yamamoto murmured to himself, enduring the pain in his left leg as he kicked out with his right foot. He believed that if this kick landed solidly, the other party would surely be crippled. Do you think I, a person from the great Sakura Empire, am so easily bullied? You should consider who you're messing with. Yamamoto sneered, envisioning the moment his kick would send that person flying, blood splattering everywhere. But just then, he felt his right foot slip, his body leaning back uncontrollably, most importantly, his left leg was still being held. Crack! Everyone heard a distinct sound of bone dislocating. Bang! Yamamoto landed hard on the ground, his entire body disoriented. He felt excruciating pain in both his waist and foot. Yamamoto-kun, are you alright? Shinji exclaimed in alarm, rushing to assist him. Don't move. Yamamoto's face turned an ashen shade, drenched in cold sweat, his voice trembling. I've twisted my waist, my foot is injured, and I think it may be broken. The crowd looked down and gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, there lay Yamamoto on the ground, one foot swollen like a steamed bun, and blood was even seeping from his waist. It was a pitiful sight, utterly wretched. Qin Hao stood up with an innocent expression, marveling at how long it had been since he had exercised. Forcing his body into such contortions had resulted in this predicament. However, it was understandable. Typically, individuals of Yamamoto's caliber rarely engaged personally. First of all, I must clarify that this has nothing to do with me. He attacked me and brought this upon himself. Qin Hao shrugged, appearing helpless. I'm dying of laughter. Good heavens, you're quite innocent. Wow, Yamamoto is in dire straits. He wanted to hit someone but nearly ended up hurting himself. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter. However, compensation is a must. Qin Hao's statement nearly sent the three into a frenzy. Despite being injured to such an extent, he still thought about compensation? Absolutely not. I want to, Shinji roared in anger, glaring fiercely at Qin Hao, but before he could finish, his words got stuck in his throat. Since you don't want to compensate, I'll just collect some interest. Qin Hao pulled out a spring knife, glinting brilliantly in the sunlight. A prop from the production team. In Shinji's astonished gaze, he charged forward. Damn it, are the Huaxia people this fierce nowadays? That thought flashed through Shinji's mind. By the time he tried to react, it was already too late. Enough! From the side, De Xiangwan bellowed, utterly shocked that he would encounter such a situation upon arriving in Huaxia. Yet, he was certain he could handle the situation. This confidence stemmed from his ninja lineage. His hands shot out like lightning, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. It's not your turn yet. Step aside. Slap. De Xiangwan felt a blur before his eyes as a slap landed on his face with astonishing speed, sending him flying. Poof. As the spring knife plunged in, Shinji was engulfed in despair, even bracing for death. Yet he felt no pain at all, standing there in a daze. In an instant, everything flashed before his eyes like a movie. He is Qin Hao, he must be Qin Hao, an ordinary person could never possess such power and speed. Before he could voice his realization, in the distance, De Xiangwan's cries could be heard as he hastily retreated. You bastard! Watching De Xiangwan flee with the speed of a rabbit, Shinji felt utterly numb. Wasn't he supposed to be the top ninja from Sakura country? Wasn't he supposed to be formidable? And yet, he fled after a single confrontation. Qin Hao observed De Xiangwan's retreating figure, his eyes flickering briefly, but he made no attempt to pursue. He had already been exposed and needed to leave quickly, a disguise mask, trading 2 liters, a bloodbath. Squeak! A supercar, executing a beautiful drift, came to a steady stop. Until we meet again. Qin Hao cast a disdainful glance at the two, leisurely getting into the car, holding a phone in his hand, waving goodbye to them. V-room. The car roared to life, launching forward, disappearing in an instant. The onlookers glanced at the 2 miserable Sakura nationals and then at the departing youth, exchanging bewildered glances. Though the situation appeared dire for the two, for some reason, they felt an inexplicable joy deep within. Yes, especially when it came to seeing Sakura nationals suffering, that brought even greater delight. Poof. Finally, someone could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. Apologies, we're professionals, it's just that we couldn't help ourselves. Ah. Baka. Suddenly, Shinji let out a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes bloodshot, consumed by rage. Baka. He was utterly furious, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, it was such an injustice. Dying without knowing why, most critically, Qin Hao had played the role too convincingly, whether it was his feeble voice, his pale complexion, or his rogue demeanor, everything perfectly suited the character of a scammer. Wait, that guy's phone. Yamamoto gritted his teeth against the pain, rummaging through his pockets, only to realize that his phone was missing. Panic surged within him, that phone contained the video he had prepared to smear dirt on others, and now he not only lost the video but also would undoubtedly be unable to continue in the show. What a disgrace, losing face in front of everyone. Wife Shinji, Yamamoto Goju, eliminated. At that moment, Li Haoren's voice echoed from the nanodrone. You're playing dirty, I protest, that was not a disguise technique. It was outright transformation. Shinji shouted loudly. How do you explain this? Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Our Huaxia's ancient traditions are always so mysterious and powerful. If you don't believe it, I can show you the replay. Perhaps you're accustomed to the soft-footed criminals from Sakura country, and it's a bit of an adjustment to capture our Huaxia's criminals. We understand, but there is nothing we can do. Our Huaxia criminals are just this fierce, even the ones playing the roles. Otherwise, why do you think it took so long to capture them? This Qin Hao is just slightly stronger than those 99 criminals, making it a bit more troublesome, but you'll get used to it. Li Haoren's voice echoed, carrying a sense of satisfaction. Shinji Yamamoto, Qin Hao is slightly stronger than the 99 criminals already caught, so, all 100 criminals in Huaxia are this formidable, or are they just slightly weaker than Qin Hao? Good heavens, that's an impressive statement, effortlessly elevating all criminals in the process. Indeed, Brother Hao is the only formidable criminal in Huaxia, but once that is said, it changes the narrative. It's as if all criminals in Huaxia are this powerful. Even more impressive is the inspection team, for they have already captured 99 such criminals. Upon hearing Li Haoren's words, the audience erupted in laughter. Damn it! Shinji clenched his fists, feeling an unbearable humiliation. It was utterly unexpected, completely beyond his defenses. Baka, hurry, take me to the hospital, I feel like my waist is done for. Yamamoto Gojo lay on the ground, his face a deep purple, too afraid to move. Any motion sent waves of searing pain through him. What were their feelings at this moment? They were furious to the point of trembling, they wished they could explode on the spot. Initially, they had planned to humiliate Qin Hao, but now it had turned into this outcome. Before long, the doctor arrived, taking one look and instantly concluding. This is a severe back strain with significant bleeding. There is a high probability that his kidneys have been injured. He may never be able to. Yamamoto Gojo felt a sweetness in his throat, his vision blackening, and he spewed a mouthful of blood, fainting immediately. The audience, this should be the most tragic of all, right? A man whose kidneys no longer function, doesn't tea that render him a shell of his former self, living would be worse than death. Most critically, this was all self-inflicted. At this moment, the inspection team of Sakura Country received the news. They were dumbfounded, stunned in place, they struggled to comprehend for a long time. You all just went to pick someone up, and instead, you ended up in a predicament. In the inspection team, every member from Sakura Country wore a grim expression. They could see everything that transpired outside the foot massage city through road surveillance. This time, we were careless. But don't worry, De Xiangwan has arrived. His choice to flee was the right one. Once the Yin Yang master arrives and we join forces, we will definitely avenge you. As they watched the miserable duo being loaded into the ambulance, Isun Zisher murmured softly. He felt a twinge of relief, thankful he hadn't gone to greet them. Otherwise, those three leaders from Sakura Country might have become a worldwide joke. On their first day in Huaxia, while officially capturing criminals, they nearly faced total annihilation. It would be quite embarrassing to speak of. Thus, before the inspection teams from other countries arrive, we must capture Qin Hao. It's still the same message, we will definitely catch him within 3 days. Listening to Isun Zisher's resolute words, Zhou Jun and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. How familiar this sounded. What a futile escape. The former team leader Sun Xiao had said it multiple times, only to be slapped in the face each time he failed to catch his target. Captain Wang Bing, have you found Qin Hao? Zhou Jun, uninterested in their conversation, picked up the intercom and asked solemnly. We found him, but the situation is a bit complicated. Wang Bing's tone was filled with hesitation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun immediately looked up, only to see the screen displaying the footage transmitted by Wang Bing. Just a glance left him frozen in place. The live stream erupted into chaos. Damn it, this is the real deal of a brute. Impressive. Thrilling. I'm exploding. I want to join Brother Hao's organization right now. What exactly did they see? Brother Hao, are we leaving Liuzhou City now? In the supercar, Yan Jun asked curiously as he drove. Don T asked where the supercar came from. It was stolen, and he felt entirely justified in doing so. No, you all go ahead. Qin Hao, sitting in the passenger seat, wore a smile, casually stating, do you think I killed those two leaders just to kill them? No, even if I hadn't encountered them, I would have sought trouble with the inspection team. Then what is it? Yan Jun's body trembled, increasingly incredulous. The main aim was to attract the inspection team's attention, to have them follow us closely. Didn't you analyze it before? There are several roads out of Liuzhou City, but the Sky Road is the safest yet most perilous route. As long as we get on the Sky Road, we might encounter a pincer attack, but if you draw all the inspection team's attention, they will tail behind us, eating our dust. Because they can't determine where I am. Qin Hao spoke slowly, a relaxed smile gracing his face, as if he controlled everything. Sizzle. Good heavens, I initially thought Brother Hao unexpectedly encountered Yamamoto. The goal was merely to kill, but now it's clear I was mistaken, that was just a side quest. So, Brother Hao's true objective is to attract the inspection team's attention? This is a masterstroke. The audience was astounded, but upon closer reflection, it made sense. The inspection team was endless, you might eliminate one, but there would always be a replacement. Is everyone else ready? Just as Yan Jun was deep in thought, Qin Hao inquired once more. Ready. Good, then we'll take the long route. Don T head directly to the Sky Road, or the inspection team will notice and intercept us, have the other brothers prepare. Additionally, drop me off at some random place, I'll leave the subsequent matters to you. Qin Hao glanced down at the phone he had picked up, finding it devoid of significant content, save for a video. He deleted it and tossed it aside. He was acutely aware that once this video was released, it would tarnish Huaxia's reputation, and the three massage girls would undoubtedly face hardship in their future lives. And they were merely trying to earn a living, they couldn't understand the Sakura language, so they hadn't committed a grave error, they merely nodded and hadn't sold their bodies or souls. How could that be such a significant wrongdoing? One could only say ignorance is no excuse. V-room. The roar of the supercar's engine echoed through the streets, capturing the attention of many passers-by. Of course, it was merely curiosity and a touch of envy, there was no way any foolish exaggerated exclamations existed. Soon, several hundred meters away, a multitude of police cars adorned with colorful lights appeared. Brother Hao, the inspection team is on our tail. Yan Jun exclaimed excitedly.
He was genuinely thrilled, never having imagined he would be able to confront the inspection team in the past. During his escapes, he had only focused on hiding. When had he ever been so brazen? This was exhilarating. Let the other brothers come out. We are just a few hundred meters from the Sky Road. Let us go. Qin Hao nodded, speaking nonchalantly. The room. Then, everyone witnessed an astonishing scene as the supercar approached the lofty heights. 6 or 7 black SUVs burst forth from various nearby corners. All lined up neatly behind the supercar, effectively creating a barrier between the police cars and the supercar. At that precise moment, the supercar in the front came to a halt for a few seconds, but no one noticed those fleeting moments. Vroom vroom. The engines roared on the highway. The windows of these SUVs were down, and each burly man held an assault rifle, aiming with precision. Chapter 227, The Boiling of Criminals. Dispatch the helicopters. What defines a man's romance? This is it. To be honest, although I am merely an ordinary person, I cannot fathom why my blood boils when I witness such a scene. I feel the same. In the live broadcast room, as all the viewers beheld the unfolding spectacle, they erupted with fervor. Perhaps everyone harbors a latent gene for violence, which may explain the enduring popularity of action films, yet it had previously been well concealed, or perhaps the law had constrained them. Captain, what should we do? Wang Bing inquired, his countenance grim as he gazed at a row of SUVs positioned over 100 meters away. The most pressing concern was that this elevated road was, in fact, a highway teeming with numerous other vehicles. This posed quite a dilemma. Within the inspection team, everyone wore a furrowed brow. The night had fallen, rendering their apprehension efforts exceedingly unfavorable. The Shangtian Road in Liuzhou is also a lengthy highway that traverses multiple provinces. Unless we mobilize police forces from other cities immediately, we cannot intercept them. Yin Tian remarked, casting a glance at the documents before him, his voice grave. However, it is evident that the Shangtian Road is too extensive, and the potential for unforeseen incidents is far too great. We cannot afford to wait. Then what about the helicopters? At this juncture, we should be able to deploy them, right? Zhou Jun asked, his brow furrowing in concern. Yes. Just then, the voice of Li Haoran emanated from the intercom, stating nonchalantly, currently, we can allocate a maximum of 3 helicopters to you. Although we strive for a 99% realism, even in reality, it is improbable to deploy too many helicopters. Otherwise, it would not be the police force required for inspections, but rather the military. Very well, having helicopters will certainly facilitate matters. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun and the other inspection team leaders broke into smiles. Even with just 3 helicopters, it would suffice to hinder Qin Hao. Now, let us deploy the 3 helicopters, utilize all available sniper rifles and assault rifles. Zhou Jun decisively began issuing orders. Moreover, with so many civilians on the Shangtian Road, is Director Li certain there will be no issues? With this remark, everyone turned their attention towards Li Haoran. Indeed, one must recognize that the Shangtian Road is extensive, filled with countless private vehicles. This is no trivial matter. Any slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences for which they could not be held accountable. No worries, Qin Hao had already informed me in advance, so I had made arrangements beforehand. Rest assured, as long as the road is not destroyed, you may proceed as you wish. Li Haoran replied with a slight smile and a nod. Boom, boom, boom. An exhilarating scene was unfolding on the highway. Several SUVs brandished assault rifles, ever ready to fire, while the inspectors at the rear mirrored the same stance. It was as if war could erupt at any moment. They were merely awaiting who would strike first. Captain, should we open fire? Someone inquired over the intercom. No, there are far too many private vehicles here. Wang Bing shook his head and continued, although our firearms will not unleash genuine destructive power, they will still leave white marks. If any errors occur, it could easily result in a chain collision. This course of action is far too perilous. I believe even Qin Hao and his group would be wary. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, if a chain collision were to transpire, Qin Hao and his associates would be trapped as well. At that point, the vehicles would be rendered useless, necessitating that they all exit to engage in combat, which would be exceedingly disadvantageous for Qin Hao and his group. For they were vastly outnumbered. Captain Wang Bing, in 5 minutes, 3 helicopters will arrive in your vicinity. For now, all you need to do is closely follow them. Just then, Zhou Jun's voice resonated through the intercom. Helicopters? Wang Bing paused momentarily before his face lit up with joy. While helicopters may not wield significant power within urban settings, on this highway, they would possess an almost invincible stance. It is quite simple, there are no obstructions above, allowing those aboard the helicopters to fire freely downwards. Excellent. Everyone, remain vigilant. During these 5 minutes, do your utmost to avoid any conflicts. Wang Bing promptly began issuing orders. How intriguing. At the entrance of the Shangtian Road, Qin Hao stood in a corner, observing the disappearing vehicles, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, during the fleeting moments when all the SUVs appeared, obscuring visibility as the supercars halted, he had already disembarked. It is undeniable that the highway allows for reckless speed, yet at this juncture, the inspection team could also deploy certain resources they had previously refrained from utilizing. For instance, helicopters. Thus, he had long been prepared, orchestrating for the other criminals to divert the inspection team's attention. He had even provided a few explosives. As for how many criminals would remain and whether they could leverage these explosives to threaten the inspectors, that was of no concern to him. 666. Brother Hao's maneuver is truly impressive. I suspect the inspection team never imagined Brother Hao would suddenly disembark. The viewers in the live broadcast room chuckled. Ha! Qin Hao inhaled deeply, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes as he slowly remarked, let them fight amongst themselves. We shall play our own game. According to my investigation, a school bus will arrive in 10 minutes, organized for a spring outing, so I believe riding on this bus should be exceedingly safe. Upon uttering these words, the viewers were left in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, now the plan involves elementary school students. Truly, you are something else. Indeed, when a criminal remains online, they become a perilous presence. What is my father's name? My father's name is Grandpa. What is my father's mother called? A bus adorned with various little animal illustrations resonated with delightful melodies. A closer inspection would reveal that the bus was filled with over 20 children, each swaying their heads in rhythm with the song. Students, we are about to embark on the highway, the Shangtian Road. In a moment, we will attend to our personal hygiene. Those who need to use the restroom may disembark. Do you understand? A young lady clad in a teacher's outfit spoke gently. Understood, all the children replied in unison. Very good, you are all so obedient. The young lady smiled and nodded before approaching the driver, cheerfully saying, please stop at the nearby service area. Certainly. The driver responded with a cheerful nod. At Yangwang Primary School, this trip involved all students in the 3rd grade and below for a summer camp. This was only one of several buses in operation. The journey would be significantly more relaxed, as it was all about fun, merely requiring vigilance over each child. Chapter 228 The helicopter arrives, cutting off all escape routes. Dongwei, this is Dongyao, please respond. Dongwei, this is Dongyao, please respond. Buzz, 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 the sound of the helicopter and the shots resonated clearly in Wang Bing's intercom. Dongwei acknowledges, Wang Bing quickly replied, fully aware that this was a message from the helicopter. Dongwei, the aerial route is excessively lengthy, please send your location immediately. Wang Bing hastily began transmitting his coordinates. Understood, Dongyao has received your message. We anticipate arrival in approximately 30 seconds. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, during his time on the border, even commanding fighter jets had seemed effortless. Yet now, directing 3 helicopters had him feeling quite anxious. Sigh, these days have truly put me through the ringer, thanks to that fellow Qin Hao. It's made me a bundle of nerves, Wang Bing lamented with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Suddenly all high and mighty, of no use, regardless of how grand, with Brother Hao absent, it amounts to naught. I wonder how Yen Jun and the others will contend with the helicopter? In the live broadcast room, the audience was in a state of exuberance. In the eyes of the affluent, helicopters might be mere toys, yet for the majority of the populace, they represented something extraordinarily prestigious. Even high-performance sports cars paled in comparison, instantly diminishing their allure. Despite some helicopters being significantly less expensive than top-tier supercars, however, helicopters possess the ability to soar, that alone elevates their status. After all, no matter how swift your supercar may be, it is rendered impotent in the face of traffic jams. Naturally, in general, low-altitude flights in wilderness areas are largely unregulated, but if one wishes to ascend to greater heights, the process is fraught with complications. Even the preliminary paperwork and requests could leave one in tears. Buzz, 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 the sound of the helicopters grew louder. Many private vehicles slowed to a crawl, moving in an orderly fashion comparable to ordinary bicycles. All drivers and passengers craned their necks, peering skyward. In the distance, 3 helicopters approached with impeccable formation. They could even discern 2 inspectors aboard the helicopters, each swinging open a door, weapons in hand. Sniper rifles, assault rifles, wow, what a spectacle, a scene straight out of a movie, and here I am witnessing it in reality. Oh my goodness, Mom, I've made it, I've seen a helicopter, and there are even sniper rifles. Especially for those present at the scene, their jaws dropped in astonishment. The whirring of the helicopter, the powerful gusts of wind, the armed inspectors, the cinematic moment had materialized before their very eyes. Was there anything more exhilarating than this? What was the cherry on top? They not only remained stationary but would also receive a compensation of 1,000 yuan each, all while witnessing this grand spectacle unfold. Within the inspection team, Zhou Jun and his colleagues were equally flushed with excitement, their fists clenching involuntarily. Tension, the outcome hinged on this pivotal moment. Such opportunities were exceedingly rare. On the highway, if Qin Hao's supercar were to halt, there would be no escape unless he leaped from the vehicle and fled off the highway. But that would be tantamount to seeking death. Wait a moment. Yun Tian suddenly paused, lost in thought. Everyone turned to him, their gazes filled with curiosity. Considering Qin Hao's prowess, I believe we ought to learn from past mistakes and anticipate his cunning. For instance, he may choose to leap from the car in a bid to escape. Let us eliminate every conceivable route of escape. Yun Tian narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Hiss. Upon hearing these words, everyone inhaled sharply. Goodness, that was ruthless. It should be noted that, according to the information relayed by road surveillance, the supercar was traveling at least at a speed exceeding 150 miles per hour. How could one possibly jump from such a velocity? The consequences would likely be fatal or leave one severely injured. This old man Yun Tian, though appearing benevolent, has devised a strategy that rivals even Brother Hao's. Indeed, if it were anyone else, I might not believe it, but Brother Hao is a different story. Alas, he is not present in the vehicle. The audience, upon hearing this, wore expressions of incredulity. You must understand, Qin Hao possesses extraordinary physical stamina. Even Wang Bing, the ace instructor, pales in comparison. Moreover, his proficiency in numerous extreme sports attests to his formidable physique. Yun Tian observed the astonished expressions around him and continued, while jumping from a vehicle may seem ludicrous, as long as one protects vital areas, it generally poses no significant issue, at least not for Qin Hao. The challenge may exist,
But it is not insurmountable. His reasoning was clear, logically sound. The crowd began to contemplate deeply. Very well, old Master Yin Tian, this notion is quite astute. I shall implement it immediately. If anyone was the most exhilarated, it was undoubtedly Zhou Jun. Since Sun Zhao's elimination, he had been solely responsible for capturing Qin Hao, yet he had not succeeded thus far. After finally glimpsing hope, he would allow no room for error, immediately contact the traffic police and the helicopters, instruct them to be vigilant. Should he dare to jump, open fire at once. Zhou Jun decisively issued commands at this time. I shall ensure that Qin Hao finds escape utterly impossible. As he spoke, Zhou Jun hesitated, suddenly realizing that this particular phrase seemed rather inauspicious, as they had already uttered it more than once. He quickly continued, to be unable to take flight. Captain Zhou Jun is truly endearing, indeed, but I believe Captain Zhou is wary of that particular phrase. I predict that from now on, the term impossible to escape will never again be utilized by the inspection team, for every time they do, it will evoke memories of the terror administered by Brother Hao. In the live stream, the audience erupted in laughter at Zhou Jun's sudden change in terminology. Dongwei, we have arrived at the destination. To enhance our assault on the target, we now require confirmation on whether the adversary possesses any high-powered weaponry? The voice from the helicopter resounded once more. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing hesitated slightly before responding. There should be no high-powered weaponry. I emphasize should not, although they do possess assault rifles and submachine guns with a maximum range of no more than 1,000 meters. However, they likely have bombs in their possession. Please consider this in your actions. Understood. Dong Yao has received your message. The battle between the two factions was about to commence. It was certain that this would be the most brutal confrontation between the inspection team and the criminals. However, none of this concerned Qin Hao in the slightest. Children, please follow me as we disembark and head to the restroom. Under the guidance of the young teacher, all the children eagerly hopped off the bus, making their way to the highway service area to freshen up and address personal matters. All the school buses from Sunshine Primary School were parked nearby, with the drivers patiently waiting on board. Chapter 229. My name is Qin Hao, leader of the criminal syndicate. Jin Tian was precisely that kind of driver. To speak candidly, being a school bus driver was remarkably lucrative. In fact, many drivers were admitted through connections, as most of the time, they only needed to make one trip in the morning and another in the evening, leaving the remainder of the day exceedingly leisurely. Moreover, the salary was exceptionally high. During their free hours, they could easily engage in card games or pursue other jobs, as long as they adjusted their schedules around the morning and evening routes. You are my little apple. Jin Tian tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, softly humming the tune, his demeanor relaxed and carefree. He then pulled out his phone and opened the Tianyan program to watch Dai. In the past, during his idle moments, he would play cards with friends, indulge in barbecues, or drive a taxi. However, in recent days, whenever he had free time, he would tune into the live broadcast of the Tianyan program. The criminals featured were immensely formidable. The resilience and intelligence of the inspectors, along with the various conflicts, deeply captivated him. If only I weren't a bit older, I would definitely sign up to participate myself, the middle-aged driver sighed wistfully. Just then, he felt the bus dip slightly, which puzzled him, as he did not hear the usual chatter of children. Otherwise, they would have been chattering away. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze to observe the passengers boarding the bus. Initially, he merely glanced casually, not paying it much mind, yet in the next moment, he froze, abruptly turning his head, his eyes widening in shock. He glanced down at the live stream of Brother Hao on his phone and then back up at the man before him. His mouth gradually fell agape. What the heck? Hey, you really are something, how rude. Qin Hao furrowed his brow, his expression one of displeasure. If I'm not mistaken, that uncle is watching the Tianyan live broadcast on his phone, right? You are not mistaken, and it's indeed Brother Hao's live stream. I reckon he is completely dumbfounded, never expecting to see Brother Hao standing right in front of him. The audience burst into laughter at the uncle's bewilderment. You. Jin Tian was genuinely at a loss, even doubting whether his eyes were deceiving him. How could Brother Hao possibly appear in such a place? Hello, my name is Qin Hao, representing the Tianyan program team, temporarily serving as the leader of the criminals. Qin Hao cast a glance at the screen on the man's phone, smiled slightly, and spoke slowly. The audience, Jin Tian, what the actual hell, serving as the leader of criminals. Brother Hao, how did you end up here? After a brief moment of silence, Jin Tian regained his composure and excitedly inquired, his expression and gaze akin to that of a fan encountering an idol, entirely incongruous for a man in his 40s or 50s. Ahem, please take note that I am currently the leader of the criminals. Kindly respect my profession. Qin Hao cleared his throat and raised his hand to deter the man's impulse to approach for an autograph. Yes, Brother Hao, do you have any orders? Are you planning to rob this bus? Jin Tian suddenly slapped his forehead, jolted back to reality. Since Brother Hao was on this bus, he must have intentions regarding it. Wait, what kind of nonsense is this? Robbing your bus? Do you understand? Because I certainly don't grasp the meaning of that statement. Why is everyone being so vague and silent? In the live stream, the audience began to play along with the banter. A peculiar glint flickered in Qin Hao's eyes as he straightened his expression and declared, I am indeed going to rob the bus. An unexpected scene unfolded as Jin Tian nodded with a beaming smile. Robbing sounds splendid, a marvelous idea, an exhilarating proposition. Wait, Director Li, isn't this a bit inappropriate? A staff member in the director's team remarked, his expression twitching. Qin Hao is blatantly leveraging his identity to commit robbery, and the victim seems so cheerful about it. Isn't that somewhat against the rules?
The numerous staff members pondered this, realizing that while Qin Hao was indeed their benefactor, certain protocols simply could not be breached, otherwise, it could lead to the entire production team collapsing. After all, if rules could be disregarded at will, what kind of situation would that entail? However, Li Haoran shot them a sidelong glance, shaking his head in exasperation.
You all are merely too inexperienced, only seeing the surface of things. The staff exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend his statement. Take a moment to consider with your rusty brains. Even if this driver isn't a fan of Brother Hao, or doesn't recognize him at all, could he possibly stand a chance against Qin Hao? Would he even have time to call the police? The crowd, that does sound quite reasonable. We are left utterly speechless. Director Li.
Just then, Qin Hao's voice echoed. Li Haoran blinked in surprise, then smiled.
I'm here. Here's the situation. I'm going to rob this bus, but there are children on board, so moving forward, will you replicate everything one-to-one, or how do you wish to proceed?
Upon hearing this, Li Haoran furrowed his brow slightly.
He instinctively glanced at the inspection team, where Wang Bing and his colleagues had already engaged with Yan Jun and others. It was clear they wouldn't notice Qin Hao's disappearance anytime soon. If it's a one-to-one replication, it might be quite challenging for us. At least in the short term, we cannot duplicate those children.
Li Haoran pondered and replied, if we were to replicate adults, we wouldn't be able to mimic the children's thoughts and actions.
In reality, you wouldn't genuinely harm them, so I believe replication isn't necessary. Understood.
After hearing Li Haoran's response, Qin Hao ended the conversation and turned to the middle-aged driver with a gentle smile. From now on, the entire bus is under my control, and you will be unable to contact the outside world.
Do you comprehend what I mean? Understood.
Jintian nodded vigorously, hesitating briefly before asking, Brother Hao, shall we proceed according to our original plan, or?
I have already surveyed your route. It conveniently aligns with mine.
Qin Hao chuckled, for if he hadn't done his homework, he certainly wouldn't have appeared here so punctually.
Students, did anyone leave something in the restroom?
The young female teacher approached with a group of children.
No.
The children responded in unison.
Excellent, then let us board the bus. Chapter 230.
The hijacking of the school bus. I have grown accustomed to it, merely a conjecture. Lin Yue, an elementary school teacher, many may perceive that being an elementary school teacher is a rather leisurely occupation, especially considering the increasing benefits over the years, with higher salaries and ample perks, coupled with the relatively light workload of merely tending to a group of children. The challenges faced are far less daunting than those encountered by teachers of middle and high school. Perhaps this is true, yet not entirely. It is precisely because they are elementary students that these children can be exceedingly mischievous, their worldviews not yet fully formed. A moment's inattention could easily skew their character and perspectives. Furthermore, due to their tender age, whether in terms of commuting or learning, they necessitate vigilant supervision from their teachers. For some children, with but a fleeting distraction, could vanish in the blink of an eye. Therefore, while middle and high school teachers may suffer physical exhaustion, elementary teachers bear the weight of psychological fatigue. Regardless, neither role is devoid of its difficulties. Lin Yue approached the bus door, which swung open.
Please line up, no pushing. One at a time. The children ascended the bus in an orderly fashion, and then, wow, when did that big brother get on the bus?
Hey, big brother, you look a bit familiar.
I feel like I've seen you somewhere. I know, his name is, what was it again? My parents often watch him. As the children boarded, a flurry of exclamations erupted within the bus.
Lin Yue furrowed her brow and peered inside, only to discover that, unbeknownst to her, a man in his 20s was seated inside, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if utterly disinterested in the world around him. Upon first glance, she thought, wait, this person looks somewhat familiar.
On the second glance, she gasped, isn't that Brother Hao? Nowadays, perhaps those who are slightly older or too busy with work to glance at their phones might not recognize Qin Hao, yet they have likely heard of him. However, for someone like her, a teacher with a vacation, there is ample time to be aware. Lin Yue's mouth fell agape, her expression one of incredulity as she regarded Brother Hao, who sat by the window. As if sensing her gaze, Qin Hao turned to look at her, offering a slight smile and nod. Instantly, Lin Yue's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively lowered her head. Wow, how could Brother Hao be here? She silently exclaimed, though a flicker of doubt lingered in her mind. She had watched his live stream yesterday, and logically speaking, he should have already departed from Liuzhou City, right? Despite her confusion, she stepped onto the bus, clap, clap, clap. Once she boarded, the doors closed, and Jintian approached the front of the bus, clapping his hands. Immediately, all the children fell silent. Little ones, we have encountered a minor unexpected situation. Do you know who this person is?
Jintian gestured toward Qin Hao, inquiring with a smile.
Qin Hao. Brother Hao. You dog-like creature. In an instant, the entire bus fell into a hush.
Swish, 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 everyone turned to look at a chubby little boy, even causing Qin Hao's smile to twitch slightly.
Ah, wow, this little chubby boy is quite bold.
This kid has a bright future. To speak so freely in front of Brother Hao is truly commendable. The audience in the livestream erupted in laughter, although they often referred to him with terms like freak, beast, or dog-like creature. Such comments were typically made in jest online. Yet this chubby boy had the audacity to say it in front of Brother Hao. The atmosphere in the bus grew somewhat awkward.
Young lad, who taught you to say such things? Qin Hao inquired, his lips twitching, though he bore no anger, recognizing the innocence of youth. Moreover, it could be interpreted more as a jest than an insult. My dad. The chubby boy, realizing his faux pas, spoke in a hushed tone. Well then, refrain from using such language in the future, as it is quite uncivilized. Qin Hao nodded. Jin Tian and Lin Yue both exhaled in relief. Alright, children, during our journey, Brother Hao will be accompanying us, but we must adhere to the rules, be good kids, and not disturb him, understood? Jin Tian declared with a smile, raising his voice. Understood, the children chimed in unison. In truth, most of the children were quite sensible, with only a handful being a bit unruly. V-room. The bus set off, and Jin Tian reported the situation to the principal and the school bus trailing behind. This situation certainly warranted a report, though such reports would not be counted as part of the program crew's responsibilities. Being a teacher must be quite arduous. Qin Hao remarked, glancing at Lin Yue seated beside him with a smile. It's manageable. I've grown accustomed to it, and you, Brother Hao, being a criminal must also be quite exhausting. Lin Yue lowered her head, feeling a tad bashful. After all, Brother Hao was undeniably handsome, a fact known to all, particularly with those star-like eyes that held an overwhelming allure for women. It's not too bad. I've also become accustomed to it. Lin Yue, goodness, is there truly someone who has grown accustomed to being a criminal? However, upon reflecting on Qin Hao's demeanor in the program, it indeed seemed plausible. Meanwhile, within the inspection team, Zhou Jun and others observed the confrontation between the inspectors and criminals on the highway. Though many criminals had already been eliminated, an inexplicable sense of uncertainty lingered in their hearts. How strange. After a while, Old Master Yuntian murmured softly. Old Master, do you share this feeling? Zhou Jun turned to him, his eyes flickering. Indeed, the current situation is that several criminals have been neutralized, yet Qin Hao has yet to make an appearance, which is indeed peculiar. Old Master Yuntian continued, we all know that Qin Hao possesses formidable combat prowess, and his marksmanship is exceptional. It is not an exaggeration to say that if he were wielding a sniper rifle, I would not be surprised if he were capable of downing a helicopter. However, the fact remains that he has not appeared for such an extended period, which can only point to two possibilities. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. The first possibility is that Qin Hao is not even part of this convoy. The convoy is merely a diversion to draw us in, which he can abandon at any moment. The second possibility is that Qin Hao is indeed within the convoy, but he is indifferent to the demise of his criminal associates. However, there lies a flaw in this reasoning. Once all his accomplices are eliminated, he too would meet the same fate. At these words, the pupils of all the inspectors constricted. Thus, the likelihood that Qin Hao is not within the convoy is exceedingly high. Yuntian declared his final judgment without hesitation. But we witnessed him enter the highway with our own eyes. Chen Yalan inquired, perplexed. Did you truly see him? Old Master Yuntian replied with a smile, countering her question. Yes, after he threw the bomb, he got into the supercar and then entered the highway. Wait, Old Master, are you suggesting that during this time, he might have already exited the vehicle? Chen Yalan nodded, but as she spoke, she seemed to recall something, suddenly exclaiming in surprise. Chapter 231 Preparations in Advance, Global Catastrophe, Audience Frenzy 666, your predictions are remarkably accurate. Quite precise, but alas, it's just too late. Sigh, we possess the perspective of the divine, able to see all, yet the inspection team is not omniscient. It is commendable that they have managed to react at all. In the live broadcast room, the audience shook their heads and sighed as they observed the inspection team's predicament. At that moment, Wang Bing and Yan Jun had already retreated to a considerable distance, and turning back was utterly impossible. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that Wang Bing led the entire inspection force, leaving no backup behind. Your speculation is spot on. The elder Yuntian cast a glance at Chen Yalan, smiling as he nodded before turning to Zhou Jun, his voice grave. I can now assert with certainty that Qin Hao is definitely not in the vehicle. Can Xiao He investigate this? Certainly. Xiao Hei's hacker team swiftly sprang into action. The clattering of keyboards filled the air, and soon, an image appeared on the large screen. According to the road surveillance footage, that supercar has shown no signs of stopping. To be precise, it has remained under constant surveillance. Xiao He contemplated briefly before continuing. However, there is one location that exhibits a brief lapse in footage. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Jun and Yun Tian jolted with surprise. The crowd looked up to see that this lapse occurred just as the vehicle was about to enter the highway, coinciding with the moment the inspection team's police cars were set to appear. Several SUVs emerged, completely obscuring the supercar in front. Compared to the SUVs, the supercar's height was indeed negligible, yet many inspectors began to whisper among themselves. This doesn't seem to pose any issue, does it? Indeed, even if the supercar is blocked, the convoy did not halt. Listening to the crowd, Xiao He shook his head. The reason we perceive no stoppage is purely an optical illusion. In the very instant of obstruction, a brief pause occurred. Though it lasted only 2 or 3 seconds, it could mean a great deal for someone like Qin Hao. Then, Xiao He adjusted the frame rate, reviewing it frame by frame, and the crowd soon realized that, indeed, there had been a pause of several seconds. This doesn't add up. At that moment, Zhou Jun furrowed his brow and remarked, according to this frame adjustment, after pausing for a few seconds, wouldn't the surveillance still capture Qin Hao exiting the vehicle?
It must be said, his suggestion was quite constructive. As long as the vehicle was visible, even if someone disembarked, it would still be recorded. Precisely the issue I was about to raise. Xiao He sighed, raising his hands in exasperation, and continued, if I'm not mistaken, these surveillance cameras have been compromised and modified by Qin Hao. He was thoroughly prepared, which is why we failed to notice anything. The crowd fell silent. Ahem, my apologies, though I wish not to intrude, I simply had to come in. At that moment, the door swung open, and Li Haoran entered, his expression one of helplessness.
It's him again. I knew it. This time, it's taken far too long to summarize. So, is it time for the summary meeting again?
Upon seeing Director Li Haoran, the audience immediately chuckled. It must be noted that the program's recap had become known among viewers as the summary meeting, evolving into a unique characteristic of the show.
One could hear numerous analyses, revealing insights hidden from many.
Proceed with your briefing, others shall simply listen. Li Haoran glanced at Zhou Jun, his demeanor turning serious as he spoke slowly. To be honest, my delay in arriving was due to hesitation. Those above are also in doubt, as it is challenging to ascertain the situation regarding this incident. Upon uttering these words, the room fell silent, all eyes turning in unison. So, the reason for the delay was hesitation over the situation's classification? Even those in higher authority were uncertain, the audience collectively perked up, eager to listen. Originally, the foundation of the program is to extract all pertinent information, potential real-world cases, and any useful data or materials regarding the criminal's activities, and submit them to the Inspection Bureau for preventive measures and future counteractions. Li Haoran gazed deeply at the crowd, continuing, however, Qin Hao's emergence has significantly elevated my authority.
Any case involving him, once reported and approved, can be disseminated. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded thoughtfully. Upon reflection, the actions taken by Qin Hao indeed warranted careful consideration, for if any of his deeds transpired in reality, it could spell catastrophic disaster. It was clear that the reasons for Li Haoran and those above to hesitate were likely due to the potential for surpassing previous cases. With this realization, everyone felt invigorated. So, what is the situation now? Zhou Jun, having completed his arrangements, turned and inquired earnestly.
A global catastrophe.
Li Haoran inhaled deeply, stating gravely.
Those who were observant noted that when the director uttered these two words, his voice trembled. It was evident that his inner turmoil far surpassed the calm he outwardly projected. Boom, those two simple words, when combined, bore immense weight. They echoed explosively in everyone's minds. Even some of the veteran members of the inspection team turned pale, nearly losing their footing and collapsing to the floor.
A global catastrophe? Is it truly that severe?
Zhou Jun gasped in shock, disbelief etched across his face. It was well understood that anything qualifying as global would not be trivial. Such matters would affect every nation worldwide. To draw a comparison, it would rival a global red alert. Even if it didn't quite measure up, it would certainly be no less significant. Indeed, however, we have categorized global catastrophes into several tiers.
Primary, secondary, tertiary, and paramount. Li Haoran nodded, elaborating, currently, Qin Hao has been classified as primary, primarily because he has yet to exhibit any aggressive tendencies and has not harmed anyone in the program. But should Qin Hao demonstrate any inclination towards aggression, his classification would instantaneously escalate to tertiary, or perhaps even paramount.
The audience was left speechless.
So, Yamamoto brought this upon himself, did he?
Obviously. He forcibly contorted his body. How could that be related to our brother Hao? Humorously, guys, are we veering off topic? Is the issue at hand Yamamoto's predicament? This is about a global catastrophe.
Chapter 232. The God of the Internet, he is one of us.
I believe everyone must be quite curious about how the danger levels of global disasters are classified.
It's actually quite simple.
Li Haoran glanced at the crowd and slowly remarked, when an event can inflict harm upon over 100 lives in a very short span of time, and cause significant damage to the local economy, it is categorized as a primary global threat.
Upon hearing this, the audience nodded thoughtfully.
When an incident can endanger the lives of 1,000 individuals in a brief period, leading to severe economic disruption or even a collapse in a city, it is deemed a secondary level threat. And when it can jeopardize the lives of tens of thousands, inflicting grave economic consequences on a province, it is classified as a tertiary level threat. The audience was left speechless. They immediately recalled that if one were to insist, Qin Hao's actions had indeed reached a tertiary level of danger, possibly even a supreme one. While there may not have been 10,000 individuals at the Dagwang Square, there were certainly thousands present, all of whom fell into a hallucination in an alarmingly short time, a truly terrifying notion. More frightening still was the fact that even the most resolute individuals, like Wang Bing and his companions, could unwittingly succumb to it, indicating a severe situation. I believe you are all aware of the events at the Dagwang Square, Li Haoran stated with a serious expression. Initial estimates indicate that the number of people affected reached 6,900, including children, adults, the elderly, and even retired inspectors and current top instructors.
Without exception, they were all drawn into the illusion.
Li Haoran continued, if this were to occur in reality, the consequences are unimaginable. Furthermore, I have inquired in detail, and this is completely unsolvable.
We all know that such hallucinogenic agents can be transmitted and even sold. Of course, those roadside advertisements don't count, they're fake, but Qin Hao's is genuine. What kind of impact would it have if it were to be sold?
The audience was momentarily taken aback, as this was a question they had not considered.
Upon reflection, a chill ran down everyone's spine.
As the saying goes, with sufficient profit, anything can be done. Therefore, with this hallucinogenic agent, Qin Hao could amass unimaginable wealth. Now, do you understand why Brother Hao is classified as a tertiary threat, perhaps even the highest? Li Haoran continued, at this point, we cannot estimate the circumstances under which Qin Hao's hallucinogenic agent would take effect, whether through inhalation or skin contact. Regardless of the method, it poses extreme danger. However, the primary reason we are discussing the possibility of a global disaster is not solely due to this,
but rather, the hacking technology.
Li Haoran's expression grew grave as he slowly elaborated, based on our assessment, given Qin Hao's hacking prowess, if he can infiltrate the household registration system and even obtain a virtual ID for himself, he could seamlessly and covertly access the back end of any bank to manipulate their operations. For instance, he would not require the consent of any banking personnel to execute substantial transfers or probe into others' information. In the banking system, money is merely a numerical representation, consequently, the collapse of the economic system is merely a matter of time.
Moreover, if he were to act ruthlessly, an entire province's economy could vanish in the blink of an eye. The audience was left in stunned silence.
To expand further, consider national archives, every individual's identification card, even your home's access card, navigation systems, traffic lights, mobile phones, computers, payment passwords, stock market data, internet companies, and so forth. Everyone's life is intricately linked to the internet, and Qin Hao is the god of the online realm, coming and going without a trace. Whenever he wishes, he can instantaneously access the personal data and information of everyone present, including the exact amount in your bank account. Truth be told, most of the audience had initially felt indifferent, but upon hearing this, they were seized by a bone-chilling sensation. This was akin to having an eye installed in their own homes, with surveillance being controlled via the internet. Even a mobile phone could unwittingly activate its video function and record your private moments.
The mere thought sent shivers down many spines, terrifying, even horrifying. At this juncture, everyone began to comprehend why Li Haoran spoke with such gravity, and in reality, the situation was far more dire.
Goodness, does this mean that Brother Hao is essentially a king without a crown? Indeed, he can be regarded as such. As society progresses, our lives become ever more intertwined with the internet, and Brother Hao is essentially a king without a crown. The audience erupted into discussion. In an era where even the elderly engage in online transactions for buying and selling groceries, the emergence of a god of the internet signifies something profound.
While I admire Brother Hao greatly, is it truly wise for someone of his caliber to roam freely? I find myself in a rather complex emotional state.
I hold deep respect for Brother Hao, yet he is overwhelmingly powerful. Both the hallucinogenic agent and hacking skills could render ordinary citizens utterly defenseless in an instant.
Soon, differing opinions began to surface among the audience. This was a stark reality. After all, who would wish for someone who could monitor their every move at any given moment?
Nevertheless, we are fortunate that Qin Hao does not seem particularly interested in these matters. Otherwise, he would not continue participating in the program. Li Haoran suddenly wore a smile and continued, we should consider ourselves fortunate that such a prodigious talent has emerged in our homeland rather than elsewhere.
We must cherish such brilliance.
Moreover, Qin Hao has already joined the National Security Bureau. Although he has yet to officially assume office, his name has appeared on the personnel list on the National Security Bureau's official website, available for all to see.
Why did he say so much?
Was it his intention to disclose such information? Certainly not. It was to stabilize public sentiment. Qin Hao's overwhelming strength could evoke fear. While the common people might not immediately perceive the threat, astute individuals would eventually connect the dots, and by that time, it would be too late to exert control. It was better to hold the initiative in their own hands, adapting to changes and appearing aboveboard. Although it is said that envy is the mark of mediocrity, reaching a legendary status where even gazing up is prohibited is not accepted by society. Yet, if one clearly communicates that there is no need for fear, that this legendary figure is on our side, protecting and supporting us, then the narrative changes entirely. Indeed, upon hearing this, even the inspectors from the production team couldn't help but smile, sharing in the pride. Although they had endured considerable hardship at the hands of Qin Hao during the show, in reality, he was one of their own, a fellow citizen of Huaxia.
Exactly, Brother Hao is inherently a person of justice.
Indeed, the current production team and Brother Hao are engaged in activities that contribute to society. Educating while entertaining, uncovering hidden societal dangers, assisting inspectors in gathering more data on criminals.
Alright, enough of this banter. Please, say it loudly with me, Brother Hao is invincible.
Chapter 233 The Disappearance of 1 Billion, reporting the case, taking initiative. Wait a moment. At that instant, the venerable Yun Tian suddenly furrowed his brow and exclaimed. He sensed that something was amiss. It was primarily due to Li Haoran's remark that a powerful feeling surged within him. In Li Haoran's words, Qin Hao's hacking skills had reached an unparalleled pinnacle, capable of infiltrating banks at will.
Thus, the implications were incredibly grave. What?
The crowd immediately turned their attention toward him.
Bang!
The door was abruptly thrust open, and a member of the inspection team entered with a grave expression.
Team leader, we have a situation. Just now, the bank president arrived with a large contingent of bank staff, and they reported a loss of approximately 1 billion in funds. The most critical point is that it has completely vanished, with no cash replacements made. Boom!
The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present trembled slightly. Even the onlookers were taken aback. They could hardly fathom that just as Li Haoren finished speaking, the bank had lost a staggering 1 billion. Instinctively, the crowd cast a glance at Li Haoren, only to find a faint smile gracing his lips, clearly indicating that he was aware of the situation. Thus, he had waited for Qin Hao to conclude his actions before sharing this information.
I'm a bit disoriented. Zhou Jun felt as if the world around him was spinning, engulfed in darkness. Are you implying that the 1 billion lost by the bank pertains to data and not physical cash?
After a while, Zhou Jun sat in his chair, incredulous as he posed the question. Indeed, however, that 1 billion has vanished, and the bank is unable to trace any leads.
Hence, they have come to report the incident.
The inspector nodded solemnly. Silence. At this moment, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Good heavens, this was astonishing. Initially, many spectators believed that Brother Hao had departed unnoticed, leaving without a trace, yet they had not anticipated such a turn of events.
Does that mean Qin Hao possesses a full 1 billion?
Someone suddenly gasped in astonishment, their mind reeling.
1 billion, in this era, wealth could move mountains, that some could accomplish an extraordinary array of endeavors.
That doesn't quite add up, though. The current situation is evident. We have lost our target. What could he possibly want with 1 billion? Such a colossal amount would only incite a frenzied search for him, which would be of no advantage to him at all. Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, moreover, the most crucial question remains.
What will he do with this 1 billion?
The audience fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, given Qin Hao's current circumstances, maintaining a low profile was paramount, yet, he was acting with such flamboyance.
The primary question was, what would he do with 1 billion?
Ahem, if I may interject, I have already provided the bank with the 1 billion. However, according to program regulations, they are obliged to report the case, so the audience need not worry. Additionally, I have settled the accounts for those luxury cars as well. At that moment, Li Haoren cleared his throat and spoke with a resigned expression. His actions did not contravene the rules, as Qin Hao had completed his task. He merely reported a few minutes later than the original informant, which was inconsequential.
Pfft, ah ha ha ha.
Indeed, this aligns perfectly with Director Li's style. Silently cleaning up after Brother Hao, and the more he cleans, the more he enjoys it. The audience erupted in laughter.
Zhou Jun and the others, ding ding ding. The program team's emergency phone rang unexpectedly, and Zhou Jun answered. Is this the Tianyan program team? I would like to report a theft.
Qin Hao has stolen several SUVs from our dealership, along with a Ferrari, totaling approximately 20 million. Although the program team has compensated us, I still feel compelled to file a report. The owner of the dealership said respectfully, adding, moreover, the reason I am only calling now is that Qin Hao pretended to have us tied up. From his tone, there was no hint of frustration or complaint, but rather a trace of exhilaration.
Yet, everyone understood the reason. It was simple. Aside from the building that Qin Hao had previously damaged experiencing a decline in value, every place he had visited had witnessed a dramatic surge in clientele and revenue. It was so profound that it could hardly be described as a mere increase. It was akin to a heavenly ascent. Thus, how could the dealership owner not be thrilled? Even without reimbursement from the program team, he would be delighted. Many were clamoring for a chance to have Brother Hao steal from them, yet they would not even get a turn. Thank you for your report.
Zhou Jun shook his head in exasperation and hung up the phone, then turned to the others, taking a deep breath, and said helplessly, everyone, this is the situation at hand. What I wish to know now is what Qin Hao intends to do with this 1 billion and where he currently is.
Leave it to us. Little Black immediately responded.
Additionally, I want to know how many disguises Qin Hao possesses.
This information is crucial. Understood, we will take care of it.
The members of the analysis team and the medical team nodded in unison. Lastly, I require a plan, an effective and swift plan, a proactive strategy, rather than being led by the nose by Qin Hao, which puts us in a disadvantageous position.
Zhou Jun's expression turned grave as he declared, have you not realized?
It has always been Qin Hao making moves, compelling us to react and pursue him, and this has been the primary reason for our repeated failures.
Now is the optimal moment for us to take the initiative.
Since he has acquired 1 billion, he will undoubtedly make new moves, and we can attempt multiple strategies. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into contemplation. Indeed, when they had been led by Qin Hao's maneuvers, reacting passively, they had already lost half the battle. It seems team leader Zhou is no longer willing to be a punching bag. Of course, only by taking the initiative can we seize control. Acting passively will only lead us into a trap. The audience engaged in discussion. Extreme Team, your task now is to analyze every possible action that Qin Hao might undertake, even if it means thinking in exaggerated terms.
Indeed, the more exaggerated, the better.
Zhou Jun instructed the members of the Extreme Team with a serious tone.
Understood, we will ensure the task is completed.
The group nodded in unison, then bowed their heads to commence deliberations. Well then, carry on, Li Haoren concluded, turning to leave.
However, just as he reached the door, his phone rang unexpectedly. As he glanced down at the screen, his expression changed dramatically, and his body trembled slightly, his face filled with disbelief, as if he could not trust his own eyes. Then, Li Haoren hastily quickened his pace, striding towards the exit of the inspection team. Naturally, none of this went unnoticed, as each member of the inspection team was preoccupied, and moreover, Li Haoren had his back turned. Chapter 234 of the Trucks Trail, 3 Masks, and the Dark Web. We found it.I in the afternoon. A truck traversed the mountainous region without any prior notification or record, departing from Liuzhou City.
The time it left coincides with Qin Hao's departure from the convoy, with barely a half-hour's difference. Within the inspection team, several red hackers swiftly tracked the movement records and soon pinpointed a visual. The group looked up to see a large container truck on a road winding through the mountains, only to quickly lose sight of it.
Is it possible to ascertain who was driving the vehicle?
Zhou Jun inquired, his expression grave as he gazed at the screen.
Unfortunately not.
This truck has no records or notifications whatsoever, and the individual was masked. The road surveillance could only provide a vague outline, confirming merely that he is a man.
Xiao He shook his head in dismay. Do we have any leads on the destination of this vehicle? Zhou Jun pressed on.
At this, Xiao He glanced at the prominent red hackers behind him before nodding. There are only 2 routes available, and given the size of that truck, it can only head towards Changtian City. Other paths are simply impassable. Understood. Your immediate task is not only to monitor Qin Hao and his companion's route but also to keep an eye on banking activities to prevent Qin Hao from utilizing any financial data again. Zhou Jun rubbed his temples, deep in thought. Yan Jun and his team are on the Shangtian Expressway, which connects to 3 cities, one of which is Changtian City, the nearest route.
Is it safe to conclude that his ultimate destination is indeed Changtian City?
Immediately dispatch the inspection team in Changtian City to intercept on the expressway. Also, send personnel to intercept that large truck.
Zhou Jun decisively commanded.
I have also conducted some analysis. The disguises Qin Hao employed were procured through foreign means, essentially through underground channels. We have analyzed the only mask he left behind. At this moment, Yun Tian spoke slowly. The materials he acquired could only yield 5 disguises, one of which was used by his subordinate to impersonate him when obtaining an ID.
He has already exposed one in the Grand Square.
As of now, he should still possess 3 legitimate identity masks. When the investigation commenced, its power was formidable. Even in the shadows of the underground, if one desired, they could uncover everything, leaving no stone unturned. It simply depended on their willingness to pursue the truth. Thus, the materials procured by the production team on behalf of one who had been thoroughly scrutinized.
3 disguises, you say?
Zhou Jun nodded, casting a glance at the clock and realizing it was already past 8. He looked up at the others, and indeed, fatigue was etched on every face, especially among the elders, whose spirits were notably waning, though they persevered silently.
Everyone, please take a rest. Each group shall rotate on watch. Report immediately if anything occurs. Understood.
Meanwhile, in the director's backstage area, Li Haorun looked intently at the large screen, where he could observe all individuals associated with the production team. Of course, personal matters were shielded, and even if the individuals chose not to conceal their actions, the system would ensure privacy. This had been pre-established for national surveillance purposes.
Brother Hao, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?
Li Haorun sat in his chair, fingers entwined, unconsciously fidgeting with his thumb. Those familiar with him knew that this habitual gesture indicated his deep inner turmoil and the gravity of the dilemma at hand.
Indeed. If the inspection team can summon assistance without limitations, why should I be any different?
Qin Hao's voice came through the intercom.
Therefore, I wish to inquire whether I should access the dark web through a framework established by your production team or if I must venture into the genuine dark web myself?
The staff were rendered speechless by this revelation.
What on earth? You wish to enter the dark web?
It was no wonder the director was so conflicted. Many may not grasp the horrors of the dark web. In fact, a significant portion of the populace may have never even heard of it. Yet, it exists as something concealed in the deepest recesses of the internet, a miniature world within the digital realm. Here, individuals act without restraint.
Brother Hao, please, this is no jest. What do you intend to do on the dark web?
After a moment of contemplation, Li Haorun forced a wry smile, his expression filled with helplessness.
Naturally, I seek assistance.
Among those around me, to put it bluntly, only Yan Jun is of any real use. The rest are merely ordinary citizens. What can I expect from them? At best, they could lend a hand, but they cannot serve as true mainstays. Qin Hao's voice resonated. Currently, I possess wealth but lack manpower.
Only the inspection team is permitted to seek external aid. Am I not entitled to do the same? Yes, I comprehend your perspective, yet, sigh. Li Haorun certainly understood Qin Hao's intentions, but the notion of the dark web was troubling.
Brother Hao, your actions on the dark web would be visible to the audience, thus, well, you understand. Li Haorun contemplated before continuing. How about this?
Grant me 2 hours to prepare. I will have the national hackers establish a dark web framework for you, alright? Agreed, no problem.
Upon hearing this, Qin Hao nodded and promptly severed the connection.
The dark web, what is that? Why have I never heard of it before? Need I say more? If everyone knew about it, it wouldn't be called the dark web.
Trust me, everyone, do not attempt to delve into this matter.
I implore you.
In simple terms, the dark web represents the most profound layers of the internet. If we liken the internet to a mountain, the surface web is the peak that individuals reach upon accessing the internet. Next comes the internet itself, which signifies the coexistence of terrain and mountain. The deep web lies beneath the surface, while the dark web is hidden at the mountain's very base. Soon, some audience members began to engage in discussions. This explains why Qin Hao refrained from directly accessing the dark web and instead opted to contact Li Haorun first. The reasoning is straightforward.
The dark web is shrouded in darkness, most citizens have never even heard of it, even those who may be oblivious to how one can access such a realm. Despite being termed the dark web, it remains under the surveillance of various nations. Only the general populace remains unaware. In essence, if you possess wealth, you can acquire anything, whether it be a life, commercial secrets, mercenaries, instigating conflict, or powerful weaponry. It is said that with sufficient funds, even an aircraft carrier can be procured. There are no laws in the dark web. Every individual is a masked traitor. Once one's identity is exposed, the only fate awaiting them is death. This is precisely why Li Haoren forbade Qin Hao from entering the dark web. If such actions were broadcasted live, it would spell disaster. Chapter 235, Entering the Dark Web, a billion bounty, and the elimination of inspectors. What do you think Brother Hao intends to do in the dark web? Didn't we already discuss this? He is looking for assistance. However, I find it somewhat improbable those individuals can act with impunity abroad, but in our homeland, they are essentially powerless. They can't even get in. The audience buzzed with curiosity, having gleaned a general understanding of the dark web after some exploration. It was a realm rife with bloodshed, violence, darkness, and despair, yet, while such elements thrived overseas, they were utterly ineffective in Huaxia. Indeed, those individuals could scarcely gain entry. Brother Hao, it's ready. After 2 fleeting hours, it was already past 10 at night, yet Li Haoren had managed to accomplish it. One must commend his dedication to this program. However, Brother Hao, I must inform you that the dark web is merely a framework. We haven't incorporated most of its contents. Nevertheless, according to the rules of both reality and the dark web, as long as the price is right, we will make the necessary arrangements. In other words, regardless of what Qin Hao sought to achieve or obtain in the dark web, as long as it aligned with the monetary standards of the real world, the production team would facilitate it. Li Haoren pondered for a moment before responding slowly, all right. Seated in the school bus, Qin Hao severed the connection. He then retrieved a notebook and smiled, saying, Dear audience, while I cannot present you with a spectacular performance, I can take you on a journey into the deepest recesses of the internet. Do you truly believe that the network you are using is secure? Not at all, my friends. Every time the night grows quiet, a sense of solitude and chill envelopes you. Let us not deny it, such feelings are only human. Thus, you might find yourselves visiting some rather peculiar websites. The cautious ones will activate incognito mode or implement various protective measures to erase their data, and so forth, but what I wish to convey to you now is that these actions merely serve to deceive oneself. Qin Hao continued, in truth, those who genuinely wish to uncover your activities will have all pertinent information exposed the moment you log onto such sites. Goodness, Brother Hao is so astute. I'm terrified. I hastily closed the website. Goodness, what's with the late night browsing? Can your body keep up? Youth is unaware of the preciousness of time, only to lament in old age. The live stream's comments section erupted with excitement. After all, in this era of advanced internet connectivity, many individuals opt to watch films on various websites, and there are countless such platforms. This, however, is a perilous endeavor. Now, allow me to share with you the safest method. Upon hearing this, the audience perked up, all ears. However, in the next moment, Qin Hao chuckled, declaring, and that is, simply don't watch. The audience, in an instant, the expressions of all the viewers became exceedingly complex, yet Qin Hao merely shook his head with a smile. He would say that the safest approach is also quite troublesome. Many would think, those with nothing to lose fear not the consequences. After all, my bank account holds a mere $1.20. What do I have to fear being exposed? What's even worth exposing? Tap, tap. Qin Hao dispelled his tedious thoughts, opened his notebook, his gaze sharpening as his fingers danced across the keys with remarkable speed. There are numerous ways to access the dark web, each quite cumbersome, yet for him, it was remarkably effortless. Naturally, he could not directly access the dark web just yet. He opted instead to infiltrate Li Haoren's device first. Since Li Haoren had not provided him with a website, it implied that Li Haoren had tacitly assumed his device would serve as the portal to the dark web.to. The audience's perspective, a flurry of codes flashed rapidly across Qin Hao's computer screen, his fingers never pausing. The codes were a mix of red and white, a jumble of English characters that were utterly incomprehensible. I found it. 2 minutes later, a smile graced Qin Hao's face as he successfully breached Li Haoren's computer. Immediately, a cascade of English text erupted onto the screen. At that moment, Li Haoren's computer had transformed into a launching pad. Ops 4194. 132. Ops 4192. 36, 31. The majority of the audience gazed in utter bewilderment, suddenly realizing that their understanding of the internet was profoundly superficial. Even those who comprehended the situation refrained from speaking, fearing they might be summoned for AT session. Torsorls, Oni. Success. 3 minutes later, Qin Hao abruptly uttered a phrase. Subsequently, all eyes were drawn to the computer screen before him, which abruptly plunged into darkness. A pitch-black void. Some even began to question whether the computer had malfunctioned. After a full minute, the screen flickered back to life, albeit with a markedly different aesthetic. A sinister palette of black and red, it appeared particularly somber and oppressive. Here, there are generally 2 modes of transaction. One is Bitcoin, and the other is the US dollar. Qin Hao remarked, refraining from aimlessly clicking about, as this website was merely a contrivance of the production team, something that ought not to exist or be presented to the public eye. Thus, he swiftly located a bounty page. 10 billion could approximately be exchanged for over 150 million US dollars, so let us directly convert it to 150 million. Qin Hao murmured softly.
Upon hearing this, the audience was left in stunned silence. 10 billion, good heavens, the audacity to siphon off 10 billion from the bank was intended for this. Indeed, the boldness of individuals is matched only by the magnitude of their endeavors. Just when we assumed you would play it safe, you opted to undertake something monumental. However, it was evident that Qin Hao had no intention of providing an explanation. Amidst the audience's astonished expressions, he slowly entered a string of numbers. 150 million US dollars, bounty. Rules. Eliminate the inspectors of the Tianyan production team, standard inspectors yield 100,000 US dollars. Eliminate the captain, 1 million US dollars. Eliminate the group leader, 10 million US dollars. Individual restrictions allow the elimination of 5 standard inspectors. Captains or group leaders are exempt from limitations. Inspectors from any nation are permissible. Upon completion of the elimination, proof must be provided, and upon verification, the bounty will be automatically dispatched. No other restrictions apply until the bounty is fully dispensed. Confirming the bounty order, Qin Hao wore a benign smile as he gradually shut down the computer. The audience, Li Haoran, staff members, Chapter 236, the bounty is established, alert from the red hackers. Most notably, Qin Hao's bounty notice was meticulously translated into the languages of various countries, ensuring that individuals from any nation could comprehend it. Such attention to detail, even though this dark web was merely a fade, intended solely for the production team's viewing, Qin Hao still proceeded with such thoroughness. He believed that since it was a ruse, everything should be executed with utmost authenticity. Thus, at this moment, in Qin Hao's personal live streaming room, despite the late hour, both viewers from Sakura Nation and Huaxia, as well as the backstage staff, were left utterly bewildered. A bounty, is it truly that bold? While the inspection team was ramping up their manpower, you're directly seeking assassins. Where is the promised assistance? This is hardly seeking help. You are plunging the inspection team into an abyss of trouble. I'm astounded, truly astounded. Brother Hao, as expected, does not disappoint. Even in the midst of escape, he can casually toss out a trump card. 100,000 US dollars for an ordinary inspector translates to nearly 650,000 Huaxia currency. 1 million US dollars for a captain-level inspector, over 6 million Huaxia currency, 10 million US dollars for a group leader, exceeding 60 million Huaxia currency. Honestly, upon witnessing such colossal figures, even I, an ordinary citizen, am tempted. The live streaming room erupted instantly. All viewers were in a frenzy, for anyone would find it hard to resist such staggering numbers, even if they were aware that they could not execute it, nor could they even access this dark web. In the background of the Tianyan production team, the room was engulfed in silence, all eyes fixated on the large screen. The image frozen on the screen was Qin Hao's bounty notice. Unconsciously, they felt a chill run down their spines. Thankfully, this dark web was merely a construct of the production team. If it had truly been disseminated to the actual dark web, the chaos that would ensue is unimaginable. Li Haoran's mouth twitched, and after a moment, he let out a long sigh. This move was completely unexpected. He shook his head with a bitter smile, glanced at the staff members who were wide-eyed, and waved his hand, saying, "You all may leave now." Understood. Everyone nodded in unison, gradually retreating. Then, Li Haoran produced another computer, swiftly entering a code. Ding, fingerprint recognition successful. Ding, iris recognition successful. Ding, code name Tianyan, please state your purpose. A mechanical voice echoed in his earpiece. Qin Hao. Li Haoran enunciated clearly. Ding, detecting. Ding, recognition successful, establishing connection, please hold. What is it? After approximately a minute, a calm male voice resonated. Qin Hao has issued a bounty on the dark web. Li Haoran pondered for a moment and conveyed the message succinctly. Understood, we will provide a prompt response. Upon hearing this, the man noticeably paused before continuing. The next moment, the connection was severed. Ha! Following the call, Li Haoran felt as though he had been drained of all energy, slumping in his chair. This matter was beyond his sole jurisdiction. He required guidance from those in higher authority. About 5 minutes later, a unique video connection appeared on his computer. Li Haoran quickly straightened, cautiously beginning the identification process, as this computer possessed a self-destruction feature. Any unauthorized operation, invasion, or operational error would obliterate all its data. Director Li Haoran, regarding the bounty notice, even according to the rules of the real dark web, it is entirely valid, the pricing is appropriate. A man with his hands crossed on the table spoke with a composed expression. Very well, so that means our production team needs to arrange for an assassin for Qin Hao, correct? Li Haoran was not surprised and nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Theoretically, the price of 100,000 US dollars for an ordinary inspector is somewhat low, yet it must be said that Qin Hao has set it up exceptionally well. Each person can eliminate 5 ordinary inspectors, which is a significant quantity. The captain-level bounty is as high as 1 million US dollars. Thus, I believe many assassins will be willing to accept. The man nodded and continued, moreover, although it is uncomfortable to admit, it must be acknowledged that our country's borders are extensive. Assassins and mercenaries can cross over clandestinely, it merely depends on the number of individuals. Therefore, this bounty notice is entirely valid. The man concluded before abruptly severing the connection. The room was left silent, with only Li Haoran remaining, lost in contemplation. Who would have thought that this fellow, Qin Hao, could pull off such a maneuver? To think of seeking assassins to aid in eliminating the inspection team. Li Haoran slowly rose to his feet, feeling that he would be sleepless this night. A bounty of $150 million may not attract top-tier mercenaries and assassins, but it could certainly draw in those of moderate caliber. Thus, alas. Li Haoran rubbed his temples and sighed, picking up a walkie-talkie, stating solemnly, deploy 500 retired special forces abroad. Immediately, each group must not exceed 30 individuals, dispersed across major nations.
Accept the bounty and employ various methods to clandestinely enter Huaxia.
The number of individuals who successfully cross over is no concern of ours.
Understood.
The voice on the walkie-talkie promptly acknowledged. At the inspection team, the Red Hacker Alliance members were on duty, 6 individuals gazing at the large screen, utterly bored.
Ding ding ding. Just then, red alerts blared on their computers, and even the sound became piercingly sharp. The group was instantly taken aback. At their level, constant monitoring of the dark web was crucial. It allowed them to observe numerous transactions, all for the sake of safeguarding Huaxia. However, at this moment, Xiao He furrowed his brow, for he discovered a website on his computer that he had never encountered before. Yet, its URL format bore a strong resemblance to that of the dark web. He instinctively opened the site. Upon his first glance, he was left utterly frozen. Hiss. What the hell? The group collectively inhaled sharply, exclaiming in astonishment. Dumbfounded, they could scarcely believe their eyes. A bounty, to eliminate the inspection team. What is the meaning of this?
Wait, this isn't the genuine dark web. It must be a creation of the production team, specifically designed for Qin Hao. Quickly, Xiao He and the others regained their composure, yet they remained profoundly shocked.
For, at their level, it was immediately apparent that this bounty notice was entirely legitimate. Chapter 237 of the Army Intercepts. The truck is empty. Is this the bounty issued by Qin Hao?
Xiao He exclaimed, a chill running down his spine. It appears to be so, but what I wish to understand is how he managed to do it without leaving a trace. And Yong, the founder of the Red Hacker Alliance, nodded gravely, his brow furrowed tightly. He instinctively opened the traffic inspection records of Changtian City, realizing they must be quite close to the large truck, yet, for some inexplicable reason, a sense of foreboding suddenly gripped his heart. The bounty, amounting to nearly 1 billion Huaxia coins, was indeed suspicious.
At present, we have not detected any signs of bank data being tampered with.
Xiao He said slowly. One cannot deny Qin Hao's prowess in computer technology, but even so, it is implausible that he could infiltrate the banking systems without detection, especially with us on guard.
If he enters, he will inevitably be discovered.
Upon hearing this, several people nodded in agreement.
Then, what if he transferred the money through legitimate channels? What if he did not alter any data? And Yang's words plunged everyone into silence.
If that were the case, they would indeed be unable to uncover the truth, or rather, their primary surveillance did not encompass such actions. After all, if the funds were moved through proper channels, what business was it of theirs how much was spent?
Contact team leader Zhou Jun. We have a situation.
And Yang said, his expression darkening. Soon, every team member arrived, though it was evident that most were still half asleep, having been abruptly roused from their dreams.
What is going on?
Zhou Jun rubbed his red eyes, his voice low and serious. And Yang remained silent, while Xiao He pointed towards the large screen. Everyone turned their gaze upward, and in the next moment, the entire inspection team fell into silence. Some even questioned if they were still dreaming, for how could such surreal imagery be real?
A bounty notice?
Zhou Jun gasped in disbelief, his voice oddly distorted. Indeed, the recently triggered red alert resembles a dark web entity. Any matters concerning our Huaxia will automatically trigger an alarm. Xiao He nodded gravely and continued, just now, this alert emerged. Our preliminary analysis indicates that this dark web was constructed by the production team, and the issuer is none other than Qin Hao.
It was evident without him saying it. Only Qin Hao could issue a bounty of such magnitude at this moment. Moreover, if it were any other organization in reality, it would be utterly impossible. The rationale was simple: the official Huaxia government would not permit such occurrences. This is the confidence of a strong nation. Dare to emerge, they would simply eliminate you. How dare he? Chen Yalan gasped instinctively, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. A criminal, so brazenly seeking assassins to eliminate inspectors? And even issued a bounty, how could he possibly have the audacity? Yet, faced with this question, everyone fell into silence. How could he dare? Was there anything that man would not attempt? Bang! At that moment, the door of the inspection team burst open, and Li Haoran entered with a grave expression. Everyone, you have seen the bounty notice, correct? The group nodded in unison. According to the rules of the dark web in reality, this bounty is entirely valid. Therefore, in the days to come, not only will you be tasked with capturing Qin Hao, but you may also face mercenaries and assassins from across the nation. Li Haoran paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, these mercenaries and assassins are also retired special forces sent by our production team. They will infiltrate Huaxia from abroad. The exact number that can enter is still uncertain. However, we can assure you that the firearms, explosives, and so forth, possess no real destructive capability, as they are all weapons prepared by our production team. One more thing. If indeed so many mercenaries and assassins infiltrate Huaxia, the nature of this situation will change. According to real-world regulations, the Huaxia military will intervene to intercept them, but you must also prioritize your own safety. That will be all for now. You may continue your tasks. After finishing, Li Haoran slowly exited, seeking some rest himself. While the inspection team could take turns to rest, no one was available to relieve him. I have a question. Is it truly impossible to trace the vast sums Qin Hao has allegedly stolen from the bank?
Zhou Jun inquired, furrowing his brow as he watched Li Haoren leave. Under normal circumstances, it should be entirely feasible, but Qin Hao has utilized numerous accounts to disperse all the funds. The key issue is that all the account holders are legitimate individuals, with tens of thousands of accounts circulating and ultimately converging into one. Xiao He contemplated before speaking. It may seem that tracking down the final account would suffice, but in reality, everything has been thoroughly obfuscated. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the group. Team leader. Just as he finished speaking, a voice crackled through the intercom. At this, everyone's curiosity piqued. We have arrived at the location and can hear the sound of the truck. Should we proceed with the interception? With this statement, everyone felt a jolt of energy. Although many had lost hope, it was better to clarify the situation. Intercept. Zhou Jun immediately activated the surveillance equipment, and the team was presented with a somewhat dimly lit scene. Before them lay a mountainous region, resonating with the roar of the truck. Soon, two beams of light pierced the darkness. It has appeared. The large truck traversed the mountain path, evidently having endured some rough terrain, as it was covered in weeds and mud. Bang! An inspector, with a serious expression, unhesitatingly drew his pistol and fired a shot into the sky, the echo reverberating sharply in the mountains. A warning shot. Creak. Upon hearing the gunshot, the truck came to an abrupt halt. Get out, immediately, hands on your head, crouch down. Dozens of inspectors, armed with pistols, aimed at the driver's seat of the truck. They had ample confidence. Even if this truck bore no connection to Qin Hao, they were still justified in their actions. After all, the vehicle had no prior registration or records, and they had no idea what it was transporting. To put it bluntly, suspicions of smuggling would not be out of line. Esteemed leaders, what is the matter? I have committed no crime. A terrified male voice soon echoed. Then, the crowd witnessed an unfamiliar figure hesitantly opening the truck door and cautiously stepping out, scarcely daring to make any sudden movements for fear of being misinterpreted. Seeing the man, who appeared utterly terrified, all the inspectors furrowed their brows. This individual was clearly not one of Qin Hao's subordinates. Disappointment washed over them. It seemed Qin Hao was not present. However, their attention was soon drawn to the container at the back of the truck. Bang! The inspectors disregarded the man, 10 of them remaining vigilant while the others proceeded to the rear of the truck to open the cargo hold. What lay before them was an empty, pitch-black container, nothing at all. Chapter 238, Twists and Turns, Cosmic Thoughts. At the moment the cargo truck's container swung open, everyone was taken aback. Inside the compartment was an abyss of darkness. As the flashlight beam pierced through, it revealed a stark emptiness, nothing at all. Zhou Jun and his companions exchanged dry smiles. They were not particularly surprised by this revelation. In fact, the moment they laid eyes on Qin Hao's bounty notice, they had already deduced that he could not possibly be present here. Where is Qin Hao? The inspector's expression shifted dramatically, their gazes piercingly directed at the truck driver, scrutinizing him with intensity. What Qin Hao? I have no idea. The driver, looking utterly bewildered, shook his head in confusion. Allow me to inquire. Zhou Jun interjected calmly, I am curious to know who instructed you to navigate the mountainous roads with this truck? Moreover, where were you directed to go? Did you transport any other items along the way? It was a man wearing a mask who told me to drive the truck to Changtian City. Oddly enough, he instructed me to set off from Shihai village to deliver goods in Changtian City, a rather peculiar request, the driver recalled thoughtfully. However, the payment he offered was substantial, enough for me to make multiple trips, so I didn't ask further questions. Why did you find it peculiar? Zhou Jun inquired, furrowing his brow. Because trucks like ours are easy to find. One only needs to locate one in Changtian City. There was no need to seek me out in Liuzhou City, which would inherently incur additional costs. The driver continued, furthermore, I did not transport anything else. I merely followed the instructions given to me, departing from Shihai village. Shihai village? Zhou Jun raised an eyebrow. It was an utterly unrelated location. This implies that Qin Hao had meticulously orchestrated everything in advance, even using this truck to mislead our attention. Yun Tian remarked with a bitter smile, especially considering the timing. Qin Hao executed his plan flawlessly. Just as he distanced himself from the convoy for about half an hour, a truck appeared without any prior notice, following a particularly convoluted route. Zhou Jun, feeling increasingly exasperated, rubbed his temples. He had not slept well and now felt an intensified headache. The IT was chaotic, utterly chaotic. Let us retrace our steps first. He severely injured or even killed Yamamoto, then fled in a supercar. Meanwhile, the other criminals, capitalizing on this time discrepancy, acquired numerous sedans from a car dealership, followed by the SUV obscuring the supercar. This prevented us from promptly discovering Qin Hao's escape. The most crucial aspect is that his brief vehicle stop was deliberately left for us, while the subsequent parts were meticulously erased from our perception. Undoubtedly, this was a mockery and a misdirection aimed at us. Subsequently, Qin Hao had arranged for a truck to follow a time discrepancy, leading us to mistakenly believe that he had departed in the cargo truck. Upon finishing, Yun Tian collapsed into a chair, his face ashen. And we, due to our earlier confrontation with the other criminals, missed the initial opportunity to locate him. Thus, finding out where he is now is exceedingly challenging.
When Qin Hao needs an extended period of tranquility, he could even resort to stealing from banks. With the illicitly acquired 10 billion, he could eliminate members of our inspection team. The program staff of the audience, everyone was left dumbfounded. Some things, although they had been observing every step, often remained incomprehensible, as people differ vastly in their intellect. Some are astute, grasping the situation at a glance, while many others are not particularly quick-witted, and such individuals constitute a significant portion. Yet now, they were struck by a profound realization: they had not anticipated the multitude of twists and turns involved. Wait a moment, I suddenly have a question. Since Brother Hao's hacking skills enabled him to effortlessly infiltrate bank funds, why not directly access the dark web to operate there, thus avoiding the need for money or impersonation? Are you foolish? There is a crucial point. Brother Hao has already stated that the dark web only accepts Bitcoin and US dollars. Issuing a bounty requires real currency. If they haven't received any money at the foundational level, how could they possibly issue a unified bounty? Moreover, converting Huaxia currency to US dollars incurs such significant losses in currency exchange issues. Do you think the dark web would willingly inject their own funds into it? At that point, according to reality, the Network Regulatory Bureau or even foreign forces could intervene. Brother Hao is formidable, but even the mightiest tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Even if he triumphed in the end, he would still be ensnared in endless troubles. As it currently stands, executing all operations silently and unnoticed, by the time the inspection team reacts, it may already be too late. The die has been cast. I can't believe this. Is this what goes on in a person's mind? Truly, I'm flabbergasted. I feel utterly dazed. When I thought Brother Qin Hao merely aimed to steal from the bank, he instead used that money to issue a bounty. And when I assumed that with Brother Hao's skill stealing from the bank was unnecessary, it turned out he had already considered the currency exchange issues. My mind is about to explode. This line of thinking is entirely out of this world. The atmosphere can no longer contain Brother Hao's astonishing prowess. The night owls in the livestream room erupted in excitement. Each felt their scalps tingle, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. Upon deeper reflection, fear began to creep in. If the audience could discern this, then naturally the inspectors could as well. At this moment, each of their faces resembled those who had just ingested a fly, utterly distressed. Originally, watching the livestream was supposed to be a leisurely and entertaining affair, simple and relaxed, yet now they realized they were sorely mistaken. Not only had their minds failed to find any respite, but they had also compounded their exhaustion. For without engaging their minds, they could hardly grasp the essence of the livestream. If that is the case, does it not imply that the bank is grossly negligent, perhaps even half an accomplice? Chen Yalan posited her thoughts, her voice resonating within the quiet inspection team. That assertion holds some truth, but it cannot be entirely substantiated, as the bank itself was unaware and acted passively. They did not provide any conscious assistance, nor would they wish to witness such a scene. A bespectacled man, seated in the corner of the inspection team, adjusted his glasses. For instance, if I happen to see you looking exceptionally attractive on the street and act upon that impulse, and you become a victim without prior knowledge, do you believe you are at fault? Chen Yalan, your analogy is apt, but please refrain from using it again. Chapter 239. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, Yan Jun made the decision to wait. Ah, that is hilarious. Just because she is beautiful, you get all impulsive. Now, Miss Chen Yalan, could you please answer this? Do you believe you are guilty for being the victim? Upon hearing Zhang San's words, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ahem, this is not the time for such discussions. Zhou Jun interjected, clearing his throat to break the collective contemplation. He spoke in a grave tone. Although we realize it might be a bit too late now, there is still a chance for remedy. After all, we have a general idea of where Qin Hao might have escaped. As long as we follow this lead, we should be able to track him down. He has nowhere to hide. At these words, the crowd felt a surge of renewed energy. Indeed, despite Qin Hao's efforts to erase numerous surveillance videos, everyone was aware of the approximate location from which he had exited the vehicle. No matter how many tricks he employed to confound the investigation, he could not alter this fundamental truth. Well, we've discussed enough on our end, murmured Kong Yen, the world marathon champion from the extreme team, drawing the group's curiosity. Based on our analysis, given his speed, it is imperative that we locate Qin Hao swiftly. Otherwise, he will have a considerable lead. Additionally, he possesses a disguise mask, which will aid him in evading detection. Kong Yan's words prompted everyone to nod in tacit agreement. Indeed, they needed to find Qin Hao's whereabouts within a very short time frame. Otherwise, with his exceptional speed, no one could predict how far he could get in just an hour. Time was of the essence. However, the awkward reality was that all available police forces had been dispatched to the expressway, making it impossible to return. After all, there were indeed many criminals still at large in that area. Would they simply allow the quarry to slip away? In stark contrast to the bustling investigation team, Yan Jun's group found themselves in a relatively relaxed situation. Naturally, this ease came at the cost of numerous incarcerated companions. Following a fierce battle, both sides had suffered losses, leaving the outcome ambiguous. Where are we now? Yan Jun awoke from his reverie in the silent SUV, rubbing his temples as he inquired. Brother Jun, we are about 10 minutes away from the intersection of Changtian City, the burly driver replied softly. Oh, what time is it now? Yan Jun nodded and asked again. It's 4 in the morning. Although the distance isn't great, we must proceed cautiously and remain vigilant, so we cannot afford to speed. Pull over and wait. Upon hearing Yan Jun's command, the expression on all the burly men in the intercom turned bewildered. Stop, wait, parking here seemed no different from surrendering. What? One of the men questioned, doubting his hearing.
Have the brothers keep an eye on the investigation behind us and manage the traffic situation, Yan Jun instructed, leaving the audience and his fellow inmates utterly perplexed.
This is Brother Hao's directive.
When no one responded, Yan Jun frowned and stated firmly.
Understood.
At this, Yan Jun instinctively turned to glance outside, his pupils suddenly constricting.
Is it really wise to stop here? Indeed, the investigation from Changtian City is about to arrive, and with Captain Wang Bing's pursuit behind us, isn't this akin to courting death?
I feel like I grasp a bit of what is going on, yet I also feel utterly lost. Many viewers, who had been following the live stream, began to murmur among themselves.
Bang bang. One of the subordinates quickly exited the vehicle, holding something.
Yet, Yan Jun did not even glance at him, his gaze flickering as he looked out the window, uncertain even to himself why he was doing this. It felt like walking into a trap. However, he had to obey Brother Hao's orders. Brother Jun, the investigation has not yet arrived, but it should be soon, the departing brother returned and reported solemnly.
Alright, from here on out, we simply wait.
Yan Jun leaned back against the car, closing his eyes once more.
This operation makes no sense to me. It is utterly incomprehensible. I am not Li Jia, my father is not Li Jia, my entire family is not Li Jia. Are we really just waiting for death? The audience, witnessing Yan Jun's demeanor, felt speechless.
They suddenly realized that bringing this individual in to take charge was an exceedingly poor decision. Meanwhile, in the rear, Wang Bing sat in his vehicle, hesitating over whether to request permission to engage. It was early morning. While vehicles were present, they were relatively sparse. Though there was some risk involved, it might indeed be the best opportunity to assist. As he pondered, an anomaly caught his attention. They observed someone exiting Qin Hao's vehicle. Almost immediately, all vehicles came to a halt, some remained inside, while others stood outside. Their posture bore no resemblance to that of a vehicle malfunction, especially considering they were all newly stolen cars.
It appeared more like, are they waiting for us?
Wang Bing murmured instinctively. Chapter 240 A sudden halt, psychological shadows, delaying tactics. What is this? Wang Bing's pupils constricted, and his brows furrowed tightly. Although he gleaned from the leader's conversation that Qin Hao was likely not present, it was evident that this group comprised criminals.
Given their proximity, they could not possibly be left unattended. They must be apprehended without exception.
Yet, they have sustained significant losses in our confrontation. Why would they wait for us? This perplexes me. Wang Bing scratched his head, struggling to comprehend the situation.
Is the leader present?
After a moment of contemplation, Wang Bing shook his head with a bitter smile and spoke into the walkie-talkie. The vehicles of the escaped convicts have come to a complete stop. I suspect there may be a trap or a ruse at play.
What the hell, is Wang Bing experiencing after effects now?
Quite normal, really. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. He has developed a psychological shadow from dealing with Brother Hao. Even when facing Brother Hao's subordinates, he treads carefully.
Though I don't quite understand, I sense that a grand spectacle is about to unfold. Upon hearing this, the audience became instantly invigorated.
Initially, they were baffled, considering that the inspection team from Changtian City was about to arrive. With Wang Bing and his team poised for a pincer attack, the subordinates of Brother Hao seemed destined for demise. Yet now, it appeared that the outcome was far from certain.
What did you say? Zhou Jun's astonished voice suddenly broke through. They actually halted, intentionally waiting for you?
Indeed, we can essentially rule out vehicle malfunction, as they are all new cars. If they were all to fail simultaneously, the odds would be slimmer than winning the lottery. I am currently deliberating whether to take action. Wang Bing's countenance darkened as he spoke solemnly. I suspect this may be a trap, but it could equally be a feigned retreat. Even without his words, Zhou Jun understood the gravity of the situation. While they were conducting their investigation, time was of the essence. Every second ticked away. Leader, I have found no information on my end, which means that their maneuver is likely a feigned retreat. But 5 minutes later, Xiao Hei's expression grew exceedingly grim, though his sentence remained unfinished. Everyone understood what he meant. The entire inspection team fell silent. Alas, I never anticipated that Qin Hao would be so troublesome. I thought only he could instill such caution in us. Now, even one of his subordinates can do the same. After a pause, Zhou Jun sighed reluctantly with a wry smile. The atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. Woo woo. 2 minutes later, the distant sound of sirens reached everyone's ears. In the early morning light, the colorful lights were particularly striking, signaling the arrival of the inspection team from Changtian City. This scene should have been one of jubilation, yet at that moment, no one could muster a smile. Beside the SUV, Yan Jun donned a military green coat and leather boots. Phew, I must say, the weather has turned quite chilly. Feeling the cold air, he tightened his coat. In the rear, Wang Bing and his companions disembarked with somber expressions, the inspection team's eyes instinctively surveying the group of criminals before them. A palpable tension hung in the air. Bang bang bang. A series of car doors slammed shut ahead. At this moment, Yan Jun and his team stood in the middle of the road, flanked by the inspection team, occupying the entirety of the nearby roadway. Apart from vehicles traversing the adjacent highway, there were no other outsiders in sight. Oh, you've arrived. Yan Jun greeted with a smile, standing at the edge of the road, gazing at the distant scenery with a look of contentment. All the inspectors silently regarded this man. His black, tousled hair danced in the wind, and his green military coat swayed gently. Damn, I must admit, Yan Jun has matured, exuding a certain swagger reminiscent of Brother Hao, remaining so composed before hundreds of inspectors.
Indeed, do you think he fears a sudden gunshot directed at him?
It's no wonder Brother Hao remarked at the beginning of the program that as long as this guy can survive, he is certainly no ordinary individual.
The audience began to murmur, observing Yan Jun's unfazed demeanor. Given this scenario, don't you wish to say something?
After a while, Yan Jun turned to Wang Bing, the only person among the group he recognized.
Wang Bing, you are completely surrounded.
An inspector could no longer contain himself and shouted.
Hey, did I ask for your input? Your status is insufficient.
Yan Jun chuckled, shaking his head, then suddenly turned to Wang Bing and posed a question.
Do you know why I am waiting here?
Why? Wang Bing instinctively inquired, genuinely curious, and he believed everyone shared his intrigue. Naturally, he held absolute confidence that, under such encirclement, no matter the opponent's capabilities, escape was impossible. However, the audience was in the dark, feeling their minds were not quite up to the task.
Good heavens, one dares to speak, and another dares to ask. They truly are audacious. Is this not the moment to swiftly open fire and eliminate these criminals? Actually, it's quite simple. We are merely stalling for time. Yan Jun spoke candidly, revealing his intentions without reservation.
Instantly, Wang Bing and the myriad inspectors turned ashen, even their bodies trembling with agitation. Here they were, concocting elaborate hypotheses about traps and feigned retreats, striving to think at a higher level. And yet, you dare to tell me it is simply a matter of stalling for time. Do you retain any humanity? What further vexed them was that Qin Hao's operations often exhibited remarkable sophistication, leading them to assume the most intricate strategies. This resulted in an unwillingness to entertain the notion of such a rudimentary tactic as stalling for time, yet now, the reality was a harsh slap to the face. This oscillation between high and low was profoundly discomforting.
Ha, you've genuinely made me laugh to the point of breathlessness. A feigned retreat?
A trap. Brother Hao suggests you are all correct. How clever of you, I never considered that.
This is utterly embarrassing. Truly, I feel second-hand embarrassment for Wang Bing.
The audience in the livestream erupted in laughter, acutely aware that this was undoubtedly a ploy devised by Brother Hao.
You!
Following a brief silence, Wang Bing erupted in fury, feeling as though he had been toyed with, an offense he could not tolerate.
Brothers, tighten the reins and prepare for action.
Before he could utter another word, the previously composed Yan Jun let out a roar. Then, to the astonishment of all present, the criminals, in perfect unison, leaped off the highway and bolted into the distance.